Chapter 51. Lulu. It's time to eat. Wait a minute. On October 25th, in an ordinary residential building in Dalian City, Shandong Province, Zhao Lu was chewing on a biscuit while reading the recruitment brochure for Longqing civil servants. Zhao Lu is 22 years old this year. She has been staying at home since graduation. It's not that she is lazy and doesn't go to work, but the economy is down now. A milk tea shop clerk can have 30 people interviewing at the same time. Not to mention some decent jobs that sound like working from 9 to 5. She has not been able to find a suitable job since she graduated last year. Although her family doesn't need to worry. She has been anxious and started to suffer from insomnia in the past 6 months. If you have anything to do, do it after dinner. Otherwise the food will get cold. Zhang Guixia shouted in the restaurant when she saw Zhao Lu didn't come out. Got it. Zhao Lu could only put away her phone and go out. What are you looking at so intently? Zhang Guixia asked after she had set up the food. Usually Zhao Lu would go out for a jog after getting up. But today she stayed at home after waking up and hadn't left the bedroom for 4 hours. I read the civil servant brochure of Longqing and wanted to go over and try. Zhao Lu said. Longqing City. Yes. Longqing is quite cold. Many people can't survive the winter. It's better than at home. Zhao Lu studied Chinese language. She had heard about the difficulty of finding a job during her school years. But she always held a glimmer of hope until she graduated and found that finding a job now is not difficult, but completely hellish. She had applied for the civil service exam in her city before. The competition for local civil servants was fierce. Many positions had thousands of people competing for one quota. And it was difficult for ordinary people to pass the exam. How are the exam dates and procedures arranged there? Zhang Guixia asked. Registration is open after November 1st. And the written exam will be held from the 25th to the 30th. All procedures should be completed within 2 months. Do we have to go to Longqing City? Yes. The infrastructure in Longqing is not yet complete. So the exam should be held in nearby cities, such as Chongqing and Tongping. Alas, Dalian is 1,200 kilometers away from Longqing. Zhang Guixia doesn't want her daughter to go so far. And she is already worried. I just applied for the exam. I may not pass it yet. Zhao Lu indicated that the other party should not worry too much. She failed the exam twice before. And she was almost traumatized. But she also made up her mind that if she still failed this time, she wanted to stay in Longqing and try her luck. Maybe there would be a suitable job. Can we apply for the Transportation Bureau with our major? I have been a primary school teacher for 7 years. Can I be transferred to Longqing to be a teacher? The Jingyan 3rd Hospital has updated its homepage. And they are now recruiting nurses for the branch. In the next 2 days, many people discuss Longqing civil servant recruitment and the relocation of colleges and universities to the north. At the same time, in a taxi in Longqing City, Wan Huiyan looked at the scenery outside the car and asked curiously, Master, how far is it from the city center now? Wan Huiyan is 52 years old this year. She used to run a clothing factory. After the factory closed down, she lived a retired life. 2 days ago, after Long Huiyan released the Longqing construction plan, her friend Xiao Jia immediately contacted her. Sister Wan, have you seen Longqing's investment promotion? Xiao Jia is a supplier of her garment factory, and the two have known each other for more than 30 years. I am looking at. In addition to reducing corporate taxes, Longqing's investment promotion also has a series of policies such as land concessions, government fast approval, and interest-free loans for individuals/enterprises. It is a major national project. Do you have any ideas? Zhao Jia asked after she finished reading. The policy and environment are pretty good. What about you? They had discussed investing in Longqing before, but the policy was unclear at that time. So there was no next step. If the infrastructure and labor force can keep up, I think it will work. The liquid assets of their circle add up to about 2 billion. This amount of money is not too much. Not too little. If it were in the past, they would definitely invest cautiously. But now that companies such as Longqing Technology and Jifeng Automobile have moved north, they can completely follow the policy. It will definitely need decoration after it is built there. We can build some curtain factories and quilt factories. The two chatted for a while about the development direction of Longqing. And then Zhao Jia's phone rang. Lao Hu called me. Wait a minute. Lao Hu is in their circle. Okay. Wan Huiyun hung up the phone temporarily. Lao Hu wants to buy a shop in Longqing. Shall we go? 10 minutes later, Zhao Jia came back. Lao, whose full name is Hu Bin, and he made his first fortune by building houses. When do we leave? Wan Huiyun asked. We will arrive in Tongping on the 23rd, rest for a day, and go to Longxing on the 24th. Tongping is 100 kilometers away from Longxing. In this way, the 10 of them first took a plane to Tongping, and then took a car to Longxing. There are still 7 kilometers, Zhao Xiaofeng said while steering. After he was transferred to be a bus driver, he has been shining in the bus position. Now that Tongping Bus Company has been established, Longxing is short of manpower, so he was transferred to be a taxi driver, mainly running the Tongping-Longxing route. These days, he has been driving investors from all over the country. Master, the environment here is good, Wan Huiyun said after blowing the wind for a while, and retracted his gaze. In recent years, many cities have entered winter in early October. Su Province is a relatively warm southern city. The average temperature is now 5 degrees Celsius, and residents have already put on coats and down jackets. Although Longxing is colder than Su Province, the air is humid, and the breeze blowing across the cheeks feels very comfortable. After she finished speaking, she continued to open the window. Outside the window was a brand new road and lush pastures. The small golden flowers on these pastures were very beautiful. The country has been rectifying the environment, and it is much better than before, Zhao Xiaofeng said casually. The 10 of them were divided into 3 cars this time. Wan Huiyun and Zhao Xiaofeng were chatting in the front. In the back seat of the car, Zhao Jia moved Hu Bin. Are we really not going to the Commerce Bureau? According to the original plan, they plan to go to the Commerce Bureau to consult the investment promotion policy, and then go to see the house. Listen to me. Go to see the house first. When Hu Bin was in his heyday, he made 50 million by speculating in real estate. Later, due to the global disaster, all the houses he had hoarded were lost. He didn't think it was a problem of his vision. Nuclear pollution leakage was an uncontrollable thing. Therefore, after the real estate policy of Longxing came out this time, he only had one feeling: Longxing's house is worth buying. And the sooner the better. Okay. One day is not a big deal. Zhao Jia smiled after hearing this. At 10 a.m., everyone arrived at Longxing Street. Longxing Street is the most prosperous place in Longxing City. According to the plan, it will be the commercial center of Longxing. Longxing City has just been built. There are green screens and some construction vehicles on both sides of the street, because the whole city is still under construction. They originally thought that this city was an empty city, but as the taxi got closer and closer, everyone saw a lot of private vehicles. In addition to Chongqing and Tongping license plates, there are also many license plates from other places such as Qing Province and Jingyuan. These cars are dusty, and they can be seen from a long journey. At 10:20, the car drove to the vicinity of Longxing Building. It's impossible to drive in. Zhao Xiaofeng rolled down the window and looked forward. Now there are rows of cars in front of the car, since no residents have moved in yet. These cars occupy the non-motorized vehicle lanes as allowed by the policy. After parking, everyone went straight to the first floor of Longxing Building. Now there is a huge sign hanging outside the first floor, Longxing City Real Estate Marketing Center. All the houses in the city are sold here? Wan Huiyun looked out and asked. Yes. After choosing a house here, you can go directly to the bank and the real estate center to handle the formalities, Zhao Xiaofeng said. So many people. Everyone got off the car after paying the bill. At this time, everyone stood opposite Longxing Building and looked along the sign. The front of the building was crowded with residents, many of whom were holding documents to sign and fingerprint. Everyone looked like they were scrambling for houses instead of buying them. Remembered the real estate lottery in the past. Hu Bin looked dazed. He had experienced the rise and fall of Longgu real estate, and the current situation reminded him of Longgu's rise. We paid in full for the house. Why can't we buy it? Now we don't need to see the house. We can pay with a credit card immediately. You are so stupid. You are not allowed to buy it even though you have money? When Wan Huiyun and others entered, they saw many customers wearing jade rings and speaking with Fujian accents arguing with the salesperson. This is a 20-person inspection team. They want to buy 10 houses each, but the marketing center won't sell them. According to the policy, each person can only buy 3 houses and 2 shops. Houses are not selling in the world now. Why don't you sell them when you can? After some back and forth, the Fuzhou delegation had no choice but to accept their fate. We will buy 3 houses and 2 shops, with the best location and the largest area. Everyone looked at the house price list on the side. Now the house price in Longqing is 5,000 to 20,000 yuan per square meter. And the shop is 10,000 to 50,000 yuan per square meter. They bought the best location, with an average house price of 10 million yuan and a shop price of 20 million yuan. These prices were normal in first-tier cities 10 years ago. But after the global disaster, Longdu's house prices have been falling for 10 consecutive years. For example, Chongqing, Tongping and other places have fallen below 1,000 yuan per square meter. In this economic situation, 10 million yuan is enough to buy a house, and 20 million yuan is enough to buy a shop. So arrogant. At this time, this group of people are not only arrogant, but also very straightforward. These houses have been approved by Longhui Yuan, and the seller is Longqing government. In short, these are a batch of government-built houses. After everyone confirmed that there was no problem with the contract, they signed directly and prepared to pay the money. Do you want to see the house first? The salesperson was confused by the big money of this group of people. Isn't there a sand table here? Are the geographical locations and room numbers of these houses the same as those on the sand table? A wealthy businessman asked. Of course they are. That's fine. It's the same to see them now or with the keys. Just take a look first. If you are not satisfied, it's better to solve it in advance. I will give you the quota of these houses first. No one will come to grab them. The salesperson advised earnestly. Okay. We have a deal. These houses cannot be sold yet. It's not that they don't want to see the houses, but they are worried that there will be no houses during the house-seeking period. Now that the salesperson has promised, they are relieved. Don't worry. I won't sell it. The salesman drove the sightseeing car to take everyone to see the house. An hour later, the Fuzhou delegation came back. We told you not to look. The house is good, and the building materials are also very good. They seemed straightforward, but everyone was very smart. Since they came to Longqing City, they found that the cement materials and pipe brands here are all first class. This shows that the government is not building shoddy, but is seriously building the city. They are very optimistic about Longqing and believe that Longqing will definitely develop. 10 minutes later, the transfer was successful, and the total transaction amount was 1.12 billion. It's a big deal. Wan Huiyin watched the whole process of everyone buying a house, except for a few people wearing jade rings. This group of people looked like ordinary people. Now they spent 1.1 billion. Although they have money, they also feel that there is always someone better. Can I take a look at this house first? After Wan Huiyin came back to her senses, she pointed to a house on the sand table and said that the atmosphere on the entire first floor was buying houses, and she was also somewhat infected. Wait a moment. The salesperson went to get the key and came back 3 minutes later and said, Sorry, ma'am. This house has been sold. Sold? Wan Huiyin was stunned. 20 minutes ago, this house was still for sale. Just bought by another customer. Seeing this, Wan Huiyin could only choose another house first. Sorry. This one is no longer available. Sorry. Sorry. It's sold out. After the houses on the sand table are sold, they will be labeled as sold. Wan Huiyin asked for 5 houses in a row, and all of them were sold. It's not that the marketing center didn't give them the labels, but the houses were sold too quickly. The speed of labeling couldn't keep up with the speed of selling. 10 minutes later, Wan Huiyin finally grabbed 3 houses. Do you want to see the house first? The salesperson asked. No. Just buy it. Wan Huiyin panted heavily. She felt that the process of the Fuzhou inspection team buying houses was too exaggerated just now. Now, it's not exaggerated at all. If you are a step slower, you can't grab it at all. After Wan Huiyin bought the house, she bought 2 more shops. She bought all the shops outside the second ring road. It's not that she didn't buy in the city center, but the city center was almost sold out. At 8 o'clock in the evening, everyone finally finished shopping. How much did you buy? 12 million. How about you? 37 million. After everyone got together again, they calculated the contracts in their hands. They spent a total of 130 million, which was beyond the budget. But it was a great expense. If the prices of these houses go up, we will take turns to treat you to a meal. Before leaving, Zhao Jia patted Hu Bin on the shoulder. Haha. Don't blame me if you lose money. Hu Bin laughed. He bought a house as soon as he entered the marketing center. He was very satisfied with the environment and location he chose. It's a done deal. Why should we blame you? Zhao Jia joked. They are all mature businessmen. Buying and selling houses are their own choices. If they lose money, it's their own poor judgment. They really can't blame others for losses. Now no one knows whether the housing prices in Longqing will rise or fall. However, on the morning of the 30th, Longqing issued an announcement. 200,000 houses and 20,000 shops in Longqing were all sold out. The next batch of sales shall be subject to the government announcement. 8 days. All sold? This must be more than 300 billion. When Longqing's announcement was released, the whole country was shocked. Most of Longqing's houses are more than 100 square meters. If their houses and shops are added together, it is at least more than 300 billion. And the actual transaction amount may be higher than this. The actual transaction amount is indeed higher than 300 billion. Just as the residents of the whole country were shocked. The system updated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for accumulating 500 billion real estate income and obtaining the achievement reward, making money. The task reward, My Fortune Tree. Chapter 52. At this time, Shen Kuo was sorting out documents. When Tan Mingzhang saw him stop, he was a little curious. What's wrong? The system has been updated. Shen Kuo calmed down and opened the system interface. Making money? Achievement reward. Obtained when the cumulative real estate income reaches 500 billion. Achievement reward, My Fortune Tree. My Fortune Tree grows according to the economic operation of the bound area and can generate random props after accumulating a certain business value. My Fortune Tree. It is a virtual seed that needs to be planted in the system sandbox. And then it will grow with the commercial value of the bound area. Plant it. Tan Mingzhang laughed after listening. He just received the news that all the properties in Longqing were sold out. And now he has harvested the fortune tree, which is a double surprise. Shen Kuo clicked directly after listening. Achievement reward, My Fortune Tree. Do you want to use it? Yes. Now with 500 billion income, you should be able to generate an A-level item? B-level ones are also okay. Tan Mingzhang was ready to take the next reward. Shen Kuo looked at the system sandbox. His expression was stunned at first, and then a little strange. Not planted? Tan Mingzhang asked doubtfully. Planted. Now there is a fortune tree planted in the system sandbox, and the tree is still in the seed state. Shen Kuo clicked on the details above. Business value 1928.6 billion. Business value is calculated based on the business operation of the bound area. He didn't know what minus 19,286 billion meant at first. Later, he thought that the total cost of Longqing from land reform to now is about 2.5 trillion. And 500 billion plus 19,286 billion is exactly the total investment of Longqing. It seems that we can't take shortcuts. Tan Mingzhang was a little helpless after sorting out the cause and effect. When the system was refreshed just now, he thought about refreshing the fortune tree by buying and selling houses. But judging from the way of judging the commercial value, the system eliminates such loopholes. After the two discussed, they could only let it grow naturally. Beep. At this time, the phone rang. Okay. I know. I'll be there in a while. After hanging up, Tan Mingzhang looked at Shen Kuo. The exchange group is coming soon. Let's go first. 10 days ago, after Longqing Technology, Chifeng Automobile, and Taihe Manufacturing released the news about Longqing. Many hot topics about Longqing seeking opportunities appeared on the internet. Many companies followed the trend and released news. But Longqing and Chifeng really wanted to invest in Longqing. After they released the news, they immediately contacted the Longqing Commerce Bureau. After the Commerce Bureau connected with various enterprises, it decided to hold a high-end enterprise cooperation exchange meeting. These are all leading enterprises in Longview, and the economic value generated is countless. To show sincerity, Shen Kuo and Tan Mingzhang personally went to the airport to pick them up. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the two arrived at the airport. The airport is still under construction, but the apron has been tidied up, and the interior of the airport is being renovated. After the renovation is clean and the equipment is installed, it can be officially opened. At 10:20, a medium-sized passenger plane slowly landed, and after the plane stopped steadily, the exit cabin opened. Captain Tan, thank you very much for coming here in person. The leader of the exchange meeting was Wang Xing, the president of Longqing Technology. He had met Tan Mingzhang at a national conference before, and he shook hands with him warmly as soon as he got off the plane. Thank you for investing in Longqing. Longxing's development cannot be separated from your support. 50 large companies came this time. They have already decided to invest. And now they are mainly investigating the environment of Longxing. Who is this? After the two shook hands, Wang Xing looked at Shen Kuo. Shen Kuo and Tan Mingzhang stood side by side. And they seemed to have high status. Mayor Shen Kuo, in charge of the construction of Longxing City. Tan Mingzhang introduced them to everyone. Mayor Shen? So young? Everyone knows that the mayor of Longxing City is Shen Kuo. But there is no photo of him on the internet. They guess that he should be over 40. But he looks at most 24, a little too young. Hello everyone. Shen Kuo didn't care about everyone's reaction and greeted them very politely. Mayor Shen is young and promising. Looking forward to future cooperation. Although everyone was surprised, they didn't show it on their faces. After everyone exchanged greetings, Shen Kuo smiled and greeted, "We have prepared food in Longxing Courtyard. You can take a rest first and go to inspect in the afternoon." Haha. Thank you for troubling Mayor Shen. Everyone laughed. At 12 o'clock noon, the members of the exchange group came to Longxing Canteen. The tables, chairs and benches here have been arranged according to the hospitality standards. After everyone sat down, the dishes began to be served. After everyone took a few bites, they found that a green dish was particularly eye-catching. "What is this dish?" Wang Xing asked, picking up a piece with chopsticks. "This is fried golden grass. Longxing's specialty. You should try it." Tan Mingzhang introduced expectantly. Wang Xing took a bite. Delicious. This dish tastes a bit like fried spinach, but without any earthy smell, and is more refreshing and crispy than spinach. He ate 2 chopsticks in a row. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he would have wanted to bring this dish to himself. Seeing that Wang Xing didn't seem to be complimenting, the others picked up their chopsticks curiously and started eating. Delicious. Is this a new type of grass developed in May? I've read the introduction. This is an edible grass. The more they eat, the more addicted they become. Animal feed, pre-prepared dishes, dehydrated vegetables. Some smart managers have already thought about the economic value of these grasses. These can not only be fried, but also made into some golden grass noodles. Golden grass buns. After everyone had almost finished eating, Tan Mingzhang asked his assistant to serve everyone a bowl of golden grass noodles. Golden flower grass noodles look like spinach noodles, with some golden flower grass vegetable powder added to them, and they are green on the outside. This time, Tan Mingzhang didn't need to speak, and everyone started eating directly. Delicious. It feels like the taste of golden flower grass and flour is neutralized. Can it improve the original taste of food? After the global disaster, Longgu developed improved seeds. But the plants grown from the improved seeds are sour and hard, and everyone can only call them food, without any deliciousness at all. Now that these flowers are mixed with golden flower grass, the taste is light, and the taste has soared directly. These noodles are only added with golden grass powder? The head of Nong Manjia asked excitedly. Nong Manjia is a food brand in Longgu, with various production lines such as instant noodles, biscuits, hot and sour noodles, snail noodles, mineral water, etc., and is the top 3 in Longgu's food industry. It's just that after the disaster, because the taste of food has changed and the country has banned the use of excessive chemical additives, some of their food is not selling well, and the turnover has been declining in recent years. Yes, this way of eating was first developed by a cook, and now it has become the favorite staple food of soldiers. Great. Nong Manjia invested this time only in response to national policies. They were prepared to lose money during the internal meeting. They didn't expect that Longxing grass is not only a high-quality vegetable, but also an excellent food additive. This additive is safe and has no side effects. It can be added to instant noodles, hot and sour noodles, and various dried vermicelli products. More importantly, he remembered the scene he saw on the plane just now. From the plane, the hillside on Longxing grassland was full of golden flower grass, which is a natural food raw material factory. Hey, is this clover? At this time, a person in charge found a field of clover outside. These are the most common clover in Longgu. There is also a field of morning glory behind the clover. Yes. Tan Mingzhang went out to take a look. Can clover grow here? The person in charge was a little surprised. He is a resident of Laobei. In the past few years after the disaster, it is difficult to grow plants in Laobei. Golden flower grass can only be grown with new seeds. This is a real no man's land. Yes. Not only clover, but also roses, peonies, plum trees, pine trees, willows, and any plants that can grow in Longbei can grow. No need for greenhouse cultivation. No need. Tan Mingzhang said very confidently. As for why it is not needed, the heart of the intermediate camp has begun to play a role. Chapter 53. Are these sunflowers? They are blooming. Why are they blooming in this season? The exchange group thought Tan Mingzhang was just saying it casually. But half an hour later, when they came to Longqing Industrial Park and saw the sunflowers in large areas, they were completely stunned. Sunflowers are a plant of the Asteraceae family, cold-resistant and drought-resistant. Generally, the height of a mature sunflower is between 60 centimeters and 1.5 meters. At this time, the sunflowers in front of them had just broken through the soil and were only about 20 centimeters. But some of them had already grown thin stamens, which were very dazzling and beautiful in the sun. Are these planted by the municipal government? Wang Xing asked curiously. They grew by themselves. Tan Mingzhang laughed. Now not only the sunflower, but also many unknown stamens of Longqing have begun to break through the ground. The seeds of these stamens have been buried in the ground, and now they are rejuvenated. How can these sprout again? Wang Xing is from Shenzhen. Now Shenzhen cannot be said to be barren, but many plants have begun to mutate due to nuclear pollution. The leaves that grow are all gray, and even if there are flowers, they are as ugly as withered, far less lush and flourishing than the ones in front of him. These use the experimental fertilizers of the Agricultural Institute. Now these fertilizers are still in the research stage and cannot be promoted nationwide. The Agricultural Institute is also constantly improving them. Tan Mingzhang attributed the reason to Longgu Agricultural Institute. After everyone discussed for a while, Xingque introduced the industrial park in front of everyone. This is the industrial park planned by Longqing, covering a total area of 100 square kilometers. There are Longbei Expressway and G29 Expressway in the east, and Longai Expressway in the south. In front of here is the Industrial Park Railway Station and Longqing Airport. This railway station goes straight to the cargo transportation. It takes at most half an hour from here to the airport. The current industrial park only has land, but no factory buildings. Once the planning is completed, it can start construction at any time. Mayor Shen, how do we solve the water and electricity problems here? With so many factories starting construction at the same time, can we guarantee the water and electricity supply? The people present are all top-level industries in Longgu. They wanted to support the national policy to show their attitude before, but now they are more and more interested. A complete circulating water system has been built here. There is no need to worry about water. As for electricity, Xingque pointed to the big windmill in the distance. We are now using windmills. Is it enough? Of course. Everyone present knew about the windmill. It was a new energy plan of the country before. However, the windmill was affected by the weather and terrain. If there were no resources such as coal, they were a little unsure. Enough, Xingque answered decisively. Half an hour later, everyone came to the nearest power station. This is a new energy windmill studied by the Institute of Physics. The wind energy generated is 10 times that of ordinary windmills. The core of these windmills is the energy machine, which can directly convert wind energy into various energies such as electricity and heat. After Xingque finished speaking, he found a small electric fan. He plugged the electric fan into the low-power plug-in board of the energy machine. 3 seconds later, the windmill started to run, and the electric fan followed suit. He disconnected the switch between the windmill and the energy machine, and the electric fan continued to run. These energy machines have very strong power storage functions. A small energy machine can store more than 20,000 degrees of electricity, Xingque said. These can be connected to any device such as electric fans, air conditioners, electric blankets, etc. Everyone was shocked. Yes, just change the voltage of the energy machine, and it will work. How safe is it? Theoretically, there will be no power outage or leakage. Everyone, 70% of the exchange group, are bigwigs in Longgu's technology circle. If the windmill can draw electricity, it will. It is a high-energy power bank and does not require any coal or oil, as long as there is wind. What is wind? Wind, like air, exists in nature at any time and anywhere. Can these windmills be mass-produced? We can have some technical cooperation. The crowd was like a cat smelling fish, and directly threw out an olive branch. If this technology is popularized, It can completely solve 70% of the domestic energy problems. This is the future development direction of science and technology in the country. This technology is still being improved, and it is not possible to cooperate with enterprises for the time being. Shinqua was prepared. Not at all? Cooperation is also okay. Everyone was a little unwilling to give up. This technology is the responsibility of the Institute of Physics, and it needs to be arranged by the Institute of Physics. Shinqua, like Tan Mingzheng, blamed the Institute of Physics for the problem. Who is in charge of the Institute of Physics? It seems to be Academician Qinqing. Everyone looked at each other and planned to go to Qinqing to build a relationship in the evening. In the following week, everyone inspected the Longxing city area. Now that Longxing has been established as a city, more than 100,000 people have come to Longxing city, 80% of whom are practitioners in the decoration industry. Everyone originally came here with a try-it attitude to pan for gold. Unexpectedly, there is a shortage of Longxing workers. As long as they put up a sign, they will have business. This month's income has exceeded the previous year. In addition to the decoration industry, catering, accommodation, and home design industries are also in great demand. Now there is a wave of Longxing on the internet. And this wave is still rising. Thinking back to when we just started our business, how motivated we were. Wang Xing is 57 years old. He thinks of the big infrastructure period of Longdu. Yes, an investor who once invested in real estate side. The Dragon Star is now full of gold, but the infrastructure is not very good. He saw many people living in bridge holes and sleeping in tents with quilts. Such an environment is a bit difficult for the current living standard. But no one complained, and everyone's eyes were full of burning passion. He hasn't seen such passion for a long time. If he had to use a word to describe it, it would be that the residents after the disaster seemed to have become zombies. Everyone had no goals or dreams. Every day they thought about whether they had a job and how long their savings could last. Everyone lives in a numb state, and the whole society is somewhat lifeless. Now, everyone has a state beyond the lifeless state in their eyes, which is a dream of seeing life. A spiritual energy radiating from the inside out. On November 12th, Shinqua signed an investment promotion contract on behalf of the Longxing government and 57 companies including Longxing Technology and Jifeng Automobile. The contract stated that Longxing will give these companies the greatest land and tax benefits, and each company will come to Longxing to invest and set up factories starting next month. The Longxing Commerce Bureau has calculated that if these factories are well established, they will bring more than 300,000 jobs to Longxing, which will radiate to various industries such as catering, accommodation, and real estate, and the impact will be immeasurable. Mayor Shen, I wish us a happy cooperation. After signing the contract, Wang Xing shook hands with Shinqua on behalf of the exchange group. He has learned that Shinqua is 24 years old this year and serves as the mayor of Longxing City for some confidential reasons. When he first met him, he thought he would be young and energetic. But after such a long time of contact, he found that he had a lot of insights in some urban planning and a more stable personality than ever before. At least as a mayor, he is very competent. Happy cooperation. Shinqua smiled and shook hands. Now Longxing has prepared everything that needs to be prepared. The rest is to wait for it to operate freely, and then adjust the policies and strategies continuously. Mom, I'm in Longxing now. I won't live here. I put my things away. On November 13th, when Wang Xing and others were returning by plane, Xiaolu got off at Longxing bus station with a backpack on her back. On October 1st, when Longxing civil servant recruitment was open for registration, she applied for the Longxing Education Bureau according to her own conditions. Last Sunday, she received a text message. Her registration was approved and she needed to take the written test organized by the Longxing Education Bureau on November 16th. Test location, Tomping No. 3 Middle School. Mom, I registered successfully. Jiaolu jumped up excitedly after receiving the text message. Train tickets from other provinces to Longxing are not easy to sell now. But Longxing civil servant candidates have a special ticket purchase channel. After doing a lot of strategy online, she directly booked a ticket from Dalian to Tomping. In this way, she arrived in Tomping this morning, and then opened a hotel near Tomping No. 3 Middle School. Because she was too excited, she asked the hotel staff and bought a ticket from Tomping to Longxing, and then went to Longxing bus station. I saw on the internet that there are a lot of people there, and many hotels have not been renovated yet. You can just walk around and go back early in the evening. At this time in Dalian City, Zhang Guixia said with some worry. I know. How old am I? Zhao Lu said a few words helplessly, and then hung up the phone. Now the Longqing trend has risen across the country. Not only the Longqing railway station, but also the bus station and highway intersections are crowded with people. Zhao Lu hugged her backpack tightly and squeezed for nearly 10 minutes before squeezing out of the bus station. At this time, the bus station was covered with storefront decorations, and the decoration vehicles were one after another. She took a breath at the door and found that there were many people sitting in the station square, recruiting laborers, bricklayers and cement workers, providing catering and accommodation, daily wages. Longsheng Decoration is recruiting carpenters, 500 for skilled workers and 350 for small workers. There are a lot of jobs, and they can be paid daily. Dingli Decoration. These people were wearing down jackets and holding flyers, and there were dozens of people looking for jobs in front of each of them. No gatherings at the entrance of the bus station. It's easy to find a job at Longqing. Please check the other party's qualifications before cooperating with them. All those who charge for jobs are scammers. A station staff member kept ringing a loudspeaker, and there was also the sound of zombie boxes passing by. We are a formal company in Su Province. We came to Longqing to find business this time. We are not scammers. Seeing the staff walking around, the Dingli propaganda officer couldn't help but explain. Are you a formal company? Formal. This is our company's flyer, with the address on it. We don't charge for finding a job. The publicity staff handed over a flyer. Formal ones are not allowed either. You can't gather in front of the bus station. Otherwise it will affect the passage of passengers. Okay. Okay. After much persuasion, the group of people who gathered could only go to the opposite side of the train station to recruit workers, recruiting transporters and delivery men. Daily wages. Phone company recruits A-level drivers and office clerks. Just as the publicity staff of the decoration company left, the driver and delivery staff came again with a sign. No crowds are allowed at the entrance of the bus station. The staff continued to shout as if it was normal. Zhao Lu stood at the entrance of the station for half an hour, watching the same scene 3 times. She learned from the staff that now, in addition to the railway station and bus station, Longqing Stadium and the cultural center are holding talent recruitment fairs, with jobs ranging from bricklayers to journalists, senior programmers, and all walks of life. Moreover, they are not selling dog meat under the guise of sheep, but are really hiring. There are more than 100,000 vacancies, and the salary is very generous. Zhao Lu looked at the scene in front of her and was in a trance for a moment. She remembered the year she was unemployed. This is a paradise for job seekers. Chapter 54. Have you arrived at Tomping? At 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Lu received a call from Zhang Guixia as soon as she arrived at the hotel. I'm here. Just entered the hotel. Zhao Lu answered the phone while opening the door. Don't run around when you get to the hotel. Lock the door at night. And don't open the door if someone knocks in the middle of the night. Zhang Guixia worriedly warned. I'm old enough. I know. Zhao Lu had no choice but to change the subject. We will take the written test on the 16th. And the results will be released on the 25th. I will consider whether to go back after I get the results. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to catch the train back and forth. Will you stay in the hotel during this period? Yes. How about I talk to your dad and buy a ticket to go? Zhang Guixia was still worried. Don't do that. Zhao Lu hurriedly stopped her and said after a lot of persuasion, I have been walking all day today and want to rest early. Then you rest first. And stay in the hotel when you have nothing to do in the next 2 days. I know. Zhao Lu hung up the phone and lay on the bed very excitedly. She felt like she had drunk 3 cups of espresso and was not sleepy at all. This afternoon, after leaving the train station, she did not go to the city center, but took a bus to Longqing Stadium under the introduction of the staff. Longqing Stadium covers an area of 20,000 square meters. When she arrived, the stadium had only been whitewashed and had not been formally renovated. But the road surface and walls inside were clean and tidy, and it was obvious that they had been carefully cleaned. Hello. What kind of job are you looking for? Are you a local from Maobei? Can you work in Longqing for a long time? Do you have an intermediate accounting certificate? Do you know how to use Excel? Zhao Lu didn't want to find a job. But as soon as she entered, many recruiters came up to ask her and stuffed her with flyers. I'm not looking for a job. I'm here to take the civil service exam. Zhao Lu explained quickly. You can apply for a job while taking the exam. And you can also give yourself a guarantee, the recruiter said without surprise. Can you submit your resume while taking the exam? Xiao Lu's heart moved. Yes. More than 70% of the applicants these days are here to take the civil service exam. You can submit your resume first. We will start interviews next month. Even if you are not in Longxing, you can interview online first. What positions are you recruiting for? Xiao Lu asked. EHS engineer, safety assessor, production safety officer. The recruiter listed 7 positions in a row. And Xiao Lu noticed that this was a car company that mainly recruited production staff. I don't think I'm suitable. Xiao Lu's major is Chinese language, which has nothing to do with vehicle technology. Wait a minute. The recruiter said to the colleague next to him. You can fill out a resume first. And we will call you when there is a secretary position later. Okay. Xiao Lu filled out her resume directly. She spent the next 2 hours in the gymnasium. According to a rough estimate, there were at least 300 recruiting companies, including many large companies like Longxing and Jifeng. Compared with the recruiting companies, the number of applicants was not as hot as expected. Longxing is just starting out now, and many applicants haven't come yet. It's not worth it for everyone to come so far to submit a resume. We will organize online recruitment during this period, and we will also organize special recruitment for Longxing in places like Jing and Luhai. There will be more people after a month. A recruiter answered Xiao Lu's question after hearing it. After you are interviewed, will you wait until the factory is built before starting work? No. We will arrange for you to study in branches across the country first, and then come here after Longxing company is built. How long will it take? About half a year to a year. When Xiao Lu left Longxing Stadium, she submitted a total of 20 resumes, including those from large and small companies. 2 of them said that they would allow her to work directly after she finished the civil service examination. She didn't know if she could pass the exam, but she was obviously more confident than before. On November 16th, Longxing Education Bureau officially recruited 67 staff members, and 6,900 people took the exam. Xiao Lu took the electronic admission ticket into the examination room. She had taken the civil service exam twice, but she was still very nervous during this exam. The next day, after the exam, Xiao Lu did not go home, but played in Tongha City and Chengning City for 2 days. This place used to be an uninhabited area, and the lowest house price was 900 yuan per square meter. This time, she deliberately went to the real estate agency and found that the house price had risen from 900 yuan to 3,000 yuan. And some central areas even exceeded 10,000 yuan. Now many residents of the resettlement area have begun to move back, and some roadside stores and shopping malls have been opened. Like Longxing, there are decoration teams everywhere. These decoration teams are mainly responsible for repairing some buildings, except for some serious damage to the road surface. She can't tell that this place has been idle for 5 years. After Longxing was built, everything around seemed to have pressed the start button. On November 25th, the recruitment results of the Longxing Education Bureau came out, and Xiao Lu passed the written test. You will have an interview the day after tomorrow. Don't be nervous when you see the examiner. Answer whatever the other party asks, just as you learned before. Zhang Guixia gave instructions immediately after receiving the call. I know. Why are you more nervous than me? Xiao Lu smiled. She passed the written test, but failed the interview twice before. Alas, I'm not worried about you. Zhang Guixia pretended to be angry, but judging from Xiao Lu's tone, her mentality was more stable than before. On November 28th, Xiao Lu participated in the interview of the Education Bureau. A large-scale zombie attack occurred in a school. You are the person in charge of this incident. How should you deal with it? The interviewer asked. First, evacuate the students in an orderly manner to ensure their safety. In the process, contact the fire department, the Public Security Bureau, and other departments to try to control the zombies within a controllable range. If someone reports that the teacher beats and scolds students in class and accepts bribes, what should you do? First, confirm whether the situation is true and whether the teacher beats and scolds students. In the next half an hour, Xiao Lu answered the questions one by one. Our interview results will be announced in a week. You can always follow the official website of Longxing Education Bureau. Thank you. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiao Lu still felt the scorching sun after walking out of Tongha No. 3 Middle School. Now that the civil service exam is over, she also feels like she has unloaded a heavy burden. Xiao Lu thought about it, got on bus number 802, and went to Longqing City again. She was not going to the job fair this time, but just wanted to take a tour of Longqing City. While walking and stopping, she came to the center of Longqing City. The Longqing building is still under renovation. Spider-Man and renovation vehicles can be seen everywhere outside. The renovation project here is large, and many roads are surrounded by green cloth and no entry signs. She walked around the building and came to the path behind the building. Move the chandelier to the left. Try to move it to the middle. Behind the building is a commercial street. At this time, the first shop is being renovated in full swing. There is a cold noodle stall in front of the shop, and many workers are sitting in front of the stall eating cold noodles. Xiao Lu stood by and watched for a while. Girl, do you want to buy cold noodles? Wang Min had just finished directing the chandelier and saw Xiao Lu at the door as soon as she went out. How much is the cold noodles? Xiao Lu asked. Cold ones are 5 yuan. Fried ones are 6 yuan. White or yellow? We have both white and yellow ones. Fried cold noodles with yellow ones are more delicious. Get the yellow fried cold noodles. Okay. Wang Min lit the gas fried rice very skillfully. Xiao Lu sat on the small stool next to her and looked at the store behind. Boss, is this your business? Yes. I bought it some time ago. I plan to open a braised meat shop after the renovation. Did you buy it? I heard that when Longqing was launched, the houses were snapped up. I bought it on the second day. At that time, there were not many people in the marketing center. We bought it early. When we waited 2 days, all the shops on this street were sold out. When Wang Min talked about this, she felt that she was wise and powerful. A month ago, after Longqing announced the sale of 200,000 houses, she wanted to buy a house in Longqing. What do you want to buy a house in Longqing for? We are doing well now. At that time, she and Du Jianmin were running a Bamian restaurant in the convenience market. They were the first batch of catering businesses in Tonghe. They made a lot of money in less than a month. Du Jianmin was very satisfied with the current situation. Tonghe was developed by Longqing. We have a high flow of people here, and Longqing will definitely be higher in the future. Wang Min felt that Longqing would be prosperous, and not just ordinary prosperity. Is it too risky? Du Jianmin hesitated. What is risky or not? I asked you to buy a house, not to throw it into the river. After much persuasion, the two of them took their bank cards and came to Longqing Marketing Center the next morning. When they arrived, it was only 17 hours since Longqing's announcement, and the marketing center had just received customers. They quickly and accurately selected the shops, signed contracts, and paid down payments. They booked the shops at 9 o'clock in the morning, and when they signed the contracts in the afternoon, the marketing center was no longer lined up, and half of their street was sold directly. I heard that the house prices here are more than 20,000. You bought at a great time. Xiao Lu felt like she was listening to a legend. When we bought it, it was 19,000 yuan per square meter, and now it has risen to 27,000 yuan. Now the housing prices in Longqing have been rising one after another. The city stipulates that the real estate sale/transfer contract can only be signed after 5 years of ownership. Some speculators sell their houses through notarization. The second-hand housing market in Longqing is not hot. The reason is, speculators are not stupid. They bought Longqing houses at the right time because they thought that Longqing houses would rise in price. They would definitely not sell them just 1 month after buying them. Most of them rent them out for a long time, and only those who are in urgent need of money will sell them privately. Amazing! You can work less for several years by reselling it. Xiao Lu was really envious. Haha. It's only profitable if we can sell it. We use it ourselves and don't plan to sell it. Wang Min said so, but she still couldn't close her mouth. At this time, the cold noodles were fried, and Wang Min served it and asked, "Are you here to find a job?" "No. I came to take the civil service exam." "How did you do?" "I just finished the interview. I don't know how it went yet." "Relax. Now that the exam is over, just have fun for a few days." Wang Min has 2 daughters, and knows that she can't have too much pressure right after the exam. "I know." Xiao Lu smiled. At 3:20, she took a walk along the streets after eating cold noodles. She had a lot of pressure before, but now there is a blank market and talent market in Longqing. She looked at the tall buildings in front of her and thought, even if she didn't pass the exam, she wouldn't starve to death. Right? Just when she was feeling uneasy. On December 5th, Xiao Lu received a text message notification. Congratulations on being officially hired by the Longqing Education Bureau. Please report to the Longqing Education Bureau with your ID card, resident household registration booklet, and other relevant documents from December 10th to 12th. Address, XXXX. Mom. I passed the exam. As soon as she received the text message, Zhao Lu immediately called Zhang Guixia. Although she wanted to calm down, she had taken this exam for 2 years, and every time she took it was a kind of psychological pressure and torture for her. Just when she thought she would never pass the exam again, she didn't expect to pass. At this time, she looked at the notification text message from the Education Bureau, and she had only one thought in her heart: I must work hard and cherish this job. Chapter 55. Manager. I can just take a taxi there tomorrow. No need to come to pick me up. On February 7th, on the D1926 train from Yun Province to Longqing, Li Feng replied nervously while holding his phone. Li Feng is 47 years old this year. He used to work at a construction site in Zhongzhou. In addition to him, there are his mother and a daughter at home. A year ago, his mother had a sudden heart attack and was hospitalized. He bought a ticket to go back to his hometown overnight. Who knew that misfortunes never come alone? There were zombie patients on the train he was on, and everyone was taken to the isolation area for isolation halfway through the journey. That period was the most anxious and depressed time for him. Fortunately, his mother was sent to the hospital in time for rescue. He stayed at home for a year. His mother's condition gradually improved during this year, and his daughter successfully entered the 3rd grade. However, he was the only labor force in the family, and it was definitely not okay to just sit there and eat up all the money. Team leader. Are we short of people on the construction site now? He hesitated and sent a text message to the team leader. When he left, he only asked for a week's leave. And then a week turned into a month. And a month turned into a year. Now it is difficult to find a job. And he doesn't know if he can go back to work. Our construction site is full, and we are not hiring for the time being. 2 hours later, the team leader called directly. It's good that it's full. It's good that it's full. Li Feng was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. He was about to end the topic, and the team leader asked, We have opened a construction site at Longqing, and we are short of people now. Are you going? When are you going? Li Feng asked immediately. He had read the news and knew that Longqing's construction was booming. The construction will start at the end of the month. We are building a factory for Nong Man's family. The construction period there is tight, and it is required to be completed before June. The salary is 550 yuan a day. The salary at the Zhongzhou construction site is 420 yuan per day. Although Longqing's construction period is tight, it has increased by 100 yuan. After listening to this, Li Feng immediately expressed his attitude, Go. I can go anytime. Okay. Send me your ID card, and I'll ask the finance department to buy you a ticket. After Li Feng sent the ID card, he was a little excited. He thought about it, and contacted his former coworker Luo Xiaohai. Many people have gone to our construction site. Team leader, who has been promoted and is now a project manager. Luo Xiaohai talked about the gossip on the construction site. Shouldn't a project manager have a qualification certificate? Li Feng was stunned. Team leader, who has it? He has both the first-class construction engineer certificate and the fire engineer certificate. The economy was not good in the past few years, and these certificates were saturated. Before, the first-class construction engineer certificate could be registered for about 80,000 yuan per year. Later, the economy declined, and the first-class construction engineer certificate could only be registered for 20,000 yuan. Many construction companies no longer accept certificates. Many people have taken the certificate exam, but it is the same as not taking it. Is that so? Li Feng hung up the phone after listening to some gossip. In the next week, he kept waiting for the other party to reply. But the train ticket from Yun Province to Longqing was too difficult to buy, and the plane ticket was even harder to get. After waiting for half a month, he finally bought a ticket for February 7th and boarded the train. At this time, Li Feng was talking to the manager about the arrival arrangement for tomorrow. He thought of sharing a car, but the manager said, This is a new construction site. The place is too remote. Many taxis and private cars can't come. I'm free tomorrow night. Call me when you arrive. No. I can find it myself. Li Feng didn't want to trouble others. What's the use? I'll pick you up tomorrow. It's settled. The manager's name was Hu Peng, and he hung up the phone right after he finished speaking. Li Feng held the phone, feeling a little embarrassed. Melon seeds. Cola, mineral water, yogurt bars, natural flavor, delicious and inexpensive. At this time, a flight attendant came over with a trolley. Under the trolley was a large zombie box. This box had been modified so that music would only be played when zombies and patients about to become ill appeared. It was usually just a decoration. Li Feng stared at the zombie box in a daze. What's wrong? Opposite Li Feng was a middle-aged man who asked curiously after seeing his expression. Nothing. I just remembered the zombie news. Li Feng remembered the K39210 train. At that time, the country had just relaxed control. It was the first time for everyone to encounter zombies on the train. They were scared, worried, panicked. The passengers had all kinds of emotions. After this incident, many netizens posted online that they would never take the train again. Unexpectedly, a year later, everyone not only took the train, but also took it so calmly. The zombie rate in the country is still rising. There is no way. Everyone has to go out to work. Fortunately, the S1 vaccine is more effective. As long as you pay more attention and don't get bit by zombies, there will be no problem. When he said this, the middle-aged man felt sincerely proud. Now 95% of the countries in the world have been vaccinated with S1 vaccine. After the cooperation between S1 vaccine and zombie box, Longu's international status has skyrocketed. As a resident of Longu, he has a sense of pride of leaning on a big tree. The two chatted for a while, and the man asked curiously, "Are you going to work in Longqing?" "Yes, working on the construction site. I also go to Longqing to work, but I haven't found a job yet. I have an A license and want to find a job in a logistics park." Li Feng learned from the other party that the man was 45 years old and used to work in the logistics park as a transporter. Later, after the logistics park closed down, he worked as a courier and a porter. However, these jobs were very competitive and could not last long. This time, he heard that Longqing's economy was improving. So he came here with his driver's license and ID card to try his luck. "I hope to find a job with a salary of more than 7,000 yuan. It's too high. 5,000 yuan is fine." The man talked about his future dreams and asked curiously, "Where are you from?" "Yunli City, Yun Province." "Yunli. How far is it from Longqing?" 3,900 kilometers. "Great." The man gave a thumbs up. He boarded the train in Jiangnan Province and thought he was far enough away. But he didn't expect the other party to be farther away than him. This train runs through the entire Longu. Now more than 80% of the people on the train are going to Longqing City. They come from Yunli Province as far away, Shandong Province as close as near, and they all come from all corners of the country. The long-distance train ride is very uncomfortable, but no one complains. Instead, they are full of expectations for the unknown. At 10 o'clock in the evening on February 8th, Li Feng followed the crowd to get off the train. Here, as soon as he got out of the train station, he saw the manager standing at the exit waiting for him. "Manager who? Thank you for your trip." Li Feng felt a little embarrassed. He originally planned to get off the train and take a taxi, but the other party called half an hour ago and said he had already arrived at the station. So he could only remember the other party's kindness silently. "I'm fine too. Do you have a lot of stuff? I'll help you carry it," Hu Peng said as he prepared to weigh the luggage. "No, I can do it myself." Li Feng brought a backpack and a woven bag this time. The backpack contained valuables such as a mobile phone and ID card. The woven bag contained some cotton-padded jackets and cotton shoes. He originally planned to change into the cotton-padded jackets after arriving in Longbei, but it was not cold at all along the way. The weather was completely acceptable. "It's warmer here than I thought," Li Feng said casually as he walked. "It's warmer this year. I heard from the locals that the temperature here used to be below -50 degrees Celsius. But this year the lowest temperature is only -30 degrees Celsius. It seems to be related to the pasture this year." Hu Peng took a deep breath as he spoke. Not only did he feel that it was not cold here, but the air was also fresher than in other provinces. "The air here is good." Li Feng took a deep breath. He also felt that the air here was very good. At 10:10, Longqing Railway Station was still bustling. The two squeezed in the parking lot for 10 minutes before they squeezed out of the station. Now it has been 3 months since Longqing sold the house. Many places have been renovated. The main road of Longqing has been cleaned, and many trees and flowers have been transplanted on both sides of the road. The cool breeze blows. And the whole city has been cleaned up to the point where you can see its prototype. It takes half of the city to get from Longqing railway station to the industrial park. Hu Peng skillfully turned and changed lanes. Li Feng sat in the passenger seat and rolled down the window to look out. He looked for a while and was a little curious. Why are there so many lanterns here? He saw a lot of lanterns after he left the railway station. These lanterns were hung on the big trees on both sides of the road. And there were some colorful electronic lights next to them. They looked very festive. It's almost the Spring Festival, Hu Peng said directly. Spring Festival? Li Feng was stunned. Of course he knew about the Chinese New Year. The Spring Festival is the most festive festival in Longgu. But the world first experienced nuclear pollution leakage. And then, there was a 3-year food crisis. It was not easy for residents to survive. Let alone the Chinese New Year. Now, let alone the Spring Festival. Even Christmas and Halloween in foreign countries are rarely heard of. In recent years, apart from the Spring Festival Gala, people can't feel any Spring Festival atmosphere. Today is the 27th day of the 12th lunar month. And there are still 3 days before the Chinese New Year. Our construction site has discussed with other construction sites, and is preparing to organize a construction site gala together. Many workers have prepared programs. You came late. So just applaud from below. I heard that they invited some celebrities this time. It was all paid by the big factories. Many companies built factories in Longqing this time. Hu Peng talked about the next arrangements. Li Feng was confused and asked, "Are we still working?" "We will start work tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. We will rest from the 29th to the 5th of the new year. We bought dumpling skins and fillings on the construction site. You can make dumplings if you have nothing to do on the 29th or 30th. The party will start at 7 p.m. on the 29th. It will not affect everyone's watching of the Spring Festival Gala after it is over." "And making dumplings?" Li Feng is from the south. Let alone making dumplings. He has only eaten dumplings a few times throughout the year. The dumpling skins and dumpling fillings here are improved. Just like the grass you saw on the way here. These grasses can be used as seasonings, mixed with flour. And the dumplings made are very delicious. Hu Peng recalled the taste of golden flower grass as he spoke. He came here on the 10th of last month. When he came here, some restaurants had already opened one after another. The food sold in the restaurant is very local. Golden flower ramen. Golden flower dumplings. Golden flower stir-fried vegetables. 7 out of the 10 dishes here are related to golden flower. He didn't understand the local characteristics at the time and asked, "Are these honeysuckle flowers?" Honeysuckle flowers can reduce internal heat. But Longbai doesn't look like a city with a lot of internal heat. It's golden flower grass. A local characteristic of ours. A shop owner who was buying a shop directly and proudly called himself a local. Golden flower grass? Hu Peng drove here following the construction site. When he came here, he saw large tracts of grass. These grasses were as inconspicuous as the decorations on the prairie. So when he knew that these grasses could be used for cooking, he was skeptical. Golden flower grass is very delicious. Why don't you try a bowl of ramen first? The shop owner enthusiastically promoted it. Okay. Hu Peng agreed immediately. He was ready to eat dark cuisine. But the noodles cooked with golden flower grass were chewy and tasted good. He usually only eats rice and not noodles. But he ate 2 big bowls that day. You have to try it when you come here. It's very delicious. Hu Peng was savoring it more and more as he spoke. I'll try it tomorrow. Li Feng didn't feel anything at first. But now he felt a little hungry after listening to it. Half an hour later, the car drove to Longqing Industrial Park. This is a large industrial park that can accommodate 500 factories. Now the large factories have divided the area and started infrastructure construction. They are connected with Non-Manjia Company, which is a top-level food company in Longgu. They are responsible for one of the factory projects. Now the foundation of the factory has been laid. After Li Feng got off the car, he saw a row of color steel offices. There is a lantern hanging at the door of the office. And a couplet is posted on it. Spring rain moistens everything. And red plum blossoms embroider the mountains and rivers. Horizontal banner, safety first. New couplets are posted on the door of every office here. The day after tomorrow is the Spring Festival Gala on the construction site. Now the moon is high in the sky. But there are still many workers practicing their voices and dancing outside. And a few are rehearsing skits and crosstalk. Everyone is a makeshift team. But everyone has shown unprecedented enthusiasm. Li Feng looked at the scene in front of him and thought of last year's Spring Festival. Last year's Spring Festival. Everyone was immersed in the panic of zombies. There are still zombies now. But the mental outlook is indeed different. Li Feng looked at everything in front of him and wanted to make a New Year's wish in advance. I hope this virus will end soon, and the world will return to the previous situation. It doesn't need to be too good. At least there will be no nuclear pollution and zombie viruses. And everyone can have a good Spring Festival every year. Chapter 56. Academician Chung and his friends called just now, and said they will come over to celebrate the new year together in the evening. Tell Xiaohu and his friends to make more dumplings. At 3 p.m. on New Year's Eve. After finishing his work, Tan Mingzhang said to Xinque, who was not far away. Do they have time to come? Xinque was sorting out the financial reports for this period and looked up and asked. Since the base updated the seed laboratory and windmill energy plant, everyone has been staying in their own laboratories and usually avoids moving around. Even if you don't have time, you have to squeeze out some time. Tan Mingzhang glared. He got angry when he talked about this. He wanted to hold an annual summary a few days ago. But after these people knew the content, they all sent assistants to the meeting. When they asked, they said they didn't have time in the laboratory, which made him so angry that his teeth ached. Okay, I'll go over and take a look. Xinque smiled and put on a down jacket and went out. Longxing had just had a heavy snowfall the day before yesterday. The snow was very white, and it squeaked when you stepped on it. On the way to the cafeteria, he saw many soldiers making snowmen on the playground. There has been snowfall all over the country in recent years. But every time it snows, it's like a disaster, with all kinds of heavy metals in the snow. It's been a long time since everyone has seen such mild and white snow. Xinque had been staying in the office for a while. Now he suddenly went out and felt much more relaxed. He stepped on the snow and soon arrived at the cafeteria. Coach Shen Xiaohu was making dumplings with the soldiers. When he saw Xinque, he immediately greeted him. Dean Chung and his men will be here soon. Commander Tan asked everyone to make more dumplings. Xinque conveyed. Assistant Lin has already told us that we are making more dumplings. There will definitely be enough for us to eat. Has he told us? Xinque was a little surprised. But then he thought that Tan Mingzhang had been saying that the weather was good this morning and asked him to go out more. He stayed in the office too lazy to move. It seemed that the other party saw that he stayed at home for a long time and forced him to go out and socialize. After Xinque figured it out, he didn't go back immediately, but looked at the big chopping board in front of him. What are these stuffings? Golden flour grass meat, green onion meat, leek eggs, leek meat, all kinds. Xiaohu listed 7 stuffings in a row, except for golden flour grass meat. All of them are Longbei's special stuffings. Let me try. Seeing the other party wrapping the stuffing skillfully, Xinque felt a little itchy. Okay. Xiaohu moved 2 steps to the side and made room for him. Xinque went to the sink to wash his hands, then put on an apron and started making dumplings. He thought making dumplings was just wrapping the filling with dough. But after making 5 dumplings in a row, either the shape was not good or the filling was exposed. When the 6th one was still not working, Xinque gave up. Not very good. First time making dumplings? Xiaohu and the other soldiers laughed. First time. Interstellar technology is advanced. And there are special Nani robots in school and at home. He rarely cooks except for making some nutrition supplements. Xinque didn't want to make things worse, so he tactfully handed some dry flour and arranged the dumpling plates. 2 hours passed in a flash. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Chung Yuqing and Chen Qing and their group arrived. Chen Qing went to the office first, and then came to the cafeteria. Are you making dumplings? Making them? Xinque greeted. How many are left? 2 layers of noodles. I'll help, Chen Qing said as he rolled up his sleeves and washed his hands. These are not easy to make. Xinque was about to remind him when he saw him put on his sleeves and apron and started to wrap dumplings very skillfully. He wrapped dumplings very quickly and very roundly. He could make not only normal dumplings, but also various flour dumplings and fish dumplings. Academician Chen, you can make dumplings? Xinque was very surprised. What can't I make? I'm from Shandong province, and I've been making dumplings since I was a child. I can make not only dumplings, but also various steamed buns and flour rolls. Chen Qing continued to show off his skills while making a flour dumpling. Great! Xinque gave a thumbs up. At 7 o'clock in the evening, everyone carried the raw dumplings to the canteen hall. This is the old base in the suburbs of Chongqing. since the Longqing municipal government was built. Zheng Tao, Chu Ping and others have moved to the municipal government. Shen Kuo and Tan Mingzhang are running between the two, but most of them stay in the old base. Now there are 170 people in the old base and the gate guards. Today is the New Year's Eve. Except for the soldiers on duty. Everyone else came to the canteen happily. After Tan Mingzhang, Cheng Yuqing and others finished their work and came over. They turned on the TV in the base directly. Longgu has good milk. Choose Ban milk. There are still 10 minutes before the Spring Festival Gala. And the milk advertisement is playing on TV. Today is the new year. I won't say anything else. Anyway, everyone eats and drinks well. Longqing Base thanks everyone for their company over the past year, and hopes that everyone will be better next year. Tan Mingzhang raised a glass of Coke and said, then told the canteen staff to cook dumplings. Everyone sat at different tables. Shen Kuo and Tan Mingzhang and Cheng Yuqing were at one table. And at this time, in addition to melon seeds and candies, each table also had a lot of sausages and side dishes. Shen Kuo was peeling melon seeds and eating them. After Tan Mingzhang sat down, he asked, how do they taste? They are delicious. These are caramelized melon seeds. And he has already eaten a handful. The dumplings are almost ready. Save some for later. This doesn't take up too much space. Shen Kuo was happy. It's high in calories. Shen Kuo thought about it and thought so. He put away the melon seed shells and wiped his hands. Chen Qing and Chong Qingyuan started chatting without knowing when. The technology of wind turbines is great. If this technology is cracked, every household will have a small wind turbine on the roof. Just like the satellite dish in the past. By then, there will be no need for coal and oil. Coal and oil can be used as backup. Chen Qing may be infected by the atmosphere, and is pulling Chong Qingyuan to talk about the energy vision in the future. The seed laboratory is also very powerful. We are researching a new generation of improved corn. There should be progress next month. Now that the land in Longqing has returned to normal, they are researching improved corn on normal land. Once this corn technology is well researched, it will not only increase permu yield, but it is very likely to become the new generation of corn king. Mom, I'm at the base now. We are preparing for the New Year's Eve here. The leaders are here too. It's nice here. At this time, the soldiers have gradually relaxed, and many of them have called home directly. Good evening, dear audience. Welcome to watch the 2137 Spring Festival Gala. 2136 has waved goodbye to us, and 2137 is slowly approaching. A lot has happened to us this year, and we have also experienced a lot. At 8 o'clock, the Spring Festival Gala officially began. Alright. At the same time, the canteen had finished cooking dumplings, and the soldiers carried pots of dumplings to the table. There is no Spring Festival in the interstellar space, and Shen Kuo has never celebrated the Spring Festival. Although he has been in Haiyan for 6 years, the virus spread in his previous life, and the residents have long lost the Spring Festival atmosphere. The virus was being controlled here last year, and no one had the leisure to celebrate the Spring Festival. Strictly speaking, this is his first Spring Festival in this world. Soldiers are not suitable for drinking. But today is a special situation. Tan Mingzhang sent some low-alcohol fruit wine. Everyone got excited after drinking it, and many people directly raised the bottle and sang military songs. And the atmosphere in the cafeteria gradually climaxed. At 11:50, everyone came to the playground after eating and drinking. 300 fireworks had been set off in advance. When the clock struck midnight, the soldiers lit the fireworks directly, and the dark sky instantly became colorful. Shen Kuo looked at the sky and took a video reflexively, then took out his mobile phone and prepared to send it. At this time, the mobile phone rang fireworks at the base. Happy New Year. The message was sent by Su Qiuxing, and Shen Kuo clicked on the video. The video location was the zombie base, where a simple fireworks event was also held, and the fireworks were equally dazzling under the deep sky. Happy New Year. Shen Kuo clicked send. After chatting with Su Qiuxing for a while, he opened the system interface. Host name, Shen Kuo. Upgrade target, my province. Upgrade progress, 17%. Note, this target is determined based on the host's progress, not a mandatory target. Not the final target. Current population, 270,000. Upgrade progress, 27%. Urban construction, 19%. Business operation, 12%. Resident happiness index, dreams in mind, My backpack, Ocean Factory X1. It has only been 3 months since Longxing City was built, and the overall progress is now 17%. The system has not updated tasks for 3 months. It seems that the next update will have to wait until the city construction reaches 100%. Xinhua calculated that according to the current progress, there should be another 6 months. Xinhua estimated 6 months. But the system is strict, and it took 8 months from the new year to the next update. In these 8 months, 3 major events occurred domestically and internationally. 1. Longgu Agricultural Institute successfully improved 25 crops such as corn, rice, and eggplant. These crops can only grow on Longxing land, but they have good taste and high yield. After these crops were researched, Longxing specially allocated 100,000 acres of land for planting. Longxing farmers became a new profession with high prospects. Longxing was known as half of Longgu's granary. 2. Longgu Physics Institute improved the zombie induction box. The zombie induction box was improved from the previous 100 kilograms to the size of a portable speaker. Residents and mall owners can buy it, which can greatly increase the chance of discovering zombies. 3. The world signed a new round of peace treaties. Due to the current special situation, the world has now completely stopped the war and developed together. This is the corn base of Dafeng agriculture. Now the average yield of Dafeng corn per mu can reach 2,000 jin. Part of this corn is sold to companies such as Nanmanjia to be processed into corn tortillas and corn biscuits. Another part is sold online. The remaining corn stalks will be processed into cattle and sheep feed. On October 17th, Xinhua, as the mayor, visited Dafeng Agriculture Company in the south of Longxing with Zheng Tao and Chu Ping. Dafeng Agriculture is a well-known agricultural brand in Longgu. It previously contracted 20,000 mu of land in Longxing through bidding. These lands are mainly used to grow some new crops of the Agricultural Academy. Because these crops have a good reputation, they have made a lot of money during this period. Mayor Shen, there is a shady pavilion in front. Shall we go there and take a rest? At this time, after introducing the corn base, Manager Dafeng said enthusiastically, although it is October now, the land in Longxing has grown so well this year that it can be said that everything is revived. It may be that the vegetation is lush, and the air and temperature here are better than before. No, I'll go to the mountain to take a look. There is a small hill 30 meters high next to the cornfield. Xinhua is in a good mood now, and he plans to walk back and forth. There is a small path ahead. Just go ahead, Manager Dafeng hurriedly said. 10 minutes later, Xinhua and the others stood on the hillside. The cornfield was fully mature at this time, and the corn harvesters kept shuttling in it. The sorted corn was piled up in piles. These corns and corn stalks were golden and beautiful in the sun. Xinhua was in a good mood and turned to the side and asked, Manager Wang, I heard that you are from Haifeng. This is your first time to Longxing this year. How is your stay here? Haifeng is 4,500 kilometers away from here, basically the southernmost part of Longgu. At first, I was worried that I would not be able to get used to living here. But after coming here I found that it is much better than I imagined. With good air, good policies, good employees and consumers. The environment has been bad in recent years, and Dafeng has been on the verge of bankruptcy. In fact, when they first came to invest, they were ready to be skinned. But the investment environment here is too good. The government is always doing practical things. And if they have problems, the government will help them solve them. This is the best investment environment he has encountered in his business career. We and other employees feel that this place is very good. Everyone has lived a happy year. Manager Dafeng was so excited that he even used the word happy. Just be happy. Xinhua was happy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for improving the Resident Happiness Index. Now the Resident Happiness Index is Happy. My city. Current title, Live and work in peace and contentment. Upgrade progress, 100%. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching the upgrade conditions. Now you can upgrade the current task by expanding the territory. Expansion range, unlimited. Note, the difficulty of the task will vary with the territory. Please choose the expansion range as appropriate. Xinhua stayed on the hillside for a while, and when he was about to leave, the long-lost system sound rang. Xinhua was stunned for a moment and opened the system interface. Host name, Xinhua. My city, live and work in peace and contentment. Upgradable. Population, 37.52 million. Urban construction, excellent. Business operation, excellent. Resident Happiness Index, happy. Note: Resident Happiness Index is calculated based on the average happiness index of residents in the territory. After Longqing City was fully opened, the residents of Chongming, Tongping and Songhan have updated their Longqing household registration. Now, the total population of Longqing has reached 37.52 million, including the residents of the three places, Longqing citizens and government talents. According to the update just now, as long as the territory is expanded, the next stage can be carried out. Expansion range, unlimited. Chapter 57. System updated? 3 hours later, Tan Mingzhang returned to the base exhausted. He had just been in a meeting in Jingyun, and immediately arranged a helicopter after receiving Shenqua's call. He was thinking about the system update all the way, and his tone was a little nervous. Yes, Shenqua said directly that this expansion was the same as when the camp heart was just bound, and the territory range could be determined at will, and subsequent tasks would be updated with the territory range. The expansion range is not limited. Tan Mingsheng also grasped the key point, and after pacing back and forth, he ordered, contact other personnel for a meeting. The government had previously had my national plan, but there was no clear direction on how to implement it or how to activate it, and everyone had imagined many possibilities. I didn't expect that after going around in circles, expanding the territory could be directly activated, which was completely unexpected. The difficulty of the task will change with the scope of the territory. In theory, the larger the scope, the greater the difficulty. But the system scope has a very strong environmental buff and soil purification rate, and the overall advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Now the growth rate of environmental diseases in the country is rising. I think we can directly bind the whole country as planned. I also think it can be done in one step. In the next 2 days, everyone discussed the territorial upgrade in detail. There are certain risks in directly upgrading to my country. This risk mainly comes from the unknown system, but as analyzed before, if the system really wants to harm humans, it will not really go to such trouble. They are grateful to the system and also want to reduce the current environmental diseases and reduce more human casualties. 2 days later, Shen Kuo and Tan Mingzhang went to Longguiwan. When you get there, just do it the same as before. Answer whatever the courtyard asks. Don't be too nervous. On the helicopter to Longguiwan, Tan Mingzhang reminded as always. I know. This was not his first time to Longguiwan. After the last soil purification, he was considered an old face in Longguiwan. He was not nervous when he got there. Shen Kuo was not nervous. But after the helicopter had just flown for a while, he found that Tan Mingzhang's fingers were tapping his knees unconsciously. This was the other party's habit of relaxing when he was nervous. Shen Kuo. He was not nervous. But Tan Mingzhang was nervous in advance. At 1 p.m., the two arrived at Longguiwan. The hospital had received Tan Mingzhang's report in advance. After the two sides met, they started a meeting directly on the system upgrade and my previous plan. After nearly a week of planning, on October 27th, the country officially approved my national plan. This is the government's land authorization document. You will be fine after signing it. On the day the plan was approved, in the Longgu Great Hall, Tan Mingzhang handed over a large document. These are the land authorization documents prepared by the state. After the prototype of my country was formed last year, the state made detailed plans for how to transfer land. These authorization documents are all legal and compliant, even more detailed than when the Longbei no man's land was bound. Everyone has been preparing for a year, and now it finally comes in handy. Shen Kuo looked at the document in front of him. This document includes Longgu's territory and territorial waters. Territorial area, 10.8 million square kilometers. Territorial waters, 5 million square kilometers. These documents plus the 1.2 million square kilometers of Longqing are exactly the total area of Longgu. After reading them, Shen Kuo signed directly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new territory of 1 million square kilometers, which meets the upgrade conditions and can be planned and upgraded in the system sandbox. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new territory of 2 million square kilometers, which meets the upgrade conditions and can be planned and upgraded in the system sandbox. As Shen Kuo signed one by one, the system prompt sound continued to sound. 10 minutes later, after Shen Kuo signed, the system was updated. Host name, Shen Kuo. My city, Longqing City. My territory, updating. There was an icon of updating behind my territory. Shinqua waited for 3 minutes and opened it again. At this time, the system was updated and a territory sand table appeared in front of him. The territory sand table was the Longqing map. Longqing City was green, and other maps were orange. Shinqua kept selecting the orange area and clicked Upgrade. The current upgraded area is 15.2 million square kilometers. Are you sure? The system prompted. Okay. Ding. Congratulations to the host camp for reaching 2 million square kilometers. My city has been upgraded to my province. Ding. Congratulations to the host camp for reaching 5 million square kilometers. My city has been upgraded to a super province. Ding. Congratulations to the host camp for reaching 10 million square kilometers. The super province has been upgraded to my country. Ding. The final area of the host camp is 17 million square kilometers. The super country conditions are insufficient, and the upgrade failed. Final level of the camp, my country. After Shinqua clicked, a series of reminders appeared in front of him. The current camp center range is Longqing City, which meets the upgrade conditions. Do you want to upgrade? The system continued to remind. At this time, Longqing City is green, and other areas have become light green. There is a yellow 5-pointed star sign on the Longqing City area. After the system is upgraded, Longqing City is automatically determined as the center of the camp. The political, economic and cultural aspects of Longqing City are conducive to the overall score of the system. What's wrong? Tan Mingzhang and others asked nervously when they saw Shinqua did not continue. The upgrade was successful. Now it is the heart of the camp. Shinqua explained the content of the upgrade. Upgrade? Everyone made a prompt decision. Shinqua continued to click Confirm. At the moment Shinqua clicked, the system sand table seemed to have a series of ripples, and the grass green began to spread from the surrounding areas of Longqing City, and finally spread across the country, becoming a very overall green. Shinqua clicked for details. Heart of intermediate camp. Increase the air buff within the use range by 50%, the environmental buff by 50%, and the soil purification rate by 100%. Usage area, 17 million square kilometers, including 12 million square kilometers of territory, 5 million square kilometers of territorial waters. Status in use. Current task, updating. The task interface now shows the long-lost update. Everyone walked out of Longdu Courtyard. Although everyone did not have a clear perception, they knew that the environment of Longdu was quietly changing. In half a year, this place will be as lush and rich as Longqing, and the environment here will return to what it was 10 years ago. This is the biggest environmental surprise in the past 10 years. Chapter 58. What time will you arrive? I'll ask your dad to pick you up. On December 29th, 2 months after the system was activated, Jiang Linwei received a call from her mother as soon as she got on the bus. Jiang Linwei is 29 years old and works in an advertising design company in Luhai. In recent years, the global economy has declined, and it is difficult to find jobs in various illustration and design majors. Fortunately, she has strong professional ability and received 2 large orders after joining the company. Now it is a stable growth period. Jiang Linwei's hometown is Qingsong Village, Changhai Province, 1,200 kilometers away from Luhai. She was busy with work in the past few years and only went home during the Spring Festival. There is a 5-day holiday for New Year's Day this time. After discussing with her family, she decided to go back first. It's too far from the city to home. Your father is ordering feed at the agricultural station now. Don't run around when you arrive at the station. Let your father pick you up after ordering feed. The other end said after listening. Jiang Linwei instantly became interested when she heard feed. How are our cows? Changhai is located in the northeast of Longdu. It used to border Longning and Jichuan provinces. After Longqing was established, there is now an additional Longqing city in the border area. Qingsong Village, where she lives, is a hilly area, influenced by the terrain and economic system. Every household used to engage in breeding business. Her family once ran a dairy farm, and the milk from the farm was mainly supplied to dairy companies in the city. Their family made a lot of money at the beginning, but later due to the environmental crisis and food crisis, their family went bankrupt. The factory is gone. So it's gone. Your main task now is to study. Your mother and I can find other jobs. She was in the 3rd year of high school at that time, and her father stood at the door of the factory and lit a cigarette calmly. She didn't know much before, and she didn't know until her sophomore year that her family owed 200 yuan after the factory closed down. She borrowed money from relatives and friends to pay for her tuition. Her father's job change meant that he asked someone to find a job as a gatekeeper, and her mother worked as a cleaner in a nearby steel plant. Jiang Linyue's thoughts drifted further and further away, and Su Fengchun on the other side smiled and said, "We are preparing for breeding these 2 days. There are too many people waiting for breeding in the village now. After breeding, we can wait for calves to produce milk." After Longxing was established as a city last year, the economy of Longxing took off rapidly due to national policies and the entry of enterprises. Although Longxing is a new city that has just been established for a year, its influence and radiation capacity have already reached the new first-tier cities. It may be that the environment was too bad before, or that Longxing has good feng shui. Since Longxing was established, the environment in Longxing has improved visibly, and the current green area has reached 50%. Chenghe province is next to Longxing, affected by Longxing's good omen. The environment has also improved visibly in the past 2 months. For example, it is December now. Although the weather outside is cold, the air visibility is high, which is far from the smog weather in previous years. Now Longxing has lush grass, and many areas are planting wheat and corn. These crops are growing well. Corn stalks and wheat stalks are both excellent forage feed. Many bankrupt dairy companies are preparing to resume operations with the support of the local government. Now 3 dairy companies in Chenghe have issued factory construction announcements. They owed 270,000 yuan before, and they have paid it off over the years. Jiang Linwei has also often subsidized the family in recent years. Everyone finally discussed and decided to reopen the breeding factory. "Is the quality of the breeding bull okay?" Jiang Linwei asked. There are 2 types of dairy cow breeding: breeding bull and cold breeding. They used cold breeding before, and this is the first time to use breeding bull. It should be okay. The conception rate of breeding bull is relatively high, and it is better for the health of the cow. Many people in our village use it. I will talk about this when you come back. When you get to the station, don't take a taxi. Let your dad pick you up. Su Fengchun nags a lot again. Okay. Jiang Linwei smiled unconsciously. Maybe she was almost home, and her mood was getting better and better. At 7:20, the car arrived on time. Jiang Linwei just walked out of the county train station and saw Jiang Jianping waiting for her on the roadside in a down jacket. "Dad." Jiang Linwei trotted over with a suitcase. "Give me the box. Don't break it." Jiang Jianping quickly took the box. Jiang Linwei was 29 years old, but in Jiang Jianping's eyes, she was still a little girl. Jiang Linwei gave him the box. Jiang Jianping opened the back door of the car. He used to drive a sedan, but he sold the car after the dairy farm went bankrupt. He hadn't bought a car in the past few years until he started the dairy farm a few months ago, when he bought a second-hand van again. This car doesn't look good, but it's very practical and durable. Jiang Jianping put away his luggage, threw the sundries on the passenger seat to the back, and asked, "Have you eaten? Let's eat something before going home." "No. I ate some biscuits on the way. I'm not hungry at all." Jiang Linwei sat on the passenger seat and said, "Wait a minute." Jiang Jianping thought about it and jogged across the street. After a while, he came back with a big bag of things. It's not easy to buy things in our village. If you're hungry at home, you can eat first. Your mother knows you're back, so she made dumplings for lunch today, with golden grass filling. When you get back, ask her to cook dumplings for you. Chenghe is a northern province. In the past, there was a custom of eating dumplings during festivals and important days. Yeah. Jiang Linwei hugged the snack bag in her hand. It was 37 kilometers from the county town to Qingsong village. Now it was dark, and there were many large trucks nearby. Jiang Jianping drove very carefully along the way. Jiang Linwei opened the car window. The cold wind was blowing outside, but it didn't blow her face at all. On the contrary, she felt refreshed. She remembered what Su Fengchun said on the phone in the afternoon. The weather here has improved. I will take you to the mountains tomorrow to take a look and breathe more fresh air. She took a deep breath. The air here is really good. In fact, not only Chenghe, the air in Luohai has also improved. Many netizens have posted comments such as air changes, soil improves, and air quality improves on the internet. Some netizens also posted photos of wild flowers and weeds in the corners. After 12 years of environmental disasters, even a small wild flower will make people miss the beauty of nature. The environment ravaged by nuclear pollution is too cold. And now everything seems to be slowly recovering. Jiang Linwei was thinking further and further away. Jiang Jianping happened to turn a corner at this time. After turning the corner, he said, "I'll give you the 100,000 yuan when the dairy farm is doing well." "No. I'm not short of money now. Before, my family built a dairy farm and asked her for 100,000 yuan. You have to give it to me even if you don't need money. Don't you want to save money to buy a house? When the dairy farm business is good, we will give you some more subsidies. Let's not buy Chenghe. I heard from others that the house in Longqing is pretty good. That also requires a quota." Jiang Linwei was helpless. She had 200,000 yuan last year. She had paid attention to Longqing's house sale for a while. Because the house price has been falling in recent years, she was a little hesitant about whether to buy it. Unexpectedly, after such hesitation, Longqing's house was sold out. Now, except for high-priced second-hand houses, some new houses are snapped up as soon as they come out. 10 minutes later, the two came to the dairy farm. The full name of the dairy farm is Qingqing Breeding Company, located on the east side of Qingsong village. When their family signed the land contract before, they signed a 30-year contract. After the factory closed down, the money could not be refunded, so the dairy farm could continue to operate after reapplying for a license. At its peak, their dairy farm had 200 cows, but half died and the other half were sold. This time when the factory reopened, they only bought 10 calves, which have grown up and are now in the breeding period. As soon as Jiang Linwei got off the car, she heard the cows in the cowshed mooing, and at the same time, a bungalow on the south side of the factory was lit. In order to take better care of the cows, the family moved to the dairy farm during this period. Chapter 59. Qingqing Dairy Farm is divided into two parts, the cowshed and the living area. The living area consists of 3 bungalows and a simple kitchen and toilet. After getting off the car, Jiang Linwei went straight to the house. "Mom, I'm back. I was just about to call you. Have you eaten? I made dumplings at noon. I'll cook them for you if you're hungry." "I'm a little hungry." "Where's your dad? Ask him if he wants to eat." Jiang Linwei shouted towards the cowshed. "Dad, do you want to eat dumplings?" "Eat. 2 bowls. 2 bowls." After Jiang Linwei told Su Fengchun, she quickly returned to her room. This was the room she lived in during high school. There were some debris in the corners, but the rest of the room was clean. She packed her suitcase, changed her clothes, and went out. At this time, Jiang Jianping had already washed his hands and came back from outside. "Have you fed the cows?" Jiang Linwei asked casually. "Well, several cows are in estrus now, so I guess we have to mate them for a few more days," Jiang Jianping said after wiping his hands. "I remember that we used to do cold breeding in our family. Why do we do it ourselves now?" Cold breeding is breeding through artificial insemination, which is simple and cheap. The factory used cold breeding in the past. The physical fitness of this batch of cows is not very good, and cold breeding can easily hurt their bodies. We plan to do it ourselves this time, and then do cold breeding after raising them for 2 years. Cold breeding is cheaper than self-breeding. But he is developing a long-term business, and wants to raise these cows well before talking about other things. The two chatted for a while, and then Su Fengchun brought a large bowl of dumplings over. "The dumplings are ready. I'll go get the vinegar." After Jiang Linwei took the dumplings, she went to the kitchen to get the vinegar very attentively, and skipped the previous topic. Yeah. What is this?" At 10 o'clock in the evening, when Su Fengchun helped Jiang Linwei to tidy up the new quilt, he found a square power bank on the bed. The power bank had only one socket, and there was a device like a sound network in front, which did not look like a power bank. "This is a portable induction box. I bought it when there was a promotion online. I bought one because it was cheap," Jiang Linwei said. "Are there any induction boxes for sale online?" "Yes. This 2200 has the same function as the large induction box, but the range is a little smaller. It seems to be effective for zombies within a radius of 20 meters. Jiang Linwei said this and opened the suitcase as if she remembered something. "This is what I bought for you and Dad. Now that you have a factory, you should carry some with you when you go out in the future. If something happens, you can be warned in advance." Although the country seems to be thriving, there are still more than 10,000 residents infected every month, which is a sword hanging over the necks of residents. "You kid." Su Fengchun felt sorry for the money, But he also knew that they were easily infected by frequent contact with the outside world. So he finally collected it. The next morning, Jiang Jianping drove to the county breeding base. When he came back, it was almost 11 o'clock. Behind his van followed a medium-sized truck. On the truck was a shiny black and white cattle. The cattle was not big in size, but looked very strong and powerful. This is specially selected by the base. It weighs 800 kilograms, and is neither too big nor too small. If it is bigger, the cow will be easily irritable. At this time, the co-pilot opened the door, and Sun Ke saw Jiang Linua's curiosity and explained. Sun Ke is the director of the county breeding base, mainly responsible for the feeding and breeding of the base's breeding cattle. They are a private base, but the fees are reasonable. The cows they breed are of good quality, and have a lot of reputation in the local area. Director Sun, the cow sheet is just in front. We can just lead it over. At this time, Jiang Jianping parked the car and came over. Sun Ke and the truck driver opened the door and led the black and white cow down. Moo. Perhaps because of the long journey, the black and white cow looked listless. Are you carsick? Jiang Jianping touched the back of the black and white cow and said, the black and white cow has very beautiful hair, and it should not shed hair. But when he wiped it, his hands were full of cow hair. Jiang Jianping clapped his hands, thinking that it was just the winter molting period. This black and white cow is called General. He used to be the overlord of the base. The sun is good these days, so he may be a little wilted. Sun Ke smiled and said that he had raised the general himself, and the relationship between the man and the cow was very good. Have the cow's age and weight met the standard? Sun Ke asked after chatting. The best time for a cow to conceive is 13 to 15 months, and the weight is more than 400 kilograms. It has met the standard. Jiang Jianping said that he had bought a calf that was almost grown up, and now it has met the pregnancy conditions. The two chatted for a while, and then went to the cowshed. Self-breeding of breeding cattle is simpler than cold breeding. They just need to lead the breeding cattle over and let them find the dairy cows themselves. 3 minutes later, everyone came to the cowshed. Why is there no movement? Sun Ke patted the general's head. The general was in estrus now. He used to run up to the cows, but now he had no reaction at all. Is he really carsick? Jiang Jianping guessed. Not to mention cattle and sheep. Even some cats and dogs will get carsick after sitting in the car for a long time. These are all normal. I don't know. Sun Ke was a little self-doubting. After thinking, he put the general in the cowshed. Moo. When the cows saw the general, they were alert at first, then curiously approached. They circled around the general again and again, but the general did not react. Move. Sun Ke felt like he was holding a wooden stake. He was about to go into the cowshed to take a look, but the general moved, and without giving everyone time to react, he directly bumped into the nearest cow's belly. Moo. The cow felt pain. The general did not restrain himself at all, and continued to bump and butt, and his horns hit the wooden stake several times. It used all its strength, and one of the cows was so painful that it ran out of the cowshed. The cowshed was dusty and messy. Stop them. Jiang Linhua looked at the cows that ran out, and was shocked by the scene. You control the general. I'll go find the cows. Jiang Jianping ordered immediately. There was also a sudden riot of cattle when the breeding cattle were mating. Sun Ke reacted instantly. He used professional cattle control tools to control the general. Jiang Jianping ran out of the cowshed and took a lot of effort to find the cow just now. Is it still suitable? Half an hour later, Sun Ke asked with heavy breathing. Now the cows have been driven back to the cowshed. The general is temporarily tied to a big tree outside the factory. After the panic just now, the general has completely calmed down, as if it was not him who was bumping into things. Is it still suitable? Jiang Jianping asked after a moment of hesitation. You can get it when you are calm, Sun Ke said. The county where they are located is called Dayuan County. Now it is the peak period for borrowing. If they can't get a match in the next 2 days, they may have to wait for half a month. Match. Jiang Jianping decided to try again in the afternoon. Jiang Linhua watched from the side without making any comments, but she felt uneasy. When the general rushed into the cowshed just now, she could feel that he was obviously excited. This was a very abnormal feeling, just like the zombies before they got sick. It was 12:30 now, and it was not appropriate to let Sun Ke and the truck driver leave. After Jiang Jianping's warm invitation, the two decided to stay for dinner. They had braised noodles for lunch. Su Fengchun made noodles at home. And Jiang Linwei rode an electric bike to a nearby town to buy some pork head and chicken feet cold dishes. Their lunch was quite rich. At noon, Su Fengchun and Jiang Linwei sat at the same table, while Sun Ke, Jiang Jianping, and the truck driver sat at the same table because they were drinking. The general is quite lively. Maybe he has been assigned too many times recently, and his mood is a little off. I plan to finish your order and take a break for half a month. After 3 rounds of drinks, Sun Ke talked about the general's state during this period. At the end, he rolled up his sleeves and scratched his arms. Jiang Linwei looked to the side. At this time, Sun Ke's sleeves had been rolled up to his elbows. His 2 arms were covered with red scratches, and the scratches were densely packed with small dots. How did this happen? Jiang Jianping was shocked. It seems that I am allergic to something. Sun Ke put down his sleeves embarrassedly. It was a bit inappropriate to scratch his arm when others were eating. But it was too itchy, and he couldn't stand it at all. Didn't you go to the hospital? Jiang Jianping asked. I got some allergy medicine at the clinic, and it will be fine in a few days. He felt that this was urticaria caused by the change of seasons. Drink more water, and pay more attention to rest. Many urticaria are caused by low resistance. Jiang Jianping suggested very considerately. After this episode, the table returned to normal. But Jiang Linwei and Su Fengchun really had no appetite to eat. After everyone finished eating socially, they decided to try it again at 3 o'clock. Moo moo. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Linwei was just about to take a nap when she heard a mooing sound outside the window. Outside her window was the big tree where the general was tied. Because the mooing sound was relatively low, she opened the curtains with some curiosity. At this time, the general became excited again after going through the 3 emotions of silence, excitement, silence. At this moment, it was pulling the rope out hard. Its neck had been strangled with some blood marks. But it was still pulling out, as if it didn't feel any pain at all. As the general pulled the rope, his eyes were bloodshot, like a mad black and white cow. Jiang Linwei's scalp tingled, and she remembered the popular science knowledge about zombies. If this cow was a human, it would look too much like the symptoms before a zombie attack. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Sun Ke led the general back to the cowshed. At this time, the general became extremely shy and very normal. Jiang Linwei followed behind with the induction box in her arms. Why are you holding an induction box? Jiang Jianping asked after noticing her movements. Last night, Su Fengchun had already told his daughter about buying an induction box. And he also knew the details of the induction box. I was playing in the room just now, and I took it out without paying attention. Jiang Linwei pulled the corner of her mouth and approached the general cautiously. The induction box did not respond. She approached Sun Ke, but still did not respond. Huh? Jiang Linwei exhaled. She felt too nervous. Walk back. Don't let anything happen later. After the 4 people entered the cowshed, Jiang Jianping gestured to Jiang Linwei. I know. Jiang Linwei found a safe place to stand. The general approached the cowshed, and the cows were in a commotion, all crowded in the corner opposite to it. The general didn't go crazy this time, but he didn't want to breed either. Strange. Sun Ke jumped into the cowshed and led a cow in estrus. The cow kept pulling back, not wanting to get close to the general, and the general didn't care about the cow. Jiang Jianping jumped in, and the two tried to help the cow get pregnant, but they didn't succeed after an hour of trying. Dad? Let's just forget it. Jiang Linwei felt very sorry for the cows as they resisted. Forget it. Jiang Jianping was exhausted and finally came out, looking at Sun Ke and said, Director Sun, it's not that we don't want to breed. It's that your cows don't cooperate. Indeed. Sun Ke didn't want to continue to tossing and said, it's true that our cows don't cooperate. Do you want to change the breeding cow, or what? If you change one, how long will it take at the earliest? Now all the cows in the base have been booked out, and the earliest will be next Wednesday. Jiang Jianping is in the dairy cow business. His original intention of self-breeding is not to hurt the cows, but looking at the current situation, he doesn't know whether it is more appropriate to force self-breeding or cold breeding. Forget it. Let's not bother with it. Jiang Jianping finally decided. He planned to pay some masters with good cold mating skills to help with cold mating, and try to make the cold mating process gentler. Okay. Sun Ke didn't say anything, and instructed the truck driver to pull the general onto the truck. The breeding bull has a problem with his mood this time. If you want to mate yourself next time, please contact me anytime. Sun Ke greeted as he left. I will definitely contact you. Jiang Jianping followed suit. Jian Linwei stood beside the two of them. As she listened, she looked in the direction of the driver. At this time, the driver had already jumped off the truck and closed the door bolt skillfully. The general stood quietly on the truck. The truck driver might feel uncomfortable and scratched his neck with his hand. Jiang Linwei stood beside the driver and could clearly see scratches on his neck. Below the scratches were the same small dots as Sun Ke's. Jian Linwei. I have contacted the animal husbandry station. They will come tomorrow. We will directly cold match. 10 minutes later, after Sun Ke and the others left, Jiang Jianping finished the call and said, Yeah. Jian Linwei organized her words and said, Dad, is Director Sun really allergic to urticaria? It looks uncomfortable. She not only felt uncomfortable, but her scalp was numb. I don't know. I'll go back and change the bowls they used. Although the zombie virus will not be transmitted in close contact, we still need to pay attention to hygiene in life. At noon today, not only Jian Linwei and Su Fengchun, he also lost his appetite after seeing the other party's little red spots. And he just drank and didn't eat. Yeah. Jian Linwei nodded vigorously in agreement. The next morning, the staff of the animal husbandry station came. The staff carried the cold breeding tube and completed the cold breeding very skillfully. The cows were very cooperative after the initial resistance. After observing the pregnancy situation in the next 2 days, the expected date of delivery can be calculated, Jiang Jianping said as he saw off the staff of the animal husbandry station. Compared with the self-breeding of breeding cows, cold breeding pregnancy is prone to some complications. He plans to observe the cows' bodies carefully during this period. Take more nutrients when necessary. In the next 2 days, Jian Linwei and her parents went to the county town to buy some clothes and visited nearby attractions. Although it is winter now, Changhe is slowly recovering like Longxing. On January 2nd, Jian Linwei packed up and left on time. At this time, 2 explosive news happened in the county. 1. A large number of cattle and sheep that had been bred in the county from December 15th to December 30th died, with a conservative number of more than 500. 2. During this period, there was a sudden outbreak of infectious urticaria in the county, and the dermatology department in the county was not enough. Jiang Linwei looked at the 2 news and suddenly thought of the general and Sun Ke from the previous 2 days. Before she could come back to her senses, there was another piece of heavy news in the county. From the time of the news release, Dayuan County will implement emergency lockdown. The lockdown is the same as the zombie lockdown 2 years ago, and the highest standard is implemented, the first level of combat readiness in the county. Chapter 60. Dear audience friends, I am now on the roof of our house. In front of me is Provincial Highway 325. Now the National Highway, Provincial Highway, and County Highway to the county are all closed. Private cars are not allowed to go out. Every household must be counted. At 1 a.m. on January 3rd, Wang Xiaojiang stood on the roof of his house, holding a mobile phone stand and broadcasting live. Wang Xiaojiang is 27 years old this year. He used to work in construction projects outside with his fellow villagers. Now the economy of Dai province has picked up. On the 10th of last month, he returned to his hometown with his fellow villagers, mainly taking on some cattle shed and cattle farm renovations. The economy during this period is pretty good. The day before yesterday afternoon, a large-scale infectious disease suddenly broke out in the county. The infected people first had allergic rashes all over their bodies, then shortness of breath, nausea and vomiting. This disease is not fatal, but the symptoms after infection are very scary. Now the residents of each village are spreading it. The number of infected people in the past 2 days should be more than 300. In addition to human infection, cattle and sheep in the county have also died on a large scale. The specific reason is still unclear. Will there be any infectious diseases? Someone in the live broadcast room said worriedly. After the news broke this afternoon, Dayuan County quickly became the focus of the country. All traffic fortresses in the county were blocked, and local residents took advantage of the popularity to start live broadcasts. Wang Xiaojiang is also a member of the live broadcast. Their home is close to the roadblock. Now there are 3,200 viewers, and this number is still increasing. Is it the Black Death or mad cow disease? The Black Death is plague, And the symptoms of mad cow disease are not these. A high-end version of mad cow disease? Netizens analyzed all kinds of infectious diseases. And the more they thought about it, the more their scalps tingled. There is a 24-hour convenience store downstairs from my house. I'll go downstairs to stock up on some things. At this time, a viewer who had just seen the news was ready to go out. You are from Ninh province. Why are you going out? Someone asked. I don't know if the whole country will be locked down, so it's safer to stock up more. My noodles are almost finished, so I'll go downstairs to buy some. Longqing's instant corn is delicious. I don't know if the express delivery can arrive. I just checked and there are 3 24-hour convenience stores near my home. They can deliver if you spend 68 or more. Fuck. Are you really going to stock up and buy things? Forget it. I'll stock up first. When the other party said this, everyone instantly remembered the lockdown 2 years ago. Many people took their keys and went out. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room dropped to 2,800 in an instant. And it rose again after a while. Everyone was anxious in the live broadcast room for a while. And a viewer suddenly asked in surprise, why are there so many cars in front? There are indeed a lot of cars. They look like government cars. Wang Xiaojiang looked forward. In front of their house is a 20-meter wide standard provincial road. Because it is located at the intersection of Dayuan County and the next county. Many large trucks and private cars wanted to go out in the afternoon. But they were all stopped by the staff. The Dayuan County government, in conjunction with the local telecommunications company, sent a text message to all residents in the county restricting travel, in addition to the information dissemination of various resident groups. Except for the period from 3 to 8 o'clock when many people left. There were basically no cars leaving afterwards. And even fewer coming in. At this time, the roadblocks and guardrails on the provincial road were opened in an orderly manner by the staff. 10 cars drove in from a distance. The front and back of these cars were military jeeps. There were 3 commercial vehicles in the middle, and the rest were 5 medium-sized medical vehicles. These cars flashed by at a uniform speed. People could still feel the tense atmosphere in the cars through the screen. These are cars starting with Jing and Xing. Longqing. Some sharp-eyed netizens found the license plate. Before Longgu, there were 35 provinces and municipalities, and Longqing was the 36th. Each province or municipality had an abbreviation. After the country updated the map, Longqing was officially abbreviated as Xing. Are these people from the Institute of Biology? Some netizens speculated that since Longqing was established, the focus of many research institutions and colleges and universities has moved northward, and Longgu Institute of Biology is one of them. Institutions such as Longgu Agricultural Institute and Longgu Science and Technology Center have also built research institutes in Longqing. The academic atmosphere in Longqing is very strong now. I don't know. It looks like a car from the Institute of Biology. Will Academician Chung come over? After the S1 vaccine came out, many residents have become concerned about the country's research team. Everyone has gone from being completely unaware to knowing everything. Every researcher here deserves respect. If Academician Chung comes, these skin disease problems should be solved quickly. Right? Since the S1 vaccine can be developed, these diseases will definitely be solved. Is it urticaria or collective food poisoning? It looks like a skin disease like urticaria. No patients have died in Dayuan County. After analyzing it, everyone speculated that this should be a skin disease caused by nuclear pollution. With the zombie virus for comparison, everyone is full of expectations for Chung Yuqing and the research team behind him. It's not easy to do. Netizens are full of expectations. But Chung Yuqing is not easy to do here. At 2:20, at the Dayuan County Center for Disease Control, Chung Yuqing looked at the data in her hand with a headache. Now netizens are speculating that the Dayuan residents are suffering from food poisoning or skin infectious diseases. But she is very clear, the Dayuan residents are not infected with skin diseases, but the evolved zombie virus. 2 years ago, Shinquist said that the zombie virus has evolved 3 times when he handed it in. S1 virus. It can be transmitted through various means such as droplets, blood, and contact. The infected patient has a latent period of 7 to 10 days. And will be completely sick and zombie after 10 days. This virus can spread among mammals. Some mammals can also be infected with S1 in theory. But due to different genes and resistance, animals will not become zombies after infection. Even if they are infected, they will die quickly. Therefore, the S1 virus has not spread among animal groups in the past 2 years. And the harm to animals is relatively small. S2 virus, zoonotic. Residents who have been vaccinated with S1 vaccine will not be infected with the zombie virus in theory without blood/biting/contacting. But the purpose of the virus is to devour everything. After 2 years of evolution, they evolved into the S2 mutant strain. The S2 virus coexists with the S1 virus and can be transmitted between people and animals. After animals are infected, there will be a 7 to 10 day incubation period. Infected animals will not bite people, but will become abnormally excited or depressed, and then die quickly due to organ failure within 6 hours. The S2 virus can be transmitted through droplets, aerosols, contact, etc. It and S1 are 2 different viruses on the same food chain. It can evade the barrier of the S1 vaccine. After humans are infected, they will not die quickly or become zombies, but they will have itchy skin, shortness of breath, and then slowly organ failure until death. S3 virus can spread quickly through the air. In addition to S1 to S3, they also learned about the S5 virus through Xinhua. S5 virus. All air and water sources are full of viruses. As long as humans have exposed skin in contact with the air, they will be quickly infected. The S5 virus will destroy everything on the planet. At this time, according to the situation in O'Hara County, the cattle and sheep here are likely to be infected with the S2 virus, and then spread to local residents. S2 and S1 are 2 different versions. Although they seem to be less harmful, they can subtly kill all lives. This can be regarded as a pseudo-zombie virus. Chapter 61. Commander Tan went to the county government for a meeting, and will not be back until tomorrow morning. Chung Yuqing had just finished reading the infection report when Xinhua came in from outside. During the spread of the zombie virus, it will continue to mutate and evolve due to factors such as the environment, chemicals, and the physical condition of the infected. In the past 2 years, the zombie virus has evolved into 1,200 mutant strains. After being infected, patients may experience hallucinations, numb lips, and numb hands and feet. These are all evolved on the basis of S1. As long as residents are injected with the S1 vaccine, there will be no problems in theory. The global zombie virus seems to be under control, but the evolution of the virus is still a sharp knife hanging over the necks of residents. In the history of the previous life, the S2 virus appeared on December 5, 2136, in a sheepfold northwest of Longu. Now a year has passed. During this year, the country has been paying attention to the domestic animal population, and has issued documents to local disease control centers and animal husbandry stations, requiring all departments to strictly supervise the abnormal conditions of animal populations. This year, no S2 virus was found in China, and there was no news of S2 abroad. Just when everyone thought that the virus would not evolve according to the original timeline after the butterfly effect. The afternoon before yesterday, the National Center for Disease Control and Prevention received an urgent report. A new zombie virus was found in O'Hara County, and more than 500 people have been infected. Just now, I received a call from the laboratory. This mutant strain can be transmitted through blood, droplets, and direct contact. Humans will not die immediately after infection, but the mortality rate in animal groups is very high. Everything meets the characteristics of S2. Chung Yuqing was very angry. She felt that the zombie virus was like a hunter lurking in the dark, trying every means to give people a fatal blow. She rubbed her eyebrows and looked at Xinhua. How is Qinjianhai? Qinjianhai is a territorial sea in the northeast of Longu. 2 months ago, my city was officially upgraded to my country, and the system tasks have been updated. During this time, they sorted out the system. Now in addition to the system buildings, there is also my fortune tree and ocean factory. 2 items. My fortune tree. It was a seed before, and now it has grown into a sapling. It is expected to bear fruit in half a year. Ocean factory. It is a task reward for building Longqing City. The conditions for use are 20 square kilometers of ocean within the host's territorial waters. Xinhua has 5 million square kilometers of sea area under his name. After research, Longu Academy decided to activate the ocean factory in Qingyun Sea. During this period, Xinhua has been staying near Qingyun Sea. After hearing this, he was very helpless. It can't be used. The system prompts that the territorial waters level is insufficient. Previously, system buildings were used directly. Now they have been upgraded to my country, and various standards have been improved. My country? can only be used after a certain progress. There are gains and losses. Chung Yuqing knew that these things could not be rushed. The two chatted for a while. She saw Shinqua yawning, looked at the time and said, "Why don't you take a rest first?" Shinqua arrived at Longxing 7 hours ago. After arriving, he went directly to Dayuan County with the biology team. The biology team planned to collect some first-hand information, and Shinqua was looking to see if the system task could be triggered. Now 2 hours have passed, and there is no trigger point here. Okay. Shinqua had been in the car for a whole day, and he didn't force himself to stay. At 9 o'clock the next day, after Shinqua woke up, Tan Mingzhan came back and went to the county government to handle work. At this time, Chung Yuqing had already changed into protective clothing. After throwing a set to Shinqua, he said, "The situation has been investigated almost completely. The first infected here was a cow, and it may have spread through the self-mating of breeding cows." "Where did the first cow get infected?" Shinqua asked as he changed into the suit. "I don't know. The biological group and the CDC are investigating, but it's hard to check. There are similar cases abroad." Half an hour later, Shinqua, Chung Yuqing, and others arrived at the hospital. A cordon had been set up outside the county hospital. Ordinary patients were in the east area, and S2 infected patients were in the west area. Academician Chung. "Hello. Hello." The leaders of the county hospital had received the notice, and were waiting outside very enthusiastically. "We are here to collect some data, and we will finish it soon." Chung Yuqing signaled everyone not to be too solemn, and led the team directly to the west area. "Doctor, what disease do we have? Can I get better with Priamping and Zissamin? My chest has been hurting since the day before yesterday. Do I need a chest x-ray? My stomach feels a little uncomfortable." Now the number of infected patients has risen to more than 700. There are too many patients. Many people are arranged in the corridor. Everyone is wailing in pain. Chung Yuqing looked serious and came to the nearest ward. There are 2 patients in the ward. Everyone is wearing protective clothing and stays as far away from each other as possible. One of them heard the noise and sat up immediately after seeing Chung Yuqing. Academician Chung? He had been following the news in the domestic medical and biological fields for the past 2 days. After confirming that the other party was Chung Yuqing, he was about to get up and shake hands. But then he thought of his illness and sat down with some resentment. "My disease is contagious, so I can't get too close. It's okay. We all wear protective clothing. You are not terminally ill. You will get better." Chung Yuqing comforted him in a friendly manner. "I work at a breeding base and haven't been to other places during this period. I don't know how I got infected." The patient in bed 1 was Sun Ke, and he couldn't hold it in for a moment after hearing it. 3 days ago, after he came back from Qingqing Dairy Company, he led General back to the cowshed. Unexpectedly, the other party suddenly rushed around excitedly, and they took a lot of effort to calm him down. Then less than 3 hours later, General foamed at the mouth and died suddenly. The staff of the breeding base were stunned. Before they could react, he suddenly felt chest tightness and was taken to the county hospital for examination. There are many patients with the same symptoms as him here. Now the internet speculates that they have food poisoning, and there are also infectious diseases. Now he hopes it is food poisoning. And don't let anything go wrong. It's okay. It will be fine. Chung Yuqing comforted him a few more times, then rolled up his sleeves and carefully observed the rash on his arm, while other staff members took photos and recorded. In the next 2 hours, Shinqua and Chung Yuqing visited other wards, during which patients were constantly sent in, all of whom had symptoms such as rash, chest tightness, chest and abdominal discomfort. After the biological team summarized and compared the data with the laboratory, at noon, Longgu Hospital issued a notice. After investigation, the residents of Dayuan County were infected with the new zombie mutant strain S2, which is zoonotic and has a high degree of transmission in animal groups. The onset period from rash to physical discomfort is 3 to 5 days. The announcement detailed the infection process in O'Hara County and the symptoms of the infected residents. This virus can only be alleviated by one's own immunity, and there is no specific medicine for the time being. Fuck. Is it a zombie virus? Will I die? After the announcement was released, topics such as the S2 mutant strain, the new zombie virus, and zoonosis instantly became hot searches. And each hot search was followed by explosion. Word. Are the vaccines I received before still effective? One netizen asked in panic. The S1 vaccine can effectively block the droplet transmission of the S1 virus. but it cannot block the S2 virus for the time being. The official said in a matter-of-fact manner. Will you become a zombie or die after infection? The S2 virus is a mutant strain of the zombie virus. You will not die immediately after infection, but you will have symptoms such as skin rashes and itching, and gradual failure of internal organs. Infection will be accompanied by great pain. At first, netizens did not understand what great pain meant. They clicked on the video of O'Hara County Hospital. It's so uncomfortable. I feel like my stomach is on fire. Itchy. Chest tightness. The patients in the video were very uncomfortable, and many of them scratched their arms with steel wool, leaving blood marks all over their arms. It hurt so much. Netizens felt the pain through the screen. Everyone summarized 3 points based on official news. 1. S1 vaccine cannot block S2 virus. 2. S2 is zoonotic, and both humans and animals may be infected. 3. Animals will die 100% after infection. Humans will not die, but their organs will gradually fail until they die. Now that Dayuan County is sealed, it shouldn't spread outside, right? Some netizens are looking forward to it. As it turns out, netizens' expectations have been dashed. In the following week, the S2 virus broke out in Longgu, Guangming, Yunchuan, Chongqing and other provinces one after another. This virus broke out as widely as the previous zombie virus. The country has not yet implemented a nationwide first-level control, but the provinces have strictly checked and banned large-scale personnel circulation. In addition to the domestic outbreak, S2 virus has also broken out in Sank, Itania, and Merck. This virus is not as deadly as S1, but it spreads very quickly. Residents fell into a new panic. On January 9th, Kwadi released news, from now on, Kwadi will kill cats, dogs, cattle, sheep, and wild animals across the country. Some economic livestock can only be raised in special bases. In order to reduce the spread of S2, Kwadi will prohibit all mammals from appearing in public places. Kwadi? This name sounds familiar. Is it the country that held a prayer for 10,000 people when the virus first broke out? At that time, 10,000 people prayed, and half of them became zombies. Netizens were confused by this news, and everyone thought it would become an international joke like before. But within 2 days of its release, except for Lunguitania and others, no other country came forward to condemn it. On January 12th, Sankmerk and other 35 countries released news about animal optimization. The core content of animal optimization is the same as that of Kwadi. After these news were released, many countries responded immediately. Chapter 62. On January 15th, Modik dispatched 30 helicopters and 50 armed trucks to cull the animals in the Michelle Prairie. This was the largest wild culling operation in the world in the past 100 years. At 9 a.m. on January 16th, in a cafe in Zhongshan Shopping Center in Guangmin Province, Lin Ning frowned and watched the latest international news. Lin Ning is 37 years old and is the owner of a cat and dog pet store. After the S2 virus broke out last week, pet stores and cat and dog markets in the city were directly closed, and pet stores near the city were prohibited from feeding animals. My shop is under closed management, so the virus won't spread. Lin Ning had no objection to closing the shop, but he didn't know what to do with the 30 pets in his shop. This is a special period. You have to consider everyone, the staff member said helplessly. So, he could only temporarily close the shop. And the 30 cats and dogs in the shop were temporarily arranged in a yard in the suburbs. You are working at Animal Magazine now. Can you find some connections to publish these articles? After Lin Ning finished the preparation, he took out a stack of documents and handed them to the woman in front of him. The woman's name was Zhao Sinyu, and they were college classmates. After graduation, she worked as an animal photographer in Animal Magazine and is now the deputy editor-in-chief of the magazine. It's not that I don't want to help you, but the infection rate of S2 is too high, and we are not suitable to publish any articles related to current affairs. Zhao Sinyu flipped through Lin Ning's documents and said, "This is a 3,000-word-long article, mainly calling on residents to care for animals, which is a bit whimsical in the current situation. This is not a current affairs article. Infected and close contact animals can be disposed of. We are calling on everyone not to treat all animals as a scourge, just like Michelle's culling operation, which is unreasonable. The we Lin Ning mentioned is a local animal protection association. Our magazine's articles will not affect Michelle." Zhao Sinyu said. "I know." Lin Ming organized his words, Animal optimization is now being carried out all over the world. We don't have animal optimization, but some villages and urban areas have carried out mobile animal expulsion. The government can only make suggestions and cannot strictly control this. We don't need to do a one-size-fits-all approach. We can give these animals test strips or concentrate them in one base. Zhao Xinyu interrupted. How to concentrate? How to calculate the cost during the concentration period? How to calculate the subsequent feeding? What if an animal in the concentration base is infected and spreads it to other animals? We can strictly supervise it and crowdfund the cost. What if an animal infects a human during the concentration period? Lin Ming wanted to refute, but finally he was like a deflated, alas. The S2 virus is zoonotic. If an animal virus spreads to humans, it is indeed a very dangerous thing. We are not students anymore. You have to know that human life is above everything else. Well, after Zhao Xinyu finished speaking, the atmosphere at the coffee table was very silent. Now the infection rate of S2 is high, and there are not many customers in the coffee shop. The two changed the topic and talked about their recent situation for a while. Lin Ming asked, why don't you become a photographer? He and Zhao Xinyu have known each other for 15 years. During college, Zhao Xinyu liked photography very much, but she put down the camera in the third year of work. Zhao Xinyu smiled, I've been promoted, so there's no need to travel around the world with the machine. The two were silent for another 3 seconds, and then Lin Ming's phone rang. Wait a minute. Lin Ming raised his hand to Zhao Xinyu, and then picked up the phone. I see. Wait a minute. I'll come over now. Lin Ming's expression became more and more serious. After he hung up the phone, he immediately picked up his coat. Something happened at the pet base. I'll go over there. The two had already settled the bill, and Zhao Xinyu hurriedly followed after seeing this. Go to Depang village. Hello. Go to Depang village. Lin Ming came here by subway. He is going to Depang village now. There is no subway that goes directly to Depang village. It is raining now. He stopped 5 buses in a row, but none of them were empty. I am driving here. Is it Depang village in the eastern suburbs? I will take you there. At this time, Zhao Xinyu drove to stop in front of him. Thank you. Lin Ming did not care about being humble, and directly opened the passenger seat and sat in. Depang village is 22 kilometers away from here. Zhao Xinyu set the navigation and drove along the nearest road. Half an hour later, the two came to a yard outside Depang village. How to deal with these animals? Kill them all? Wouldn't that be bad? Several male voices came from the yard, mixed with the whimpering of cats and dogs. Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly pushed open the door and walked in. At this time, the cages of cats and dogs were gathered together, and a group of middle-aged men stood in front of the cages. These people held wooden sticks and bricks in their hands, and looked like they wanted to take action, but hesitated. What are you doing? Lin Ming shouted. Are you the person in charge here? A middle-aged man asked after seeing Lin Ming. Yes. What are you doing? Lin Ming hurried forward to check, although the cages showed signs of being violently smashed. Fortunately, the cats and dogs were fine, and he was relieved. We are from the Depang village committee. Why are you raising cats and dogs here? Why don't you notify the village committee? Sorry. I rented this house, and I didn't know I had to notify the village committee. After Lin Ming confirmed the other party's identity, his attitude softened a little. You are not allowed to keep cats here. Move them out quickly. Move them out quickly. Although Lin Ming was prepared, he still hesitated after hearing this. My yard is completely closed and disinfected every day according to national requirements. Can we not move out first? No. What if these cats and dogs are infected and spread to other villagers? Move them out quickly. Finally, after negotiation, he had to move all the cats and dogs out within 3 days. Sorry for taking up your time. After the villagers left, Lin Ming looked at Zhao Xinyu apologetically. What are you going to do next? Zhao Xinyu asked. Let's think of a solution first. Although he said he was thinking of a solution, he had no idea for the moment because the city and the village did not allow it. I'm not busy these days. Let's look for a house together, Zhao Xinyu said. In the next 2 days, the two walked through the streets and alleys of Guangming. They had enough budget, but the progress was very unsatisfactory. It's not allowed to keep it. You can't keep cats or dogs. Some landlords hung up the phone when they heard that the two were going to build an animal base. As two zoonotic, they understood the landlord's attitude very well. After repeated calls and field investigations, They finally found an old house in the mountains 50 kilometers away. You can keep pets here, but be careful about the spread of viruses. Don't let them out. You also have to have regular physical examinations. The landlord is a nearby villager. Although he agreed to rent the house, he was still very worried. I know. After the pets move in, I will live here. I will never go out unless I am safe. Even if I go out, I will wear full protection. Lin Ming thanked him very much. Okay. After both parties signed the contract, the landlord gave him the key. Do you really plan to live here for a long time? Zhao Xinyu asked. Yes. I will not leave after moving in. What he said to the landlord was not just a casual talk. Since he was willing to take care of these pets, he had already thought about the various risks and responsibilities he would deal with. Yeah. Zhao Xinyu nodded. At noon, the two of them sorted out the documents and had lunch at a nearby snack bar. Now golden grass has been planted all over the country. They ate golden grass rice noodles, which tasted very good. Lin Ming ate 2 bowls and casually browsed the news. He looked at it for a while, then frowned and turned it off. What's wrong? Zhao Xinyu asked. Another animal culling outside. Now the S2 virus is making a lot of noise. There is national control in China, so there is no danger for the time being. But the animal culling abroad is making a lot of noise, which makes him upset. Zhao Xinyu knew that Lin Ming was soft-hearted. She thought for a moment and asked, Did you ask me before? Why don't you become a photographer? Yes. I remember that you liked photography very much when you were in school. And you also hope to participate in international photography exhibitions in the future. Why don't you become a photographer? During school, Zhao Xinyu would bring a camera wherever she went. And her classmates and friends knew that she liked photography. When she entered Animal magazine, she even posted 3 moments in a row. Later, I don't know since when, her moments no longer had articles related to photography. And she no longer updated her photography works. Do you remember 28 years ago? I was sent to Seoul to make a documentary about jungle animals. It was the 3rd year after the nuclear pollution leak. At that time, the world was in a food crisis. She wanted to shoot a documentary with a magazine with the theme of animals after nuclear pollution. According to the arrangement, the shooting location was the Andes rainforest in Seoul, which is a medium-sized country in the southern hemisphere. After negotiating with the other party, they traveled a long distance. After the nuclear pollution, the death and mutation of animals around the world were very serious. They stayed there for a month. They thought they would shoot some images of animals mutating and surviving. But the most photographed were not mutations and survival, but local residents holding shotguns, traps, grenades. They tried every means to enter the rainforest to hunt prey. These prey include adult lions, pythons, and newly born zebras. This is beyond the scope of normal hunting. Are you worried about ecological imbalance or animal extinction? Zhao Xinyu was a rookie at the time and couldn't help asking, Isn't the current ecology imbalanced enough? A young man was riding a jeep to hunt and laughed when he heard it. If you want to talk about ecological imbalance, you should blame the nuclear pollution leakage in Etania or the capital giants like milk. The hunting rifle in my hand is just to protect my family and provide food for them. After he finished speaking, he looked Zhao Xinyu up and down. Are you a Longu? Yes. You should be grateful that you have a good country. Even in such a difficult situation, every citizen of yours has food subsidies, and many of us can't find food. You can apply to the government. The government has no extra food and is tacitly allowing us to hunt. The young man saw the innocence in Zhao Xinyu's eyes and continued, You don't have to sympathize with animals. I want to tell you a truth. What's the reason? Do you see the hunting rifle in my hand? The man pointed to the gun in his hand. Yeah. Zhao Xinyu nodded. We are advanced animals, dominating everything on this planet. Now we want to survive. So it's normal for us to hunt these animals that can't use tools. When you encounter the same crisis one day, you must believe that you will also pick up the hunting rifle. We won't. Zhao Xinyu frowned. No. You will. 10 years have passed since this incident. It was also after this incident that she could no longer calmly shoot animal scenes. She used to feel that shooting was a kind of enjoyment. But now she always feels that the camera is another shotgun. She used to think that the man with the shotgun was too cruel. Now that the S2 virus has appeared, more people have picked up the shotgun. She doesn't know what the situation will be like in the future, or when the virus continues to spread. She will also become one of them. What's wrong? Seeing Zhao Xinyu lost in thought, Lin Ming waved his hand in front of her eyes and asked. It's okay. Xiao Xinyu calmed down and asked, do you think the S2 virus will continue to evolve in the animal population and then threaten all of humanity? I don't know. Many countries are now optimizing animals. He doesn't know what the future will be like. He just hopes that humans and animals will not be completely opposed. Otherwise it will be a global disaster. Chapter 63. On February 3rd, the Milk State of Drona passed an animal culling bill. The bill stated that from now on, Drona will ban all household pets such as cats, dogs, guinea pigs, etc. Household pets are no longer protected by milk property law. On February 5th, a 10,000-person anti-culling march was held at Drona's Sanpani Square. The march resulted in 27 deaths and 55 injuries. On February 10th, the country of Covina passed a universal vegetarian law, which will ban the consumption of pork, beef, mutton and other meat products. This is the first country in the world to ban the consumption of meat. In the next half month, the world will be full of news about the virus. The Institute of Biology said that the S2 virus is only transmitted in human and mammal groups, and there is no risk of infection in poultry and insects. On February 12th, Longu Institute once again emphasized that local governments must strictly abide by the Animal Epidemic Prevention Law and the Infectious Disease Prevention and Control Law and must not infringe on the legitimate rights and interests of owners. The virus is getting stronger, and civilization cannot regress. All residents are requested to abide by the law and not be the dictator of nature. The state will strictly crack down on illegal activities in the process of animal control. The state has issued 7 announcements in a row during this period. Residents are worried about animal transmission, but they can also feel the state's attention to animal control. On the evening of February 14th, Luohai Property Management and Community Owner Li had a violent conflict over the issue of home killing. This conflict caused Li's right leg to be fractured, and all property-related personnel were detained. On the morning of the 15th, in a simple office building in Guangdong Central Building, Xiao Xinyu was carefully browsing the latest news. Now it has been a month since the pet base moved. During this month, although the state has strictly controlled, there have been sporadic news reports of XX pet culling and XX conflict in some areas, and each of these will cause extensive discussion among residents. I saw this news. The owner has a golden retriever at home. After the S2 outbreak, he has been locked up at home. Yesterday, someone heard the dog barking and complained. The property management came up to cull the dog, and a dispute broke out. Assistant Xiao Chen was sorting out documents and said gossipingly, "Is this a violation of the Animal Epidemic Prevention Law?" Xiao Xinyu asked. "Yes. The state is strict now, and this property is completely defying the law. I don't know if there is any strict training." During this period, many regions lack legal awareness and violently enforce the law in the process of animal control. Local governments have severely cracked down on it. He felt that this community property was completely used to being domineering and did things without thinking. Indeed, Xiao Xinyu smiled. Editor Zhao. A citizen sneaked into Guangdong Zoo and may be poisoning. Should we go over and take a look? At this time, a staff member came to report the situation. When did it happen? Xiao Xinyu put down the work in her hands. 5 minutes ago. The person was still in the zoo. Let's go! This place is 3 kilometers away from Guangdong Zoo. Xiao Xinyu put on his coat and knocked on the table when he passed by Xiao Chen. Come with me. You call 2 more people. Okay. Xiao Chen likes this kind of outing the most. 10 minutes later, Xiao Xinyu and the other 4 arrived at Guangdong Zoo. At this time, 5 police cars were parked at the entrance of the zoo, and many passers-by looked over here. What's the situation? Xiao Xinyu walked to the zoo director at the door and said, "They are Animal Magazine, and they have cooperated many times before." The zoo director just came over and replied breathlessly, "Someone poisoned the lion and tiger park, and the staff and police are searching inside. Are the lions and tigers okay?" "No. They were discovered when they were poisoned, and they are still in the park now." He just watched the video sent by the staff. The poisoner was a thin young man in his 30s. Xiao Xinyu followed the director into the inner park. 10 minutes later, the poisoner was found behind a trash can. It was this man. We found an electric baton and 3 bottles of pesticide on him. The police took the poisoner to the park office, and a policeman took notes according to the law. How did you sneak in? I climbed over the wall of the east gate. The man was wearing a black down jacket. Seeing that he couldn't run away, He could only cooperate with the statement. Why did you come to the zoo to poison? I'm worried about the spread of the virus among animals here. And I want to do something for the citizens. The police frowned. Do you know you're breaking the law? I haven't done it yet. The lions and tigers are still fine. You only want to poison the tigers and lions? Have you harmed other animals? The police continued to ask. It's not considered harm. The man avoided the question. Have you? The police realized something was wrong and scolded him directly. The man was hesitating whether to say it or not. When the zoo intercom rang, there's a problem in the alpaca park. Everyone rushed to the alpaca farm quickly. Bah! Bah bah! At this time, there were 2 alpacas in the alpaca farm with burn marks on their fur. Although these marks were shallow, they were obviously new injuries. What's going on? The police immediately grabbed the man's collar. I didn't know it would be so serious. There's something here. At this time, a policeman found a glass bottle in the nearby bushes. This was a chemical sulfuric acid bottle with a heavy chemical sulfuric acid mark on it. Too bad. Who would think of throwing sulfuric acid on animals? This is not something a normal person can think of. He is a potential criminal. Half an hour later, on the way back to the magazine, Xiaochen sat in the back seat and cursed angrily. I didn't break the law. I am protecting the safety of the citizens. After they found the sulfuric acid bottle, the other party was embarrassed at first, and then retorted like a dead pig. Fuck your safety. Why don't you throw viruses? He only picks on the weak. The alpaca breeder kicked him directly. Too bad. Xiaochen thought he was aloof. But the man's behavior was not what a normal person would do. Compared with him, he felt like an angel. It's all because of the virus. Someone in our group went back to his hometown and touched a dog, and got infected. He's alive now. He said that he felt pain all over his body after being infected with the S2 virus. It's not something a human can bear. A photographer talked about gossip. Did the dog infect him? Xiaochen asked. I don't know. Anyway, not long after he was infected, the dog was also infected and could not be saved. The person in the group cried very sadly. Did he cry? He had raised the dog for 7 years, so he must have cried. However, some people analyzed that he should have infected the dog. Anyway, the virus is zoonotic, and no one knows which one infected which one. The 4 of them chatted about various things. And then Zhao Sinyu's phone rang. Any other news? Okay. I got it. Thank you. Zhao Sinyu said a few words and hung up. Then looked at the 3 people who pricked up their ears. It's from the zoo. The police just questioned him in detail. The man came to the zoo a few years ago and had a conflict with the staff here because of the special ticket issue. This time he came here on purpose. Fuck. Revenge on the zoo. Xiaochen couldn't hold it anymore. He felt that the other party's behavior was too extreme before. But he didn't expect that it was not to protect the citizens, but to take this opportunity to deliberately retaliate. That night, the Guangning Zoo incident was on the hot topic list. Oh my god. Is this something a normal person can think of? Even if there is an infection, the zoo has suspended operations, so it is not easy to spread. Right? It is possible to infect the keeper, and the keeper will infect the outside world. If he is infected, he will go directly to the hospital. How can it be so easy to infect him? During this period, all the news was about people and animals, before netizens could discuss it widely. Another topic also made the list. Luohei rushed towards the property with a long stick. The owner of Luohei was Li, who was involved in the dispute last night. During the dispute last night, the golden retriever was hit twice by the property staff and his leg was broken. Li was also admitted to the orthopedic hospital because of his leg injury. He was quickly discharged from the hospital after being bandaged this morning, and at the same time received an unfortunate news. Mau Mau was lame. Mau Mau is the name of the golden retriever, an old dog that has been raised for 7 years. Mau Mau is lame, but it's not a big deal. Think positively. Friends around him were afraid that he would be impulsive and advised him. It's okay. The owner was very calm. He calmly went to the police station to make a statement, calmly checked Mau Mau's wound, and calmly went to other hospitals for examinations. Everyone thought he had let it go until 10 o'clock in the evening, when he rushed to the property management alone with a stick. Fuck you. My dog has been at home for a month, and I have tested it every day. How could it be infected? The dog died 6 hours after being infected. It was alive and well, and you still beat it up. Fuck you. The owner of Luohai has a bad temper. He smashed the property with a stick. I watched the video. It was smashed very cleanly. There is a cattle farm in our village. The village committee is worried that the cattle will be infected. They want him to deal with all the cattle in the farm. The owner of the cattle farm was so angry that he wanted to jump into the river, but was stopped. There are many conflicts in pets and farms now. To be honest, this virus is too vicious and can get in anywhere. Cattle are okay. I heard that chickens are not allowed to be raised abroad now, because they are afraid that S2 will be transmitted in birds. Rongu and Itania are currently implementing relatively mild animal policies. But most countries are implementing animal optimization. While netizens are paying attention to domestic news, they are also paying attention to the international situation. According to the current trend, the storm of animal optimization may continue to expand. Chapter 64. Have you packed? It's time to go. Okay. I'll go out now. On March 7th. In a village in the southern part of the country of Sok, Cherry ran out of the house like the wind, wearing a washed-out camouflage outfit and carrying a backpack. She climbed onto the open jeep at the door, hugged her school bag to her chest, took a breath, and looked at Chris in the passenger seat. Where are we going today? Chris held a cigarette in his mouth and flipped through the map on his phone skillfully, to the eastern part of the Andes rainforest. The terrain there is complicated, and there should be few people hunting there in the past. Chris is 33 years old this year, with a lean figure. If Xiaosini were here, she would definitely recognize him. He is the cool guy who showed her the hunting rifle 10 years ago. 10 years have passed, and Chris has been engaged in hunting on this land. Cherry is his daughter, who is 8 years old this year. Call me when you get there. Cherry nodded and took out a fairy tale book from her backpack. What story are you reading? Chris asked casually. Woody and Molly. Woody and Molly is a storybook about the unity and friendship of animals. This is inconsistent with what they are doing now. Chris curled his lips, but didn't say anything. There are 5 people in the car now. After the car started, Chris flipped through the latest news on March 5th. 3 infected cows were found in a small town in Georgia. After the virus spread, 75 people in the town have been infected. Georgia? Is it where Grandma Cherry is? The driver with a big beard asked after hearing it. Yes. Georgia is 720 kilometers away from here. When he left in the morning, his wife was on the phone with him. TSK. The government previously stipulated that all farms should be closed. This farm will bear all the responsibility. Probably. Now the internet is saying that the cows in Georgia have infected the nearby villagers. But he learned from Cherry's grandmother that someone here was infected a week ago. To be honest, it was more like the villagers infected the cows. An hour later, the car arrived in the eastern part of the Andes rainforest. Are we there? Cherry was the first to get off the car. Wear a hat and mask. If you encounter a large animal, you must ask the adults for help. Don't be arrogant. Chris helped her put on the hat. The Andes rainforest is one of the largest tropical rainforests in Sok. In order to reduce the spread of animal viruses, the government now allows them to hunt animals in the rainforest. These animal carcasses can be handed over to the government in exchange for rewards. Cherry is his daughter, and he always takes her with him when he goes out. I know. Cherry put the storybook in her backpack, and then took out a small shotgun from the bag like a little adult. Let's go! Chris rubbed her head and smiled. 10 minutes later, everyone arrived in the rainforest. The Andes rainforest used to be a symbol of mystery and death. Since the nuclear pollution leak, the animals and plants here have died in large numbers. Some animals can be found at a glance, and are not to be feared at all. As soon as they entered, they saw a lot of animal corpses. These animals were starved to death, bitten to death, and some died of infection with the S2 virus. After animals are infected with the S2 virus, they will die within 6 hours. Their corpses will become a virus culture dish. The virus on the corpse will be spread through mosquitoes, other animals, etc., which is why countries are doing everything they can to optimize animals. After everyone came in, they searched for prey directly. I heard that the forest in Kovadi was burned down. We could also burn down the Andes directly, so that the animals can be optimized faster. The bearded man joked while leading the way. It's a good idea. But if we really set it on fire, the wood and plants here will die, and we will also be unemployed. Sok is the world's largest timber exporter. The government will definitely not set fire to the forest unless it is absolutely necessary. Indeed, the bearded man nodded in agreement. then suddenly raised his gun and fired a shot at the nearest tree. Bang! A monkey fell to the ground. It was a tarsier, with a skinny body. He tested it with a test paper and confirmed that it had no virus. Then temporarily put it in a net bag used to hold corpses. This tarsier was the beginning of today's hunting. After the shot was fired, in the next 5 hours, the group hunted many wild animals one after another. The largest of them was an adult black bear. This black bear may not have eaten for 3 days. They shot it a few times, and it fell down. Chris has been hunting with his parents since he was a child. He used to like watching animals struggling under the hunting rifle. The rainforest used to be green and full of vitality. But now it is dead. He feels that he is no longer a hunter, but just mechanically raising his gun and shooting. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they had just hunted a monkey when a rustling sound suddenly came from their side. Everyone turned back vigilantly. This is a 3-month-old fawn. It looked at everyone curiously, and then ran away quickly as if it was leading the way. 5 minutes later, everyone followed it, and found a herd of deer. It was a bit inaccurate to call it a herd of deer. There were only 3 deer here, a fawn, a doe caught in a trap, and a thin male deer with long antlers. So beautiful. Everyone looked at the male deer in amazement. The male deer's antlers were about 2 meters long and very beautiful and well proportioned. They had been hunters all their lives, and the longest antlers they had seen were only about 1.5 meters. This was the first time they had seen such beautiful antlers. Like elves in the rainforest. The fawn licked the doe's wound and looked at Chris and others with hope. Apparently, it was the first time it saw hunters, and wanted to ask them to help it break the trap. Ah! Compared to the fawn's innocence, the doe struggled violently on the ground, trying to quickly break free from the trap, while the male deer stood in front of the fawn and the doe with full vigilance. They knew that the people in front of them were not good people. What should we do now? The bearded man raised his gun twice and put it down again. It was the first time he encountered such a scene. The fawn seemed to not understand the current atmosphere, and called out to Chris and others twice. Its eyes were bright, as if saying, "Please help us." Chris looked at the 3 wild deer. He remembered that when he was 7 years old, a curly-haired porcupine ran into his yard. The porcupine's quills were very bright, as innocent and bright as the fawn's eyes. Bang! While he was thinking about what to do, a gunshot was heard in the air. Ouch! The doe and the buck were obviously impatient. The fawn's right leg was injured. There was a bullet hole on its leg, and its eyes still had the innocence and confusion before the injury, as if it didn't know why it was shot. 3 seconds later, the deer felt the pain and kept wailing. Chris turned around quickly, and at this time, Cherry was still holding the gun, and the muzzle was still smoking. "Why did you shoot?" Chris didn't know how to express his current mood. The scene just now was too warm. He didn't expect Cherry to be the first to shoot. "Why didn't you shoot?" Cherry asked in a very strange way. Humans are the masters of the planet, and animals provide economic and food for humans. This is the concept she has learned since she was a child, and she thinks it is normal for her to shoot. Now, in addition to economic and food, animals may also threaten human safety, so her behavior is even more normal. 2 hours later, everyone returned to the jeep in silence. After Cherry shot just now, they felt very complicated. Everyone didn't know what to do. It might be the rare good thoughts in their hearts. They helped the fawn remove the bullet, bandaged the wound, and pried open the beast's clamp of the mother deer, and the family of 3 was free to move. As for the future, I just hope that the 3 deer will be on their own. After getting in the car, Chris saw Cherry flipping through the storybook and asked, "Do you like small animals?" "Yes," Cherry answered without thinking. "Why did you shoot?" Chris continued to ask. "I answered just now." Cherry didn't know why the other party kept asking this question. If the deer just now was Woody, would you still shoot? Woody is a character in Woody and Molly, a smart fox. Yes. Just because Cherry likes to read storybooks doesn't mean she won't kill animals. Chris understood what she meant in her eyes. He wanted to accuse her, but found that he had no position. Cherry was born after the disaster, and she was taught from childhood that the survival of the fittest is natural selection. From the moment she picked up the gun, she had lost her sympathy for all animals. He didn't think there was anything wrong with his education before, but now he wondered, in order to survive, is it right to become cold-blooded and kill all compassion? In fact, even if all the animals are killed, it will be useless. Right? At this time, The bearded man said beside him. The tigers in the rainforest are mammals. And the rats in the sewers are also mammals. Comparing the two, he felt that the sewer rats were more harmful. But can all the rats be killed? He thought about it. Even if all humans died, the rats would still be alive. They understood these principles. And the decision-makers of various countries also understood them. Everyone allowed the animal optimization to happen. Not so much to prevent the virus, but more to find an excuse to vent their anger. Everyone vented for 2 months. But it didn't seem as happy as they imagined. The global animal optimization is too demonized now. The Institute has drafted some animal regulations and plans to go to the United Nations tomorrow. At the same time, at the Longqing base, Tan Ningzheng rubbed his eyebrows and said, after the outbreak of the S2 virus in Dayuan County, the country considered the issue of animal infection. For animal infection, the country has always abided by the animal epidemic prevention regulations, humanely handling infected and close contact animals, and strictly controlling those that are not infected. For example, farms and family pets implement daily self-testing, and the legal property of residents is not violated. These are easy to formulate, but there are many contradictions in their implementation. He has been helping various provinces deal with animal control during this period. The domestic situation is relatively stable, but various animal optimizations are spreading around the world, which is a serious damage to the global ecology. What are you thinking about? After Tan Ningzheng finished speaking, he found that Shen Kui had been looking out the window, and it seemed that he was distracted. Nothing. Shen Kui calmed down and came back to his senses. He was indeed distracted. He was thinking about the second life. There was no animal optimization in the second life, and there was no large-scale animal culling. The reason was very simple. When S2 appeared, more than half of the world's population had been infected. At that time, many countries had collapsed and everyone was fighting zombies. Even if there were animals infected, they were dealt with directly, and there was no extra energy for professional animal culling. In this life, the S1 vaccine and zombie boxes appeared ahead of time, and the zombies around the world were under control. But the conflicts between humans and animals were also directly magnified. Now there are all kinds of conflicts in farms, pets, and animal optimization, which are essentially conflicts between humans and animals. Animals may infect humans. This alone is a reason for humans to take up arms. Are you still thinking about animal optimization? Tan Ningzheng seemed to see Shen Kui's thoughts and asked. The current situation is relatively stable, but I'm afraid that the virus will worsen, and the residents need an outlet. Shen Kui has studied ecology and knows that animal optimization is obviously wrong. Under the control of the state and the guidance of domestic public opinion, people and animals are relatively harmonious overall. He is worried that the situation will become increasingly difficult to control over time, as long as society is not in chaos. This kind of thing will not happen. Animal optimization is completely inconsistent with virus prevention and control and the laws of natural development. In response to this situation, Long Gu has also called other countries. Many countries also understand this truth. But large-scale control requires a lot of manpower and material resources, and they need to use animal optimization to divert domestic conflicts and pressures. So they will let it go. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs will propose the concept of moderate control at this joint meeting. We cannot control other countries, so we can only do our best. Tan Ningzheng patted Shen Kui on the shoulder, reminding him not to waste his mind on these things. I know. Shen Kui took a deep breath and opened the system interface. Host name, Shen Kui. Task loading, 87%. Since my city was upgraded to my country, it has been loading, and it looks like it will take some time. In the next 2 days, Shen Kui dealt with the Dragon Star work seriously. 2 days later, a piece of news shocked the world due to extreme animal optimization in Kovadi. Snakes, rats, rabbits and other animals died in large areas. Insects and ants lacked natural enemies, and locusts plagued the southern part of Kovadi. This locust plague was fierce, and 300,000 acres of farmland in Kovadi were affected. This disaster will spread across the country within a week. So fierce. This locust plague started to spread from the arson forest. This is the first time I have directly felt the global ecological impact. Now animal optimization is completely for political rule. It's ridiculous. Now in addition to Longu, there are also many international netizens who are disgusted with animal optimization. This is the worst policy in the past decade. Chapter 65. On March 15th, Zhou Mingwei and others came to the joint conference hall. Minister Zhou. Long time no see. DeWitt was wandering at the entrance of the hall, and immediately came to greet Zhou Mingwei when he saw her. Zhou Mingwei is Longgu's foreign minister, and DeWitt is Melk's foreign minister. The two have always been old rivals in the diplomatic field. Minister DeWitt. Long time no see. Zhou Mingwei shook hands with great social etiquette. The last time they met was last July. On behalf of the Melk government, I am very grateful to Longgu for its technical support for Melk's S1 vaccine and zombie boxes. If it weren't for Longgu's technical support, the global zombie situation would become very terrifying, and we wouldn't have this meeting. After the two sides exchanged greetings, DeWitt directly praised Longgu. He had already prepared this sentence countless times in his mind. This is a choice that any civilized country will make. Whether it is between people or between people and nature, we should unite together. Zhou Mingwei smiled meaningfully. It depends on the specific situation. DeWitt knew that the other party was taking the opportunity to criticize the recent animal optimization. Merck is one of the countries that implement animal optimization. In the past 2 months, they have humanely disposed of 300,000 animals. This move has been condemned by many farmers and animal protectors. The country of Merck is not as calm as it seems. The meeting is about to start. Let's go in first. After the two sides exchanged greetings, Zhou Mingwei looked at the time and said, "Please." DeWitt made a gentlemanly pleased gesture. The Longgu delegation and the Melk delegation walked into the conference hall. Melk seemed to walk casually, but he was always paying attention to the pace of the Longgu delegation. If it were 3 years ago, they would definitely not care about Longgu's attitude. But in these 3 years, Longgu has grown too fast. And with the influence of the S1 vaccine and the zombie box, Longgu has already had absolute voice in the international arena. At 9:50, after everyone sat down, there was a commotion from the door. The Kovadi delegation is here. Their locust plague has spread to 32 cities. The Kovadi government used helicopters to disinfect the locusts, but it didn't work. At this time, the Kovadi delegation walked into the venue with a haggard look. They were wearing their country's traditional costumes, and everyone had a sullen face. It was obvious that they had suffered a serious blow during this period. Zhou Mingwei sat in Longgu's seat, glanced at the other party, and continued to organize the documents in his hand. This meeting is about the S2 virus and animal optimization issues, and will be broadcast live with all cameras. At 10 o'clock, the meeting officially began. This is the global infection data from January to the end of February. In these 2 months, 320,000 people were infected with the S2 virus worldwide. We have killed a total of 2 million mammals, including tigers and lions, as well as pet cats and dogs that are closely related to us. Among the animals killed, only 170,000 were infected with the S2 virus, and the rest were a weak massacre in the name of survival. As soon as the meeting started, Zhou Mingwei directly announced the virus data for the past 2 months. These were submitted by various countries to the United Nations. The real data would be bloodier than what was submitted. Editor-in-Chief Xiao. We have a work meeting at 11 o'clock. Postpone it for 2 hours. Dad, are we going hunting today? No hunting today. Let's watch international news for a while. I didn't know that the 2 alpacas were worth 370,000 yuan. I just threw sulfuric acid on impulse. Can you let me out? No. I applied for a mobile phone. It's TV time now. I can watch TV. While Zhou Mingwei was presenting the data, Animal Magazine, Sox Village, Guangning Detention Center, nearly 1 billion people around the world were watching this live broadcast. And the number is still increasing. This is a comparison chart of the number of animals killed and residents infected in the past 2 months. We can clearly see that the virus growth rate will not decrease after the number of animals killed increases. In fact, during the process of killing animals, many humans have infected the animals. This is a lose-lose situation. After Zhou Mingwei finished her statement, she showed a comparison chart of virus infection and animal culling. Both of them increased in a linear manner, and there was no direct relationship between the two. What if we let animal viruses spread and animal diseases become uncontrollable? A diplomat who was implementing animal optimization asked. Longgu is not going to let animal viruses go, but to carry out mild prevention and control in a scientific and orderly manner. At this point, Zhou Mingwei showed a series of implementation strategies that have been implemented in Longgu, which are roughly pet owner supervision, farm operator supervision, wildlife department supervision, etc. Everyone has their own responsibilities, instead of a one-size-fits-all approach like before. After hearing this, everyone fell into thought. Lungu's proposal is indeed a good method, but very few countries have implemented it. The reason is very simple. This will increase the cost of individuals and governments, and also test the sense of responsibility of individuals and governments. It is far less simple than direct optimization. Food, labor, emotional pets. Humans and animals have always been inseparable. The soil and plant growth in nature also require the participation of animals. The locust incident in Kovadi has fully demonstrated that the separation of humans and animals is very ridiculous. Our country hopes that all countries can be calm and give both sides a chance to coexist. What coexistence opportunity? Try it for 3 months as proposed just now. This is Lungu's proposal. At 3 p.m., the joint meeting ended. Because this meeting is more important. Each country will vote in 3 days. Huh? In the Animal magazine, Zhao Xinyu breathed a sigh of relief. She was still thinking about Lungu's proposal, a 3-month mile prevention and control for the whole world. It has to be said that this is a plan that is almost impossible to complete. Editor-in-Chief Xiao. Do we want to have a meeting? At this time, Xiaochen knocked on the door and asked. Let's start. Zhao Xinyu picked up the notebook and stood up. She had not thought of the theme of today's meeting before. Now she thought that it would be a good idea to hold a debate around today's joint meeting. Dad, are we going hunting? In the village of Sok, Cherry asked after playing with building blocks for a while. The joint meeting just now was too boring, and she couldn't understand it. Let's not hunt for now, Chris said with some complexity. He remembered that when Cherry was just born, her blonde hair was slightly curled and very beautiful. At that time, he hoped that his daughter could be innocent and happy forever. But he didn't know when he killed this innocence and made her as cold-blooded as himself. This was not what he sincerely hoped for. Chris got up and tidied the house. While tidying up the table, he saw the first page of Woody and Molly in the distant Austin forest. There lived a smart fox, Woody. He had 2 friends, the elephant Momo and the rabbit Annie. The S2 virus can only be infected by close-range droplets and close contact. We should be more careful in our daily lives. Right? It's easy to tell when an animal is infected, so it's not that scary. My family is in the pork business, and I'm really fed up with animal optimization. After the joint meeting, many residents discussed the feasibility of mile prevention and control. Why mile prevention and control? It's so easy to deal with it directly. The current ecology has long been out of balance, and it doesn't matter whether there are animals or not. There are also some firm supporters of animal optimization. Comrade Police, will I be sentenced? What if I can't afford the compensation? In Guangming Police Station, the zoo poisoner didn't care about the current situation. He was already filled with fear. In the next 3 days, the world was discussing the feasibility of mile prevention and control. And the joint meeting continued. Minister Zhou. At the entrance of the conference hall, DeWitt was waiting for Zhou Mingwe as before. Minister DeWitt. Zhou Mingwe smiled and nodded. The two didn't talk much. Now that everything that should be done has been done, the only thing left is the next vote. At 10 o'clock, the United Nations General Assembly officially voted. Voting content: whether to support Lungu's mile prevention and control. Trial time: 3 months. 320 countries attended this meeting, and 320 countries participated in the vote. Voting officially begins. After the UN leader finished his opening remarks, the whole audience officially voted. Today's meeting is still live broadcast. Compared with the heated discussion 3 days ago, today's meeting was much quieter. At this time, representatives from various countries filled out their opinion cards and then cast the cards into the ballot box in order. The whole process was like a pantomime. Sister Zhao, will they agree? In the Animal magazine, Xiaochen watched the live broadcast without blinking. He is an absolute rationalist. He feels that the country's proposal is too idealistic. It is difficult to do it in China, not to mention abroad. I don't know. Zhao Xinyu bit her lower lip. She really didn't know. She hadn't been as nervous as today for a long time. An hour later, the voting ended. Voting results: support, 272 votes. Oppose, 27 votes. Abstentions, 21 votes. According to the previous agreement, if more than 50% of the countries agree, all countries on the scene will implement mile control. From April 1st, The world will officially carry out mild control of animals. During the mild control period, no country is allowed to kill normal animals. The person in charge announced the results of the meeting. At the moment when the person in charge read out the results, many representatives at the joint venue breathed a sigh of relief. In front of the computer, Zhao Xinyu also breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know why she was relieved, nor did she know what would happen in 3 months. But she just felt that the stone in her chest had fallen to the ground, or that it was not as blocked as before. Minister DeWitt, I didn't expect Melk to support this proposal. After the meeting, Zhou Mingwei walked towards DeWitt in surprise. Merck was one of the first countries to implement animal optimization. She thought that the other party would stick to his point of view. But he chose support in the vote just now. I didn't expect that either. DeWitt was very helpless. Zhou Mingwei looked at him puzzled. After the last meeting, the Melk government organized a choice vote. This was a real-name online vote. We thought everyone would choose animal optimization, or at most a 50-50 split. But the voting closed yesterday, and 92% of the people chose mild prevention and control. This was a vote strictly supervised by the state. No one cheated. Someone even called the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and asked the diplomatic corps not to interfere with the voting choice. DeWitt became more and more excited as he spoke. He had no idea what the problem was. He felt that many things were out of control. Since you have chosen, just execute it well, Zhou Mingwei said politely. On April 1st, mild prevention and control officially began. Do we really want mild prevention and control? On the morning of April 1st, Jack and Sam stared at each other on Michelle Avenue in Cypher. They were police officers from the Michelle 3rd Police Station. Before the country implemented animal optimization, their daily task was to wear protective clothing, catch some stray cats and dogs in the streets and alleys, and then put these animals on special optimization vehicles. They didn't want to do this at all. It was too cruel. Half a month ago, after the second UN meeting, Sapphire developed a detailed mild prevention and control document. Now domestic pet owners have re-registered, and they need to report the physical condition of their animals every week. After the animal optimization, they thought no one would keep pets in Michelle. Who knew that after the government promised not to harm these animals? 5,000 animals were registered on the first day. Finally, I don't have to hide from place to place. I bought cat food secretly some time ago. Animal optimization is really terrible. It was completely barbaric behavior before. I can't believe that these behaviors actually happened in a civilized world. Residents complained to each other while registering. After everyone registered, they could only take their pets for a walk in designated places. And there were strict regulations and restrictions. Even so, everyone was excited from the bottom of their hearts. And they didn't know how to express it. In short, thank Longu for giving them a chance to ease the situation. Jack and Sam's previous job was to catch stray animals and throw them into the optimization car. Now they still catch stray animals. But there are 2 more things. Test the captured animals with test strips, and hand over the problematic ones to the optimization car, and hand over the normal ones to the animal rescue station. The optimization car is no longer as casual as before when optimizing. They will monitor the animals uniformly, and will not hurt any animal by mistake. It is now 9 o'clock in the morning. The 2 people wearing protective clothing began to patrol. After a while, they found a little black dog in the sewer. The little black dog had wet eyes, and was stuck in the sewer for some reason. It should be 2 months? Jack picked up the little black dog directly. Almost. Sam took out the test paper very experiencedly, and stirred it in the puppy's mouth twice. This is the S2 test paper. After a while, the test result came out. Negative. No problem. Just put it in the rescue station later, Sam said. Yeah. Jack stroked the black dog's fur, obviously liking it very much. Do you like animals? Jack looked tall and mighty, and he always thought that the other party didn't like this kind of small animals. I like them. Don't you think they are cute? Do you know how many anonymous letters I wrote to the general administration when the animals were optimized? This is too cruel. During his previous work, he was suffering every second of every day. After hearing what he said, Sam finally understood why so many cats and dogs slipped away from their hands when the 2 were on a mission. Sam, what did you vote for in the previous domestic vote? Sam asked. Sapphire is not a big country like Sank and Melk, but it also implemented a vote on domestic opinions. Support? After answering, Jack asked, what about you? Same. You support it too? Yes. Why? Jack was very surprised. He knew that Sam was different from him. He never liked pets. Why should I oppose it? Sam smiled. Before, animal optimization was a mess. But he believed that many people, like him, were against animal optimization. This has nothing to do with nationality and belief, but is a choice of ordinary residents. Besides, everyone has learned about the food chain. If all the animals died, the soil, plants, and the earth, it would be terrible. Now the world is carrying out mild prevention and control in an orderly manner. He doesn't know what the situation will be like in 3 months. But it's just like what Long Gu said at the joint meeting. Let's give it a try. Chapter 66. I am doing animal testing on time now. The cats and dogs at home are all fine. Don't worry. They are absolutely in compliance with national standards. In the past week, 3 sheep on our farm were infected with the S2 virus. However, we discovered it in time and implemented zoning management, so the virus did not spread. Hello. Is this the animal control station? This is the wild cat I picked up downstairs. I have done the test, and it is not infected. In the next 3 months, the world was full of news related to mild control. Under the strict supervision of various countries, some farmers, pet owners, and ordinary residents were very cooperative. You have violated the animal mild control law. According to government regulations, you will be fined 3,000 international coins and detained for 30 days for reform. In addition to those who obeyed the order, there were also some people in various countries who refused to obey the control. I thought it was infected. Just want to maintain the safety of the city. After being caught, the offenders tried their best to argue. Sorry. The law enforcement officer did not listen to the other party's arguments and directly took him to the police car. We are an independent country. We cannot bow to Long Gu and cannot obey him weakly. The offenders saw that their arguments were not working and tried to provoke international conflicts. Do you think that our compliance with the mild prevention and control is a sign of weakness to Long Gu? The police officer stopped and asked. Yes. Have you received the S1 vaccine? I received it. Vaccination is not a sign of weakness. But abiding by the laws of the United Nations is a sign of weakness? The police officer said calmly. This is a temporary law passed by the United Nations. We have signed the conference book and must abide by our commitment. Moreover, this is not a sign of weakness to Long Gu, but a choice of the people. After the publication of Gentle Prevention and Control, many extremists put pressure on local governments, hoping to abolish gentle prevention and control, and governments directly refused. The decision-making departments of various countries are not all short-sighted. They implemented animal optimization before, partly to control the virus, and more to divert domestic conflicts after the disaster. Facts have proved that such a transfer method cannot alleviate the virus crisis. Now Long Gu proposed a moderate prevention and control, and with the domestic public opinion, they must not only cooperate, but also cooperate with all their strength. In this way, whether it can be alleviated in 3 months, their public opinion pressure will be reduced. In this way, the third joint meeting was held on July 10th. This is the virus infection rate and the number of animals killed in the past 3 months. According to the comparison chart, the virus infection rate has dropped by 32%, and the number of animals killed is 3.5% of the previous number. These are infected animals. A total of 70,000. After the meeting started, the person in charge directly took out the latest data report, which are all global data supervised by the United Nations. The virus infection rate has dropped? How could it drop? After the data was released, representatives of various countries and viewers in front of the TV were very surprised. The decline in the number of global cullings is understandable, but the infection rate of S2 has dropped as the number of cullings has dropped, which is completely unscientific. The infection transmission rate of animal carcasses is 7.3 times that of ordinary animals. The United Nations has investigated that many of the previous infected people were infected during the process of handling the carcasses. If one of the corpses of a large number of animals carries the virus, it will quickly spread to all the corpses, thus indirectly amplifying the virus by tens of millions of times. Now the high-temperature treatment technology of various countries is mature, but the animal base is too large, and it is possible to cause the spread in the slaughter and centralized transportation. So the number of infected people is naturally high. So that's it. The audience originally thought that animal optimization would ease the spread of the virus, but they didn't expect it to expand the scope of infection. Between July 10th and 12th, countries held 3 more meetings on mild control. After seeing the difference between the two, residents who previously supported animal optimization shut up. No one is stupid. And mild control is now superior to animal optimization in every way. In this way, after 3 days of global meetings, on July 13th, 320 countries around the world passed the Global Convention on Mild Animals. The Convention on Mild Animals is an upgraded version of mild control. In addition to animal control, it also contains protection treaties for the ocean, global plants, etc. These treaties are jointly agreed upon by all countries. If a country violates these treaties, in addition to facing high fines and global condemnation, it will also be subject to a series of restrictions on international trade, international food, and maritime transportation. This is a very tough common agreement. Minister Zhou, I hope that Mel can continue to cooperate with Longu in a friendly manner. Before signing, DeWitt shook hands with Zhou Mingwe. The temperament was discussed by the world. But during the discussion, Longu's important position was once again demonstrated. As long as we have a common goal, Longu is very happy to cooperate. Zhou Mingwe smiled. At 12 o'clock, 320 countries signed the contract together. In addition to animal control, the Tender Treaty will also be the guiding treaty for the world in the future in terms of nature. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the planetary achievement, Man and Nature. Achievement reward, Purified Heart. Ding! My country update is complete. Update content, province icon. Single province data view. City icon. Single city data view. Current task, My Vegetable Basket. My Vegetable Basket, enrich the dietary structure of residents, so that residents across the country have a rich vegetable basket. Task reward, pointing to building card X1. At the moment when the Gentle Treaty was signed, the system was updated in the Dragon Star base. Okay. I know. We'll go there now. Xinque was sorting out the documents. And before he could check them, Tan Ningzhang looked at Xinque excitedly after answering the phone. The serum of the S2 virus has been researched. Can S2 patients be treated? Yes. A month ago, a large-scale animal infection occurred in a farm town in the south of Cutty country, killing 20,000 cattle and sheep, and causing heavy losses to local farm owners and residents. The Cutty government found in its investigation that although there were heavy losses here, there was a farm that was doing very well. This farm raised 50 large moose, each of which was shiny and very strong. The local government felt something was wrong and immediately organized the biological department to investigate. They found a virus in moose that was very similar to the zombie virus. This virus may be caused by the local moose experiencing nuclear pollution mutations and often eating a local mutant plant. In short, this virus will not harm the lives of moose, and they can develop S2 serum based on this virus. Cutty and Longu are friendly countries. Now Longu is the most advanced country in the world in vaccine research. After Cutty discovered it, it told Longu about it. Xinque, Zheng Yuqing and others had been to Cutty once before. After everyone returned from Cutty country, the laboratory fell into research day and night. Now the laboratory has developed a serum for treating S2 through farm moose. In addition to S2 serum, they also found the research direction of S1 zombie virus inhibitor and S3 vaccine through moose genes. S1 inhibitor cannot treat zombie virus, but after injection, it can suppress the zombie patient's desire for blood and restore their appearance to normal. Although the infected still cannot think, their actions become controllable. As for the S3 virus, the typical feature of S3 is that the virus is transmitted through the air. The current zombie virus has not yet progressed to air transmission, but everyone has been preparing for possible air transmission. If the S3 data is the same as the S3 data brought back by Xinque, then this moose gene is likely to be the key to the S3 vaccine. Chapter 67. What's wrong? After Tan Ningzheng finished speaking, he realized that Xinque seemed to have something to say. The system has been updated. Xinque checked and described. Good. Great. It has been 7 months since the last upgrade. During these 7 months, the system has been updated. The research team was studying how to speed up the progress at the beginning. But after trying many methods, there was no change. Everyone could only wait helplessly. Unexpectedly, at this special moment, the system was updated. Tan Ningzheng walked back and forth happily. And then he and Xinque went directly to the biological laboratory. This is the antibody serum of the S2 virus. We have tested it on mice, and infected volunteers. This serum can be injected before and after infection. The patient will experience slight dizziness and nausea after injection, and generally recover in 3 to 5 days. After recovery, they will gain lifelong immunity to the S2 virus. It can be used by animals and humans. In the biological laboratory, Chung Yuqing pointed to the transparent test tube in the glass cover. After the outbreak of the S2 virus, they have been working on the S2 serum research. They compared 1.2 million animal and plant genes, but there was no progress. Who knew that after many twists and turns, the key serum of S2 was in a moose farm in Cutty country. We compared the moose in the moose farm with moose in other regions. The genes of the moose in this moose farm have changed due to the geographical environment, moose breed, and dietary structure. This change is not replicable. Chung Yuqing was a little scared when he said this. This moose farm and moose genes were formed under special conditions. If they all died in the previous animal optimization, the world might not be able to find S2 serum for a long time, or even at all. It feels like walking on a tightrope. Tan Mingzhang was scared. He was very grateful for the mild prevention and control of Cutty country. Otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Will this serum have other sequelae? Tan Mingzhang asked after calming down. No. According to the simulation analysis of the biological group, moose serum will not cause long-term side effects to the human body except for the initial discomfort. Can the zombie virus be completely solved? Tan Mingzhang continued to ask. No. Although moose serum cannot completely solve the virus, it has a good therapeutic effect on suppressing the virus and possible airborne transmission. These two items are now in the stage of being conquered, and it is expected that there will be breakthroughs in the near future. After everyone discussed it, Chung Yuqing found that Tan Mingzhang had a smile on his face all the time. This smile seemed to be not just for the progress of S2. What's wrong? Chung Yuqing was very curious. You say? Tan Mingzhang gestured to Xinque. The system has been updated, Xinque said with a smile. This time, 3 main updates were made. First, the achievement of man in nature was obtained, and the achievement reward was Purification Heart. Second, after the system was updated, he could view the population, environmental value, development potential value, etc. of each province, city, and village. For example, the current environment of Longxing is 85 points, and that of Guangnan province is 79 points. Everything within the territory can be viewed digitally. Third, the latest task was updated, My Vegetable Basket. The Heart of Purification is a one-time item. After using it, it can purify all negative environments within the territory, Xinque said after reading the detailed properties of the Heart of Purification. The Heart of Purification has some overlap with the Heart of the Camp, but the Heart of the Camp can remove 50% of the negative environment, and the rest will be adjusted over time. The Heart of Purification is a one-time item. 100% removal. Our environment has begun to improve, so we can keep it for emergencies. The domestic environment seems to be gradually improving, but there is no guarantee that there will be another nuclear pollution leak in the future. After discussion, the research team decided to keep the Heart of Purification first. Now that the system and virus serum have made progress, let's sort it out and completely solve the S2 problem. After the meeting, Tan Mingzhang talked about the next policy. There are currently 2.27 million S2 patients registered in China and 83.9 million abroad. This is the virus with the fastest spread and the highest infection rate. S2 will not cause death, but patients will be very painful after infection. There has been no relief except for injecting paralytic drugs. At this moment, the biological team has found the S2 serum, and the rest is to inject the whole people to completely eliminate this virus. At 9 o'clock that evening, Longgu Institute announced the news. On the evening of July 13th, Longgu Institute of Biology has successfully cracked the S2 virus and developed a recombinant S2 vaccine. The S2 vaccine can be injected into both humans and animals without long-term side effects. This article explains in detail the experimental data and reactions of the S2 vaccine. In addition, the article also focuses on explaining that the key serum of the vaccine comes from the moose farm in the south of Cutty country, which is the only farm in the world that has serum moose. Fuck. The key serum of S2 comes from the moose in Cutty? There are only 50 moose with S2 serum in the world. If these moose die, all of humanity will be finished. I just checked. Cutty has been implementing mild control. Thank the Cutty government for not slaughtering the moose farm. The world was shocked when they saw the news of Lungu. They remembered that 3 months ago, if the world was optimized, there would be no serum moose now. The municipal government sent me a document hoping that I could dispose of these moose, and they would give me some basic compensation. This is not a question of compensation or not. I raised these moose with my own hands, and I can't bear to part with them. Thanks to the laws of the Cuddy country, they don't enforce them. At this time, on the other side of the ocean, the fat farm owner was being interviewed by the media. Now the farm he runs has become the focus of the world. The 50 moose in the farm were handed over to the government as required. The government has given a considerable amount of funds and promised that in addition to experimental sampling, they will take good care of these moose. This is a completely win-win situation. Today, on the 13th, we passed the Animal Gentleness Treaty and developed the S2 vaccine. This is a day that deserves to be recorded in global history. Ah! Some media reported enthusiastically. Incredible. Some animal optimization supporters and previously indifferent residents felt mixed emotions. They felt that they should learn ecology again. Research experiments in various countries have shown that the Lungu S2 vaccine has a stable biological structure and can completely immunize against the S2 virus. This is another pioneering work in the history of global medicine. On July 15th, Lungu signed a S2 vaccine cooperation contract with Merck, Sank and other countries. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Merck said that mankind should remember Lungu's contribution to the global vaccine industry. Sank S.A. Itania HG and other biological institutes have extended olive branches, hoping to co-create a medical research base with Lungu. After the Lungu vaccine was announced, the world was full of news related to vaccines. Lungu cooperates with vaccine manufacturers around the world. These vaccines will be sold to hospitals and governments around the world for free or at cost price. In addition to post-infection treatment, residents and animals can also be vaccinated for prevention. Now there are animal vaccine companies that produce animal-specific vaccines, which will be sold to pet hospitals, animal husbandry stations, and other places later. The animal infection rate of S2 will be reduced dramatically. On July 28th, the first batch of S2 vaccines was launched. Hiss. At 10 a.m. on the 30th, at Dayuan County Chinese Medicine Hospital, Jiang Jianping was holding a quilt and hissing. At this time, he was wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown, and his face and exposed skin were covered with red spots, which looked very ugly at first glance. This is the main feature of the S2 virus, a large area of red rash on the skin. 7 months ago, after the S2 virus broke out in Dayuan County, he immediately disinfected the dairy farm. Now the cows in the dairy farm have conceived normally and are very healthy under his careful care. In the past 7 months, the farms in Dayuan County have suffered a lot of public pressure. Fortunately, the government managed according to the law and only controlled and disinfected the farms that had been infected. There are still 1/3 of the farms in the county that survived. Just when everyone was struggling whether to operate, half a month ago, Longwi-1 released the S2 vaccine news, which gave the farm owners in the county a shot in the arm. Jiang Jianping was happy. As soon as he was happy, he immediately made an appointment with other farm owners for a drink. And then, he was overjoyed and sad, he was infected. In the past half month, he has been living in the infectious disease ward of the county hospital. He can bear it during the day, but the pain is unbearable at night. During this time, Jiang Linhua and Su Fengchen took turns to take care of him in the hospital. I just saw a refrigerated truck at the door of the hospital. We should be able to get vaccinated in the next few days. At this time, Jiang Linhua came in with a basin of cold water and said that there is no special painkiller for the S2 virus. Most infected patients use cold or hot compresses to relieve pain. Jiang Linhua put down the basin, and Jiang Jianping took a towel from it and wiped the painful area. After wiping, he sighed, in the future, whether you have money or not, you can't get sick. It's too painful. During his time in the hospital, he spent all his time browsing his phone and reflecting on life. Of course, you should quit smoking and drinking in the future, and exercise more when you are fine, Jiang Linhua said immediately. Okay. Jiang Jianping was just casually expressing his feelings, but he didn't expect to be taught a lesson by his daughter. The county hospital allows family members of patients to visit, but they must wear strict protective clothing, which is easy to make people sweat after a long time. The two chatted for a while. and Jiang Jianping was about to let Jiang Linwei go back, when a nurse knocked on the door. Is Jiang Jianping here? Yes. There were 4 people in a ward. Jiang Jianping said hurriedly after hearing this. S2 vaccine is here. Do you want to get it? Can it be taken now? Yes. Ordinary people only need 1 shot. But we are infected. So it is best to get 3 shots. 1 shot for every 72 shots. There are 1,200 patients in the hospital now. And if Jiang Jianping agrees, they can get the shot at noon. Get it. Don't even mention 72 shots now. Even if it's 702. You have to get it. Okay. The nurse gave him a skin test and left. At 1:20, Jiang Jianping was officially vaccinated. The S2 vaccine was just like a common cold shot. He exposed his shoulder and had not felt it before the shot was completed. When will this take effect? Jiang Jianping asked after pressing the needle hole with a cotton swab. It depends on the patient's constitution. Generally, it will take effect in 1 to 3 days. 3 days? Jiang Jianping calculated the longest time. Who knew that the next morning, he woke up and found that the rash on his body had disappeared by half. And he no longer itched or hurt. Amazing. Jiang Jianping was completely shocked. The effect is quite good. I took 1 shot, and it went away overnight. I saw on the internet that the first shot will have some side effects, but the second and third shots will be fine. It is best to take the second shot 5 days later. Can we be discharged now? In the next 3 days, the hospital was full of news of people being cured by injections, and everyone was as lively as the new year. It's better outside. On August 7th, Jiang Jianping was happily discharged after taking the 3rd shot. He wanted to be discharged the day before yesterday, but he felt slightly nauseous. Jiang Linwei and Su Fengchun were worried about his health and stayed for 2 more days. We have experienced many ups and downs this time, and good days are still to come. Jiang Linwei can't drive a van. Su Fengchun is driving in front at this time. She smiled and said in the passenger seat, I don't know if the dairy farm can get back on track. When it comes to good days, Jiang Jianping is worried about his own dairy farm. Now the cows in the farm are about to give birth and produce milk. After experiencing the S2 virus before, he doesn't know if he can still sell them. Jiang Linwei was browsing her phone. She was stunned at first, and then said happily, it can get back on track. Why? Jiang Jianmin was puzzled. The state has issued a document. Jiang Linwei handed over the phone. Mobile phone title, Longgu will officially launch the vegetable basket plan on September 1st. The initial allocation for this plan is 1 trillion yuan. Longgu Academy has made important instructions on the National Vegetable Basket Plan. The state and provinces will fully support the balanced development of the national agriculture, animal husbandry, and dairy industry. The content of the Vegetable Basket Plan is concise and to the point. In short, the state will support everyone in growing vegetables and raising cattle. Chapter 68. Brother Su, you are the first again today. At 5 a.m. on August 22nd, Zhou Heng just arrived at the ticket gate and saw Su Hongwang waiting at the ticket gate with a cloth bag and a straw hat. Behind him was a long queue, and at the feet of each person were various shoulder poles and baskets. This is the characteristic of Tongan County Railway Station, selling vegetables across provinces. Tongan County is located in the eastern part of Chenghu Province, and is a well-known poor county in the local area. The terrain here is rugged, and only 1 train passes by every day. The train is K1032, with Wufeng City, Chenghu Province as its starting station and Guanling City, Daxi Province as its terminal station, spanning 12 cities in between. According to national requirements, this train should have been rerouted or stopped. But there are too many left behind elderly people in Tongan County, and everyone relies on this train to go out for medical treatment and shopping. The Railway Bureau has fully considered and retained this line. Tongan County has no economic source, and the only income that can be called is farming and selling vegetables. Therefore, many villagers here will go to the nearby Guanling City to sell their vegetables after farming. Tongan County belongs to Chenghu Province administratively, but it is closest to Guanling City in Daxi Province. And a unique cross-provincial vegetable selling team has gradually formed here. Haha. I'm always the first one. Su Hongwang is 65 years old this year. He has been selling vegetables across provinces for 20 years. Just like going to the temple to be the first to burn incense during the spring festival. His greatest pleasure every day is to be the first to line up after arriving at the station early. Now the town government has signed an agricultural assistance contract with the Agricultural Bureau. Are you not coming tomorrow? There are still 3 minutes before the ticket check. Joe Hung chatted with the other party. No. I will sell the vegetables to the agricultural product purchasing station in the future. That's good. I don't have to bother every day in the future. It's good. But I'm a little uncomfortable. A month ago, the state issued an announcement to support agriculture. Everyone thought it had nothing to do with them. But the next day, the town government sent notices door to door, announcing that the town had decided to set up an agricultural product purchasing station. Everyone can sell vegetables directly to the purchasing station. In addition, the town government also plans to build an orange base in the county and make Tongan County an orange town. How do you calculate this money? Residents don't understand national policies. They only know that agricultural merchants used to come to the county to buy vegetables. These agricultural merchants are very aggressive in lowering prices. A cucumber that costs 1.5 yuan per pound outside can only be paid 50 cents at most. And payment can only be made a month later. After being cheated twice, everyone is now very wary of agricultural product purchasing stations. The agricultural station will purchase according to the market price. You can pay after you bring the vegetables to the purchasing station. However, the vegetables must meet the standards. You can't use some old and stone-like vegetables to fool people. When have we ever fooled people when selling vegetables? The villagers corrected him dissatisfiedly and then asked, is it cash payment? Cash and online transfer are both fine. That's good. Everyone is uneducated and likes this kind of exchange of money and goods. And even if there is something fishy in the middle, the worst that can happen is to sell vegetables across provinces again. In this way, the villagers signed an agricultural product cooperation contract with the government. According to the contract, the agricultural station will open tomorrow. Everyone chatted for a while. And then the message of K1032 entering the station sounded. Everyone, get your ID cards ready for ticket checking. Don't crowd or trample. Everyone has a seat. Joe Hung skillfully opened the ticket gate. Although Tongan County is a poor county, it uses ID cards to check tickets here just like outside. Everyone puts their ID cards in front of the ticket machine and can enter after facial recognition. Su Hongwang was the first to rush in after checking the ticket. This was like a signal, and everyone else rushed forward with their fists ready. No need to squeeze. There are seats. Zhou Hung held a loudspeaker to maintain order. Every day, more than 100 people sell vegetables across provinces at Tongan Station. After arriving at Guanling Station, everyone will take the bus to the major vegetable markets. Maybe in the early years, train seats had to be grabbed. But now even if there are seats, everyone is used to rushing forward with luggage. Alas, Zhou Hung sighed after seeing the villagers check their tickets. After the agricultural station officially opens, the train station will not be so busy anymore. But on second thought, everyone sells vegetables across provinces for a living. If the agricultural station model is feasible, it will be a good benefit for farmers. 3 minutes later, Su Hongwang found a seat according to the text message on his mobile phone. This is a seat near the door and window. He can enjoy the scenery and be the first to leave after arriving at the station. He is very satisfied with this position. After putting down the pole basket, he squeezed into the seat very skillfully. Soon, the carriage was full of people. I saw on the news that peach and pear trees are being planted in many places now. Can these fruit trees still grow? I don't know. The nuclear pollution leak killed more than half of the fruit trees in the world before, and they haven't recovered in recent years. If they can survive, I think we can plant some oranges and loquats here. I remember when I was a child. The oranges on the mountain were very good. You are 63 this year. It's been 50 years since you were a child. Right? After the train started, the villagers began to chat, mostly discussing the nearest agricultural purchasing station and the town government's orange-based plan. Su Hongwang listened for a while, then looked up and saw an old man across from him. He looked to be in his 70s, wearing a white vest and an old-fashioned dark blue coat. He felt that the man looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. Brother, are you also selling vegetables in the city? Su Hongwang greeted and asked. Yes. The old man didn't seem to want to talk. Me too. I don't know what happened in the past 6 months. The crops in the fields have grown so well. I don't know if our environment can be restored to what it was 13 years ago. Su Hongwang was very outgoing. He chatted a lot. And when he saw the basket at the old man's feet, he was a little curious. You didn't bring any green leafy vegetables? Now the price of vegetables such as green vegetables and lettuce is high, and city residents also like to eat them. Therefore, they like to bring half a basket of green leafy vegetables when they go to the city during this period, and mix them with cucumbers and tomatoes to sell. Now, the old man's basket is full of cucumbers and tomatoes, and there is a quilt outside, with ice cubes under the quilt. It's not heavy. Su Hongwang was shocked. Quilts and ice cubes can keep things fresh, but these two together weigh at least 10 kilograms, which is totally unnecessary. It's okay. The old man didn't say much. Su Hongwang wanted to ask a few more questions, but seeing that the other party didn't want to talk, he didn't bother to talk. It takes 82 minutes from Tonggan County to Guanling City, and the ticket price is 7.5 yuan. The train distance is 130 kilometers. At 6:30, the train arrived at the station. When the train arrived, everyone got off in a rush. Some people carried baskets on their backs, and some carried baskets on poles. Guanling Railway Station instantly became a vegetable market. Su Hongwang carried the basket on the pole. After getting off the train, he looked back and saw that the old man on the opposite side of the train had just got off. He was about 1.65 meters tall, skinny, and his face was full of wrinkles from age. At this time, he was carrying a red basket on his back. The basket was about half a meter high on his back. Because the things on it were too heavy, it looked like it was going to crush his shoulders. It's really strange. Su Hongwang felt that this old man was a little strange. Apart from other things, the quilt and ice in the basket were too stupid. Brother Su. At this time, a vegetable vendor waved and greeted him from a distance. I'm coming. Su Hongwang hurriedly carried the vegetables over. Their fixed stall was Xinshin Vegetable Market south of the railway station. When the two arrived, many local stalls had already started to set up. They had paid the market management fee before, so the two were very skilled in placing the shoulder pole at their fixed location. Then sat on the stone pier behind the shoulder pole, took out the small kettle for keeping vegetables fresh from the shoulder pole, and a simple stall was set up. How much are the vegetables? Su Hongwang had just finished, and a woman in her 40s stood in front of the carrying pole and asked, 2 yuan and a half per pound. These are all tied in advance, and a bundle is about 1 to 1.5 pounds. Is it accurate? Accurate. There is a fair scale in the market in front. You can weigh it after you buy it. What about cucumbers and tomatoes? Cucumbers are 2 yuan. Tomatoes are 2 yuan and 2 cents. After picking and choosing in front of the carrying pole, the woman finally bought a vegetable package for 10 yuan. After 7 o'clock, people started to come to the market. Maybe it was because it was Sunday. Their farm vegetables looked better than those in front of other stalls. Before 10 o'clock, the two people's shoulder poles were all sold out. Today is too fast. The vegetable vendor counted the money in his wallet and mobile phone transfer. He brought 60 kilograms of vegetables before he left, and sold 112 kilograms. After deducting the travel expenses, he still had more than 90 kilograms left. Now that normal seeds can be planted in the soil, we sell normal vegetables. After eating mutant vegetables for 10 years, everyone must eat normal vegetables to improve their diet. Since the establishment of Longxing City, the global environment has been like a natural blessing. Trees have sprouted, plants have become full of vitality, and the land that could only grow mutant seeds before can now grow normal seeds. And the taste of the seeds is not worse than before the disaster. That is why the catering industry in the country has developed in a retaliatory manner in the past 6 months. Some food factories have gradually recovered. As long as they come to sell vegetables in the past 6 months, they will sell them all. At 11 o'clock, the two of them ate at a nearby ramen restaurant and luxuriously added a piece of fatty and greasy pork. Halfway through the meal, Su Hongwang slapped his thigh. I remembered it. What did you remember? The vegetable vendor was startled. I remembered who the person opposite me was. Who was it? When they were selling vegetables, he heard Su Hongwang say that when he came, there was a strange old man carrying ice cubes sitting opposite him. Zheng Chonggui from Dashu village. Who? The one whose son was bitten by a zombie and was on the county news. Zheng Chonggui is 72 years old this year. When he was young, he worked at a steel mill to watch the machine, and his right hand was sawed off in half. He couldn't use his right hand, so he could only farm at home. He was one of the earliest interprovincial vegetable sellers in the county. After getting married, he had 3 sons. The eldest and second sons died of illness. After his wife died, Only the youngest son Zheng Fei was left. Zheng Fei was filial and good at studying since he was a child. He even won a county scholarship in high school. Later, he was admitted to Luohai to study medicine. After graduation, he worked as an orthopedic surgeon in the provincial first hospital. Zheng Fei had a good education and felt sorry for Zheng Chongui. Just when everyone thought that the Zheng family had finally gotten their wish. 3 years ago, Zheng Fei was bitten by a zombie patient and infected. This incident was also on the news. It was said that he was bitten to save people. After this incident, people in the countryside, Zheng Chongui stayed at home for a long time after the blow, and no one had seen him for a long time. Su Hongwang recalled Zheng Chonggui's appearance on the train. If it weren't for his good memory, he would not have remembered that the other person was Zheng Chongui. After not seeing him for 3 years, the other person seemed to have aged 10 years. What is he doing in the city? After the two chatted for a while, the vegetable vendor asked curiously. I don't know. Su Hongwang had just finished speaking when he suddenly opened the news on his mobile phone as if he remembered something. News on August 17th from August 20th. Residents can apply for a place to visit the Northwest Zombie Base through the internet or by phone. After a successful application, they can visit the base on the day of the appointment. This is the first time that residents of the zombie base have been open. Resident application requirements: direct relatives of zombie patients, up to 3 people at a time. And the same zombie patient can only visit once within 6 months. Submit a form if there are special circumstances. The first batch of visits to the base will be on August 25. After reading it, Su Hongwang understood all the doubts in his mind. Zheng Chongui was going to the base to see his youngest son? Train X3780 is about to arrive at the station. Passengers taking train X3780, please go to the 3rd ticket gate for ticket inspection. The situation was the same as Su Hongwang guessed. At this time, in Guanling railway station, Zheng Chongui was holding a basket and listening carefully to the station announcement. The train he took was X3780, and the destination was Shilin City, Ningxi Province. This place is 52 kilometers away from the zombie base. It is a desert city, also called the Zombie City by residents. Chapter 69. Dear audience friends, I am now at the entrance of Shilin railway station. You can see from the aerial video that 100 base buses are ready and passengers from all over the country are boarding. According to official announcements, the base has opened a total of 5,000 places today. Together with other family members, there are 12,650 visitors today. On the morning of August 25th, Qinjia had just woken up when she heard the rhythmic news coming from the living room. Dad, are you watching the news? Qinjia came out with sleepy eyes. News from the Northwest base. I saw online that the TV station will conduct a 12-hour follow-up interview today. How many people are infected now? Qinjia sat down and asked. 3.72 million. Not more than 1 million. Qinjia was shocked. She had always thought it was about 1 million. We have a large population base. Now that 3 years have passed, these have been well controlled. Other countries have 3 million cases in just half a year. If S1 is the same as S2, we can just get a shot to prevent it. Qinjia rubbed her arm and said, That's right. The S1 vaccine can only block the droplet spread of the virus, but cannot completely prevent it. The world is still studying the antibody serum of S1. The two chatted for a while, and Qinjia went back to the bedroom to get a pen and paper, and then sat on the sofa in front of the TV. Doing homework? Qinjia is now in the 2nd year of high school, and will officially start the 3rd year of high school in September. I'll take note of the key points. Maybe they will be tested in the college entrance examination next year. Many of the college entrance examination questions in the past 2 years are related to zombie viruses and national decision-making, and they often learn about this aspect. Okay. Father Chen cooperated very well and moved to the side. Is Longu starting a live broadcast? Longu TV has issued an announcement. This time, it will be broadcasted non-stop from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. After 7 p.m., there may be additional live broadcasts in Shilin City. I had a neighbor who was infected 2 years ago. I don't know if he will be on TV. At the same time, many residents across the country turned on their TVs. This time, the live broadcast on Longu TV's live channel was also the first time that the zombie base was fully open to ordinary audiences. Dear viewers, today's visit is divided into 2 time periods, morning and afternoon. Passengers in the morning time period have boarded the buses one after another according to their numbers. It is now 7:40, and the buses will depart at 8:00. The reporter of the official live broadcast is named Yang Ting. After she finished her introduction, she boarded the nearest base bus. How did your family get infected? I don't know. My dad went out for a walk during the lockdown and got infected. It's been 3 years. My family was infected last year. He was bitten by a zombie while on duty. This is a 50-seater bus, which is already full of passengers. Some are talking quietly. Some are looking out the window with red eyes. And some are covering their faces with hats and closing their eyes to rest. Yang Ting wanted to do some personal interviews. After she looked around the bus, she got off with the microphone. It's 7:50 now. Let's go back to the news car first and leave with the bus team later. Yang Ting said to the camera and signaled the staff to cut the picture. The staff switched to the aerial photography mode in tacit understanding. Sister Yang, this is not your style. A photographer asked curiously after putting away the camera. Yang Ting is the ace reporter of Longu TV station. Her hosting style is notoriously sharp. He thought that the other party would conduct a hearty interview with the family members. But he didn't expect it to end so quickly. Everyone will arrive at the base soon. I feel that this is not a suitable time for camera interviews. If it were 3 years ago, she would indeed try her best to find a breakthrough point. But today is special. She feels that the family members should be relaxed and the interview can be conducted after the visit. Director Chen didn't say anything. Did he? Yang Ting asked. Director Chen was the chief director of this interview. No. I told you to rest well in the car. Today's interview task is quite heavy. Yes. Since Director Chen didn't specifically explain it, he agreed with her idea. At 8 o'clock, 100 base buses started slowly. Yang Ting drank a sip of warm water in the car and then opened the curtains. Shilin City is located in the north-central part of Ningxi province. It is a relatively desolate county-level city. After the almighty disaster, the sandstorm here was serious. Many residents migrated to other cities. The population of Shilin dropped sharply from 1 million to 70,000. It looked like an isolated island in the desert. Shilin City is 52 kilometers away from the northwest base. In the next hour, 100 buses moved slowly forward. I called the base before, and the base said that I couldn't visit. They didn't send videos for fear of upsetting the family. I don't know how my daughter is doing. My heart is pounding now. I don't know how my father and mother are doing. How did you get infected? My father likes fishing, so he must have been in close contact with infected fish. On the bus, Zheng Chonggui held a basket and looked out the window in a trance. Outside the window was an endless desert. Some of the others chatted, and some took deep breaths to relieve their emotions. The atmosphere in the car was tense, but also revealed a hint of imperceptible expectation. At 9 o'clock, 100 buses slowly arrived. Chapter 70. Is this the Northwest base? More spectacular than the one on TV. After everyone got off the car, the first thing that caught their eyes was a wall made of luss. The wall was tall and thick, with a modern electronic gate in the middle. Next to the gate was a sign with black letters on a white background. Northwest Institute Research Base No. 1. Are all these made of luss? A family member touched the wall curiously. The wall here was very solid, which reminded him of TV dramas such as Wang Family Courtyard and Tuma Fort. It's difficult to transport here. The exterior walls, floors, and staff dormitories are all made from local materials. The exterior walls of the laboratory and patient isolation area are made of luss, and the interior is made of professional sterile materials. Zhou Yang is one of the receptionists today. After hearing the other party's question, he smiled and answered. The family member saw that Zhou Yang was wearing professional work clothes. He didn't know how to address him, so he hurriedly said, "Hello, teacher. You can just call me Receptionist Zhou." "Are we group 103? Zhou Yang asked. "Yes." After they successfully applied, they were all electronically grouped, and everyone had taken the bus according to the group. Group 103. Gather here. We can go in after we gather. Zhou Yang saw that most people had gotten off, so he clapped his hands. After everyone got on the professional clothes car according to the number, the car started. The Northwest base was built in 1935. There are disinfection areas, isolation areas, and living areas. We are going to the disinfection area now. After a while, you can go in after changing into isolation suits. On the way to the base, Zhou Yang introduced everyone. He looked friendly. And after this introduction, the family members relaxed a little. 10 minutes later, the car arrived at the disinfection area. There are lockers outside the disinfection area. Put your belongings in the lockers. Change clothes and gather here. Zhou Yang led a team of 30 people. After listening, everyone walked into the disinfection room in order. The S1 virus can only be transmitted through blood and intimate behavior. In theory, everyone does not need to change clothes. But the number of zombies here is too large. For safety reasons, everyone implements the strictest protection standards. After everyone went in, Zhou Yang saw an old man holding a basket at the end of the team who was a little hesitant. You can put this basket outside first. We will have professionals to keep it. You can take it away when you come out. The basket is 60 centimeters high and 30 centimeters wide at the bottom. Zhou Yang thought he couldn't put it in. So he explained it very enthusiastically. No. Zheng Chongui opened his mouth while holding the basket, not knowing what to say, and finally said, "Thank you. It's okay." Zhou Yang helped put the basket in a safe place. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at the entrance of the isolation area, and Zhou Yang issued a pass to everyone. We will visit for 3 hours, and no noise or fighting is allowed during this period. Each pass has a number. After entering, just find the corresponding isolation room according to the number. If you can't find it, you can ask the staff nearby. The area they are in is the K12 area, which has 3,000 isolation rooms. These isolation rooms are arranged in a shape, and some main roads have road signs for guidance. While talking, other groups arrived. It's 10 o'clock now. Let's gather in front of the sightseeing bus at 1 o'clock. After Zhou Yang finished the final explanation, everyone began to enter the venue holding their passes. What's our number? K1125. It should be in front. 10 minutes later, on the main road of K12 district, Wang Yeye followed the road signs to find the visiting location. Wang Yeye is 19 years old this year. She is from Jing'an district, Luohai. 3 years ago, her parents were infected with the virus for unknown reasons and were arranged here. Aunt Luo and Uncle Wang are just sick. They will be cured in the future. You should eat and drink well at home and take care of yourself. Aunt Luo and Uncle Wang also hope that you can be well. She was in the 3rd year of high school at that time, and her relatives and friends all advised her to have a good rest. She didn't know what she said, but she knew that she was in a daze during that time, and all the sounds in her ears were like hallucinations. She slept and ate mechanically every day, and then searched for all the news about the virus like crazy. She had clearly agreed with her parents to go to the beach together after the college entrance examination. So how did they get infected? Sister and brother-in-law all hope that you can get into a good university. You are in this state now. How disappointed they will be when they are released. A month later, Aunt Luo Minghua couldn't bear it any longer. Can they still be released? Wang Yeye asked. Sister and brother-in-law are not dead. Didn't the CDC say that you can be discharged after you are cured? Many people regard the Northwest base as a scourge, but she doesn't think it is a scourge. It is just a special hospital. Study hard, and I will definitely see you again in the future. After Luo Minghua finished speaking, he hugged Wang Yeye with heartache. Yeah, Wang Yeye cried. She cried so hard that the sky turned dark. After crying for a while, she started to study hard. In the last 3 months of the college entrance examination, she studied every day, and she didn't even dare to think about the news that her parents were gone. In the end, she was admitted to the medical department of Luohai University with stable grades. Now 3 years have passed. In these 3 years, she has always hoped that the Northwest base will allow relatives to visit. But she also knows that there will be many problems in the implementation process. Just when she thought that she had no hope of visiting, the state issued a visitation notice, and she submitted an application and was successfully approved. What happened in this week was like a dream. Found it. In a trance, Luo Minghua pointed to an isolation room in front and said in a surprised voice. The two hurried over. Wang Yeye's father was named Wang Jinjuan, and her mother Luo Mingwan. The two were sent here together and lived in adjacent isolation rooms. The isolation rooms here are all in the shape of a sun, with the patient isolation room in the front and the disinfection area in the back. When researchers conduct contact research, they will first perform the highest standard of disinfection in the disinfection area, and then enter through the small door connecting the two sides. There is also a 1-meter high special glass outside the patient isolation room. so that staff can observe the situation in the isolation room at any time. There is also a patient information sign next to each isolation room. Wang Ye looked at the information sign of K1125. Name, Wang Jinjuan. Age, 56 years old. February 18, 2082. Infection address, Jing'an District. Luohai City. Cause of infection, close contact infection. Has it bit anyone? No. K1126. Name, Luo Mingwan. Age, 55 years old. July 23, 2083. Infection address, Jing'an District. Luohai City. Cause of infection, close contact infection. Has it bit anyone? No. Wang Jinjuan and Luo Mingwan were the first batch of infected people. At that time, there was no S1 vaccine. When Wang Ye saw the words close contact infection, her heart ached. Squeak. Squeak. At this time, someone in room K1125 seemed to hear the noise, and came over with a long iron chain. Wang Ye looked up. Don't look. Luo Minghua quickly covered her eyes. It's okay. Wang Ye waved away the other's right hand. Although she was mentally prepared, her heart still twitched when she saw the scene in front of her. At this time, Wang Jinjuan was wearing a beige hospital gown, with a gag in his mouth, his hair cut into burrs, and his body supported by a rib frame in the hospital gown. She was not exaggerating. She really looked like a rib frame. Before the accident, their family ran a stall selling braised food. They braised all the braised food themselves, and not only sold it to customers, but also ate it themselves. As far as she could remember, Wang Jinjuan's weight had never been less than 180 pounds. When she was a child, she liked to play on his belly and pat it. The watermelon is ripe. Every time this happened, Wang Jinjuan would threaten to tickle her, and she would giggle with joy. At this time, Wang Jinjuan's big belly was gone, and his arms were so thin that blood vessels could be seen, and he was completely skin and bones. Hula! Hula! Wang Jinjuan no longer recognized the person. He felt something moving outside the window, and instinctively moved closer to the window. His hands and feet were tied with iron chains. The chains were 2 meters long. The parts that came into contact with the patient were wrapped with a thick layer of cotton cloth to prevent friction and wounds when dragging. At this time, Wang Jinjuan pulled the iron chain to the window, because the iron chain was not long enough. He could only wave his hands 30 centimeters away from the window. Wang Jinjuan's eyeballs were bulging. His mouth was stuffed with a gag, and his skin and flesh were deformed. If it weren't for the faintly visible eyebrows, she would not believe that this was the smiling father all the time. Wang Ye came to the 1125 isolation room. Luo Mingwan also came over after hearing the noise. Her condition was the same as Wang Jinjuan's: bulging eyeballs, a gag in her mouth, and a thin body weighing at most 70 kilograms. Ah! Ah! Luo Mingwan felt something moving in the window, and made an awe sound. Mom! Wang Ye couldn't bear it anymore, and cried out in pain. She finally understood why the base didn't agree to take photos and videos, which was a torture for the patients' families. It's okay. Luo Minghua embraced Wang Ye. At this moment, she, like Wang Ye, had a blurry vision. They didn't know how long they cried. After calming down, Wang Ye looked at Luo Mingwan. Mom, I was admitted to Luohai University. I got a good score. I'm a sophomore now, studying medicine. You and Dad's rooms are still the same. I'll go in and clean them when I'm okay. A lot of things have happened in the past 2 years. After the zombie virus broke out, the S2 virus appeared again. The Institute of Biology has found the S2 serum. You and Dad will be cured in the future. Dad, I want to eat your braised big tail. Wang Ye walked back and forth in front of Luo Mingwan and Wang Jinjuan's windows. Now they didn't recognize her, but she looked at their increasingly familiar faces, and knew that this was the father and mother in her memory. They were different now, but they were still the people she loved most. At 12:20, the two walked towards the entrance of the quarantine area. I told you not to drink, but you insisted on drinking. Look at what your group of friends spread about you. Woo! You don't have to think about anything now. What should I and your son do? If I didn't miss you, I would have found a stepfather for your son long ago. Get well soon. You must stop drinking after you get out. Your father and I came to see you. We wanted to bring Hao Hao with us, but Hao Hao is still young. We brought photos, and he can already call Mom. This is your dragonfish video. Why don't you raise something else? You have to raise fish. I have been looking up information every day for the past 2 years. I'm afraid that your baby will die. Hurry up and raise it yourself. On the way back, they saw many people communicating with the patients in the isolation room through the window. Most of these people were relatives of the patients. Many of them brought some precious photos and videos to communicate with the patients. In addition, some patients had no relatives and were friends of the patients before the accident. Before the friends came, they needed to undergo a strict identity check. After they arrived, they would tell the patients behind the glass about some interesting things that happened in the past 2 years, and make appointments to buy bags and do manicures together. Some people even complained about the other party's former boss. The former boss went bankrupt, which was something worth celebrating. So hurry up and get well and celebrate. Wang Yeye and Luo Minghua walked forward with red eyes, and stopped when they passed an isolation room. Number, K0862. Name, Tuanzi. Age, 39 months. Infection time, November 21, 35. Note, she is the mother and son of K0863. Number, K0863. Name, Zhao Yuwei. Age, 29 years old. Infection time, November 21, 35. Note, she is the mother and son of K0862. At this time, there is a 2-year-old child in the 0862 isolation room. After the zombie patient is transformed into a zombie, the body of the adult and the elderly will not change, but the body of some infants and adolescents will have some development, which is very slow compared to normal development. So young. Wang Yeye turned away sadly. She calculated that this child was infected when he was still an infant. Zhao Bo is a good person. Your father and I wanted him to divorce and remarry, but he didn't agree. He has taken good care of us in the past 2 years. He is less than 30 years old, but his hair is all white. You and Tuanzi will be fine. We are waiting for you outside. 2 elderly people and a man in his 30s stood in front of the glass of 0863. The man was young, but his hair had completely turned gray. He stood in front of the glass in silence and distress, listening to the elderly's chatter. The 2 were neighbors when they were 5 years old, and they got together after graduating from college, and then got married and had a child. The child was infected when he was 7 months old in the hospital. The girl was not infected, but later she took the initiative to get infected. Alas, the 2 sighed and found the sightseeing bus. At 1 p.m., all 30 people arrived. Zhou Yang said something to the driver, and the car went to the disinfection area. Professor Zhou, can our disease be cured? On the way back, a family member came to Zhou Yang and asked. He just heard other staff members call Zhou Yang Professor Zhou, so he guessed that the other party should be a professor here. The country has been working in this direction, and the current scientific research technology has also improved a lot. There will be progress. Zhou Yang did not make any promises, but the family members felt a lot of confidence from his words. 10 minutes later, the car arrived at the disinfection area. Everyone changed their clothes, took their belongings, and then took the car to the gate of the base. According to the national arrangement, there will be 2 days of concentrated visiting time per month here in the future. Patients who have been visited cannot be visited within 6 months. If we want to come again, we can apply again after 6 months. Before parting, Zhou Yang finally explained. I was quite worried before, but this time, I noticed that the clothes and nails of the zombie patients were very clean, and the environment of the base was also very clean. I can see that we are taking good care of them. Thank you for the country's hard work. Thank you. No matter what happens after infection, it's good to be alive. The previous bus arrived, and many people held Zhou Yang's hands and thanked him with tears in their eyes. These are what we should do. Zhou Yang was a little sad after being infected. After everyone got on the bus, he found that the old man with the basket was walking at the back, looking at him with some hesitation. Hello. What's wrong? Zhou Yang adjusted his mood and asked. These are for you. I wonder if you would like to eat them. Zheng Chongui put down the basket, which contained red and green cucumbers and tomatoes. We have a rule that we cannot accept things from the patient's families. Zhou Yang was stunned. He thought the other party was for relatives, and continued, don't worry. We will do our best to take good care of every patient and treat every patient seriously. In fact, many patients' families secretly gave him some red envelopes and gold and silver jewelry today. Zhou, my child has been afraid of cold since he was young. Can you take care of him in winter? I'm fine. My elderly family member misses his grandson. I want you to help me take some videos. Joe. I'm welcome. Everyone did take care of him as much as possible without leaving any trace of fireworks. Zombie patients can't feel the temperature. And the central temperature control implemented in the base will take care of the patients at a scientific temperature. The base stipulates that the base staff cannot take videos of patients at will. The country doesn't allow red envelopes. Zhou Yang refused directly every time. After trying a few times, everyone knew that the staff here couldn't accept red envelopes. He thought no one would give red envelopes. But the old man gave a basket of vegetables. I'm not asking you to take care of Afei. I just want to give it to you. Zheng Chonggui saw that the other party had misunderstood and hurried to explain. 3 years ago, his son was infected after saving people and was taken away by the CDC car. At that time, the zombie virus had just broken out. And the TV was full of news like XX infection, XX lockdown, and XX shooting. The zombie virus is a highly contagious virus. Zombie patients are incurable. The best way is to optimize the treatment. At that time, many news reports proposed optimization treatment. He didn't understand optimization treatment, and the city wouldn't let him see his son, so he could only go to the town government to consult the staff. Optimization treatment means killing the zombie patients and then destroying them at high temperature, so that they won't be contagious anymore. The staff said after listening. You want to kill people? Zheng Chonggui's hands and feet were instantly cold. They have all turned into zombies. How can they still live? Zheng Chonggui didn't know how he got back. He only knew that he had a high fever for 2 days after he got back. And his dreams were all about his son being shot. 2 days later, he regained some consciousness and rushed to the train station. He wanted to see his son and find some leaders. His son was just sick, and he must not optimize the treatment. Now the country doesn't allow people to run around. Why are you running to the train station? There's no train. And there's no car even if you wait here until dark. The train station was sealed off at the time. He walked around the door twice. And the county leaders came in a hurry. So my son died just like that? Zheng Chonggui had been honest all his life. But he made the loudest cry that day. Who said your son died? The county leader was stunned and asked. Everyone on the internet is talking about optimized treatment. And some people even shot him in the head. That's foreign news. Don't worry. Our country won't optimize treatment. Really? Really? Zheng Chonggui didn't believe it. So he decided to walk to the province. Who knew that he was stopped and reported by the next village after just 3 miles. Now the country doesn't allow people to go out. So we should stay at home honestly. The county leaders were desperate. And finally issued an order to the village. The village chief asked 2 villagers to watch him. So he had no chance to leave. In the next 2 weeks, Zheng Chonggui was terrified by the words optimized treatment every day. In addition to asking the county government, the most he did every day was to pay attention to national news. Just as he was constantly thinking. On December 3rd, 2135, the country issued news. Longgu will build a large zombie base in the northwest region. Zombie-infected people have the legal citizenship of Longgu. No one can actively persecute them. Violators will be punished according to national laws. Longgu will do everything it can to rescue zombie citizens. Zombie patients are only special patients. Zheng Chonggui cried after seeing the news. Zombie patients are special patients. Which makes him feel that his son is still a human. Not a scourge that everyone is afraid of. He just has an infectious disease and will be cured. This news gave him confidence again. After the nationwide blockade was lifted, he wanted to go to the northwest base to thank the government. Later, after learning that the base was under closed management, he did not disturb the researchers' work. In the past 2 years, he has been paying attention to the news of the Northwest base until a week ago, when the state issued a visit announcement and he applied for a place. Professor Zhou, I brought these from Tongheng County. Changhu. I use normal seeds. The vegetables we grow there are very delicious. Don't worry. I kept some ice cubes on the way. They are still quite fresh. Zheng Chonggui thought Zhou Yang thought the vegetables were not fresh. So he quickly opened the quilt on the basket and said, he picked these vegetables on the morning of the 22nd. After picking them, he bought ice cubes at the supermarket at the station and wrapped them in a quilt. During the journey, he was worried that the vegetables would wilt. So he would go to the nearby supermarket to buy ice cubes whenever he changed stations. If the supermarket did not sell ice cubes separately, he would take the initiative to pay and negotiate. and the supermarket owner would chisel some ice from the refrigerator and bring it along the way. You said, "Did you bring this basket of vegetables from Cheonghu Province?" Zhou Yang was shocked when he heard it. He had been to Cheonghu Province, which is 1,700 kilometers away from here by train, and the route in the middle is complicated, requiring constant transfers and reverses. Yes, there are 50 kilograms of cucumbers and tomatoes, 10 kilograms of ice cubes, and a quilt basket, a total of 70 kilograms. He wanted to bring more, but he was too old to carry it. "I'm sorry." Zhang Chonggue nodded and felt a little embarrassed. He thought 50 kilograms was enough to eat. But after seeing the Northwest base today, it was too big and there were too many staff members. So these might not be enough. "It's okay. That's enough. It's absolutely enough." Zhou Yang was a little flustered. He understood what the other party meant, and finally took the basket and said solemnly, "Thank you. The base does not allow red envelopes. But this basket of cucumbers and tomatoes has traveled 1,700 kilometers, and he really can't bear to put it away and carry it back." Finally, the base discussed and decided to accept the basket of vegetables, and at the same time helped the other party book the Shilin Hotel and the return ticket for the next trip. Sister Yang. "It's okay." Not far from the two, Yang Ting watched this scene with red eyes. She was interviewing all day today. It was not so much an interview as a zombie documentary shot with the consent of the parties involved. This was also the most special documentary she had shot in her 20-year career as a reporter. "Wow. I memorized all of this step by step. I checked. Tongan County is 1,735 kilometers away from here. You need to take a bus to Guanling, then Guizhou County. Transfer 2 buses in the middle, and then take a train directly to Shilin. This is the fastest journey. Grandpa left on the 22nd, and he should have taken this route. I can't hold it anymore." This scene of Zhang Chonggue talking to Zhou Yang happened to be broadcast live by Yang Ting. After everyone heard it, they remembered all the scenes in the morning, and the screen was full of "I can't hold it anymore." Zombies are ugly and strange in appearance. People have been making fun of them for the past 2 years, and even called Shilin the zombie city, the out-of-print city of the apocalypse game. People didn't think they were wrong before, and even felt that the country's zombie base was too soft-hearted. But today they suddenly realized that the zombies they were making fun of were the family members that many people cherished. They closed their eyes and imagined that if their relatives were infected, they hoped that they could live. Even zombies must live. What is scary is not the zombies, but the zombie virus that turns everyone into this. Shilin is not the zombie city, but the city of missing that supports the expectations of many people. Chapter 71. Professor Zhou is usually heartless, but this is the first time I've seen him so sad. Alas, men are not without tears, but they just haven't felt sad yet. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Su Qiuxing just arrived at the cafeteria and saw a group of researchers gathered together. In front of them, in addition to the standard tableware, there was also a small plate with a cucumber and a tomato on it. "What's wrong with Professor Zhou?" After finishing his meal, Su Qiuxing sat down next to him in confusion. "Professor Su." Everyone quickly moved their positions, and one of them said, "Today, an old man came to the base with 50 kilograms of vegetables. These vegetables are specially sent to the base. Professor Zhou is responsible for the reception." He finished explaining the cause and effect, and continued, "Now the base has sent the old man to Shilin Hotel. These vegetables are not enough to cook." After discussion, the base decided to distribute them to the laboratory first. "We help you and Zhou Yang get a portion. There are more than 70 researchers in the laboratory." After discussion, the base decided to give each person a cucumber and a tomato. "These vegetables have been checked and are very healthy," said another person. It's not that they don't trust the old man, but the base stipulates that imported items must be strictly tested before they can be handed over to researchers. This is also for the safety of researchers. Said by the patient's family? Su Qiuxing asked curiously. Yes. The other party's son was infected while saving people in 35 years. He is an orthopedic doctor in the provincial hospital. Cheonghu Provincial First Hospital? Yes. That's it. Su Qiuxing has an impression of this patient. According to the information, the other party was infected on November 19, 2135. At that time, the zombie virus had just broken out, and many residents did not know the specific symptoms of the infected. After get off work, the other party encountered a zombie patient who fell to the ground. He thought the patient had a heart attack. So he stepped forward to help, and then was bitten on the wrist by the zombie. After everyone chatted about all sorts of things, Su Qiuxing looked at the plates on the table after finishing the meal. I'm going back to the dormitory now, and bringing them back to Zhou Yang. Sorry to bother you, Professor Su. It's okay. Su Qiuxing's dormitory was next to Zhou Yang's. After he went back, he put his things in the dormitory first, then knocked on the other's door. Are you there? Yes. Zhou Yang covered himself with the quilt, his voice a little hoarse. Zolu and the others helped you get the cucumbers and tomatoes. I brought them back for you. Put it on the table. Okay. Su Qiuxing saw that the other party didn't want to talk, so he didn't stay any longer. The base dormitory has 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom. After he came back, he washed up first, then looked at the tomatoes on the desk. These were the tomatoes he hadn't finished eating just now. He thought about it, turned on the desk lamp, took a photo, and clicked send, a special gift. Tomatoes? 3 minutes later, Xinque asked with some doubt. Yes. A patient's family member gave it. Su Qiuxing recounted what happened today. He and Xinque hadn't seen each other for more than a year, but the age difference between them was relatively small, and they often kept up the same frequency of chatting as before. In fact, they were like netizens who had met each other. Professor Zhou is usually careless, but I didn't expect him to be so emotional. At this time, in a government hotel in Huzhou province, Xinque replied to the message with a smile while brushing his teeth. A month ago, my city upgraded to my country. Later, the jurisdiction of the system was expanded from Longxing City to the whole country. After analysis, the research team decided to let him tour the whole country to see if he could activate some hidden tasks. He has been wandering outside for a month, and he has not activated any tasks. He feels like he is on a special trip. The two chatted for a while, and Xinque asked, "Are tomatoes delicious?" "Very delicious." Su Qiuxing just took a bite of a tomato and smiled when he saw this. In fact, the tomatoes in Changhu province are not necessarily better than those in the base. But this tomato has a special buff, so he eats it with relish. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the two said goodnight to each other. Su Qiuxing sorted out tomorrow's work, thought about it, and came to the door of Zhou Yang's dormitory wearing a coat. "Are you asleep?" Su Qiuxing knocked on the door. "Not yet." Zhou Yang's voice came from inside. "Can I come in?" "Okay." After Su Qiuxing pushed the door, he found that Zhou Yang had climbed out of the bed and had finished eating the cucumbers and tomatoes on the table. "Are you in a bad mood today?" Although Zhou Yang has a strong ability to empathize, he should not be depressed for so long because of this matter. He was worried that something happened to the other party, so he came to see him. "I miss my dad." Zhou Yang's father died of cancer 2 years ago. When he was alive, he liked to give him bananas the most. Today's tomatoes overlapped with the scene when his father gave him bananas. He felt that it was uncomfortable for the young to send off the old, and it was also uncomfortable for the old to send off the young, and his emotions suddenly rose. "Today someone asked me if this disease can be cured. Do you think it can be cured?" Zhou Yang asked uncertainly. "What did you answer?" "I said that the country has been working in this direction. The current scientific research technology has improved a lot, and there will be progress." "You said there will be progress. So there will definitely be progress." Su Qiuxing answered very seriously. In the next 2 days, the internet was full of news about the Northwest zombie base. I used to think zombies were disgusting, but now I think they are not that disgusting. Zombie patients are quite pitiful. I can't imagine what my mother would look like when she turned into a zombie. It's too cruel. Netizens felt that both zombie patients and their families were very pitiful. Some netizens even compiled the live broadcast on the 25th and made a collection video called Behind the Zombies. Behind the Zombies includes clips of zombie relatives meeting zombies. There are tears and laughter in it, accompanied by warm background music, which makes those who know the truth feel heartbroken. I have made many bad remarks before, and I will try not to slander them in the future. They don't want to be infected either. The most hateful thing is the zombie virus. I hope the virus disappears quickly. Behind the Zombies dominated the national hot list in less than a day. In addition to being popular in China, it was also spread overseas within a day. The overseas search volume was 20 times that of the domestic search volume, and it continued to rise in a straight line of 90 degrees. Everyone thought that Behind the Zombies was just a fun show. But the next day, There was an anti-optimization demonstration abroad. I hate Sanka's zombie optimization. Which reminds me of the previous animal optimization. Or we can learn from Lungu and build some specialized bases. We have the most advanced medical system and government welfare in the world. But our zombie treatment is very bad. Just like in the Lungu news. Zombie patients are just sick. I don't want to be infected one day and have someone point a gun at my head and shoot me in the head. Life is not a zombie movie. And we don't live in a movie. The anti-optimization team abroad is growing. And some media have seized the opportunity to interview some zombie families. We locked Jack in the basement, which is a professionally renovated basement. We injected the vaccine to ensure that there would be no close contact transmission. But even so, they rushed in and shot without mercy. This is the cry of a mother who lost her son. We saw our father die in front of us with our own eyes. This is our eternal nightmare. This is the cry of 5 children after they saw their father being shot. Our parents are gone. I am in a government welfare home. This is an ignorant 5-year-old girl. In addition to the families of the dead zombies. The interviewees also include shooters in the optimization process. Wells and I have known each other for 12 years. We often drink. He was infected during a mission. I shouldn't have shot him. He was my partner. I shot a stranger. I know that my shooting is in accordance with the law. But I can't get out of the condemnation in my heart. I can't hold a gun anymore. Except for some radicals. Everyone is an ordinary person living on this planet. Because of the previous shooting. Many people are receiving psychological treatment. Just like the marcher said before. Life is not a zombie movie. And they can't remain indifferent after the shooting. They thought there was only one way to deal with this virus. But Lungu spent 3 years giving everyone the most vivid answer. Zombie patients are just sick. And they can be controlled. If they can't survive, they don't want to shoot. We have vaccines and induction boxes. As long as the operation method is accurate, we can catch them and put them in a professional base. I implore the government to build a zombie base. As long as we are not completely dead, we have the possibility of recovery. This is not an appeal for the zombies, but also for ourselves. In the next month, the global anti-optimization appeal became more and more intense. Some governments could not withstand the pressure and began to build temporary zombie bases. Residents did not shoot directly after encountering zombies. Instead, they use induction boxes, professional tools to control, and sacks. It's so easy to capture zombies. Now, the government doesn't need to intervene. And some ordinary residents can catch zombies skillfully. You know, you are changing the world. On October 2nd, DeWitt made an international call to Zhou Mingwe. He is the Minister of Foreign Affairs and has been helping the country deal with the resettlement of zombies. These zombies were caught by the residents and placed directly in front of the government. There were also some media who were not afraid of making trouble to film them. In the past, they would shoot these zombies and then contact the disease control department for high-temperature treatment. But now they don't dare to do that. Not only do they not dare to do that, they also have to seriously announce the follow-up situation of these zombies to ensure that they are still alive. As long as there is a slight financial shortage, the public will pull them to announce the bills. There are many economists among the public. They will calculate the government's income and expenditure one by one. Even the corruption and bribery from 10 years ago will be dug up. Government officials are in danger. Everyone strongly demands a change in the way zombies are handled. After several meetings, the Melk government finally passed the Zombie Moderation Act. The Zombie Moderation Act stipulates that residents cannot rob zombies at will when their lives are not in danger. And they must control zombies as soon as they encounter them, build zombie bases, and allocate a portion of the fiscal budget for base construction and subsequent hemoglobin expenditures. Except for the name Zombie Moderation Act. These policies are completely a copy of Lungu. Melk lay flat and copied Lungu's homework directly. Now not only Melk, but also countries like Sonk and Kudi are copying Lungu's homework. Countries like Etniakwadi have limited financial resources, so they can't copy, but they are preparing professional zombie areas. The subsequent management costs will be discussed with the patients' families and will be borne by the government and the patients' families. Everything is being explored. 3 years ago, everyone laughed at Lungu's treatment policy. 3 years later, everyone followed Lungu. Lungu is changing the world. We are changing together. At this time, in the office of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Zhou Mingwe received a call from DeWitt and said politely that this was a diplomatic call in accordance with international procedures. Are we changing together? Although DeWitt was on the phone, his mind suddenly flashed to the Melt Film Studio. He is a loyal audience of the film studio. After the zombie outbreak, Melt Film Studio announced that it would prepare to shoot an epic zombie movie. This movie brings together the world's most famous disaster directors and movie stars. The script will revolve around the male and female protagonists shooting zombies, and finally finding the serum to save the world. The producer revealed in an interview that the film will have a lot of helicopter rescues. Male and female protagonists firing their guns to clear the way. Grenades and bullets to blow up zombies. And it is rumored that there will be a famous scene at the end where the male and female protagonists blow up a city of 100,000 zombies. In short, this is an epic film full of heroism and adrenaline. When the film was first prepared, the expectations of residents were over 95%. But with the continuous changes in the zombie situation in the past 2 years, the expectations of residents have continued to decline. And last month it dropped to 2%. Some media interviewed residents about their views on the film. Is this worth looking forward to? Sorry, I can't put myself in the shoes of the protagonist. I should be the background board in the movie. Maybe not even the background board. The hero and heroine are heroes. But I don't like them anymore. I should be a member of the zombie city. And finally be blown to death by the hero and heroine. Alas, I am so pitiful. These are only interviews with a small number of people. But it is obvious that everyone can put themselves in the perspective of the zombies more. Now the film has been prepared for half of the shooting, with an investment of 700 million international currency. According to the current situation, a moment of silence. We changed together. At this time, Zhou Mingwei seemed to hear the other party talking to himself. Haha. I look forward to more changes in the future. Although DeWitt didn't want to admit it, he knew that everything in the world was brought by Longu. Everyone was thanking Longu. And Longu deserved more people's thanks. Chapter 72. Boss, is order number 17 ready? What does number 17 want? Half a pound of pork head. Half a pound of chicken feet. And a pound of cold vegetable platter. It's being prepared. Wait a moment. Okay. Try to be faster. It's almost timed out. On September 20th, 2140. At Gem and Braised Food Store on the south side of Longxing Shopping Mall, Wang Min was busy packing a braised food platter. This was a small store of about 30 square meters. At this time, there were 3 riders waiting for orders and 7 customers in front of the store. Because the store entrance was not large, it looked like the store was completely blocked. Okay. Half a minute later, Wang Min packed order number 17. Just as she was about to hand it over, the rider took it and left. Boss, I want half a pound of pork liver and 2 pigtails. As soon as rider number 17 left, 2 more customers came. Okay. We need to queue up first. Wang Min was getting more and more anxious. Today was the Mid-Autumn Festival in the lunar calendar. Not only Gem and Braised Food Store, but the whole street was filled with riders and crowded customers. Wang Min felt that she could not think anymore. She could only keep cutting meat, taking orders, and issuing orders. Boss Du is not here. A familiar customer asked curiously. He went out at noon and hasn't come back yet. Wang Min got angry when she heard this. Their store is next to Longxing Shopping Mall. Du Jianmin said he was going out to check things out at 11 o'clock. But he hasn't come back yet. Maybe he was delayed by something. The customer saw that Wang Min was angry and quickly tried to make amends. Yeah. Wang Min was unhappy. But she didn't want to expose the trivialities between husband and wife in front of outsiders. After saying yeah, she continued to cut the meat and weigh it. At 2:30, there were fewer people in the store, and she could finally take a break. Have you eaten? I brought you a cup of bubble tea. At this time, Du Jianmin came back staggeringly. Compared with 3 years ago, he looked less sad and his figure was much more plump. I didn't eat. I'm starving. Wang Min got angry when she saw him like this. What's wrong? Who offended you? Du Jianmin was confused. Do you know what day it is today? The store is so busy. Why do you have to be a hands-off boss today? Wang Min got angrier and angrier as she spoke, and didn't want to talk to him at all. There was an event at the mall today, so I just went over to take a look. Du Jianmin was stunned. Watch for 3 hours. I didn't pay attention to the time. Seeing that Wang Min was really angry, Du Jianmin quickly became serious. He took out a box from his pocket. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival. I want to buy you a gold bracelet, but I don't know which style is good. And it took me a long time to choose. This is a 36-gram golden bracelet. Why did you buy the bracelet? Now it was Wang Min's turn to be confused. I bought it because it looked good. Try it on. The gold price has now dropped to 750 yuan per G. This bracelet, including the labor costs at least 30,000 yuan. This money was secretly saved by Du Jianmin in the past 2 years. Wang Min had never worn such an expensive bracelet. She wiped her hands, then found a disposable glove and put it on. You don't have to be so careful, Du Jianmin said on the side. What if it gets scratched and can't be returned? Wang Min rolled her eyes at him and put on the bracelet smoothly. It looks really good. Du Jianmin was very satisfied. It looks good. Wang Min touched the bracelet repeatedly, hesitating. It's too expensive. Should we return it? Can we return it? Why return it? It's not like I can't afford it. For years ago, they followed the national policy and returned to Longbei to buy this shop. At that time, they just wanted to follow the policy. But Longqing had more potential than they thought. Now Longqing has become a new first-tier city with the support of the state. Their shop has increased from 19,000 to 52,000. And it is completely out of stock. Their braised food shop tastes good. And now the monthly profit is more than 30,000. He wanted to buy a gold bracelet for Wang Min last year, but he didn't have much cash on him. So he bought a big one this year. Do you like it? Du Jianmin asked in a mean way. Look at you. Wang Min glared at him. Although she said so, the smile on her lips never faded. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the store received more orders. The two of them served customers very skillfully, and the 100 kilograms of braised food were sold out before 8 o'clock. After closing the store, they did not go home immediately, but went to the underground floor of the mall to shop, and then went upstairs to eat. Now Longqing Mall is a landmark mall in Longqing City. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the mall is crowded with people. There is also a fruit hot sale held on the first floor of the mall. These fruits include bananas, lychees, mangoes from the south, and apples, hawthorns, and blueberries from the north. There are at least more than 50 varieties. After carefully comparing, Wang Min came to the blueberry shelf. Name, Chanshan No. 1. Origin, Linan County, Chanshan Province. Unit price, 13.8 yuan per box. 100 G. After the nuclear pollution leak, half of the world's economic crops died. Some crops such as rice and cucumbers can still be obtained through replanting. But apples, bananas and blueberries require a certain growth cycle. The soil after the disaster can no longer support fruit tree planting. Between 2125 and 2138, the global fruit industry has declined sharply. An apple can be sold for more than 20 yuan. Many residents have become accustomed to using mutant cucumbers and tomatoes instead of fruits. Just when everyone was already used to the current dietary structure, the country announced the vegetable basket plan in September of the previous year. The core of the vegetable basket is to restore the dietary structure of residents and restore the residents' dietary life to a normal level. Residents are somewhat worried about the vegetable basket plan. After all, it is not the economy that restricts this plan, but the current natural environment. At the beginning, nuclear pollution was too harmful to the world. But Longdu seemed to have received a blessing from nature. The environment has been continuously improving in the past 2 years. They found that the current land can not only grow vegetables, but also certain economic trees. In addition to policy support in the past 2 years, Longdu Agricultural Institute has also launched fruit varieties such as Chanshan No. 1, Danong No. 3, and Longjiao No. 3. These varieties of trees were all studied at Longqing Agricultural Institute. When the news first came out, she and Du Jianmin went to the entrance of the Agricultural Institute for a stroll. At that time, many citizens watched and checked in at the entrance. This news was also reported on international news. Do you want to buy it? At this time, Du Jianmin touched Wang Min and asked, Buy. Wang Min took 5 boxes and a lot of mangoes, lychees, jackfruits and other fruits. As if to make up for the fruits she had not eaten in the past 15 years. At 9 o'clock, the two walked back under the moonlight. Mom and Dad. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. On the way back, the 2 daughters called them separately. Now the 2 daughters have successfully graduated. One is interning at a Jiangsu accounting company, and the other is interning at an advertising company. With steady job growth. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Buy some mooncakes. Wang Min smiled from ear to ear. At 9:20, The two returned home. This is a small house of 50 square meters. The two bought it by lottery 2 years ago. Now the loan has been paid off. And the house is decorated in their style, and is very warm. Wang Min went to the room to change clothes first, and then went to the kitchen to prepare the fruit plate. 10 minutes later, she came out with a fruit plate while eating blueberries. Blueberries are sweet. Try them. At this time, Du Jianmin had changed his clothes and turned on the TV on September 20th. 23 kinds of fruits such as Chunshan No. 1 and Longjia No. 2 have been put on the market across the country. These are new fruits cultivated by Longxing Agricultural Institute. Fruit trees are growing well across the country, and the national fruit structure has gradually returned to the pre-disaster level. The latest agricultural news was being broadcast on TV. Have you watched them? Du Jianmin looked at her. Yeah. They're delicious. Wang Min sat down next to the sofa. Du Jianmin picked up a blueberry, which was about 1 centimeter in diameter, bright in color, and looked very delicious. Delicious. After he put it in his mouth, his eyes lit up instantly. Delicious. Right? Wang Min was very satisfied with his skill in picking fruits. The two of them finished a box in a short while, and also ate a lot of lychees and jackfruits. Every fruit here was fresh and delicious. Even before the disaster, it was a first-class high-quality variety. After they finished eating, the TV screen switched to a sketch show. Wang Min chuckled for a while, and suddenly sighed, "It's so good now." What's so good? Life. She and Du Jianmin are already in their 50s. They have experienced the global development period and the disaster period. Now they have a stable life and a filial daughter. She feels that this kind of life is too good. To be honest, this kind of life seems to have changed since Longxing was established. Do you think we can continue to be so stable? Wang Min asked. Why not? The business of braised food shops is better than before. The good business of braised food shops shows that everyone's living conditions have improved and they dare to eat and drink. Yeah. Wang Min agreed. The two talked about fruits, prices, and how much braised food to eat tomorrow. They talked all night and then went to bed and rested as usual. The two thought that their lives would get better and better. But the next morning, urgent news broke across the country at 2 a.m. on September 21st. 23 new zombie patients were found in Tianhe community, Yunchuan province. After testing by the National Health Department, the patients were found to have a new variant of the zombie virus. This variant can be directly transmitted through the air within a space of 500 meters, with an infection rate of 100%. The Ministry of Health has determined that this virus is a new variant of the S3 virus. Fuck. Directly transmitted through the air? Too strong. If someone is infected, will everyone within 500 meters be infected? If this person moves a few steps, will the other 500 meters be infected as well? The infection rate is 100%. Will everyone in the world be infected? After the S3 news was broadcast, the whole country was shocked. Now there is no need for national lockdown, and residents have spontaneously stayed at home. S3. 100% infection rate. Air transmission. Everything here is catastrophic, and these conditions put together are a catastrophic hell copy. In the next 2 days, the world was full of news about S3. Now, in addition to Longu, Song, and Etania, these countries have also successively appeared S3 viruses. Global oxygen cylinder orders continue to increase. This time is different from S2. If it cannot be controlled, hundreds of millions of people around the world will be directly infected. Just when the world was panicking, on the evening of September 23rd, the Longu Ministry of Health issued a news release. On September 23rd, the Longu Institute of Biology has successfully developed an S3 barrier vaccine. This vaccine can successfully prevent the airborne transmission of the S3 virus. The key serum comes from the serum of the Kadi moose in 2138. The Ministry of Health's news was concise. In addition to announcing the specific data of the S3 vaccine, it also stated that the Institute of Biology has cooperated with major biological institutions, and S3 can be officially vaccinated as early as the 25th. Domestic residents preparing to stock up on oxygen cylinders? Foreign media who are worried about their own safety? Longu's vaccine is so fast that they even feel that the S3 virus is just an illusion. Chapter 73. Yaoguang. Huayun's vaccine has been produced and is being sent to the hardest hit areas. Vaccination can begin tomorrow. On the evening of September 24th, Tan Ningzhong returned to the office exhausted. After the outbreak of the S2 virus 2 years ago, the biological team has been monitoring the virus situation across the country. And during this period, moose serum was prepared in advance. The research team has previously developed the S3 vaccine through a virus simulator. But there have been no airborne transmission cases in the world. They are not sure whether the virus will evolve in the direction of the simulator. Nor do they know whether the S3 vaccine will repel other viruses. Therefore, they can only prepare conservatively, which requires a lot of storage costs during this period. But it is negligible compared to the safety of residents' lives. 3 days ago, a new strain of zombie virus appeared in the country, and biologists immediately started researching it. According to the test, the new mutant strain was determined to be the S3 virus. After the country confirmed it, it immediately produced vaccines. And then, there was yesterday's news. This time the control was timely. As long as residents stay at home before the injection, there should not be widespread spread. On the wide chair in the office, Xinque held a glass of honeysuckle water and said with a nasal voice. Tan Mingzhong frowned. Not well yet? He was still a little scared when he thought about what happened 2 days ago. 2 days ago, everyone went to work as usual, but Xinque had not appeared in the office. He thought that he had worked late and slept too late. But when he couldn't get through on the phone, he realized something was wrong and immediately took Xiaohu to Xinque's dormitory. In the dormitory, Xinque lay in the quilt. His forehead was hot and full of sweat. Call a doctor, Tan Mingzhong ordered immediately. At that time, the S3 virus had just broken out, and the early symptoms of zombie infection were colds and fevers. They were worried that Xinque would be infected. But fortunately, it was just a false alarm in the end. Even so, the base still carried out a comprehensive disinfection. I just took the antipyretic medicine. I will be fine tomorrow. At this time, Xinque drank a sip of honeysuckle water. Since you are so sick, you should stay in the dormitory. Tan Mingzhong taught like a junior. I stayed in the dormitory for 2 days. It was too boring. Xinque was not deliberately showing off. He had been staying in the dormitory for the past 2 days. Every day, he looked at the ceiling and read books. It was not good to be too bored during illness. So he came to the office to take a look. The two chatted for a while. And Xinque asked, how is it going abroad? Everyone is producing vaccines, and they can be vaccinated in the next 2 days. When they stockpiled moose serum before, they also suggested that other countries stockpile some moose serum to prevent other evolutions of the virus. We have adjusted the medical budget and can stockpile now. If it were in the past, everyone would definitely feel that long goose speculation was alarmist. But after experiencing the changes in the virus in the past 2 years, this is not alarmist at all. It is completely prepared for a rainy day. In this way, the world has set off a craze for storing moose serum. With sufficient serum reserves, the global S3 virus can be controlled. It's good. Xinque breathed a sigh of relief. It's good. But those diplomatic officials are too difficult to deal with. Now they are pestering the Ministry of Foreign Affairs every day according to international etiquette. Minister Zhou has complained to me more than once. 2 years ago, after my city was upgraded to my country, the national environment began to change. Although it only recovered to 50% of the pre-disaster level, it was an epic change for the world. Other countries are not fools. They started to study Lungu fertilizer and planting methods, especially some countries with the same latitude, and copied Lungu policies 1:1. However, after studying and studying, their own land did not change at all. The other countries were shocked. Lungu must have some improvement methods that they did not know about. In the past 2 years, everyone tried every means to find out the reasons for Lungu's changes. There was no lack of compliments on Lungu, sugar coating, cannons, and bullets. But after studying and studying, everyone was completely confused. What is Longui Wan's plan? Xinque asked. Now S1 to S3 are barely under control. The most dangerous thing is that the virus evolves again. Xinque had said before that the virus has 5 stages. Now S1 to S3 have appeared. And the most dangerous thing is that it evolves again. S4 virus, humans will be directly infected through breathing, with an infection rate of 100%. S5 virus, humans are infected through skin exposure, and the infection rate is still 100%. The main feature of S4 and S5 is that the virus has spread to all corners of the air and become part of the air. At that time, all humans, animals, and plants will not be spared. When will S4 appear? Tan Mingzhong asked before. According to the system's initial prediction, It will be in 2150. What about S5? 2157. Xinque had seen the original ending of Haiyan star in the system. 2135. Zombie virus appears. 2136. S2 virus. Zoonotic. 2140. S3 virus. Can be spread within a certain range of air. 2150. S4 virus. Transmitted by breathing. 2157. S5 virus. Contact transmission. In the original history, humans persisted for 70 years from the emergence of the virus to the extinction of the planet. In 2205, the Life spacecraft was successfully launched and humans died. There are still 10 years. After listening, Tan Mingzhang thought seriously. The zombie virus is not a matter for Lunggu alone. The best situation now is to study it together with other countries. But this will lead to some uncontrollable things. So the country has not made a decision yet. How is the mission progressing? Tan Mingzhang changed the subject. 98.2%. Xinque opened the system interface. Host name, Xinque. My country, under construction. Current mission, my vegetable basket. Enrich the dietary structure of residents, and make the residents of the country have a rich vegetable basket. Task progress, 98.2%. Task reward, pointing to building card X1. My vegetable basket. Was updated after the signing of the Gentle Treaty. At that time, my city. It has been upgraded to my country. So both Xinque and the research team thought that this task was simple. As it turned out, this task was simple, but too time-consuming. My vegetable basket. In addition to regular vegetables, fruits such as oranges and bananas are also included. Most of these fruit trees died during the disaster, and in order to complete the task, they must be replanted. In this way, the Agricultural Academy supported a large number of planting estates. Everyone started planting trees the year before last, and with the technical guidance of national agricultural personnel, they began to bear fruit in June and then went on the market in large quantities. In the past 2 months, the system progress has been soaring, and it is expected that the task will be completed on the 10th of next month. There is still half a month. Tan Mingzhang calculated the time. They have been waiting for 2 years. Now all they can do is continue to wait. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Xinque returned to the dormitory. He had a cold and fever in the past 2 days. Today, he stayed in the office for another night. Now he was a little tired. He took a shower and went straight to bed. 3 hours later, Xinque woke up after sweating. He picked up his mobile phone. It was 0:32, and there was an unread message on his mobile phone. Su Qiuxing, are you feeling better? Cold. Cold. The message was sent at 10:12. He didn't know if the other party had slept yet. He hesitated for a moment and replied, I just took a nap and I feel much better. That's good. It may be a cold caused by the change of seasons. Pay more attention to rest. 3 minutes later, Su Qiuxing replied, You haven't slept yet? Xinque got out of bed, washed his face and asked, I just sorted out the materials and just finished. Is it convenient to video chat? Now? Yes. At the Northwest base, Su Qiuxing was stunned when he saw the other party's message. He and Xinque often sent messages, but they rarely sent voice messages, let alone video messages. He thought about it, and the last videos seemed to be sent 4 years ago, when the biological laboratory was built. Inconvenient? Xinque asked when he saw that the other party did not reply. Wait a minute. Su Qiuxing looked in the mirror. He was now wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and frameless glasses. His hair was a little curled up because he had just scratched it when he was sorting out the materials. He pulled his hair down and replied, It's okay. Beep. Xinque sent a video. Su Qiuxing clicked to connect. In the video, Xinque had just washed his face, and his face and bangs were a little wet. He was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and was about to open the window for ventilation. Don't. Su Qiuxing hurriedly stopped him. You haven't recovered from the cold yet, so it's best not to blow the wind at night. Okay. Xinque didn't open the window again, turned around and sat at the desk, propping his phone in front of 2 books. Su Qiuxing looked at the other person's living environment and asked, Why did you suddenly post a video? I wanted to see you. What am I looking at? Su Qiuxing felt a little uncomfortable. Everyone is still alive. That's good. S3 is highly contagious. But it's not that scary after the vaccine. You have a cold now. Haven't you been vaccinated yet? Su Qiuxing thought Xinque was worried about the S3 virus. No. The doctor suggested that you get vaccinated after you recover from the disease. Have you been vaccinated? Vaccinated? The Northwest Base has its own research room. There are many zombies here. So they injected the vaccine in the afternoon. You stay in the base for the next 2 days. Don't run around before you get vaccinated. Su Qiuxing became more and more worried. Yeah. Shinqu listened carefully. But his mind went back to his previous life on September 24th. 2140. 39 biological workers including Su Qiuxing, Wang Yanqi, Su Caning, and Zhao Kai from Longgu Biological Institute were unfortunately infected with the virus. The 39 people have been collectively injected with euphoria drugs. The infected research group members participated in 32 major medical projects including S1 vaccine in 5 years. 39 people died. This is a loss for Longgu Biological Institute and a loss for the global biological field. At that time, the global zombie infection rate had reached more than 75%, and the Longgu zombie base had completely collapsed. Many people who were infected either turned into zombies or chose to commit suicide before they were completely sick. Su Qiuxing's research group was collectively infected, and they chose to commit suicide in a sealed laboratory. 39 people were infected at 11:17 p.m. on September 24th. Euthanasia time, 11:23. We have been fighting this virus for 5 years, and many comrades and mentors have been leaving during this period. We know that there will be such a day, and we have always hoped that this day will come later. Before the death of 39 people, Su Qiuxing recorded a recording. At that time, the whole country was in a sad mood. Shinqu listened to the recording all night until he left the base the next day. Now at 0:55, Su Qiuxing and others have passed the death point of the previous life. Although he knew that this life was different from the previous life, he was still sincerely happy after passing this time point. And this happiness spread throughout his chest. In short, you must take care of your health these 2 days. And don't joke with your body. In the video, Su Qiuxing was still nagging. Shinqu saw the other party frowning and smiled. I know. Su Qiuxing was stunned, then felt that he had said too much and was a little embarrassed. I'm glad you know. Yeah. Shinqu nodded vigorously. The two chatted for a while, and then hung up the phone. Huh? In the Northwest Base. Su Qiuxing was still a little embarrassed, but thinking back to Shinqua's mental state, he should be getting better soon. Shinqu recovered from his cold the next afternoon. After he recovered, he got vaccinated as soon as possible and then returned to work at the base. In the next half month, vaccination will begin around the world. This time, it will mainly be medical staff and volunteers wearing protective clothing going door to vaccinate. The zombie virus will not spread through protective clothing, and residents around the world are very cooperative. During this orderly vaccination, on October 9th, the system was updated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, My Vegetable Basket. Task reward, pointing to building card X1. System updating. Ding! Update completed. Current task, make the country rich and the people strong. An excellent country must not only have a sufficient food basket, but also a complete industrial system, a strong military force, and rich economic and trade. Task reward, Super Big Wheel X1. S level. Current status. Agriculture, 85%. Industry, 82%. Economy, 82%. Military, 81%. Diplomacy, 85%. Upgrade direction, unknown. Rich country and strong people. It is a comprehensive task that requires a comprehensive evaluation of 20 projects including agriculture, industry, education, and medical care. The overall progress is now 82%. And the task will be completed only when all progress reaches 100%. 18% sounds simple, but because it is at the national level, the specific operation is more difficult than My Vegetable Basket. What does upgrade direction, unknown mean? Tan Mingzheng asked after listening. It should be able to be upgraded? Shinqu thought for a while and answered. Upgrade direction, unknown means my country can be upgraded. For example, if the Greater Asia Plate is unified, the system will be upgraded to my plate. Unified the Northern Hemisphere. It will be my Northern Hemisphere. And unified the high-end planet. Probably my planet? The scope of the system upgrade is too large. Tan Mingzheng had a headache. Now my country has reached the limit of the dragon ancient country. We can't just expand the territory and unify the world for the mission. In fact, we could expand the territory, Shinqua thought for a while. Tan Mingzhang looked at Shinqua in confusion. We can cooperate with other countries on the system. When Tan Mingzhang mentioned other countries' inquiries into the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he had thought about cooperating with other countries on the system. Just like Tan Mingzhang said, the zombie virus is not a matter of one country. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, the world has experienced a series of things such as the S1 vaccine, zombie boxes, the global armistice agreement, the temperament, the S3 vaccine, etc. Strictly speaking, the current international situation is very peaceful, and there is the possibility of common cooperation. They can cooperate with other countries, such as other countries helping Longdu to brush up diplomatic value and economic value, so that the country is rich and the people are strong, can quickly reach the upgrade conditions. After the system is upgraded, they can bind the world and rely on the heart of the camp to improve the environment of various countries. This is a win-win situation. Of course, this requires sufficient trust between both parties. At the same time, it depends on the decision of Longdu Academy. Now that the virus has reached a critical moment, Shinqua has a very clear self-positioning. Everyone has his own expertise, and he just needs to be a qualified system tool person. Chapter 74. It is indeed a choice. Tan Mingzhang thought what Shinqua said was unrealistic at first, but then he thought it was not completely impossible. The two chatted for a while, and Shinqua opened the system backpack. Host name, Shinqua. My backpack, Heart of Purification X1. Pointing Building Card X1. The Pointing Building card is a palm-sized card. Now the system provides 10 building directions such as aerospace engineering, bioengineering, and communication manufacturing. It's difficult to choose. Tan Mingzhang recalled that 5 years ago, the system also gave them 10 directions, and they chose the biological laboratory. Facts have proved that their original choice was extremely correct. According to the current situation, it is more appropriate for them to continue to choose bioengineering. But the building card is related to the current basic level. On the basis of the biological laboratory, they will not be able to improve much if they continue to choose. Let's have a meeting first, Tan Mingzhang said happily. No matter what they choose, now there is finally a breakthrough. In the next 3 days, everyone held a detailed meeting on the building cards and the task content. If the virus will evolve in the direction predicted, I suggest choosing buildings related to air purification and closed engineering. There are still 10 years left, and we can build some underground bases and air circulation projects in advance. The prominent feature of S4 is respiratory transmission. If the air is full of viruses, underground bases may not be a long-term solution. The S4 virus is like a new mountain, because it is related to the next direction. Everyone discussed and decided to put away the building cards first and make a choice after having a detailed plan. The research team focused on the global cooperation mentioned by Shinqua. This is the environmental trend chart of the past 2 years. Now the environment in many countries has further deteriorated. We need to make the country rich and the people strong. Other countries also need to improve the environment. I agree with Shin's proposal. Compared with the direction of the building card, everyone is very interested in Shinqua's proposal. More importantly, the requirements of making the country rich and the people strong are too strict. It is difficult to proceed smoothly without launching a military war and a trade war. The purpose of our system upgrade is to solve the dilemma, not to drag the world into a world war. Now Longdu already has the power to expand abroad, but their diplomatic philosophy has always been peaceful coexistence. Even if there are strong system requirements, they will not start a world war. Starting a war under the current situation will be a disaster for all mankind. This is not in line with Longdu's basic national policy and is incorrect. If the zombie virus really evolves continuously as predicted, then the S3 vaccine is not a victory, but just a breathing opportunity. We have 10 years left, and this is a decade that concerns all mankind. We need to discuss with other countries. On October 7th, Longdu UN discussed and submitted an application for a global conference to the United Nations. Meeting time, October 15th. Location, Visayas City. Nature, not open to the public. This is a meeting that concerns the fate of all mankind. I hope that decision makers from all countries can participate. We need to make a serious choice. After applying, Longdu UN added seriously, Longdu is applying for a global conference. An international conference not open to the public. What is the theme of the conference? After the announcement of Longdu's application, not only ordinary residents, But also senior officials of various countries were confused. Minister Zhou. What is the theme of Longu's conference? At 10 o'clock in the morning in Milk. DeWitt relied on his familiarity with Zhou Mingwei and called directly to ask. This meeting is quite special, and we cannot disclose it for the time being. At Longu Diplomatic Academy. Zhou Mingwei answered the phone tiredly. This was the 9th call today. What is it about? S3 vaccine? Vegetable trade? Food trade? In order to apply for a joint meeting, countries must not only be qualified, but also need the approval of the United Nations and the response of other countries. Generally speaking, applicants will only apply when it is a major national or global moment. Longu is one of the world's major powers and is calm and steady. He had never applied for the zombie virus and S1 vaccine before. He thought about everything he could think of and had no idea what the meeting would be about. When we submitted the application, we said that this might be a meeting about the fate of all mankind. The fate of all mankind? DeWitt had read Longu's application, and it did have the words the fate of all mankind. But the fate of all mankind was too vague. If it were other countries, he might feel that it was just a show of force. But the applicant was Longu. He needed to chew the weight of these words carefully. Do the foreign ministers of various countries need to participate? DeWitt asked. This can be arranged freely. It is best to represent the country's decision. The political power of countries around the world is relatively complex. Some diplomats do not represent the interests of the country, but the interests of a certain political party. This meeting is special. They do not want other countries to delay the overall decision-making due to internal problems. DeWitt heard what Zhou Mingwei meant and said, I understand. At 2 p.m. on October 7th, 2 hours after Longu submitted his application, the United Nations agreed to Longu's application. All of this was expected by all countries. The invitation to the Longu conference was for 319 other countries. Just when everyone was guessing which countries would attend, Somalia took the lead in issuing an announcement. We are very honored to receive the invitation to the conference from Longu. We also thank Longu for its outstanding contribution to the global vaccine industry. After discussion, the Somali government decided that on October 15th, Somali President Kakam will attend the global conference in Basia. The Somali government thanks the Longu government for its vaccine assistance to Somalia. At the same time, Longu has always been Somalia's most cherished international partner. The UN announcement time is 1400 hours, and the Somali announcement time is 14 hours and 1 second. Was it posted at the right time? How can so many words be written in 1 second? It was obviously written in advance, and it was always watching the UN announcement. Somalia is a small country with a total area of 200,000 square kilometers. But it is still a country no matter how small the area is. At this time, the Somali announcement and the UN announcement were only 1 second apart, which means that Somali had written a copy in advance and had been watching the UN announcement. Thank you Longu. President Somali attended the most cherished partner. The content of the meeting is not known yet. Just let the president go. Some netizens felt that Somali was too eager to curry favor with the emperor, and he did it without any concealment, before everyone could complain. At 1402, the Dortmund government issued a notice. It is a great honor to receive Longu's invitation to the meeting. On October 15th, Dortmund President Mia will attend the international conference in Basia. 2 minutes. This copy should be written after the UN announcement. It is a great honor to receive Longu. It is a great honor. It is a great honor. In the next half an hour, nearly 100 countries issued international announcements, most of which were medium-sized and backward countries, before netizens could take a closer look. At 1432, Melco issued an announcement. It is a great honor to receive Longu's invitation to the meeting. On October 15th, Melco President Baldi will attend. President Melco will also go? Merco used to be the world's largest country. Although it has not been re-ranked, it is obvious that Longu has become the world's #1. It is a great honor. President Sunke, President Bini, President Magato. After Merkel issued the announcement, more than 100 countries issued announcements one after another. 1455. The United Nations released data. In the past 55 minutes, a total of 319 countries submitted applications to the United Nations, agreeing to participate in this meeting. On October 15th, Longu applied for the global meeting to be held on time in Basia. Basia is a neutral city. The previous joint meetings were held here. After everyone read it, they counted the UN data list. 319 countries all agreed. All heads of state. The previous global conferences were not so complete. Right? It feels like witnessing history. After counting, everyone found that all the participants were top leaders such as presidents, chairmen, and great chiefs. Netizens were in a daze, and then looked at Lungu's conference application. This is a meeting about the fate of all mankind. I hope that the decision makers of various countries can participate. Lungu did not request the heads of state to attend in its application. But the current situation indirectly shows that Lungu's international status is higher than they imagined. At 1500 hours, Lungu issued a notice. Thank you very much for participating in the Basia conference applied for by Lungu. On October 15th, Lungu's head Zhou Yunji will attend the Basia conference on time. After Lungu issued the notice, it stated that this would be an international conference attended by 320 heads of state, which also proved Lungu's international strength. On October 15th, the Basia conference was officially held. Chapter 75. At 8 o'clock in the morning on the 15th, Mia had just arrived at the United Nations Hall when she saw Kakum wearing a dark blue traditional costume with a feather on his head, like a gorgeous blue peacock. President Kakum. We meet again. Mia walked over, her voice a little weird. And Somalia are two neighboring countries. The two countries have always had conflicts over political and territorial issues, and they have always been at loggerheads. President Mia. Kakum was discussing the next meeting with his assistant. He frowned when he saw Mia. He felt that the other party's appearance must be bad. Somalia has become famous internationally. Everyone praises that the Somali diplomatic corps can write a 500-word press release in 1 second. This is an excellent news department. After the two exchanged greetings, Mia directly mocked. Indeed, Kakum seemed not to hear Mia's sarcasm, and said very proudly, now the world knows Somali. While Dortmund was only 2 minutes late, and no one mentioned it at all. Humph. Mia's eloquence has always been inferior to Kakum's. Old rival. Our focus now is not the press release, but the purpose of the Lungu meeting. After Kakum annoyed him for a few words, he got back to the point. What is Lungu's purpose? Mia asked. I don't know. Although Kakum said he didn't know. After the two looked at each other, they both understood what the other meant. External expansion. At present, global resources are in short supply, and external expansion will not only plunder the resources of other countries, but also divert some domestic conflicts. In fact, when the catastrophe just broke out, many military scientists speculated that a world war would break out within 10 years. 5 years ago was exactly the node predicted by military scientists. But the zombie crisis occurred at that time, and the world war did not break out. Now the global zombie virus is relatively under control, and Lungu has the military and economic strength to start a war as its comprehensive national strength improves. You say, is it possible? Mia asked in a low voice. I don't know. Kakum sighed. We are too small. Now Somalia has become a global joke because of the 1-second press release. But they have no regrets. The Somali government had anticipated this situation before issuing the press release. They need to survive. So they must hold Lungu and show that they are docile and harmless. In this way, even if a war breaks out, they hope that Lungu will be more merciful to Somali because of Somali's docility. Mia wanted to laugh at the other party for being spineless, but finally sighed. We are too small. They are too small. So no matter what the situation is, they can only try their best to survive. This is an international meeting composed of heads of state and core analysis groups. At 8:30, the delegations of Sank and Melk arrived one after another. And at 8:50, the Lungu delegation arrived. Chairman Joe. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for Lungu's S3 vaccine. You have saved 5 billion people in the world. Chairman Joe. When everyone saw the Lungu team, they were in contrast to their previous seriousness. Just like the cold lake surface was instantly ignited, and they all came forward to greet them enthusiastically. Hello, everyone. Zhou Yunji is 72 years old this year. He is a peaceful but dignified leader. After greeting everyone, he walked into the UN hall. Others followed in. And 10 minutes later, the UN door was closed. This is a closed meeting. There are no other news and media equipment except the UN recorder. Dear heads of state, all participants, welcome to today's global conference. As Lungu said in the application, this may be a meeting about the fate of all mankind. Before we officially start, let's watch a documentary. After the meeting started, Zhou Yunji got straight to the point. and a short film began to play on the screen in the conference hall. In November 2135, the zombie virus appeared around the world. In January 2137, the S1 virus was upgraded to S2, and a total of 21 million animals died worldwide. In September 2140, the zombie virus could be transmitted through the air. This is a documentary about the S1 virus to the S3 virus. In addition to the introduction of the virus, it also contains the difficulties encountered by various countries in recent years. Everyone watched the documentary, and their thoughts were instantly immersed in these 5 years. We can see from the short film that the zombie virus is constantly evolving. Now the Longu Biological Institute has simulated the S4 and S5 viruses. These two viruses will spread completely in the air. S4 is transmitted by breathing, and S5 is transmitted by air contact. The infection rate of both is 100%. Breathing transmission and air contact transmission? Everyone's scalp tingled when they heard it. If that really happened, the whole world would not be able to survive. Yes. Zhou Yunji nodded seriously, and played the simulation diagrams of the consequences of S4 and S5 at the same time. What is the probability of this happening? A participant asked. According to the continuous simulation in the laboratory, the probability is infinitely close to 100%. Both biology and mathematics are rigorous. Longu said that it is infinitely close to 100%, which means that it is basically 100% without interference from other factors. Can we stop it? President Melk asked. This is the theme of our meeting today. Zhou Yunji said this and suddenly changed the subject. Are you curious why Longu's soil and air quality are better than other countries under the same latitude and environmental conditions? Yes. This is their biggest doubt in the past 2 years. But they didn't expect Longu to bring it up on this occasion today. It's very simple. Zhou Yunji stood in the center of the venue and looked at the representatives of various countries. Longu has obtained an infrastructure system due to some special opportunities in recent years, and the current situation is completed with the help of the system. The leaders and analysis groups? Chairman Zhou. Are you saying that Longu has an infrastructure system? President Sanka thought he was hallucinating. Yes. For the next half an hour, everyone seemed to be listening to a science fiction story. In Zhou Yunji's description, Longu had obtained an infrastructure upgrade system 5 years ago. Longu could follow the system to complete tasks and get corresponding rewards after completing the tasks. Longu's environment was improved through heart of the camp. Of course, Longu also concealed something in the description. They only talked about some general system contents, and did not disclose Shenhua and detailed contents, which was also to protect Shenhua. Just like a legendary story. Everyone was confused. They had always thought that Longu had new agricultural or seed technology. But now an infrastructure system popped up. Too sci-fi. How safe is the system? Someone asked. Through the cooperation over the past few years, the system has not shown any behavior that would harm humans. On the contrary, it has been helping humans. If its purpose is to destroy the planet, I don't think it would be necessary to go through so much trouble. Is Longqing City a system mission? Someone thought of Longqing City. Longu was decided to build a city in 2136. Now Longqing is developing very well. But given the situation at that time, it was very unreasonable to mobilize the whole country to build a city. This is also why they can't analyze the reason. Yes. Zhou Yunji nodded. Everyone suddenly realized that if it was really a system task, then all this would make sense. What is the next task? President Sanka asked. Require Longu to improve some political, military, economic and medical influences. About 20 items. According to the system requirements, Longu may become the world's #1 in all aspects after completion. So Longu's plan is that everyone cooperates with Longu to become the world's #1 in all aspects. In exchange, Longu can bind the world after completing the task and help everyone restore the domestic environment. Of course, the cooperation here is only in the system aspect, and Longu will not do anything substantial that harms the sovereignty of various countries. After Zhou Yunji finished speaking, everyone on the scene had a complicated expression. They sorted out the main content of today's meeting. 1. The zombie virus may evolve again. 2. Longu has an infrastructure system. 3. Each country cooperates with Longu to complete the task, and Longu helps each country restore the environment. Is it credible? Below the conference hall, President Sank looked at President Melk. The first point is more credible. The second and third points are too legendary. What should we do? Not sure. Merck has always regarded Longu as a competitor. Before attending the Basia conference, they had speculated that this was the Hongmen banquet in Lungu's idiom, in order to show strength to other countries and launch foreign wars. What should we do? Merk is now in a state of disarray, and its economy and agriculture are inferior to those of Lungu. If Lungu launches a war, they are likely to be stuck in a quagmire. Should we use super weapons? Someone suggested. No. Merk's top brass rejected it. They have super weapons, and Lungu also has them. If they really use them, the situation may be worse than the current zombie crisis. Then just watch Lungu launch a world war. Some military officials were very worried. This is just our guess. Maybe Lungu has other purposes. After discussing, everyone decided to attend this meeting. If Lungu really wanted to start a war, they could mobilize their emotions and argue at the venue. And now, Lungu did not start a war. But the result is the same as a war. Even without spending a single soldier, he can take control of the world, which completely confused their rhythm. This is a virus simulator, a high-tech prop from the system. At this time, Zhou Yunji took out a white metal ball. Virus simulator. It is the achievement reward obtained when Long Xing was vaccinated. It contains a total of 10,000 kinds of cosmic viruses. It is also a prop that can be moved anywhere without exposing the internal structure of the biological laboratory and agricultural laboratory. After Zhou Yunji took it out, he clicked the button above. 3378, Tours virus. Look! This swimming little fish is called Coles. At this time, it is still the lowest end of this ocean world. It is not full every day, and it must be vigilant against the swallowing of the big guys. As Zhou Yunji clicked, the joint conference hall instantly turned into an ocean world. There were all kinds of seaweed growing in the ocean, and all kinds of strange fish swimming around. This was a virtual image of the ocean, and these images were so realistic that even the most sophisticated virtual technology could not achieve them. In the center of the conference hall, Zhou Yunji slid his finger. The surrounding scenes quickly fast-forwarded or rewound. Now there are technologies for gesture control, but these technologies are generally used to manipulate some computer screens, not such a large virtual scene. Half an hour later, everyone left the UN venue. The ocean in Tours was so realistic that everyone felt a little seasick after leaving. They didn't believe in the system before, and many people even thought it was a means for Lungu to gain control of the world. But after the virus simulator appeared, everyone's hearts were slightly relaxed. President Baldi. After everyone left, President Sank caught up with President Melk. President Jimmo. Baldi rubbed his eyebrows. His thoughts were still a little confused. What is Melk's plan? President Sanka asked. We don't know yet. In the past, they would not agree to Lungu's fantastic request. But the current international situation is tense, and Lungu has absolute strength. So he has to consider every detail. We don't know either. President Sanka sighed. Today is the 15th, and they will have the second meeting in 3 days. Do we want to cooperate? If we choose to cooperate, it may involve problems such as Lungu's army entering our territorial waters and airspace in the later stage, which is too dangerous. If it's true, it may also improve our environment. In the next 2 days, everyone was in a difficult decision, and even countries like Somali and Mia did not dare to express their opinions easily. The consequences of agreeing to Lungu were too dangerous, which might completely lose their national sovereignty. On October 18th, the second global conference continued. Chairman Zhou, Lungu has given us a huge problem. After the meeting started, President Song tried to adjust the atmosphere with a relaxed tone. We said before that this is a meeting about the fate of all mankind. Zhou Yunji smiled bitterly. In fact, not only other countries, but also Lungu would have a hard time making a choice. Yes, this is a meeting about the fate of all mankind. President Sanka nodded, then took a deep breath. We have discussed it. This is a decision about the fate of Sanka, so we will leave it to the Sanka residents to choose without revealing the system. Merk will also leave the choice to the people. Siwa is a democratic country, and we will also leave the choice to the people. After President Sanka finished speaking, other leaders also expressed their opinions one by one. This choice is too important. If they make the wrong choice, they may become the last president and the sinner who led the country to destruction. This crime is too serious. So this is a conference for all mankind. So let the people of all countries choose. At 7 o'clock that night, Melk took the lead in issuing an announcement. Merk will cooperate with Lungu on the fate of Melk. and the specific content of this cooperation cannot be disclosed for the time being. After the cooperation, Melt needs to open up some military, political, economic and other rights to Lungu due to the cooperation. Lungu promised that this cooperation would not really invade Melk and would not bring disaster to the Melk government and residents. In exchange, Lungu would help Melk restore to 50% of the environment before the disaster. Just like Lungu now. This choice is too important. Therefore, the government needs to vote for the election. Just like the gentle contract 2 years ago. The voting time, October 20th, midnight to October 25th, midnight. The Sonk government will. The Kovati government. The Dortmund government. After the Melk government announced it. The other 318 countries followed suit. What's going on? Does this mean that Lungu may send troops to our territory? We didn't directly refuse. What kind of cooperation is this? After seeing the announcements from various countries, netizens around the world were stunned. Open military, political, economic. Now even people who are not politically sensitive can see that if we really cooperate, our position will be completely passive. If Lungu breaks the contract, they will be at the mercy of others. What exactly is the cooperation? Now, not to mention the global netizens. Even Lungu netizens are confused. However, no matter how they ask, the local governments have not announced the content of the meeting, only saying that this may affect the future direction of the world. Will Lungu really not bring disaster to local governments and residents? And will not substantially harm other countries as promised? On October 19th, on the eve of the vote, countless international netizens asked. Lungu solemnly promises that this cooperation is necessary for some special reasons. The purpose of cooperation is for the survival of the people of the world and the future development of the planet. Lungu will always adhere to the principle of respecting the sovereignty of other countries and the lives of other people, and will not launch an aggressive war against the world. Zhou Yunji made a promise to the world on behalf of Lungu. On October 20th, voting officially began. I don't know how to choose. Will Lungu not start a war as promised? Politicians are always eloquent until they achieve their goals. After we agreed, we handed the initiative to Lungu, which may include the army. It's terrible. The residents voted with difficulty. They didn't know the reason for the cooperation. But this cooperation tested Lungu's credibility. If Lungu's real purpose was a world war, then even if they took up arms later, they would be in a passive situation. Alas, the residents felt that this vote was more difficult than the animal optimization 2 years ago. We have done what we should do. The rest depends on our choice. At the Dragon Star base, Tan Ningong has not had a good rest these days. If the results are not satisfactory, they can only formulate a new strategy. Shinqua said beside him. He did not show it on his face. But he was as nervous as Tan Ningzhang. In this global vote, at midnight on October 25th, Melk was the first to announce the results. Agree, 69%. Oppose, 17%. Abstain, 14%. 69%? Oh my god. So high. After the vote of Melk was announced, the world was shocked. You know, Melk and Lungu have been old rivals for many years. Everyone thought that the maximum was 50%, which was completely unexpected. Sonk, 72% agreed. 28% abstained and opposed. Titania, 99% agreed. 1% abstained and opposed. Somati, 92% agreed. 8% abstained and opposed. After Melk announced the results, other countries also announced them one after another. After statistics, the global comprehensive approval rate was 91%, and the opposition and abstention rate was 9%. An impossible result. After the vote, the world was in a daze. They knew that Lungu had gained a lot of international favor in recent years due to zombie vaccines and agricultural food. And they also guessed that Lungu would have a certain number of votes before the vote. But now the result is far beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone once again realized that Lungu's influence on global residents is more profound than political analysis. Chapter 76. The global approval rate is 91%, and the opposition and abstention rate is 9%. This is big news that shocked the world. On the morning of the 26th, Wells just arrived at the office and saw Cuddy excitedly looking at the latest news. What 91%? Wells is a reporter for the International Times. He has a high fever and took a leave of absence for the past 2 days. Cuddy is his photography partner. The global cooperation vote is out. Longu has obtained a 91% approval rate. Now the world is discussing this matter. We will have a roadside interview later. Cuddy was talking excitedly. But halfway through, he suddenly remembered that Wells and Longu had a conflict. So he stopped talking. Your high fever is just getting better. You can talk to the editor-in-chief and let Jesse go instead. I'm fine. Some of my previous behavior may be a bit childish. Wells' tone was helpless, but his brows were obviously relaxed. He and Longu did have a conflict 5 years ago. He visited during Longu's control period, and he thought he would have some special treatment. But he was sent back to China by the staff before he left the airport. This was a shame in his career. So after he came back, he wrote the article Longu. Barbarism. Despotism. This article caused quite a stir internationally. Later, with the outbreak of the global virus, his article became an international joke. In recent years, as the relationship between Melk and Longu eased, the International Times was redesigned, and he went from being a columnist to an ordinary reporter. Many people think that he hates Longu. And of course, he also thinks that he hates him very much. See? This is Longu's vaccine badge. I'm already a Longu supporter. Wells said this, and showed everyone the badge on his chest. This is a vaccine badge designed by an advertising company. It has logos such as S1 Vaccine and S2 Vaccine. The S is a Longu dragon. This set of badges has been well received by Longu fans since it was launched. Why did you change your mind? Everyone was very surprised when they heard it. You know, Wells has always been very stubborn. You know, I had a fever the day before yesterday. Yeah. I was lying in bed the day before yesterday. And I was not thinking about work. But thinking, fortunately, I was vaccinated. Otherwise, I would worry about whether I was infected with the zombie virus. I thought about 3 years ago. If there were no vaccines, I might have died a long time ago. 3 years ago, he met an S1 infected person and stayed with him in a closed environment for 3 hours. Later, the infected person was discovered in time. He only felt lucky at the time. Now he thinks that if he hadn't been vaccinated with the S1 vaccine, he would have died a long time ago. Where are we going to interview? Wells asked eagerly. 7th Square. Cuddy packed up some camera equipment and suddenly became curious. Did you vote in the global vote 2 days ago? Yes. What did you vote for? Agree. He didn't have a fever when the voting channel was first opened. He wanted to click no angrily, but his finger turned the mouse 3 times and didn't click it. Perhaps subconsciously, he had believed Longu's statement for the survival of the global human race and the future development of the planet. Even though this statement looked like an international scam. An hour later, the two arrived at the 7th Square, the most famous commercial center in the city, and they began to interview. Did you participate in the vote for Melk's choice? I did, and I chose yes. Why? My yard hasn't bloomed for 15 years. Longu promised that they would help Melk restore 50% of the environment before the disaster. Although I don't know how they will do it. I believe them. I chose yes. My mother was infected with the zombie virus last month. If it weren't for Longu's base news, she might have been shot in the head instead of being locked up in the zombie base. I am an animal protector, and I am grateful for Longu's animal policy. I was infected with the S2 virus, and I suffered a lot during that time. I was vaccinated with the S2 vaccine. 7 out of 10 interviewees chose to agree. And those who abstained and opposed were mostly worried that Longu would invade Melk after the cooperation. Are you worried that Longu would invade Melk? Wells asked the people who agreed. Yes. Although I am worried. I want to see whether Longu will bring war to the world after this cooperation. Or an unknown peace is promised. I feel the Melk government is terrible. I don't care about military aggression. I just want to agree. I believe in Longu. At 7 p.m. that night, these interviews were broadcast on the video channel of the International Times. We have been in a serious famine, and we have survived in recent years by relying on Longu food. If there were no price restrictions from Longu, we would not be able to buy affordable vaccines and would have died long ago. If a war breaks out, I hope the government can surrender immediately. Residents of other countries also expressed their opinions. People did not vote randomly, but carefully considered before voting. They voted willingly. As the interview said, although this seemed like an international scam asking countries to relax their arms, they chose to believe in Longu. On October 28th, the third global conference was held. The conference lasted for 2 days. 2 days later, Lungu and countries around the world signed the Haiyan Development Treaty. Treaty content: from now on, Melksang and other countries will open certain medical, bridge, heavy equipment and other technologies to Lungu, and assist Lungu in improving its domestic medical and heavy industry. Countries will temporarily suspend domestic production and mainly import Lungu mobile phones, cars, clothing, food and other goods. Countries will open territorial waters and airspace rights to Lungu. Lungu can send troops to station without launching a war. Countries will adjust their currency structure, and Lungu currency will become a world currency equivalent to international currency. Oh my god! Even the currency rights are open. Although the global media and residents were well prepared, they still trembled when they saw the countries adjust their currency structures. The Haiyan Development Treaty has 325 items, which detail the rights that countries open to Lungu, especially the military and currency. If Lungu is a butcher, then after the contract is signed, all countries have become lambs to be slaughtered with their hands tied, which is a great test of the trust between the two parties. In exchange, Lungu will open biological and agricultural laboratories to all countries, and everyone will work together to carry out some research projects. Even so, if Lungu violates the contract, the blow to all countries will be catastrophic. If 5 years ago, Lungu was using the power of the whole country to build Longqing City, then now it is the power of the world to build Lungu. They will either have new developments or create a demon. As for the result, no one can predict it. Chapter 77. Professor Medina, do you think the color of my tie is suitable? On December 7th, on the plane from Etania to Lungu, Min moved his blue tie and asked. This was the only plane from Etania to Lungu, due to its long service life. The outside of the plane was a little rusty, and the wings were shaking. Professor Min, you are very handsome. Don't worry about your image. Medina was reading a physics note, and smiled, and looked up after hearing it. This is my first time attending such a high-level academic conference. I'm worried that I won't perform well enough. Min is 42 years old, and smaller than the average Etania man. He is very nervous now, and can only relieve stress by taking deep breaths. The fact that we can attend such a conference is a recognition of our strength. Medina encouraged. Yeah. It has been a month since the Haiyan Development Treaty. In this month, all countries adjusted their domestic economic structures. They imported a large number of mobile phones, clothing, communication equipment, and other products from Lungu. In addition, the popular channels in their countries have also been replaced with Lungu's movies and TV series. Lungu is carrying out the most extreme economic and cultural output. Although residents of various countries do not understand, they are working hard to cooperate in accordance with national policies. Lungu's global influence has soared rapidly. Min is a biology professor in Etania, and has published many articles on biology in recent years. The ointment developed 2 years ago solved the allergy problem caused by mosquito bites for 20 million local people. He has made great achievements in Etania, but he knows his own strengths and weaknesses. These achievements are not ranked well in the world. Therefore, he has no ambition to win international awards, but only wants to make progress in his professional field and solve more medical problems. Just when he thought that this kind of life would remain unchanged, 3 days ago, the Etania government contacted him. Professor Min, you should know the Haiyan Development Treaty. According to the content of the treaty, Lungu is now preparing to form a global scientific team. The members of the team will share Lungu's research equipment. They are very interested in your contribution to biology. Now invite you to go to Lungu to participate in a scientific research seminar. If you perform well, you may join the scientific team. Will Lungu share biological laboratories? Mian certainly knew about the Haiyan Development Treaty. Article 225 of the treaty. In exchange, Lungu will prepare a global scientific research team. Team members will obtain all rights to biological laboratories and agricultural laboratories, and all patents of the team will belong to the world. Now Lungu is the world's #1 in the field of biology and physics. This team will be a feast for scientists around the world. After reading it, he has been fantasizing that he can join the team. He thought it would take a year to prepare, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. Dojev, Noel, Karina, will everyone go? Mayan continued to ask excitedly. These are all winners of the Global Science Award. Yes. The government official nodded seriously. The list of invitees, this time is drawn up based on the individual's global scientific research achievements. Some countries have 30 or 40 people, and some countries have 0 people. Etania is a backward country. This time, only Min and Moderna were invited to attend. Moderna is an outstanding physicist. This is the honor of their country. Just like that, after Min and Medina packed their luggage, they appeared on the plane. Professor Medina, I haven't been so excited for a long time. At this time, Min took a deep breath and said with some emotion, Me too. Medina was 2 years older than Min. Although he had a notebook, he didn't read anything along the way. Both of them were full of expectations for the next journey. On the morning of the 9th, the plane arrived at Jingyun Airport. Professor Medina, Professor Min, welcome to Longu. After the two got off the plane, a receptionist who could speak Itania warmly welcomed them. Thank you for your reception. The two shook hands politely. Let's go to the airport hotel to rest first. Our flight is at 3 p.m. This global seminar was held in Longqing City. Due to the large number of participants, everyone used a medium-sized aircraft charter. Thank you for your trouble. After the two exchanged greetings, they looked around curiously. This was their first time to Longu Airport. Compared with the TV news, the real airport is more majestic, with many modern equipment. They followed the receptionist to the hotel and passed a large open-air garden on the way. At this time, the garden was full of sunflowers, crabapple flowers, wisteria flowers, and other flowers. There were some green plants in the middle of these flowers, which looked full of vitality at a glance. Are these all carefully planted? It has been a long time since Itania has seen naturally grown flowers. Min walked to a bunch of sunflowers and couldn't help asking. In the past, it was necessary to plant them carefully, but now it is not necessary. Just sow the seeds directly. The Haiyan Treaty stipulates that after this cooperation, Longu will help the world restore the ecological environment. How to restore it? Mian asked about Longu's environment indirectly. Sorry. These are handled by the National Department. I don't know much about it. The receptionist saw that Mian focused all his attention on the sunflowers and continued, These are some ordinary flowers. You should see more beautiful ones when you arrive in Longqing in the afternoon. Are there more beautiful ones? Mian already felt that these flowers were beautiful enough. Yes. The receptionist kept it a secret. 3 hours later, Mian boarded the plane to Longqing. When the plane reached the sky above Longqing, he finally understood what the receptionist meant by more beautiful. It was winter now, and there were rows of green wheat fields under the plane. These were new varieties improved by Longu Agricultural Institute last year. Unlike the improved varieties in previous years, these were not mutant varieties, but new varieties of wheat with high nutritional value, and also Longu's best-selling export varieties. Just like an oil painting by a painter, Min looked at it carefully. And then, there was a voice beside him. Professor Dorj. Dorj has won the Global Biological Science Award 7 times, and is the most famous scientist in the world's biological field. He had asked the government about Dorj before he left, but he didn't expect that the two of them would take the same flight. He had excitedly greeted the other party before boarding the plane. Although they were sitting together now, his heart was far less calm than on the surface. Delenko used to have large tracts of wheat fields, but now the wheat fields have turned into black soil. I haven't seen such pure wheat fields for a long time. Dorjev is 75 years old this year, and his thoughts seem to have returned to 20 years ago. It has been a long time since Itania has seen pure wheat fields. Dorenko and Itania are not on good terms due to political issues. This disharmony has spread to the field of science. Scientists from the two countries rarely meet in private. They never thought that one day the two would sit together so calmly to talk about biology and art. Professor Min, I look forward to talking again next time. At 7 o'clock in the evening, after the plane arrived at Longqing Airport, Dorjev said regretfully, I'm looking forward to it too. At this moment, the two of them didn't consider nationality. They were just fans and idols, or two people who had the same pursuit of wheat fields. Our meeting will start on the morning of the 12th. You can visit the biological laboratory and agricultural laboratory in the next 2 days. If you want to rest, you can rest in the hotel. After everyone got off the plane, the receptionist said enthusiastically, Haha. We are all here for the laboratory. We must visit the laboratory first. Now Longu's scientific research strength is the best in the world. A large part of them came with the mentality of visiting the laboratory. Many scientific researchers applied to Longu to visit the laboratory in the past 2 years. But Longu has not agreed due to confidentiality issues. They have not had the opportunity until now. Everyone, take a rest tonight. We will set off tomorrow. The receptionist smiled. There are 1,700 invited scholars from all over the world this time. In the next 2 days, everyone visited the biological laboratory, agricultural laboratory, windmill factory, and other places under the arrangement of the research team. In addition, Longu Laboratory enthusiastically showed the S1 to S3 research manuscripts and some scientific research data. Can these simulate complete virus cells through virus data? It can also simulate the development trend of virus cells. Through simulation, will S4 and S5 viruses appear in the future? Everyone was fascinated by the experimental equipment and Longu's research data. Everyone was like a little squirrel that fell into a pine nut hole. Some scientists, after obtaining the laboratory's consent, directly used the experimental equipment to study the projects at hand. These projects are all difficult and complicated diseases. After the blessing of the experimental equipment, everyone has broken through the bottleneck. I am very jealous of Longu's scientific researchers now. This is an uncontrollable jealousy. After the research, a scientist said that each of these devices is beyond the current technology. And this is the research site that everyone dreams of. As long as you are willing to stay here, Longu Laboratory welcomes everyone to join. Chung Yuqing issued an invitation on behalf of the Longu research team. On December 12th, the Longu Science Seminar was officially held. After we join, how will the patent rights of the group's results be owned? This seminar was held for the participation of top scientists from around the world. Everyone was mentally prepared before leaving. But if they joined, they had to focus on the research group's projects. So many people were wavering. Now the balance has been swayed towards Longu. But they still have a problem. Everyone comes from countries around the world. And they are worried that what they study after joining will become a knife facing their own country. And they need a guarantee. Everyone's salary will be paid by the world together. And all patents will be shared by the world. Don't worry. Longu will not start any war as promised in the Haiyan Treaty. Chung Yuqing promised solemnly. Now that the Haiyan Treaty is in progress, even if Longu wants to start a war, they can't stop it. After discussion, everyone decided to join the Global Scientific Research Team. On December 20th, everyone signed the consent form of the Scientific Research Team. After the establishment of the global team, it also indicates that the Global Scientific Research Force is officially gathered together. Professor Moderna, you know, the experience of the past few days is like a dream. After signing the consent form, Min felt that his right hand was still shaking. They are citizens of their own country first, and scientists second. That is why no one has ever thought that one day the world's scientific power can be gathered together. This is a nearly impossible thing. But now the Global Scientific Research Team has done it. Just like the Haiyan Treaty is a legend. It's really like a dream. Medina took a deep breath and patted Min on the shoulder. Let's go back to our country to pack our bags. And then we have to live well on Dragon Star. Now the world's top scientific research equipment is being sent to Dragon Star, which will become the world's most famous scientific research holy land. On January 3rd, the Longu Longning entered the Melk Henry Yan port. The Melk government did not stop it. The Longning left after patrolling for 3 hours. On January 5th, 30 Longu fighters flew into the airspace of the Sanka country and left after patrolling for 2 hours. On January 12th, in the next 3 months, Longu's Navy, Army and Air Force began to enter other countries. Although everyone signed the Haiyan Treaty, when the Longu Army first entered, the governments and residents of various countries were still a little nervous. Everyone was afraid that Longu would drop torpedoes or missiles. And then, their vote would become a joke. Fortunately, Longu fulfilled its promise. And most of their troops patrolled, and then withdrew under the attention of the global media. Where are we going today? Kovadi. It's only the 30th. As Longu's army entered, deterred, evacuated. The residents also changed from being nervous at the beginning to which one is it today? Is it our turn? On April 26th, when the Longu Air Force entered the sky above the Solatai country, everyone found that all the residents of Solatai had run to the rooftops, waving the Solatai flags. Looking down from above, these flags just formed a sentence. Welcome Longu, Solati's most cherished international partner. Fuck. Longu characters? That must be 30,000 people. How are they arranged? This paragraph not only tests the rooftop terrain, but also requires the full cooperation of 30,000 people. Solatai can make such a big scene without leaking the news. Everyone has only one feeling. Great. The way of sucking up to someone is really too high. Too insidious. In the Dortmund presidential palace, Mia watched the global live broadcast and was so angry that her teeth itched. Dortmund and Salati are two neighboring countries. After the last global meeting, his relationship with Cockham eased, and the two countries began to bury the hatchet. Just when he applauded the relationship between the two countries, he didn't expect Cockham to secretly suck up to someone behind his back. Damn it! The other party succeeded again. Cockham. Mia became more and more angry as she thought about it, and sent an international email directly to Cockham. Sorry. Dortmund's Air Force inspection is before Salati's. At 10 p.m., Salati's Ministry of Foreign Affairs responded at Cockham's suggestion. Lungu inspected Dortmund last week. In short, if Salati tells Dortmund about this wonderful idea, they will definitely not be the world's number one. Although it is the world's number one hugging thighs, it is still the world's number one. Me? Damn. I can't eat for 3 days. What a great idea. Our inspection time is next Wednesday, and there is still time to rehearse. Haha. Our government has issued a notice to solicit residents' welcome slogans. Sarati's 30,000 national flags were like a trigger. In the next 2 months, the countries that had been inspected beat their chests and stamped their feet. And the countries that had not been inspected directly started welcoming cheerleaders, folk dances, and other performances. The serious foreign military invasion has become a global military parade. Now it has been 6 months since the signing of the Haiyan Treaty. In these 6 months, Lungu has made all-round improvements in economy, culture, military, energy industry, and other aspects. In the midst of this rapid upgrade, on June 12, Xinhua opened the system interface. Host name, Xinhua. Current task, rich country and strong people. Completed. Upgrade direction. The territory can be upgraded as the territory expands. Upgrade? Yes. No. Task reward, super big turntable X1. Note, the reward size will vary with the territory. S level. My backpack, heart of purification X1. Pointing building card X1. How's it going? Tan Mingzhang has been paying attention to the progress of the task for a while. Rich country and strong people. It looks simple with global cooperation, but we need to consider all aspects such as medical education, culture and economy, especially culture and education. A strong country needs sufficient cultural output. Therefore, the world has basically been watching Lungu TV series and cartoons in the past 6 months. Some countries with similar culture to Lungu are okay, but some cultures have barriers and are completely incomprehensible. They can only try to find some exports that suit the tastes of the global public. In addition, some governments have also introduced Lungu opera, lion dance, and other cultures. After nearly half a year of global broadcasting, some black-skinned and white-toothed foreigners will now hum some The Monkey King. And many people are arguing about who is the most powerful general and heroes of the 3 kingdoms. In short, he is a little embarrassed about this cultural output. Now, the mission is finally completed. Is it enough to expand the territory now? Tan Mingzhang asked after listening. The mission rewards will increase with the upgrade of the territory. It is more appropriate to start the rewards after the upgrade. Yes. Xinhua nodded. Huh? Now that the mission is in sight, Tan Mingzhang directly contacted Longui 1. Territorial requirements, assets under the host's name. Their current goal is to bind the world. To bind the world, they need to transfer the global assets to Xinhua first. They mentioned this condition to all countries when they signed the Haiyan Treaty. And all countries have made domestic preparations in the past few months. So they just held a meeting and signed the documents. In this way, on June 17th, this year's global conference was held again. Minister Zhou, we transfer our domestic territory to Lungu, and we don't need agricultural experts to inspect it. Our land can be directly restored? After the meeting started, President Sanka asked first. Yes, it will generally be gradually restored within 3 to 7 months. Zhou Yunji said based on the domestic situation. This is the territory document of Sanka. Although I don't know how you did it. As long as you sign the signature, Sanka's territory will belong to you. President Sanka handed over the document prepared in advance. Compared with last year's global conference, his mentality this year is very peaceful. Anyway, Lungu's army has been allowed to enter, and it is no big deal to transfer one more territory. Moreover, Sanka's territory will not be directly changed by a document. In short, signing a territory transfer is much less risky than letting the army enter. Thank you for your cooperation. Zhou Yunji nodded to the staff. There were 319 countries on the scene. These documents would be collected by staff and then brought back to China. Xinhua would just sign them. In the next 10 minutes, the staff collected all the documents. However, when President Dort received them, President Dort did not hand them out directly. President Mia, do you have any doubts? Zhou Yunji asked in surprise. They had explained what they should explain. He thought Dort regretted and was unwilling to cooperate. In fact, it didn't matter if they regretted. At most, there would be one less country in the binding. No doubts. Seeing that Zhou Yunji had misunderstood, Mia quickly explained, then moved the microphone in front of him and coughed lightly. All the leaders and participants at the scene looked at him. Chairman Zhou, you said before that the system will upgrade with the bound territory, and will upgrade to the next step after completing the territory mission. Yes. The current territory is my country. And after we sign all the signatures, it will become my planet. Yes. Well, I have an idea. What idea? Your country and other countries' space technology is already very mature. Since it is a one-time binding, we can expand the scope and add the moon. The moon is a satellite of Haiyun star. Binding 1 is also binding. We can add the moon without wasting the opportunity. Chapter 78. Bind to the moon? After Mia finished speaking, Zhou Yunji and other leaders were stunned. The moon is theoretically also part of Haiyun star and belongs to all countries. We can sign a moon authorization letter to authorize the moon to Longgu. Similarly, we can sign a sun authorization letter and a Venus authorization letter. Mia became more and more excited as she spoke, and was obviously very satisfied with her idea. If it is bound to the moon, heart of the camp, can it improve the moon's environment? According to this concept, can we circle all the known galaxies? A bold and very clever idea. Everyone was very interested in Mia's idea. Not bad. Zhou Yunji discussed it with the analysis team around him, and found that this conjecture was not completely impossible. Half an hour later, the meeting ended. You are really amazing. Everyone is discussing Dort's moon binding plan. After the meeting, Kakum approached Mia with a sarcastic look. Just now, after Mia finished talking about the idea, the world began to discuss it intensely. This is a great honor for small countries like them. President Kakum, the current international situation is different from before. We need to focus on global development instead of fancy flag performances, Mia said with a smug look. This is what he thought of when he saw the moon last night. He felt like a genius. Humph. Kakum didn't want to lose to Mia, but he had to admit that Mia stole the show today. The United Nations has sent a message asking if we can bind the moon. At the same time, at Longqing base, Tan Mingzheng put down the phone and asked. This call was from the Longgu Diplomatic Corps through a special channel, and they were asking for the base's opinion. If it can be bound, the government will sign a supplementary treaty with other countries. Is this Longgu Academy's idea? Xinhua asked with some surprise. Dot proposed it at the global conference. Tan Ningzhang repeated the content of today's meeting. In addition, he also talked about the idea of binding the sun or other galaxies. The solar system and other galaxies are not possible. But the moon should be possible. The mandatory condition of the system territory, the territory that the host can reach. For example, when binding my city and my country, he needs to step into Longqing City and other provinces before activating. Just like lighting up the map in the game. Now Haiyun's technology is limited. He can only light up the moon, and cannot light up other planets for the time being. Shall we bind? Tan Mingzheng also thought of this and asked after thinking. I think it's possible. Binding to the moon will increase the difficulty of the mission, but it will also increase the chance of survival of Haiyun star. In the next 2 days, the Longqing Research Group and Longgu Institute had a detailed discussion, and everyone unanimously approved the plan to bind to the moon. On June 20th, the global meeting continued. We don't know if it will succeed, but we can try to carry out the plan to bind to the moon. After the meeting started, Zhou Yunji directly stated Longgu's decision. Do we need to sign a national lunar territory transfer document? It doesn't matter if we tie 1 or 2. Titania is very supportive. Sanka supports it. We look forward to what it will look like after the moon is tied to heart of the camp. Other countries are a little depressed about the transfer of lunar territory, but their own territories all belong to Longgu, so there is no loss in signing another lunar document. After discussion, on the evening of the 20th, all countries signed the lunar territory authorization letter. At this point, the moon has legally become a part of Longgu. This is an authorization document from other countries. You sign first. The country is coordinating the spacecraft to the moon. On the evening of the 22nd, Tan Ningzhong brought back a stack of documents and said that these were brought back by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from the Global Conference. After Xinhua signed, these territories could be converted into private territories. So fast? Xinhua began to sign, and was very surprised at the speed of the country's coordination. Our manned spacecraft technology is already very mature, and we have been conducting in-depth research in recent years. Lunggu successfully launched its first manned spacecraft 20 years ago. The progress of spacecraft has stagnated in the past few years, but it has been constantly conquering. Half an hour later, Xinhua signed all the contracts and opened the system sandbox. Current territory, my country. Upgrade direction, upgradable. Whether to upgrade, yes. No. When the National Army patrolled before, he also patrolled with it. Therefore, the range of Lunggu is green now, indicating already bound. Other countries and oceans are orange. Can be bound. The moon is light orange, and you need to light up the map before you can bind. The other ranges are gray. Cannot bind. What's going on? Tan Ningzhong saw Xinhua checking the system panel and asked nervously. It can be bound. Huh? Tan Ningzhong breathed a sigh of relief. It can be bound? Which also means that their efforts in the past 6 months have not been in vain, and the strategy of using the world's strength to brush system experience has succeeded. The next morning, after Xinhua handed over his work, he and Tan Ningzhong took a helicopter to the Northwest Satellite Launch Center. The Northwest Satellite Launch Center is only 500 kilometers away from the Northwest Base. But due to limited time, they just passed by the Northwest Base this time without any stop. The Institute has communicated with the Launch Center. We will train there first. The Changpeng spacecraft arranged this time can be launched around the 10th at the earliest. On the helicopter to the Launch Center, Tan Ningzhong said a little naggingly. The Changpeng spacecraft can only carry 5 people. So Xinhua set off with 4 astronauts this time, without any other base personnel accompanying him. When you get to space, treat the scenery outside as a science fiction movie. Don't feel any psychological pressure. Many astronauts are prone to megaphobia when they see the sea cloud star in space, and he is a little worried about Xinhua's psychological endurance. I won't feel any pressure. Xinhua signaled Tan Ningzhong not to worry. He has good interstellar economic conditions, and he has participated in many interstellar trips during the holidays. Not to mention small planets. He has even visited red giants and super red giants up close. So he will not have megaphobia. On the contrary, he feels that this is a very beautiful interstellar landscape. No pressure. That's good. Tan Ningzhong exhaled. At 1 p.m., the two arrived at the Northwest Launch Center. General Tan, the head of the base, and Tan Ningzhong are old comrades, and they greeted him warmly as soon as they met. Dean Zhao. After shaking hands with him, Tan Ningzhong introduced Xinhua. This is Xinhua. Instructor Shen. He did not reveal Xinhua's identity, but the head received documents from the Institute last night and knew that Xinhua was a very important person. So he extended his hand enthusiastically. Instructor Shen. President Zhao. Xinhua has been the mayor for 5 years and has been in contact with people like Tan Ningzhong and Cheng Yuqin for a long time. He has already acquired some stability and grace. He is not obvious at the base, but his treatment of people is very impressive. Coach Shen. We have arranged the dormitory and training ground. Please get familiar with them first. In the afternoon, a coach will help you understand the process first. The head of the base saw that Xinhua had an extraordinary demeanor and did not dare to look down on him. He directly took Xinhua to familiarize himself with the environment, because he is not a professional astronaut. He only needs to understand the cabin environment and emergency response methods, and then do some professional weightlessness training. Overall, it is quite simple. Xinhua trained at the base for half a month, and Tan Ningzhong also accompanied him for half a month. I can do it myself. Xinhua knew that Tan Ningzhong was busy with work, and he felt that he didn't need to accompany him. It's okay. The work at the base is not busy now. Tan Ningzhong waved his hand. On the one hand, the work at the base is simple now. But more importantly, this is Xinhua's first time to carry out such a dangerous mission, and he is a little worried. While Xinhua was training, the launch center also made the most meticulous launch plan based on the local environment and climate. In the end, the launch time was scheduled for July 8th. Are you nervous? On July 7th, the night before the launch, Su Qiuxing sent a message to ask. Not bad. Xinque was not nervous. But the atmosphere at the base was too serious recently. So he couldn't act too relaxed. Keep calm. Check your oxygen mask and space suit when you get there. Safety first. Su Qiuxing was a little worried about Xinque's safety. But he didn't want to show too much nervousness. So he could only try to be calm. I know. Xinque smiled. And after the two hung up the phone, he received a call from Cheng Yuqing and others. No one mentioned the space shuttle, but just said that he was away for a while, and it was too boring at the base. So they asked him to go back and have hot pot together. Although everyone acted casually, Xinque knew that everyone was concerned about his trip in their own way. At 10 a.m. on July 8th, Xinque put on his spacesuit and boarded the Changpeng spacecraft with 4 other astronauts. This spacecraft was not widely reported, except for the residents around who saw the spacecraft take off. The entire launch process was basically silent. We will arrive at the moon on the morning of the 15th. You can watch some videos during this time. If you are hungry, there are professional nutritious meals. Our spacecraft is very safe. Just treat it as a long-distance flight. On the spacecraft, the other astronauts said enthusiastically to Xinque. They didn't know why the spacecraft was launched. But through this period of training, everyone knew that Xinque might be a national secret figure. So they would not ask about each other's private affairs during the process of getting along. The person in charge also explained this to them before. Thank you. Xinque listened carefully. Life on the spacecraft was very boring. Everyone thought Xinque would be difficult to get along with. But they found that he only read books and looked at the stars outside. He never looked at or moved some mechanical equipment. He was more patient than these old astronauts. On July 12th, the spacecraft flew 100,000 kilometers. Wang Xing had just finished a serving of Kung Pao chicken. He saw Xinque sitting in front of the window looking at the scenery. He walked over curiously. What are you looking at? Haiyun Star. Isn't it beautiful? Wang Xing thought of his first time riding a spacecraft. The distance between Haiyun Star and the spacecraft gradually increased. And Haiyun Star hung in the black space like a crystal blue disk, with only pure blue in the black. Because the contrast was so strong, he could still recall the scene and mood at that time with his eyes closed. Very beautiful. Xinque nodded seriously. The picture of crystal blue hanging in the black space was indeed beautiful. But he thought of the scene 1.2 million years later. 1,200,000 years later. The sun will become a red giant. The moon will disappear. And the ground of Haiyun Star will crack after multiple collisions. And it will be lifeless. The solar system will be filled with a sense of twilight. Far less vibrant than it is now. Now is the most beautiful era of the solar system. It would be a pity if it disappears like this. During this boring spaceflight, at 10 a.m. on July 15th, Longbu time, the spacecraft arrived at the moon. Chapter 79. There is no oxygen outside. Be sure to pay attention to safety after going down. If there is any special situation, return to the cabin immediately. After the spacecraft stopped, Wang Xing and other astronauts carefully checked Xinque's oxygen equipment. Thank you. Xinque cooperated very well in the inspection. After confirming that there was no problem, Wang Xing opened the cabin door and went out first. And Xinque followed behind. The moment he stepped on the moon, he felt that he was so light that he was about to fly. The gravity on the moon is small. I was not used to it when I first came here, Wang Xing said with a smile. Xinque walked around the spaceship twice. And after adapting to the gravity of the moon, he gestured with his hand. I want to go over there alone to take a look. Okay. Before they set off, they were told that they should not interfere with Xinque's schedule except for safety issues. Everyone was moving around the spaceship. And Xinque walked forward 200 meters lightly, after making sure that both parties could see each other and would not affect each other's activities. He opened the system interface. Host name, Xinque. Current location, Moon. Belonging range, host territory. Upgrade direction, upgradable. Whether to upgrade, yes. No. Now the moon has changed from light orange to orange. Xinque clicked without hesitation. Yes. The interface in front of him turned into a system sand table. And the Haiyun Star and the moon model appeared on the sand table. Xinque enlarged both. Lit up all the selected land. And clicked again, yes. The orange icon turned green in a large area. After 3 seconds, the system reminded, congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading to my galaxy. After testing, the moon is insufficient in the necessary living conditions such as atmosphere, air, environment, and water sources, and cannot use camp part. Now you can consume Super Turntable X1 and immediately upgrade it to Atmosphere Simulator. Atmosphere Simulator simulates the living environment of a life planet, can reduce the impact of disasters such as meteorites and cosmic storms, and create certain conditions for a life planet. Note, this reward is a cross-level reward. After refusing, you can use Super Turntable X1 again. Countdown, 10 seconds. Shinqua has the power to make his own decisions under special circumstances. Now the Atmosphere Simulator. Countdown is only 10 seconds. And he immediately decided after reading it, confirm. Ding. The Atmosphere Simulator is being generated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Atmosphere Simulator and owning my galaxy. Please keep up the good work. System tasks are being updated. As Shinqua clicked, he saw a dark blue net rising around the moon. This net was like the blue code of a computer program, appearing and disappearing quickly. 10 minutes later, Shinqua returned to the vicinity of the spacecraft. You can go back now. Shinqua gestured with both hands. Done? Yeah. The other four looked at each other. They just saw Shinqua standing in an open space not far away for 10 minutes. And then, everything was done? They didn't know what Shinqua was doing, but they were very tactful and didn't ask. At 11:20, everyone returned to the cabin and then connected to the ground channel of the launch base. How is it? Tan Mingzhang's big face appeared in the visual video. Very good. Shinqua made an okay gesture. It is not convenient to talk more now. After the two sides communicated about the ground weather of the spacecraft fuel, the spacecraft returned on July 17th. This return flight took a total of 8 days. After Shinqua returned to the launch center and felt the gravity of Haiyun Star again, Tan Ningzhang gave him a big hug. How do you feel about this lunar flight? Very shocking. Haiyun Star in space is also very beautiful. He has seen many beautiful planets in the interstellar. But compared with the scene 1.2 million years later, the current Haiyun Star is very magnificent. After Shinqua said goodbye to the head of the center, he and Tan Mingzhang set off to return to the base that afternoon. Now Haiyun Star and the moon have been successfully bound. And the reward for Super Turntable is Atmosphere Simulator. Shinqua repeated the content of the system. Will the moon change from a non-life planet to a life planet? When they chose the moon plan, they thought about whether the moon would become a life planet, but gave up the idea after careful consideration. The role of heart of the camp is to improve the environment of the territory. The moon does not have the conditions of a life planet, whether in atmosphere or air. They bound the moon just to see what it would look like after the binding. But they did not expect the Atmosphere Simulator to appear. It should be the possibility of creating a planet with life. Specifically, it still needs the assistance of technological soil and technological air. Shinqua thought for a while and said, the Interstellar has perfect technology for transforming non-life planets. Not to mention satellites. Even broken meteorites can be synthesized into artificial planets. He thought of the previous interstellar travel. If he could return to the Interstellar, he could remember some key technologies for artificial planets. He didn't know what the trigger conditions for returning to the Interstellar were. It's good if it's possible. Maybe in 20 years, we can really grow vegetables and build bases on the moon. In addition to growing vegetables and building a base, Tan Mingzhang was thinking more about the current zombie virus. If the virus cannot be conquered in a short period of time, can they preserve some human fire by migrating to the moon? This idea was like a fuse, exploding directly in his mind. After the two returned to the base, they held a meeting directly on the content of this upgrade. And then Tan Mingzhang and Shinqua went to Longguiwan. On July 25th, Zhou Yunji convened a global conference again. Now it is a critical period, and Longgu has the authority to hold multiple global conferences within a year. This was a closed global meeting, and everyone stayed in Baiyai for 3 days. 3 days later, Shinqua and Tan Mingzhang came to Longguiwan again. We discussed the development direction of the system and virus at the meeting. In addition, we also designed 2 planned prototypes. Zhou Yunji said to everyone, "What planned prototype?" Tan Mingzhang was a little curious. He came here directly after the meeting, so he didn't know the main content of the meeting. The Moon Base and Life Number 1 plan. Zhou Yunji didn't keep it a secret. The lunar base plan was the same as Tan Mingzhang's idea, to capture lunar life technology and try to carry out some lunar immigration. Life Plan Number 1, develop a long-distance spacecraft. Put all of Haiyun's genetic information into it. Send it into space. find a suitable planet to land, and restart Haiyan civilization. These two are just a prototype of a plan, just to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Maybe we can develop a thorough antibody next year. The key to the world now is ecological restoration. Only after the ecology is restored can there be further cooperation. Zhou Yunji felt that this topic was too heavy and tried to speak lightly. As he said, the world has just signed the Haiyan Development Treaty. As for the authenticity of the system, and whether the global ecology can be restored, countries will have further plans only after seeing the results. After Zhou Yunji revealed the topic, everyone discussed the current zombie situation. Shinqu stared blankly at the gel pen in front of him. What's wrong? Tan Mingzhan looked at him and asked, is Haiyan Star going to start the Life No. 1 project? Shinqu looked at him with a complicated expression. This is just a prototype of a plan. If we can develop virus antibodies, there is no need to go through so much trouble. But this plan is good. If it really comes to that, I don't know if our spacecraft can sail out of the solar system. These technologies are too difficult. Tan Mingzhan babbled. It's okay, Shinqu said silently, because the current Elan is the continuation of Life No. 1. He always thought that Life No. 1 was a thing of the past. But when he heard the name again across the historical time and space, he actually felt like he was participating in history. Chapter 80. Boss, I want 2 golden flour grass pancakes. Do you want to put chili sauce in it? Yes. Wait a minute. On August 17th, in a pancake shop in Solotikaton, Sharda kneaded the dough skillfully, and then a golden pancake came out of the oven. Sharda is 43 years old this year. He learned to make pancakes from his father since he was a child. After his father passed away, he opened this pancake shop alone. The pancake shop was very popular for a while when it first opened. But later there was a global disaster and a global shortage of raw materials. He closed the business less than 2 years after opening. It was not until the export volume of flour in Lungu increased that their shop reopened. It's ready. Sharda cut the pancake, brushed it with chili sauce, and handed it to the customer in front of him. Delicious. The customer took a big bite. The store now mainly sells 3 flavors of pancakes: variant pancakes, Lungu original pancakes, and golden grass pancakes. The Lungu original and golden grass pancakes use Lungu imported flour, which is half the price of other pancakes. But the crispy texture has always been the gold medal pancake on this street. I want 1 original pancake and 1 golden grass pancake. 2 golden grass pancakes. 3 original flying pancakes. It was the peak lunch hour. After the Jinhuaco customer left, 7 or 8 more customers came. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, all 100 kilograms of flying pancakes were sold out. Dear audience friends, the flour in the warehouse is used up. I will take a break and go to the grain station to buy new flour later. Sharda washed his hands and said to the mobile phone beside him. Now the global information industry is developed. In addition to being the owner of a flying pancake shop, he is also a dolphin food anchor. It's all gone so quickly. I remember I just bought 20 bags of flour last week. No delivery service? At this time, there were more than 200 viewers in Fabing's live broadcast room, and they interacted with Sharda. There is no delivery service. We need food coupons to buy flour. Sharda took out the reserved half of Fabing from the stove, spread some chili sauce on it, and said while eating, we also need food coupons. The land has been too difficult to grow in the past 2 years. Not to mention normal seeds. Even mutant seeds are difficult to grow. When the catastrophe first broke out, the world had entered a severe food famine period. Later, countries developed various mutant seeds to survive this famine. In the past 15 years, everyone has grown mutant plants. It was only since the year before last that the global soil problem became serious. Now, except for Lungu, many regions can no longer grow mutant plants. Do you think Lungu will help the world restore the natural environment? As everyone chatted, they talked about last year's Haiyan Development Treaty. Last year, the world agreed to Lungu's cooperation plan with a 91% approval rate. After signing, they did their best to cooperate with Lungu's development, including purchasing Lungu products, watching Lungu programs, and allowing Lungu troops to be stationed. Now Lungu is the world's number 1 in all aspects. But the environment of each country has not changed. I don't know. I haven't heard of any agricultural cooperation between countries. Many people speculated that Lungu should have mastered new soil technology. But 10 months have passed since the Haiyan Treaty, and no one has heard of any cooperation in soil. Do you think Longu will fulfill his promise? Some residents asked anxiously. I don't know. I hope he can fulfill it. The residents were worried that Longu would break his promise. But under the current conditions, even if Longu broke his promise, they would be helpless. At 1:20, Sharda rode his bike to the grain purchasing station. It was mid-August, and Salati was in the low-latitude area of the equator. Even the air was so hot that it was a shadow. Sharda rode forward with sweat all over his body. At this time, someone noticed the mall next to him. Is this the United Nations flag? At this time, a huge United Nations flag was erected on the top of the mall. The breeze blew, and the flag fluttered in the wind. Yes. Sharda stopped, and his thoughts seemed to go back to 4 months ago. At that time, after the news that Longu was coming to Surati for inspection was announced, the government immediately decided to hold a national flag performance for 30,000 people. And he was also a member of the national flag performance. Many people ridiculed Surati for being too utilitarian. But they didn't think so. If it weren't for Longu's affordable food, they wouldn't be able to survive, let alone open a flying cake shop to make a living. At 2:10, Sharda came to the grain station, number 121 Jongsu Avenue. Here, this is your flour for this month. Once you use it up, there will be no more. The staff looked at Sharda's grain coupons and gave him 30 bags of flour. Sharda patted the flour bag printed with ancient dragon characters and was a little surprised. Can't I buy it with grain coupons? He bought 100 special grain coupons issued by the government at the beginning of the month. The government promised that as long as you have grain coupons, you can buy it at any time. This year's ultraviolet index is 1.2 times that of last year. Many meteorologists predict that there will be a global drought this year. Many residents have already started to store grain. Large-scale grain storage by residents will inevitably cause global grain prices to rise. According to weather experts' predictions, a large-scale drought may break out in September and October this year. Didn't the United Nations require that grain prices should not be speculated at high prices? Sharda asked. The United Nations has issued relevant documents. But this is market regulation. In the final analysis, residents still have no confidence in this year's weather. Sharda opened the global news. On August 17th, Southern Milk ushered in a new round of continuous high temperatures. The Ministry of Agriculture in Sanka said that the total grain output in Sanka has dropped 38% year-on-year. Now there are also some environmental news in the international arena. Will we encounter a food crisis again? Sharda was a little anxious. The current situation is too similar to the food crisis 10 years ago. The food crisis 10 years ago was like a nightmare. I don't know. The staff sighed and continued. Now it is a special situation. If you want to refund the previous food coupons, the government can support the refund. No thanks. Sharda was worried about the price of flour. So he thought about it and decided not to refund the ticket. At 3:20, Sharda returned to the flying pancake shop, worried about the global food market downturn. He kept 5 bags of flour for himself and kept the rest in the shop to do business. It turned out that his choice was very correct. In the next half-month, although there was no disaster in the world, there was a serious lack of confidence in the future. It's too hot. I think of the food crisis 15 years ago. It feels that the situation is more serious than the food crisis. The soil fertility has been too poor in the past 2 years. 2 years ago, I could grow some mutant cabbages in the yard. But this year I can't grow anything. The soils now are all eroded by nuclear pollution. And with the increasingly extreme weather in recent years, many soils have lost their fertility. In the past 2 years, it has been difficult to grow normal plants, even mutant plants. Can Longu change the current environment? Some netizens pinned their hopes on the high-end treaty. But after careful consideration, they gave up, although Longu promised to help countries improve the environment. Longu is just a country, not the creator of the environment. And these environmental problems are not caused by Longu. Strictly speaking, Longu can sell affordable food to the world under current conditions, and has fulfilled its responsibilities. Alas, residents around the world are feeling very heavy when thinking of the upcoming food crisis. In this bad mood, on August 20th, Longu issued an international announcement. 1. Longu has officially reached an environmental cooperation agreement with various countries. From October to March of the following year, the global environment is expected to recover 50% of the pre-disaster environment. 2. Longu already has abundant food reserves. Before the global environment recovers, Longu will continue to sell affordable food to various countries to ensure that the world can smoothly survive this disaster. Longu's announcement was concise and to the point, and netizens around the world were stunned after seeing it. Has environmental cooperation been reached with various countries? When did it happen? I didn't see any agricultural helicopters. In the traditional concept of residence, everyone thought that Longu's environmental cooperation was to use helicopters to sow high-efficiency fertilizers or soil conditioners, and everyone has always paid attention to this aspect. But until Longu issued the announcement, residents around the world were still a little confused. When did the cooperation come about? Thanks to Longu for the environmental cooperation. And I am looking forward to the environmental changes in 3 months. After Longu's announcement, the Melt government was the first to respond. Thanks to Longu. Looking forward to. Other countries also responded one after another. Compared with ordinary residents, everyone knows that Longu has been tied to the global system. As for whether Heart of the Camp will have any effect, it depends on March. 200,000 tons of wheat from Itania. Don't worry. It's already on the cargo ship for transportation, and is expected to be delivered before the 10th. The total amount of food in Dortmund is 500,000 tons. Enough for the residents of Dortmund for 2 months. We are under government orders, and any form of hoarding and speculation is prohibited. In the next 3 months, Longu will deliver affordable food to the world as promised. Most of these are grown in Longxing Plain and Lungnan Plain. In addition to these, Longu will also deliver some vegetables such as cucumbers and golden flowers to ensure the basic dietary balance of residents. Air Purification Index 32. Soil Fertility 57. How is this done? The situation doesn't seem as bad as imagined. The air is indeed clearer. In addition to global food, some residents and scientific researchers also use equipment to check the air and soil fertility outside. Everyone doesn't think the global environment can improve. But according to continuous measurements, everyone finds that the air and soil are getting better with the naked eye. And even the thin atmosphere is getting thicker. This is a miracle. On October 27th, when environmental scientists gathered all the global data together, they were completely shocked. The global environment is indeed getting better, and the overall data is approaching 50% of the pre-disaster level. On October 28th, Sharda came to his own pancake shop. This is your flour order. The government has lifted the purchase limit for residents and allows door-to-door delivery after a certain amount. In front of the pancake shop, the staff patted the flour on the truck and said, "No need to worry about the food crisis." Sharda was a little surprised. 3 months ago, the world was worried about the food crisis. But now the situation seems to have taken a turn. The Ministry of Agriculture has visited the Kharkov Plain. The water and soil there are recovering. The country is preparing to plant some rice, which can be harvested next summer. The Kharkov Plain runs through 7 countries. Sharda suddenly remembered that the former Salat was also an agricultural powerhouse, known as the rice country of the world. But after the global disaster, the land cracked and rice exports became food imports. He didn't expect to see Kharkov return to its former glory in his lifetime. How did Longu do it? Sharda asked absent-mindedly. He used to think that Longu's environmental restoration was a scam. But he didn't expect that the other party really did it. I don't know. The staff shrugged, like those environmental experts said. This may be a miracle. The zombie base is a miracle. The global environmental recovery is also a miracle. Longu is the creator of miracles. In March 2142, buds and flowers grew again in countries around the world, and the global environment recovered to 50% of its appearance before the disaster. While the world was lamenting this change, on March 10th, the United Nations issued 2 announcements. 1. According to the research of the Global Biological Team, the zombie virus may further evolve into respiratory transmission, contact transmission, etc. In order to completely conquer the virus, the world will invest heavily in related technologies such as respiratory masks, underground bases, and zombie serum in the next 10 years. 2. The world will plan to carry out a lunar base plan, and the ultimate goal of the lunar base is to survive and migrate to the moon. Will the zombie virus evolve again? It feels like traveling through a science fiction movie. Can the moon base and moon immigration be realized? After the 2 evolutions from S1 to S3, netizens have been mentally prepared for the zombie virus to evolve again. They are worried about the virus evolving again. But compared with the virus, the moon base and moon immigration are too advanced. For a time, the moon base became a global hot word. while the world was discussing it fiercely. At launching base, Xinhua opened the system interface. Host name, Xinhua. Current task, updating. My backpack, heart of purification X1. Pointing building card X1. Ocean factory X1. Pointing building card. Source, my vegetable basket. Ocean factory. Source, Dragon Star City construction. Ocean factory. Unable to use due to insufficient technological conditions. Xinhua looked at it and set his sights on pointing building card. Pointing building card. After use, you can immediately obtain S-level buildings. And the construction direction is aerospace engineering, bioengineering, communication manufacturing. Please select the pointing direction and click to use. After reading the instructions, Xinhua looked at Tan Mingshang and others and chose the direction, modern technology. Modern technology is a comprehensive factory built by the system based on current technology. It contains various technologies such as respiratory equipment, machine AI, and transportation manufacturing. It is not as specific as aerospace engineering, bioengineering, but it is highly comprehensive and more in line with the current situation. Point to building card is a reward for my vegetable basket. After Xinhua clicked it, the air in front of him twisted, and then a palm card appeared that only he could see. Now that point to building card has been used successfully, the next step is the world's first 10-year plan. Chapter 81. Tang Yan, majoring in engineering mechanics. Studied at Longgu Aerospace University for his bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees. During his time at school, he won many invention awards, such as Global New Intelligence Star and New Aviation. His resume is very outstanding. Mr. Tang, why did you choose the lunar base? On February 17, 2147, in the interview room of the Global Comprehensive Research Institute, Xinhua looked at his resume and asked, "This is a large conference room of 200 square meters." At this time, Xinhua and other staff members are sitting in the interviewer seat. In front of them is a black chair, and a young man in his 20s is sitting on the chair. The lunar base is a lunar reclamation project announced by the United Nations 5 years ago. I was a sophomore when I saw the news. Like many people, I thought it was impossible for humans to develop the moon. This is not self-deprecation, but an objective consideration based on previous technology. But the facts are beyond everyone's expectations. In the following 2 years, scientists developed new detection equipment and established a lunar outpost last year. This is a miracle and a unity that has never been seen in human history. After seeing the lunar outpost, I wanted to participate in the lunar base work. This is the ideal of any aerospace worker. We are recruiting engineers for the moon. But you don't necessarily have to go to the moon after you are successfully hired. I know. I accept any position related to the moon base. Okay. Xinhua scored the other party's resume. 5 years ago, 1 month after the moon base plan was announced, the system was updated. Current mission, My Life Territory. Mission content, have 50,000 moon residents. Note, permanent residents who have lived there for more than 6 consecutive months. Mission reward, random technology card X1. S level. The system mission coincides with the lunar base plan. After analysis, the global discussion group began to study lunar-related technologies. At the same time, the Global Technology Research Institute was officially established. The Global Technology Research Institute is a building generated by pointing to the building card. Inside is a huge technology laboratory. Researchers cannot directly obtain equipment, but can conduct research through some mechanical theories and equipment disassembly. In recent years, scientists around the world have continuously studied and developed portable breathing masks, indoor air circulation machines, indoor oxygen generators, and other equipment, which are very practical. We can transform the fresh air systems in shopping malls, stadiums, and other places around the world to ensure that the outside air does not circulate inside. The world had previously planned to build a large-scale underground base. But after analyzing the base construction and underground safety, some engineers proposed a fresh air transformation plan. The so-called fresh air transformation plan is to build a multi-layer air isolation system in some places that can accommodate many people, so that people can survive through internal independent equipment in the event of danger. This transformation plan was agreed by more than 97% of scientists. And in this way, countries have carried out large-scale transformations in some large shopping malls, stadiums, libraries, and other places. These renovations account for 29% of the total global expenditure. Some residents feel that the United Nations government is too cautious. But this is related to the safety of residents. Virus escape drills are often organized around the world, and all regions remain highly vigilant on the issue of viruses. The work inside Haiyan is proceeding in an orderly manner. But the lunar base has encountered difficulties. 5 years ago, after the world formulated the lunar base plan, it began to integrate the world's aerospace engineering technology and implement technology sharing. In recent years, hundreds of rockets have been launched to the moon for lunar exploration. Last October, the global government finally built an outpost on the moon. The outpost is composed of multiple outpost bases, each of which covers an area of 70 square meters, with simple living cabins, solar power generation groups, internal air circulation equipment, etc. The internal air circulation is the same as the air circulation principle of the new air plan, both of which use potassium permanganate, hydrogen peroxide, and other principles to create artificial oxygen supply systems. These systems can work continuously for up to 6 months. After the completion of the lunar outpost, astronauts have been on duty on the moon. This is a big step in human history. But humans still have a difficult problem to solve. How to solve the water problem? Medina is a physicist in Itania. After the global reorganization, he came to Longxing and then transferred to the Global Science and Technology Institute. He has worked diligently over the years and has become a veteran of the Science and Technology Institute. There is no way yet. Chen Qing was originally the dean of Longgu Physics Institute and is now the director of the Global Science and Technology Institute. If there is air on the moon, they can synthesize water through physical and chemical means. But the air on the moon is artificially made, and they can't get a large amount of manufactured water at all, just when they were at a loss. On the 10th of last month, news came from the lunar outpost. The surface detector found groundwater. Are you sure it's groundwater? Everyone was very nervous. Sure. This water source is located 1,000 meters underground, with a maximum of 500 cubic meters. But it has brought a major breakthrough to the lunar project. After discussion, the Global Academy of Sciences decided to recruit 300 lunar engineers. After arriving on the moon, the engineers will first live in the outpost, and then, under the leadership of the base engineers, control robots to carry out some preliminary construction work for the lunar base. There is no oxygen outside the outpost, so everyone needs to wear protective clothing and adapt to the weightlessness caused by the lunar gravity. This is a very difficult job. At this time, in the interview room, after the interviewer left, a new interviewer came. Hello. Please introduce yourself first. There was a collective meeting in the Institute of Science and Technology today. Shen Kuo was pulled over by Chen Qing to save the situation temporarily. Although he was a rescuer, he was mainly responsible for the interviewer's reaction assessment. Other professional abilities were handled by professional interviewers. Hello. I'm Jeter. Graduated from the University of Melbourne. The new interviewer is a Melbourne national. This is a global interview, and there are people of all nationalities. Shen Kuo asked some questions seriously, and the interview ended at 5 p.m. Is the interview over? At this time, Chen Qing had just finished a new round of collective meetings, and immediately greeted Shen Kuo when he saw him. It's over. I heard that the Institute of Science and Technology has baked shrimps tonight, so I have to stay and try them. Shen Kuo laughed and teased. Ha ha. Enough baked shrimps. Although Chen Qing asked Shen Kuo to come to the rescue, he did not doubt his ability. Shen Kuo had been the mayor for 12 years and had often participated in international conferences in recent years. He was very mature in personnel evaluation. Strictly speaking, he was a bit of a waste of talent by bringing him here. He called Shen Kuo today, not only to save the situation, but also to chat. Otherwise, there were so many people in the Institute of Science and Technology, so there was no need to contact Shen Kuo specifically. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the two had dinner in the canteen of the institute. Going to the Northwest base tomorrow? Chen Qing asked straight to the point. Yes. The new mission is now related to the lunar base. After discussing with the academy, he plans to go to the moon to see if other missions can be refreshed, because he will stay for a long time this time. He will go to the Northwest base before leaving. Cheng Yuqing is doing research at the Northwest base, and he mainly went there to say goodbye. It's good to go over and take a look. The progress of the biology group is not good now. She has been in a bad mood for the past 2 years. Chen Qing sighed. Now the fresh air system and the lunar base have made good progress. But the progress of the zombie virus is almost zero. So biological researchers including Chung Yuqing are very serious. And many people are working day and night in the laboratory. This virus cannot be solved by current technology. Xinque paused and said, not to mention the zombie virus now. Even the Interstellar has not found a complete vaccine. Everyone knows this. Chen Qing talked about this topic with Chung Yuqing. And the other party also knew that this virus was too difficult to deal with. But the zombie virus was like a sword hanging on everyone's neck. Too frustrating. The next morning, Xinque took a helicopter to the Northwest Base. There are now 36 million infected people in the Northwest Base. Looking from the sky, the entire Northwest is a zombie isolation room. The global environment has improved in recent years, but the zombie infection rate has not decreased. Currently, there are 1.22 billion infected people in the world, which is a terrifying number. If it weren't for the economic improvement in recent years, many countries would find it difficult to maintain the financial expenditure of zombies. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Xinque just got off the plane and saw Su Qiuxing standing at the base airport wearing a crisp coat. Are you here? Su Qiuxing smiled when he saw Xinque. Are you here? Xinque jumped off the plane and gave him a bag. What is this? Su Qiuxing asked as he opened the bag. In the bag were more than 30 red strawberries, each of which was the size of a fist and looked very fresh. Just picked from the Agricultural Academy, where there are many grown. I brought 10 boxes this time. And there is a truck of cold chain on the way, so you can eat them at the base. Xinque said as he took one out of the bag and bit off half of it. In recent years, in order to make up for the previous fruit crisis, a fruit craze has emerged all over the world. This is a new variety just developed by the Agricultural Institute. He went to get 10 boxes early in the morning. It is absolutely fresh. Why is mine in the bag? Su Qiuxing asked casually while biting one. I had nothing to do when picking strawberries today, so I picked a bag, Xinque said. Oh. Xinque was wearing a leather jacket today and was reporting to Long Xing that he was safe. Compared with when they first met, Xinque looked tougher and more mature. Su Qiuxing ate 3 strawberries in a row and looked at the remaining strawberries in the bag, and the corners of his mouth curled unconsciously. What's wrong? Xinque turned his head and asked in confusion after seeing it. Nothing. Su Qiuxing thought of 3 years ago, when they had met briefly at a research group meeting. After the two returned to their respective places, they chatted in the evening, and somehow talked about corn. Is Longxing's corn ripe? It was July at that time, and Longxing corn was famous for its good quality in China. He asked about Longxing's corn. It should be cooked. Xinque was stunned when he heard it. This was just a simple topic. But the next morning, he saw Zhou Yang gossiping in the biological group. I went to the base to deliver documents today, and saw Director Shen applying an ice pack. I asked and found out that he was stung by a scorpion when he went to the cornfield early in the morning. Director Shen looked more and more majestic, but I didn't expect him to be so interesting in private. Picture? It was a photo of Xinque applying an ice pack. After Zhou Yang posted it, he probably felt that it was not good to say this in the group, so he quickly posted picture, and all the information were withdrawn. I was just gossiping casually. There is no other meaning. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. At that time, Zhou Yang was on a business trip in Longxing. After seeing this, Su Qiuxing sent him a private message. Are you okay? No. I will be back in the afternoon. Did something happen to Coach Shen? It's not a big deal. I was stung by a scorpion. By the way, the corn in Longxing is ripe and delicious. Coach Shen asked me to bring some when I go back. It's already packed in a bag. He also told the Agricultural Institute that the Agricultural Institute will send us a car. Everyone in the base has. 2 days later, Su Qiuxing ate the corn Zhou Yang brought back. In the next 3 years, whenever the Agricultural Institute released new products, their base would receive a copy. These were purchased by Xinque's private treasury. Although Xinque did not receive a salary, he received enough salary and bonus every month. These incomes were legal and compliant, and they were enough even if Xinque started to do business. Of course, he learned about these when chatting with Chung Yuqing. He had always thought that they were government benefits in Longxing City. Now is the ripening period of strawberries. You can eat these strawberries first. I will send you another batch when I return, Xinque said after I finished the call. Okay. In recent years, Xinque often sent him some Longxing agricultural products. As a return gift, he would also pick some walnuts and dates from the nearby plantation during his vacation and send them to him. Whenever this happened, he felt particularly relaxed. As for why he felt relaxed, Su Qiuxing is 38 years old this year. After careful analysis, he realized that he might have strange thoughts about Shenque. This conclusion bothered him a little at first. But as an adult, the most basic courtesy is not to let his emotions disturb others. Therefore, except for himself, he treated others as usual. As an adult, these were just some impolite emotions. Teacher Chung is still in the lab and won't be done until the afternoon. Shall I take you to the lounge first? At this time, Su Qiuxing ate 2 more strawberries and said, Okay. It's the half-day break before the moon. And Shenque will stay here for 2 days. At this time, the closed car of the base came. Shenque and others moved the strawberries to the car. Su Qiuxing put his own strawberries on the car first, and then came out to help. Su Qiuxing is nearsighted, and because he lowered his head to move the boxes, the frame of the glasses on his nose kept falling down. Let me do it! Shenque smiled, lifted the other party's strawberry box directly, and put it in the trunk. Boss, give me a bowl of scabbard noodles. Big bowl or small bowl? Big bowl. While Shenque and Su Qiuxing were moving strawberries together, Fan Wintao was cooking noodles skillfully in Shilin City, 52 kilometers east of the northwest base. Shilin is the closest city to the northwest base. Now, as the northwest base continues to expand westward, the number of residents in Shilin City is increasing, 70% of whom are family members of zombie patients. And the rest are mostly local residents of the northwest, who come here to do some small business. Fan Wintao is a native of Shilin. He used to run a noodle shop in Luhai. After Shilin City became prosperous, he also returned to do business. It is now 9:20, and there are not many customers in the restaurant. Fan Wintao finished in less than 5 minutes. Do you want to put chili? Fan Wintao asked in a hoarse voice. Medium spicy? This is a middle-aged man in his 50s. With a muffled voice, Fan Wintao put the chili on, and took 2 cloves of garlic to the other party, and then took it out. Do you have a fever? Fan Wintao put the noodles on the table, and was shocked to see the other party's red eyes. No. I just caught a bad cold these days. The man's voice was muffled like a drum. No. That's good. There's a pharmacy in front. I have hot water. Fan Wintao sat at the table next to him and observed for a while, then carefully looked at the zombie induction box. After confirming that the induction box had no reaction, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just a cold. At first glance, he thought the other party was infected. Shilin was too close to the northwest base, and he was sometimes suspicious of everyone he saw. Chapter 82. Last week, Mr. Chan told me that the strawberries in the Agricultural Institute were about to ripen, and asked me to go pick them these days. I was too busy coming to the northwest to take care of them, and thought I wouldn't be able to eat them this year. But I didn't expect you to bring them to me. At 7 o'clock in the evening, in the office of the northwest base, Chung Yuqing was eating strawberries with a satisfied look on her face. She knew Shenque was coming today, but she didn't expect to see a big basin of strawberries after she finished her work. It was a completely unexpected surprise. Dean Chong knew I was coming today, so he specifically asked me to go get it. Shenque smiled as he helped Chung Yuqing pick strawberry leaves. With his personality, he will definitely not remember if you don't remind him. Chung Yuqing smiled and asked, Where is Xiao Su? She has not seen Su Qiuxing since she returned to the office. Professor Zhou called him away. Maybe for work. Just as Shenque finished speaking, the door of the office rang. Teacher Chung? At this time, Su Qiuxing changed into a white coat of a researcher, holding a plastic bag in his hand, which contained some food such as cucumber buns. We were going to eat in the cafeteria. Why did you bring it back? Chung Yuqing asked in surprise. The cafeteria was being disinfected when I came here, and it closed early today. I forgot. The cafeteria was being disinfected today. Chung Yuqing suddenly realized, and then looked at Shenque. Shall we eat here first today? Anywhere is fine with me. Shenque came to visit Chung Yuqing, and he had no problem with where to eat. There was a professional small dining table outside the office, and they would eat a few bites at the small dining table when they were busy with work. At this time, the 3 of them sat down at the small dining table. In addition to the cucumber buns, Su Qiuxing also brought 3 bowls of rice porridge, 6 eggs, and a large portion of egg custard. The meal combination was very reasonable. Try the egg custard in the canteen. These are bought from the local chicken factory nearby. They are very delicious. Chung Yuqing enthusiastically helped Shinqu scoop a plate of egg custard. Delicious. Shinqu cooperated and took a big bite. After the three of them chatted, Chung Yuqing asked, "When are you leaving?" "The specific time has not been decided yet. It should be around the 25th. When will you be back?" "Including the days of round trip. The earliest will be the end of May." "Not bad. When you come back, we should have the mid-year meeting." "Yes." The number of people in the research group has increased, but the number of core members has not increased much. They maintain the rhythm of 2 meetings a year, and add more meetings when there are special circumstances. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after the three of them finished their meal, Chung Yuqing rested in the rest room of the office, and Shinqu and Su Qiuxing returned to the dormitory. On the way back, Su Qiuxing asked, "If we leave on the 25th, will there be enough time? Today is the 18th, and there is only 1 week left before the moon departure. The luggage is almost packed. The base will prepare daily necessities and common clothes. And there is basically nothing. Have you been in the Northwest these 2 days?" "Yes. I want to go and see the surrounding area." Shinqu is now on a semi-vacation and is ready to relax for a few days. Su Qiuxing stopped, thought for a while and asked, "Do you need a tour guide? You don't have to work?" Shinqu instantly understood what the other party meant. "Well, there is no important work these days, so you can take a 2-day break." He knew that Shinqu had finished the work of the past 2 days after he came. "I heard that you have a camel scenic spot here. I haven't fed a camel yet. I can go and have a look." Shinqu had seen the moose in Cuddy Country, but had never seen the Northwest camel up close, so he became interested instantly. "The camel scenic spot is quite close to here. We can get there in an hour." Shinqu and Su Qiuxing's dormitories are next to each other. After returning to the dormitory, Shinqu carefully looked up the guide to the camel scenic spot. Across the wall, Su Qiuxing was also looking up the strategy carefully. It was a relaxing night, but at 4 in the morning, a thunderstorm suddenly broke out outside. Shinqu was awakened by the sound of rapid rain. He put on his coat and prepared to get up and close the window. Beep, beep. The base suddenly sounded a rapid alarm, which was more urgent than the last. The zombies and staff within a 3-kilometer radius could hear it. "What's wrong? What happened?" There were hurried footsteps in the corridor, and a staff member ran downstairs with an umbrella. "Go back! Go back! Put on protective clothing and oxygen masks. A new virus has appeared in Shilin City." A soldier ran downstairs with a loudspeaker and shouted, "The S4 zombie virus is suspected to have appeared in Shilin City. Everyone is on alert. Base staff must wear oxygen masks before going out. Shilin City is suspected to have." At the same time, a looping broadcast appeared in the base. "Shinqu. In recent years, the world has been forced to conduct some virus exercises. The Northwest base is a zombie base camp, and virus exercises have always been a top priority." He opened the storage cabinet in the room and quickly found a set of isolation suits and oxygen masks. He changed into them as required. At this time, someone knocked violently at the door. Shinqu opened the door. "Coach Shin. This is the security soldier assigned to him by Longui 1. "I'm fine." Shinqu looked at the next room. At this time, Su Qiuxing's room door was open, and the other party was not inside. "Professor Su was about to call you, but when he saw me coming, he went down first," the soldier said hurriedly. "Where are they going?" "The lobby of the office building." "Let's go!" This place is 300 meters away from the office building. At this time, all the researchers in the dormitory building are wearing oxygen masks and running towards the office building. Shinqu and the soldiers don't care whether it rains or not, and they run towards the office building. 5 minutes later, everyone ran to the lobby of the office building in the rain. Just now, there was news from Shilin that between 1 and 3 in the morning, 300 people were suddenly infected with the virus. Everyone has been vaccinated against zombies, but it doesn't work. Many people have been infected without ever coming into contact with the source of infection. It is very likely that the zombie virus is transmitted through breathing. The director of the base was wearing an oxygen mask, and his shoelaces were not tied properly. He was obviously in a hurry. S4 virus. So soon? Everyone has been dealing with viruses for many years, and they always thought that the S4 virus would give them a buffer period. But they didn't expect it to appear so soon. These are just the preliminary inferences of the base, and the specific situation is still unclear. The director of the base signaled everyone to calm down. At this time, the phone in the office rang, and a staff member ran over to pick it up. Got it. Okay. I got it. The expression of the director of the base became more and more serious. What's wrong? A researcher couldn't help asking after he hung up the phone. The Shilin government called just now, and the number of zombie patients there has risen to 700. And this number is still increasing. So fast. It's only been half an hour since the Shilin government's first statistics. And this rate of increase is not the rate of increase of ordinary viruses at all. Shinqua stood not far from the office hall. And the more he listened, the more serious he became. Now there were more than 100 staff members gathered in the hall. He looked around and did not find Cheng Yuqing, Su Qiuxing and others for the time being. Just as he was thinking about whether to ask someone, a hurried footstep came from the stairs. Groups 1 and 2. Follow me. And the rest will stay at the base and be ready to support at any time. Su Qiuxing was the leader of Group 1. After he finished speaking, he waved to the outside. At this time, 10 buses had already arrived outside. And Group 1 and Group 2 had a total of 200 people. This is an emergency support operation. After the base vehicle arrives, it will cooperate with the Shilin government to control the virus. Everyone is unsure about the infection situation, and everyone is in a hurry to follow the instructions. Cheng Yuqing is 74 years old this year. She is in poor health. In addition, she has rheumatism due to the rain. She will stay at the base to control the situation first, and then go to the city after dawn to see the situation. After Su Qiuxing finished the instructions, the staff hurried to the laboratory to get the equipment, and then quickly got on the car. Shinqua looked at everyone in a hurry, and said, I will go with you. No. As soon as he started talking, Su Qiuxing and Cheng Yuqing decisively refused. I have contacted Commander Tan. It is raining heavily in the northwest now. The weather is not suitable for helicopter rides. You stay at the base first and return to Longxing as soon as the weather improves. Shinqua is related to the system mission. Even if they all get into trouble, Shinqua must not get into trouble. Shinqua opened his mouth and finally said, I understand. He is not impulsive and knows what is important and what is not. At this time, Su Qiuxing had already taken the biological equipment. Shinqua saw that the other party was about to get in the car and reminded him very worriedly, be careful. I know. You should also pay attention to safety. Su Qiuxing looked at Shinqua, and his first reaction was that he could not go to the camel scenic area. This thought only passed through his mind for a second, and he got on the bus decisively. 10 minutes later, 10 buses left the northwest base in a hurry. There are so many zombies. Everyone go back to the house and close the doors and windows. This time the zombie virus infected too quickly. There was no contact, and it was directly infected. Just as the northwest vehicles rushed to support, Shilin City was in a panic. The sound of police cars, fire trucks, and disease control vehicles. These car sounds were accompanied by the increasingly heavy rain. This was destined to be a chaotic night. Chapter 83. Early this morning, a new type of zombie virus is suspected to have appeared in the city. This virus can be directly transmitted through breathing. Please close the doors and windows and don't go out. If you have the conditions, please wear an oxygen mask and isolation suit to avoid air breathing and wound exposure. Early this morning, at 5:20, Zhou Zhenhong held up a loudspeaker in the patrol car of the Shilin City Emergency Office and repeated the loudspeaker broadcast over and over again. Zhou Zhenhong is the director of the Shilin Emergency Office. When he thought of the experience of the past 2 hours, he was still a little shocked. 2 hours ago, he was sleeping at home when he suddenly received a call from the government office. A mutant virus has appeared in the city. It can be transmitted through breathing. Come quickly. The other party ensured that Zhou Zhenhong hung up the phone immediately after hearing it, and then notified the next government official. Zhou Zhenhong. Zhou Zhenhong is the director of the emergency office. In recent years, he has organized a large number of virus exercises in accordance with national policies. He was confused for 2 seconds after receiving the call, and then quickly got up from the bed. What's wrong? The wife asked in a daze. A respiratory virus has appeared in the city. You stay at home and must not go out. Hurry up and put on isolation suits and oxygen masks. Now oxygen masks have become a necessity for many families. Just like fire extinguishers. Zhou Zhenhong said. Quickly put on the oxygen mask. Close the doors and windows. And hurried downstairs to drive. Shilin is a third-tier city. In recent years, with the expansion of the Northwest base, the city's population has increased to 7 million. It is raining heavily in the early morning, but there are already many night owls on the road. Zhou Zhenhong opened the car window, shouted for everyone to hide quickly, and stepped on the accelerator to drive towards the city government. At 4:15, he finally arrived at the city government. Director Wang contacted the Northwest base, and they are sending people over. We have notified the city hospital, fire department, police department, and other departments. Everyone is organizing personnel to try to control the situation before the base personnel come. When Zhou Zhenhong arrived, the mayor of the emergency was wearing a mask and making arrangements quickly. Is it respiratory transmission? Zhou Zhenhong asked, panting, regardless of the rain on his body. This requires the Ministry of Health to judge. But judging from the symptoms, it meets the characteristics of respiratory transmission. After the mayor finished speaking, the people on the scene were very worried. Now is not the time to discuss the nature of the virus. After the people have been notified, the city will quickly arrange. 1. Pull the city alarm and notify residents to isolate at home through broadcasting, mobile phone text messages, vehicle broadcasts, etc. Those who have the conditions should try to wear oxygen masks and keep their phones open. 2. Mobilize the city army to find all the zombie patients in the city as much as possible to prevent zombie patients from hurting or biting people. 3. Immediately report to the provincial government and notify the country to make further arrangements. Does anyone have any other questions? The mayor asked after giving his instructions. No more. Just like that, all departments began to act according to the deployment. Zhou Zhenhong is the head of the emergency office. It is reasonable for him to stay in the office. But the incident happened suddenly, and the city government was short of manpower. He went to the front line with a walkie-talkie so that he could also learn the latest situation. This morning, a large-scale zombie virus broke out in the city. At this time, Zhou Zhenhong was sitting in the co-pilot of the patrol car. After confirming that there were no pedestrians on the street, he placed the loudspeaker on the roof of the patrol car and played it over and over again. It's raining outside. Will it be unusable in the rain? Assistant Xiao Zhao asked worriedly. It's waterproof. It's fine. Zhou Zhenhong moved his body, and then the intercom in front of him rang. He pressed the answer button. Hello? Okay. I got it. I'll be there soon. What's wrong? After Zhou Zhenhong hung up, Xiao Zhao asked curiously. Let's go back to the city government first. The people from the base are here. Xiao Zhao turned the steering wheel and immediately drove towards the city government. What's the situation? 20 minutes later, at Shilin Municipal Government, Su Qiuxing asked directly. They came with 200 people this time. And now 100 people went to the CDC, where there were already 1,200 zombie patients. The base personnel were cooperating with the local hospital personnel to control the situation. He and others came to the municipal government to understand the situation before making further arrangements. We received the first alarm call at 3:07. The high-incidence areas of zombies are mainly concentrated in Chajin District and Huaiqing District. In the past hour, it has spread to other areas. How is the situation under control? The main traffic arteries have been blocked. The city has sounded the city alarm, and the government hotline has been calling for the past hour. Yes. After thinking, Su Qiuxing asked, who was the first person to call the police? Is it registered? Yes. The person is already at the city government. The contact person talked to the person next to him. And then a middle-aged man in his 50s came to the office. Hello, leaders. Now everyone is wearing isolation suits. But those who have worked in the government for a long time have a different temperament from ordinary people. When the man came, he looked obviously nervous. We are just checking the situation. Don't be nervous. Su Qiuxing said very patiently. I am a local of Shilin. I opened a noodle shop. Yesterday morning, a rather strange customer came to the shop. The middle-aged man is Fan Wentao. Yesterday morning, after the man with a severe cold left, he did not take it seriously. Who knew that he met this man again when he closed the shop and went home last night? He and his wife and children live in an old apartment building. 1 floor. The sanitary conditions here are poor, but it is close to the city center. In recent years, with the influx of non-local residents, many non-local residents have rented houses here. 70% of the residents in their community are from other places. When he opened the door last night, He saw the man from the daytime going downstairs to take out the trash. After asking in the group of native residents, he learned that this man's wife and children were infected last week. He just found a house here yesterday. He probably wanted to be closer to his family. 80% of the outsiders here think the same way. Van Wintel opened a shop and usually likes to greet people with a smile. After recognizing that the other party was a customer from the daytime, he smiled and greeted directly. Hello. Hello. The man also recognized Van Wintel. He wanted to say hello, but he couldn't make a good facial expression. His expression at that time was like frozen. His voice was muffled, and his eyes bulged out. Van Wintel had seen the man in the morning and could clearly feel that he was different from that morning. Then what? Su Qiuxing continued to ask. I went back to the room. Van Wintel was in contact with the patients' families every day and had a very strong awareness of virus prevention. After washing up and lying on the bed, he felt that the other person had similar initial symptoms to the zombie patients. But the zombie box did not react. The old house was not soundproof, and the man lived upstairs. Van Wintel thought about it and decided to pay more attention to the noise upstairs and observe carefully tomorrow. Who knew that before tomorrow? At 3 o'clock in the morning, he heard a sound like dragging something downstairs. He opened the curtains and looked out, and the other party was just looking at him through the glass. We met face to face. It's so scary. Van Wintel felt like he was experiencing a horror movie. He guessed that the other party must have heard the noise in the house and came over. After the two sides faced each other, the other party directly knocked on the window with force, and his eyes were completely unfocused. Van Wintel was so scared that he called the police immediately. I put on an oxygen mask and isolation suit after I made the call. Leader, am I not infected? Van Wintel asked nervously after he finished speaking. Based on the words of others, he guessed that Su Qiuxing was the leader of the medical department. It's okay. You are very vigilant and do a good job. Su Qiuxing learned on the way here that this virus is only contagious after the disease breaks out. Has the zombie box been tested? Su Qiuxing looked at other staff members. I've tested it. The zombie box has no reaction before the onset of the disease, but it will give a normal reminder after the onset of the disease. After continuous improvement, the zombie box will sound an alarm within the first 3 days of the patient's onset of the disease. Now there is no alarm, which means that the zombie box's ability to prevent and control the new generation of viruses has decreased. Can the inhibitor still be used? The inhibitor is a drug developed in the S2 period. After the zombie patient is injected, the attack behavior will stop. It is a tranquilizer among the zombie group. It can be used. That's good. Su Qiuxing breathed a sigh of relief. Professor Su, can this virus really be transmitted through breathing? Zhou Zhenghong had a meeting with Su Qiuxing and couldn't help asking. The virus sample has been sent back to the base and should be detected before 8 o'clock. Although Su Qiuxing said this, his tone was heavy. Even if this virus was not S4, it was an enhanced version of S3. In the next 2 hours, the biological personnel of the municipal government split into 2 groups. One group followed the municipal government, and the other group followed Su Qiuxing to the CDC. What's going on? Su Qiuxing just got off the car and saw Zhou Yang directing at the door in isolation suits. They were wearing the same isolation suits, and because they were wearing masks, no one could see each other clearly. Everyone's name was written on the back with different colored gel pens. Zhou Yang's back was written with a blue gel pen, Northwest Base. First Laboratory. Zhou Yang. Too many people have been sent, and there is no accurate statistics yet. There should be more than 3,000 people. During this hour, the CDC's cars were sent one by one, because there were too many infected people. The municipal government allocated a lot of police cars and military vehicles to be used as CDC vehicles. Otherwise, there would be no vehicles for transportation. Fortunately, the outbreak occurred in the early morning. If it had happened during the noon and evening rush hours, it would have been impossible to control it in time. Zhou Yang was a little scared after saying this. Yeah. At the current infection rate, this is already a relatively safe outbreak time. How is the patient's mood now? Su Qiuxing continued to ask. They have all been given inhibitors, and their mood is relatively stable. At least they don't bite people when they see them. Su Qiuxing followed Zhou Yang to the isolation room. Before, there was one person in each room, but now there are 5 people in one room. Many people were wearing work clothes or light pajamas. They had been injected with inhibitors after the onset of the disease. Now they were handcuffed and gagged. and all of them were in the isolation room with empty eyes. Is there any pattern? Su Qiuxing asked after looking at 10 isolation rooms in a row. Most of the infected people worked the night shift, or heard noises outside, and came out to get infected, assuming that the virus has spread in the air. How long does it take for the patient to inhale the virus and become ill? 20 to 70 minutes. So fast? Yes. There is no specific data yet, but the virus may be transmitted through exposed wounds in addition to respiratory transmission. In short, the virus has not yet risen to S5. Residents will not be infected after their skin contacts the air. But if a newly broken wound contacts the virus air, it may feel the same as respiratory infection. Yeah. Now the rain has stopped, and there are gusts of cold wind in the city of Shilin. Everyone has been busy all night, and many people's isolation suits have turned black. The trouser legs are splashed with mud from running back and forth. Everyone can't see each other's expressions, but they can all feel the fatigue in each other's steps. At 7:17, the test data from the base came over. How is it? Su Qiuxing asked the biological personnel who were running over. S4 virus. Transmitted by breathing. The biological personnel said it briefly. S4 virus. Transmitted by breathing. After this sentence was finished, there was a momentary pause on the scene. Everyone has been dealing with viruses for a long time, and they know what S4 virus means. In the early morning of February 19, 2147, a new virus strain appeared in Shilin City, Ningxi Province. This strain caused more than 3,000 local residents to be infected within 3 hours. S4 characteristics: the virus can be integrated into the air, and humans will be infected through breathing and wound exposure. Respiratory onset time, 20-70 minutes. Wound onset time, 0-24 hours. The retention time of this virus in the air and the impact on the animal population have no specific data yet. At the same time that Su Qiuxing and others received the news, Long Weiguan released an emergency news. S4 virus. The virus can blend into the air. Will we be unable to breathe normally in the future? How long does the virus stay in the air? No matter how long it lasts, the virus is constantly circulating in the air. After Long Weiguan released the news, the world was shocked. 3 people downstairs were infected. Someone in our community was exercising in the morning, and more than 30 old men and women were collectively infected. The textile factory in Lekang town. The 2 night shift workshops are all infected. Before the residents could react, news of S4 infection was all over the country. The way and speed of S4 spread was too fast. In less than an hour, the S4 virus had spread all over the country, and the country also broke the news of S4 infection. The S4 virus is like a drop of super strong pigment dropped into a transparent lake. In just a moment, the entire lake turned into the color of pigment. After the S4 virus appeared, humans will not be able to breathe normally, which also means that the world will enter a new virus era. Chapter 84. Mom, I'm in the dormitory now. Qin Lu and Pei Shuang are all here. There are oxygen masks in the dormitory, and the doors and windows are sealed. At 8:07, the 5th hour of the S4 virus outbreak, in the dormitory of Linen Normal University, Jolie cried and called home. Jolie is 21 years old and a senior. She returned to school early after the Chinese New Year last week. She went to bed early yesterday and wanted to browse some recruitment websites after waking up today. Who knew that before she woke up? She heard the alarm in the school. A respiratory virus appeared in Shilin City, requiring all teachers and students to wear oxygen masks and close the doors and windows and stay in the dormitory. Wake up! Get up and put on your mask. There were 3 people in their dormitory. The dormitory head Pei Shuang reacted the fastest and immediately pulled everyone up. At the same time, he took out 3 sets of oxygen masks from the emergency cabinet. After the announcement of the global respiratory virus, domestic hospitals, schools, construction sites and other places were equipped with oxygen masks. The masks in their dormitory were equipped 3 years ago, and there are strict mask inspections every month. 3 minutes later, the 3 people hurriedly put on oxygen masks and isolation suits. What should we do now? Qin Lu asked nervously. Is there any news in the school group? The school issued a notice requiring all students not to go out. It seems that someone in our city is infected. Linen is a 3rd-tier city. Jolie became more and more scared as she listened. At this time, Pei Shuang searched in the cabinet and took out a roll of transparent tape. What are you doing with the tape? Qin Lu asked in confusion. Seal the gaps on the windows and doors. Don't let the outside air get in. Yes. I'll do it with you. Jolie and Lu quickly found a stool and scissors, and only felt relieved after they sealed the doors and windows tightly. It's different from what we practiced. Lu collapsed on the stool, feeling scared and wanting to cry. The school had organized a respiratory transmission drill before, and everyone felt it was the same as a fire drill. Many people thought, I can take a half day off. But when a virus really appeared, it felt completely different. Dad, there is a respiratory virus in our city. Is everything okay there? Lu wiped her tears and called home. How is the situation there? Is anyone infected? Jolie also received a call from home. After the 3 people in the dormitory reported to their families that they were safe, Jolie looked at the time, 8:12. The 3 of them browsed the student group for a while. Now everyone in the group was discussing the zombie virus. Students in school were okay, but some who sneaked out to work all night. Everyone sent out crying emoticons. Jolie and the other 2 knew that they were really crying. There were snacks like cereal and small bread in the dormitory. After the 3 of them ate a little, Lu suddenly covered her stomach. What's wrong? Jolie and Pei Shuang asked hurriedly. I want to go to the toilet. Their toilet was outside the corridor. Jolie and Pei Shuang looked at the tape that had just been pasted and had no idea what to do. Lu bit her lip. She was worried that the virus outside would run into the dormitory after opening the door. She also didn't know what to do. I'm in the internet cafe outside. Now the windows and rolling doors are sealed. It's okay for now. Our factory is completely closed. There are instant biscuits in the bathroom. We should be able to survive for a while. We ran into the house as soon as we received the notice. At the same time, internet cafes outside the school, factories in the suburbs, 24-hour convenience stores. All residents who received the notice hid in closed places. Those who had the conditions wore oxygen masks, and those who didn't had towels and clothes soaked in water. Then covered their mouths and noses to reduce breathing as much as possible. Even when eating, they quickly stuffed the food into their mouths and chewed with their mouths closed. The atmosphere in the country became more and more serious. Xiao, I miss home. I want to go back to the dormitory. At 9:12, the 6th hour of the zombie virus outbreak, Qin Guanliang was in Shangyun Internet Cafe opposite Linen Normal University. And he was scared and sent a message to his dormitory friend. He came to the Internet Cafe at 10 o'clock last night, and originally planned to play all night. But at dawn today, there was a rustling sound from the front desk of the Internet Cafe. He left the front desk and didn't respond. The owner of the Internet Cafe hurriedly closed the windows and rolling doors. What happened? I was playing games. Why did you close the window? What's wrong? Some customers who stayed up all night asked with panda eyes. There's a respiratory virus outside. No one can go out. The owner of the Internet Cafe shouted. A virus? Fuck. More than 3,000 people in Shilin City have been infected. There are also infected people in our city. The customers who stayed up all night woke up completely. Boss, do we have oxygen masks here? After a panic in the Internet Cafe, someone asked. There are 76 people staying up all night today. How can there be so many? They have 2 floors of Internet cafes. According to the announcement of Longui 1, the S4 virus is only contagious after the disease breaks out. The respiratory infection time is 20 to 70 minutes, and the wound infection time is within 24 hours. After receiving the notice, everyone looked at each other vigilantly, fearing that others were virus carriers. 2 hours later, no one got sick. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, indicating that their internet cafe environment is still safe. Boss, do you still need to pay to use the computer now? At this time, after the overnight time, a customer asked. No, it's all free today. The internet cafe owner waved his hands tiredly. Now that such a big thing has happened, he will just take it as a free opportunity to gain good luck. Most of the customers of Shangyun Internet Cafe are students from Normal University. Seeing that they can't go out, they can only continue to play on the computer. The Internet Cafe has a bar and toilet. Everyone has no problem with food and safety for the time being. But after 9 o'clock, many people feel stuffy. It's so stuffy. Is the ventilation system of the Internet Cafe turned on? There are viruses everywhere outside now, so I dare not turn it on. 76 people stayed in an Internet Cafe, and many people began to feel the sweat and stench from staying up all night. I want to go back to the dormitory. Qin Guangliang is a junior, and he didn't dare to worry his family. After reporting to his family that he was safe, he could only complain to his roommates. At least you have food and toilets there. You can't leave the dormitory now. The third child just used a mineral water bottle to solve his physiological problems. That smell. The internet cafe environment is not good. And the dormitory environment is also not good. The two thought of zombie movies. The background of the movies was full of zombies. But at least the air was fine. It was not like now, where we couldn't even breathe. The two complained to each other, and then fell silent. At 9:30, the environment of the internet cafe became more and more cramped. Qin Guangliang felt that he couldn't breathe, just when he was thinking that he would die here even if he was not infected. Someone knocked on the door outside. Who is it? The internet cafe owner asked with sweat on his forehead. From the municipal fire department. How many people are there now? Including the network management and cleaning staff. There are a total of 82. Is there a window with less airflow? We can throw some things in there. Yes. There is a small storage room on the east side of the internet cafe. The boss opened the window on the storage room, and the other party immediately threw 8 bags in, and then quickly closed the window. All in less than 20 seconds. Let everyone change into isolation suits and oxygen masks, and leave in half an hour. The firefighter outside said. Where are we going? University Gymnasium. Director Zhao. People from the city hospital are here. Shall we arrange for students to enter the stadium now? Have you counted the number of teachers and students in school? Yes, we have. There are 6,227 people in school now. Just like the drill. Enter the stadium in an orderly manner. Okay. All teachers and students. Please note, half an hour later. All teachers and students are requested to go to the gymnasium for emergency shelter according to the building number. The gymnasium's fresh air protection system has been turned on. Please take precautions. If there are any problems with the protective equipment, please report to the responsible teacher immediately. You must not leave the dormitory. At 9:20, the school broadcast sounded. Can I go to the bathroom now? In the girls' dormitory. Jean Lu held her stomach tightly. She wanted to go to the bathroom just now, but because she was worried that it was too dangerous outside, she had to hold back the feeling. Now she really couldn't help it. It's okay. Jolie and Pei Xuan quickly tore off the tape. They felt that they were too cautious. They were so cautious that they were a little nervous. But once infected, it would be a life. They had to be careful. Half an hour later, Jolie and the other two went downstairs with their school bags packed temporarily. Halfway through the three of them, Jean Lu was suddenly surprised. Is the fresh air system in our school turned on? The fresh air system is an engineering project carried out in the world in recent years, accounting for 29% of the total global expenditure. There are 3,790 fresh air system renovation sites in their city, and the school gymnasium is one of them, which can accommodate 30,000 people at the same time. After the fresh air system is turned on, residents will go through virus testing, body disinfection, and item inspection. Only after passing all the tests can they stay inside. If they come out for personal reasons, they need the consent of the venue responsible department. And the procedures for coming out are very complicated. The fresh air system needs approval from government departments above the district government, and their school does not have the permission to turn it on. It's turned on. Jolie was stunned and quickly opened the news on her mobile phone. According to the Ministry of Health, the L35 zombie virus detector of Lonka Institute can effectively detect S4 virus infection. Local governments are requested to control the zombie patients in their jurisdiction and activate the fresh air combat readiness system to effectively isolate residents in good condition to prevent more people from being infected with the virus. After the fresh air combat readiness is activated, the whole country will be completely shut down, and all policies will be for the survival of residents. Jolie read 10 lines at a glance, then looked at the news time, 7:20. This means that after the country confirmed the S4 virus, it immediately activated the new air combat readiness system. This decision, speed. We have lived with the virus for 12 years. Can we get through it smoothly this time? Jolie asked in a daze. She remembered that when the virus first broke out, she was 9 years old. She had experienced the S1 to S4 viruses over the years, and she seemed to have no idea what a world without zombies would be like. At 10:15, the three of them came to the school gymnasium. The school gymnasium's protection system has been turned on, with an outdoor field and an indoor field. They need to be tested in the outdoor field first, and then enter the indoor field through a professional channel. The three of them came to the outdoor field in the gymnasium under the arrangement of the team leader. At this time, the staff of the municipal hospital came, and everyone had set up the equipment. This is the same instrument as the station security check. The tester needs to stand on the instrument, and the staff will scan with a scanner. Whether there is a virus in the body will appear directly on the display next to it. This is a product developed by the Global Research Institute 3 years ago. I heard that there are 27 winners of the Global Technology Award in the R&D team, all of whom come from different races and countries. This product is one of the products of global joint efforts. After Jolie and the other two were tested, all were normal. The three passed the outer field and came to the personal belongings inspection room. The inspection room was managed by professional government personnel. After the other party confirmed that the three did not carry viruses and flammable and explosive items, they signaled the three to enter. The three came to a high-tech gate, and after the final physical examination, they came to the gymnasium. The gymnasium still looks the same as before, but due to the implementation of the fresh air circulation system, the normal doors and windows have been blocked. The venue here is very large. After everyone came in, they saw many students looking around curiously. Can we take off our masks? Jolie saw a staff member without protection and asked hesitantly. Okay. The air here is normal. There is a locker in front. When your teacher comes in, ask where the things are, and then get some single mattresses and simple quilts. Before other policies are implemented, everyone will live here first. The staff answered seriously. Jolie and the other two looked at each other, carefully took off their masks, and untied their isolation suits. At the moment of normal breathing, they felt that all the pores on their bodies were stretched. In fact, it was only 7 hours away from normal breathing, but they felt that 2 centuries had passed. The feeling of not being able to breathe normally was too uncomfortable. At 11 o'clock Jingyun time, 276 cities including Jingyun, Longqing, and Luohai have activated the new wind combat readiness system. 85 million residents across the country have been quarantined one after another. Townships and rural areas have been concentrated in the nearest isolation points for isolation under the arrangement of local governments. Wang Hongsheng, director of the National Health Ministry, said that the quarantine period may be 1 week or more. Residents are requested to keep calm and obey local policies. As of 7 p.m. on the 19th, there were 2.1 million new zombie patients in Longdu and 33.9 million in the world. In the next 7 hours, the internet was full of news about S4. In one day, there were 2.1 million new patients in China and 33.9 million in the world. This is already an extremely terrifying number. Longqing is opening various resettlement sites. The base has discussed that I will stay in the northwest for the next 2 days and return after the situation there stabilizes. At 10 o'clock in the evening, 19 hours after the outbreak of the Shilin virus, Xinque estimated that the biological team should take over the shift and sent a message to Su Qiuxing. How is the situation at the base? At this time, Su Qiuxing had just settled a group of zombies with the CDC and found an open space to sit down and ask. 22 staff members were infected, and the rest of the staff are fine for the time being. There are 36 million zombie patients in the Northwest base. Because of the large number, the number of base staff has risen to 200,000. Although everyone took protective measures at the first time, some people were unfortunately infected. Su Qiuxing was silent for a while after seeing it. He felt that typing was too troublesome. So he sent a voice message. The fresh air system and closed laboratory in the Northwest base are quite complete. It is safer there than outside. You stay in the base first, and be sure to pay attention to safety. I know. Xinque deleted and reduced it and asked, how is the situation over there? There are too many infected people. We will go to the nearby villages with the CDC tomorrow to check. It will take about 2 or 3 days before we can go back. Be safe. I know. Su Qiuxing estimated that it would take 2 or 3 days. But he was busy for a week. During this week, the new air resettlement sites across the country were launched one after another. Because there were many drills before, the residents got over the initial panic and began to cooperate in entering the resettlement sites. The situation at home and abroad gradually stabilized. Xinque originally planned to go to the lunar base around the 25th. But now the outbreak of S4 was too sudden, and the time for the lunar base was temporarily postponed. Go to the library with your uncle and aunt first. Grandpa and grandma are sick. They will take care of you for the next few days. On February 26th, at the entrance of Shilin Gymnasium, Su Qiuxing bent over and said to a little girl. The little girl's name is Li Xian. She is from Dayton Village. Shilin. She has 2 pigtails, a red face, and a timid look that makes people feel distressed. 7 days ago, they checked the nearby villages according to the plan. Some villages near Shilin often watch TV news and have a strong sense of prevention. But some scattered residents do not have a high sense of prevention. They met the little girl the day before yesterday afternoon. The little girl's parents were working away from home, and her grandparents were taking care of her at home. The village committee had distributed oxygen masks door to door. The grandparents had a low level of education and saw that the oxygen masks were well packaged and could be used as rice bowls. They unplugged 2 of the oxygen tanks and put some rice and millet in them. The rest were left unused because there was no extra rice. A week ago, they heard the radio and knew that there was a respiratory virus outside. And they panicked instantly. What should we do now? The old couple took out the oxygen masks from before. Now there were only masks for these 2. And they couldn't find the oxygen tank. Fortunately, there was one left at home. They took apart the last one and put it on the little girl's head. You have to wear this all the time. And never take it off. Grandpa and Grandma said seriously. I know. Li Xian was confused, but still nodded seriously. They lived on a dirt hillside near Shilin, with no other houses around. Grandpa and Grandma helped her put on the oxygen mask, called their son and daughter-in-law, and then picked up Li Xian and prepared to take the stake truck down the mountain to ask for help. After just 2 steps, the old couple found something wrong. They felt that their consciousness was getting more and more blurred, and it was as if there was cotton in their throats. It was very likely that they were infected. Just stay in the house. Even if you starve to death, you must not take off the mask and must not come out. The old couple put Li Xian in a room, closed the doors and windows, called their son and daughter-in-law first, then locked the door and walked towards the wasteland outside. They were worried that they would get sick and bite Li Xian. Li Xian stayed trembling for a day and a night. She was very obedient and did not take off her mask or eat. Fortunately, her mobile phone was still usable. She contacted her parents, and her parents called the police. Su Qiuxing's team happened to be nearby, so they found Li Xian and took her to the city. Because Li Xian had not eaten for a long time and was too frightened, the city government considered letting her adapt to the outside for a few days, and only arranged her to the nearest resettlement point today. Uncle Su, are you leaving? Hearing Su Qiuxing's words at this time, Li Xian tugged at his clothes nervously. Uncle Su has to go to work first. You stay here and other uncles and aunts will take care of you, Su Qiuxing said patiently. Will Grandpa and Grandma get better? Li Xian continued to ask. Although she was young, she already knew about zombies. Grandpa and Grandma might become zombies. They will get better. They have found Grandpa and Grandma in a nearby farmland. As expected, they have been infected. But fortunately they were found in time and did not die due to lack of serum protein. Now they are temporarily arranged to the CDC. I will listen to my uncle and aunt, Li Xian encouraged herself. So good. Su Qiuxing smiled and rubbed her head. 10 minutes later, the staff took Li Xian to the library. Su Qiuxing looked at the time. It was 15:26. He had been in Shilin for more than a week. Professor Su, should we go back to the city government or the base now? A biological staff member asked. Let's go back to the base first. They have collected a lot of information during this period and need to go back to do some data analysis first. After Su Qiuxing communicated with the disease control personnel, he took the biological box to the base bus. He slept for 3 hours yesterday, relying on coffee to stay awake. Now after a short break, he felt a little sleepy. There is a 12-story staircase from the library to the bus stop. Next to the staircase is an iron rack used for the library's previous decoration. Su Qiuxing was sleepy, and his mind was still thinking about other things. When he walked to the last step, his foot suddenly missed. Be careful, the biological staff next to him hurriedly said. It's okay. Su Qiuxing's abdomen hit the rack. After rubbing it and finding it was not a big deal, he continued to walk towards the base bus. He fell asleep right after getting on the bus. He slept for 2 hours. When it was a little dark, the bus finally arrived at the gate of the base. Su Qiuxing rubbed his eyes and found several base personnel standing at the gate. One of them was tall and was chatting with a shorter man next to him. Although the two were wearing isolation suits and oxygen masks, Su Qiuxing recognized them at a glance. They were Shen Kuo and Zhou Yang. Professor Su. Zhou Yang saw him through the window and waved vigorously. I'm back. Su Qiuxing smiled and waved at the window. The car was stable at this time, and everyone got off. We're finally here. It feels like I haven't been home for a long time. Rest for a night first. It's time to be busy tomorrow. Everyone got off the car with the biological box and talked to each other. Su Qiuxing followed behind with the biological box, and felt something was wrong when he bent down to get off the car. Professor Su? The crowd walked more than 10 meters away and saw Su Qiuxing standing at the place where he got off the bus with his head down. His movements seemed to be frozen. Professor Su? A staff member was about to come over in confusion. Don't come over yet. Su Qiuxing looked up and stopped him in a low and urgent voice. What's wrong? Everyone was puzzled. And Shen Kuo, Zhou Yang and others also looked over. Su Qiuxing stretched out his palm on his abdomen, which was covered with blood, maybe infected. There was a wound about 1 cm in his abdomen, and the shirt and isolation suit on the wound were cut open, because he was too tired. He didn't pay attention when he got on the bus. But after a bumpy ride, the blood from the wound had seeped through the clothes. S4 virus is a new type of virus. In addition to respiratory transmission, there is another way of transmission, wound exposure transmission. Chapter 85. I might be infected. After saying this, there was a second of silence around him. When did it happen? Shen Kuo was the first to react and asked. He did not ask if the other party was joking, because the other party would not make such a joke with his personality. It should be before getting on the car. I bumped into the shelf. Su Qiuxing thought about it quickly. He was carrying something at the time, and was thinking about other things. He did not pay much attention to the bump. He might have got the wound at that time. How long did it take from the time you took the pills to the time you got on the bus? About 7 or 8 minutes. 7 or 8 minutes. It shouldn't be so fast. Shen Kuo finished speaking, and was about to go forward to check. Don't come over. Su Qiuxing stopped him immediately. S4 patients are not contagious before they get sick. But just in case, he can't get in close contact with Shen Kuo and others. Shen Kuo was the mayor for 12 years at the time, and his emergency responsibility was better than Zhou Yang and others. After he stopped, he immediately turned to Zhou Yang. Contact other staff members to isolate Professor Su first. Okay. Zhou Yang immediately called the testing team, and other personnel reacted and hurried to the base to call others over. 3 minutes later, Su Qiuxing covered his wound and got on the isolation car. When passing by Shen Kuo and others, Shen Kuo looked at Su Qiuxing in the car window. Don't be afraid. I know. Su Qiuxing replied. Shen Kuo and Zhou Yang and others got on another closed car. Brother Su will be fine. After getting on the car, Zhou Yang felt that his hands were shaking. He has come into contact with countless zombie patients over the years. But working and researching are two completely different feelings from being around someone infected. No, Shen Kuo said as he sat aside. Yeah. Zhou Yang calmed down and looked up, and found that Shen Kuo was sitting very straight, with his mouth pursed into a straight line. Suddenly, he felt that the other party should be as nervous as himself. The Northwest base covers an area of 20,000 square kilometers, and it is divided into 200 small bases according to the patients. Su Qiuxing was taken to the nearest base. After he got off the car, he was taken directly to the testing room for isolation testing. Shen Kuo and Zhou Yang were waiting in the rest area outside the testing room. What's the situation? Where's Xiao Su? At 6:20, Cheng Yuqing rushed to the testing room. She had just been doing a blood analysis at base 132, and rushed here directly after receiving the call. Still inside, Zhou Yang tried to calm down as much as possible. What happened? Cheng Yuqing asked. Senior brother Su has been investigating with the people from the CDC these days, and he may be a little tired. He missed a step when he was going down the stairs this afternoon. There were many staff members around Su Qiuxing when he missed a step, and everyone saw it. How long was the wound exposed? I didn't notice it at the time. It was exposed for 7 or 8 minutes before I got on the bus and half a minute after I got off the bus. I immediately covered it up after I found it. What was the situation in the car? The window was not open, but I'm not sure if there was any virus in the car. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, he seemed to be looking for some support. Will senior brother Su be okay? It's okay. Chung Yuqing patted the other person's shoulder. Although he said so, the atmosphere on the scene was very serious. The current global air infection rate is 87%. Su Qiuxing's wound was short, but it cannot be guaranteed to be completely safe. At 6:30, the door of the testing room opened, and a 1.9-meter tall biologist walked out of the testing room. What's the situation? Chung Yuqing asked immediately. Sorry. The biologist was from the testing team, and his tone was very solemn. What do you mean sorry? We checked with the detector and the blood analyzer, and the virus appeared in Team Leader Su's body and has begun to spread. Is there something wrong with the instrument? Zhou Yang grabbed the other person's arm tightly. The equipment in the testing room was just checked last week. There won't be any problems. Sorry. Zhou Yang let go of his hand. His mind was blank. Can we go in? At this time, Xinque tensed up and looked at the testing room in front of him. Yes. Team Leader Su is in the isolation area inside. There are isolation areas and testing areas in the testing room. When everyone went in, Su Qiuxing was sitting on a stool in the isolation area, holding a cotton swab against his arm that had just had blood drawn. Seeing everyone's serious expressions, he tried to ease the atmosphere and said, I have also had a special life experience. And it's quite a coincidence. Brother. Zhou Yang couldn't help crying. The others also had red eyes. Now the virus is evolving. The chance of infection is too high. Everyone should be more careful when going out in the future. Don't learn from me. Su Qiuxing put away the corners of his mouth that were deliberately raised. Although he had guessed it long ago, he still felt very heavy in his heart when he was confirmed to be infected. I am still conscious now. Zhou Yang, go to the office and get my computer and desktop data. I can still complete some handovers now. Su Qiuxing was only scared for 3 seconds, and said very calmly, there were 12 people in the testing room, and he was the calmest one now. Let's inject some moose serum first. Maybe we can control it. Chung Yuqing wanted to try treatment. Teacher Chung. Su Qiuxing smiled bitterly. We have clinical trials, and moose serum is useless. There is no specific medicine for S4 yet. And except for S2, the zombie virus cannot be controlled after it spreads in the body. Senior brother. Zhou Yang's crying became louder and louder. Everyone is a scientist, and they know that the most important thing to do now is to hand over the work. Everyone knows that it will take a while, but watching the other party's energy continue to slip away, this feeling is very painful. Hand over the work first. Chung Yuqing made a decision as rationally as possible. In the next 3 hours, Su Qiuxing's work materials were all moved to the isolation room, and the two sides handed over through the window. During this period, Su Qiuxing only nodded to Xinque in the crowd. Without any communication, Xinque stayed in the testing room for a while, and in order not to disturb the work of the biological group, he went to the lounge outside alone. The lights in the lounge were bright, and he sat quietly on a bench, watching people coming in and out of the testing room, and finally had to accept a fact. Su Qiuxing was infected. They were still discussing the strategy of the Camel Scenic area last week. And now, the other party was infected? How is it possible? Xinque stayed in the testing hall until 1 o'clock in the morning. At this time, the work was handed over, and Su Qiuxing needed to be transferred to the sun isolation room first, and then further observation would be carried out. The isolation room with the shape of a sun is a unified isolation place for zombie patients. The protection system inside is more comprehensive than that outside. During the transfer, Xinque followed the others and quietly served as a background board, trying not to disturb the work of the biological team. Coach Shen? At 3 o'clock in the morning, when everyone was done, Zhou Yang walked out of the isolation room and saw Xinque sitting on the steps next to him under the dim light. Have you finished your work inside? Xinque stood up and asked. Is everything done? I will do a blood test tomorrow. Zhou Yang looked haggard and his voice was a little hoarse. Can I go in and take a look? Xinque looked in the direction of the isolation room. Wait a moment. Zhou Yang went back and then took 2 staff members out. Go in. The audio and video are not turned on inside. There are separate cameras in the isolation room. He knew that Xinque and Su Qiuxing had a good relationship, so he turned off the audio of the camera. The monitoring room can only see the situation inside and will not involve the privacy of the conversation. Thank you. Xinque walked in. The isolation room consists of an isolation area and a disinfection area. Xinque sat on a small stool between the two. There was a wall between the two sides, and there was an observation glass about 1 square meter on the wall, which looked like a prison visit. Shinqua knocked on the glass. Haven't you rested yet? Su Qiuxing was observing the environment of the isolation room, and came over after hearing the noise. I didn't fall asleep. How do you feel now? Shinqua asked. Su Qiuxing pulled a small stool and sat in front of the observation glass. I feel like my abdomen is burning. My head is a little heavy. But I'm still in good spirits. These are the early symptoms of S4 infection. He did not hide them. Shinqua was upset all night. He wanted to say a lot. But seeing Su Qiuxing now, he didn't know what to say. Finally, he said, "Can it be cured now?" He felt that he had said nonsense after he finished speaking. Su Qiuxing smiled. There is no specific medicine now. But there may be one in the future. I am still alive and not dead. He made the worst plan before participating in the virus project. He was not afraid of death. But he was busy all night, sitting face to face with Shinqua. He found that he was still afraid. He was afraid that he would lose his hearing and sight, that he would lose the sense of the other side, and that he would not be able to see the day when the special medicine was developed. Director Shin. Perhaps because of his strong emotions, Su Qiuxing suddenly looked at Shinqua. What's wrong? Su Qiuxing wanted to say that when he handed over his work today, his brain was actually divided into 2 parts. One part cooperated with the biology group to do the work handover, and the other part remembered the previous agreement at the scenic spot. He was very sorry that he didn't go to the camel scenic area. Then, his thoughts went back to 11 years ago. At that time, Longqing City had just taken shape. They passed by Longbei Snow Mountain, and he stood at the foot of the snow mountain to help Shinqua take pictures. That day, Shinqua wore a white down jacket and a blue hat, standing under the snow mountain against the light. The moment he pressed the shutter, his heart skipped a beat. He didn't dare to collect Shinqua's individual photos, but only kept a photo of him, Shinqua, and Shouyang. This photo has been kept in his wallet, and is now a little yellow. He thought that it was from this moment that he was sure that he felt differently about Shinqua. At this moment, he suddenly wanted to act impulsively, but he took back the words when they came to his lips, and finally changed them to, "The S4 virus is more dangerous. Be careful when you are outside and live well." Professor Su. This is the 3rd time you have said live well. The 3rd time? Su Qiuxing was a little confused. He had said it once before when the tunnel collapsed, but it was twice in total. He thought about it, and thought Shinqua had made a slip of the tongue. The previous strawberry truck stopped halfway through the delivery. Zombie patients can't eat ordinary food. I don't know if I can still eat Dragon Star strawberries after I regain consciousness. Su Qiuxing tried to talk about some light topics. Maybe the 2nd or 3rd generation of strawberries have been developed. Shinqua followed. The 3rd generation of strawberries will probably be as big as a fist. In the next hour, the two talked about Dragon Star strawberries, golden flower grass, and Northwest Juju, as if the zombie infection had never happened. At 4:10, Su Qiuxing moved from the stool to the corner, leaning against the wall, and fell asleep in a daze. Shinqua sat in the disinfection area, also leaning against the wall, with a wall between the two. Professor Su, Shinqua said. Su Qiuxing responded in a daze. Let me tell you a story. There was a man who came to a world that did not belong to him and met a god. The god told him that as long as he built the strongest house in the world, he could return to his original world. The world he came from was full of viruses, just like the present. The gods gave him 2 restart cards. He started to build a house according to the gods' requirements. In his first life, he was bitten by a virus carrier and died just as he started to lay the foundation. In his second life, he chose a place deep in the mountains and forests. He had no sense of belonging to this world. In his eyes, everyone was like an NPC in a game. He thought he could survive by staying away from people. He just wanted to finish building the house and leave here. This world is more terrifying than the present. In less than 2 years, more than half of the population has become zombies. This man, let's call him a builder. This builder has been staying in the deep mountains and forests. He found that no matter how hard he tried, he could never build the house that the gods needed. What's more terrifying is that he found that he gradually lost the joy, anger, sorrow and happiness of being a human being. Humans are social animals. He stayed in the world built for him by the gods day after day, without seeing hope and no one to communicate with. He lived a very depressed life every day. And then one day, He stood on the edge of a cliff with a radio turned on next to him. He didn't want to live anymore. He planned to switch to the music channel and jump down with the music. Then, when he switched channels, he heard a voice, "Please live well. Lonka Institute will try every means to defeat this virus. Although the teacher has passed away, her research career is still going on. Please live well, and don't give up. We will fight to the last moment." The world was already in tatters at that time. The builder felt that the other party's idea was naive. But before he jumped, he still stepped back. He wanted to see if the world would change. Later, he learned that the other person was a biological researcher and often listened to his radio. The other person's voice was very clean, and he was full of hope for life every time. This emotion infected many people, including the builder. The builder adjusted his mentality and tried to understand the world and the biologist. He found that there were many people like the biologist in the world. The builder walked out of the previous depression. Later one day, when the builder turned on the radio again, he heard a piece of news. The biologist was infected with the virus and died. Before the biologist died, he recorded a message saying that they did not regret this choice and hoped that the research could continue. Shinqua smiled at this. "Do you think the biologist's personality is a bit stubborn?" The builder listened to it in the room all night and thought about it all night. The next morning, he left his safe zone, then was infected with the virus and died. After the builder was resurrected, he kept thinking about why he left the safe zone. He didn't want to die at that time, and he knew he would die if he left. But he still left. He wanted to see the world where biologists live well. When Shinqua said this, he heard Su Qiuxing's shallow breathing behind him. He couldn't help crying silently. Shinqua is not a fool, although Su Qiuxing deliberately hides it. But in these years of getting along, he can feel the other party's words and the feelings when they meet. Does he like the other party? Shinqua doesn't think about this question, or he has been avoiding it. He is not from this world, and he doesn't know how long he can live. The virus is constantly evolving. No matter whether he or Su Qiuxing takes the initiative, both of them know that they will not be together in the current context. They both have more important things than personal feelings. Therefore, Shinqua has always hidden his thoughts in the shell deep in his heart. Now he peels off his shell layer by layer, and he finds that he may have liked the other person a long time ago. In the second life, the other person said the words "live well. Don't give up. There is still hope" over and over again on the radio. And he fell in love with him. That's why he started this life. And when he had more choices, he went directly to the Biological Institute where the other party was. Su Qiuxing was more three-dimensional and vivid than he imagined in his second life. He felt it was hard not to like a person who was upright, brave, kind, and kept running for his dreams and the lives of countless people. Su Qiuxing always glowed in his heart. At 4:50, Su Qiuxing felt an itch like a needle in his throat, and he woke up uncomfortably, feeling that Shinqua should still be there. He gently knocked on the wall and asked, "Are you asleep?" "No." Shinqua tried to speak normally. "How long did I sleep?" Shinqua looked at the time. "About 50 minutes. Su Qiuxing struggled to stand up. He felt that he was starting to have a high fever, and his voice was getting muffled. There was no mirror here, but he could fully imagine that his eyes had begun to bulge out. After he reacted, he immediately closed the curtains inside. "Coach Shin," Su Qiuxing said. "Yes. Can you agree to one of my requests?" "What request?" "After I get sick, don't come to the base to see me. Don't look at my photos." Su Qiuxing's voice was filled with a hint of pleading. He wanted to maintain some dignity, at least in Shinqua's memory. "Okay." Shinqua didn't dare to say more. He was afraid that he could no longer control himself. The other party still had some tests, and he couldn't affect the other party's emotions. At 5:10, Su Qiuxing felt his consciousness was getting more and more blurred, and pressed the call button in the isolation room. The staff of the biological group arrived immediately, and Shinqua left the isolation room. It was getting bright outside, but the whole base seemed to be shrouded in a layer of haze, which was very depressing. Shinqua went back to the Xinfeng dormitory to take a hot bath. He lay on the bed, tossed back and forth twice, and couldn't fall asleep. So he put on the isolation suit and came to the office. The office was busy today. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Yang, Cheng Yuqing and others came back. The disease has broken out. Cheng Yuqing only said 3 words, and Shinqua already understood all the results. Before the disease broke out, senior brother asked to be injected with K93 medicine. which is still a semi-finished medicine. K93 medicine is a healing medicine developed by the biological team for infected people. It cannot cure the zombie virus, but it may have some good control effects. In Su Qiuxing's words, he is now between infection and mutation, and now is a good time to try the medicine for the subsequent medicine observation. I volunteer. Su Qiuxing understood the base's regulations and immediately wrote a voluntary drug consent form. K93 will not cause indelible damage to the human body, and it is indeed a good opportunity for observation. So Cheng Yuqing stamped the consent form. Professor Su should be very happy that the base agrees. Shen Kuo was silent for a while. Ah. Cheng Yuqing sighed and asked, "Are you going back today?" "Yes." Tan Ningjiang has been asking him about his return time these days. Now Longqing still has a lot of work to deal with, so they agreed to go this afternoon. During the chat, the office phone rang. Shen Kuo looked outside and saw a helicopter slowly landing on the tarmac. Whether it's Longqing or somewhere else, be sure to pay attention to safety when you return, Cheng Yuqing said. Yes. At 2:30, Shen Kuo got on the helicopter with his luggage. The helicopter slowly rose, and below was the northwest base that stretched for 20,000 square kilometers. There were 36 million zombies here, because there were too many zombies. Looking down from the sky, the isolation rooms here were horizontal and vertical, like tombstones that could not be seen at a glance. Shen Kuo had never hated the zombie virus as much as he did now, to the point of feeling sick. Please live well. Dragon Science Institute will do everything it can to defeat this virus. Shen Kuo suddenly remembered the recording from Su Qiuxing's previous life. He didn't know how far he could go, but he would keep going until the virus disappeared and the patients in the world and the zombie base could return to normal. Chapter 86. We heard about Professor Su's story. Alas. At 4:50, Shen Kuo just got off the plane and saw Tan Mingjiang standing at the apron entrance, wearing an isolation suit and a gray coat. The two hadn't seen each other for a week, and he could see that the other party was obviously haggard. General Tan. Shen Kuo pulled the luggage forward. Take a good rest first, and we'll do the rest after you wake up. Tan Mingjiang has been busy with the S4 virus during this period. Shen Kuo saw that he was haggard. In his eyes, Shen Kuo was also haggard, as if he had consumed a lot of energy. Yeah. Shen Kuo followed the staff back to the dormitory. This is a fresh air resettlement site built by the base, which has dormitories, office buildings, simple canteens and other places, which can accommodate 10,000 people at the same time. Shen Kuo did a detailed physical examination and virus examination, and after confirming that there was no problem, he went back to the dormitory to sleep. This sleep lasted until 10 o'clock in the evening. After waking up, he first checked the environment, then simply washed and went to the office downstairs. Are you awake? Tan Ningjiang was looking at the infection information and asked Shen Kuo when he saw him. Yeah. Shen Kuo took a cup of hot water and walked to the desk. What's the situation now? All the new air placement points in the country have been opened, and the number of new patients in the country has dropped in the past 2 days. Tan Mingjiang paused here. The number of new patients in the country this week is 12.96 million. The Northwest base can't accommodate them. We are preparing to convert ordinary single-person isolation rooms into double-person isolation rooms. Yeah. Shen Kuo stayed in the Northwest base during this period and heard Cheng Yuqing talk about this. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, there have been 36 million zombie patients in the country, and now there are 12.96 million cases in a week, which is equivalent to the total of the previous 4 years. Due to the rapid increase, many local governments have begun to be overloaded. The two chatted for a while, and Shen Kuo asked, what are the plans for the hospital next? Now 1.5 billion people in the country have been resettled in the new wind resettlement site. Everyone's mood is relatively stable now, but over time, it is easy to cause friction in living habits and quarrels. It is definitely not a long-term solution for everyone to live in complete isolation. The Academy of Sciences has developed a low-cost home virus detector. Longu Academy will hold a meeting in the next few days. If the progress is smooth, the family-style fresh air protection system may be promoted. In recent years, while the country has been renovating fresh air resettlement sites, some scientists have also proposed a family-style fresh air system. The so-called family-style fresh air system is to seal the windows of residents' homes and implement 2 isolations at the door, like the resettlement site. Residents self-check in the first isolation area and enter the residence after confirming safety. We can regard the first isolation area as a closed entrance. When residents are self-checking inside, the fresh air system will ventilate the air in the first isolation area, so that when residents open the door to go home, they will not bring back the toxic air outside. Chung Yuqing said. Xinhua thought for a while, if it is promoted nationwide, how to solve the energy problem of these equipment? The energy consumption of the fresh air system is 20 times that of ordinary household appliances. If it is operated simultaneously across the country, it will consume a lot of energy. If there is a power outage or gas outage, it will be fatal to the residents using it. I'm just about to tell you. Tan Mingzhong smiled. Academician Chen and his team have developed localized windmills. The functions of these windmills are the same as those of wind power plants. They can be connected to the fresh air system. If the proposal for the family fresh air system is passed, every household can install a windmill outside the window like an air conditioner. This will directly solve the problem of energy loss. The wind power plant was a reward when Longqing was built. It is a windmill factory inside. The windmills produced can convert wind energy into heat energy, electricity, etc. After the wind power plant came out, the National Academy of Sciences has been working on the power plant technology. But the technical principles are too advanced. They have only been able to produce large windmills through the power plant in recent years. But if they want to build an identical plant in other places, they can't build it for the time being. This is not a problem of scientists' ability. But there is a 1.2 million year technological gap between the two sides. The research was successful? Xinhua thought that the Academy of Sciences would not make any progress. But he didn't expect it to be localized directly. There is still time now. Let's go over and take a look. Tan Mingzheng looked at the time and decided to take Xinhua to have a look. Okay. Xinhua didn't disappoint. After changing into isolation suits and oxygen masks, he followed Tan Mingzheng out. It was now 10:20. All residents were placed in the resettlement site. The streets and alleys of Longqing looked empty. The windmill and the fresh air equipment have safety devices. If an accident occurs, the emergency procedures inside will be directly activated. It can last for 3 days without energy, as long as the residents go out for help or call the fire department within 3 days. There will be no problems in theory. On the way to the power plant, Tan Mingzhong said, this technology will solve the safety problem after equipment failure. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the windmill power plant. General Tan Qing was in the power plant today and waited at the door after receiving the call. Academician Chen. Tan Mingzhong got out of the car with a smile. Qing is now the president of the Global Science and Technology Academy. He is wearing an isolation suit and oxygen mask like them. In addition, there are 2 tall and strong foreign scientists standing beside him. Captain Tan. When the two saw Tan Mingzhong, they greeted him in fluent Longgu. Dr. Mars. Dr. Jennifer. Tan Mingzhong smiled and shook hands with them. They were foreign scientists in the Global Research Group, and they often met during meetings. After the two shook hands, the male doctor noticed Xinhua. Instructor Shin? Dr. Mars. Dr. Jennifer. Xinhua greeted him appropriately. The members of the Global Research Group are all global talents, who have been reviewed by various levels. They all know the system through the domestic government, because the Longgu government protected Xinhua well. Other governments and scientists did not know Xinhua and only thought that Xinhua was a member of the research team. After the two sides exchanged greetings, Tan Mingzhong asked, how is the windmill going now? After 5 rounds of testing, there are no problems. In the next hour, Qing took Tan Mingzhong and the others to visit the windmill energy plant. Compared with 10 years ago, the current energy plant has a lot more technical talents. We have domestic engineers and some foreign engineers. After continuous trial and error over the years, we have finally developed a localized large windmill. Now we are making some technical adjustments. Although everyone is wearing isolation suits, everyone's actions are a little excited. What are the plans in your institute? Tan Mingzhong asked after walking around. First, let's see the national plan. If the country promotes home fresh air equipment, we will produce it according to the national standards. If it doesn't promote it, we will first cooperate with some companies in need. Qing explained a series of development strategies of the wind energy plant. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Xinhua and Tan Mingzhong left the wind energy plant. Academician Chen and his team have conquered it for 10 years. And now they have achieved a major goal in life. Tan Mingzhong first talked about the strategic significance of the windmill, and then changed the subject S4 came too suddenly this time. You should adjust your mood first. I will apply to the hospital. And you can go to the lunar base later. Anyway, you are guarding the Lunar Launch Center. So you can go there later if you want. Although Shinkwid did not deliberately show it when he came back this time. He could still see that he was in a bad mood. He guessed that this was related to the zombie virus. Whether it was for the mission or from the perspective of an elder. He hoped that he could work easily and not be too heavy. I'm fine. Just follow the country's arrangements. Shinkwid said. No need to be so. Tan Mingzheng wanted to say no need to be so urgent. Shinkwid paused and said, Teacher Tan. I want to do something. And I want to solve this virus as soon as possible. The wise are the teachers. And when the two chatted privately, he sometimes called Tan Mingzheng teacher. When Tan Mingzheng heard it, he knew that Shinkwid didn't want to delay the work arrangement because of his own affairs. The next morning, Shinkwid came to the office early. His performance was as solid and serious as usual. After seeing this, Tan Mingzheng did not say anything more. On March 1st, Shinkwid finished his work for the day and turned on the system. Host name, Shinkwid. Current task, have 50,000 lunar residents. Note, residents who have lived there for more than 6 consecutive months. Current progress, 0.6% 300. After 17 years of getting along, he found that the system task was not an immediate task. Its timeline was very long and the system rewards were very scarce. Although the system rewards are small, whether it is a biological laboratory or a wind power plant, each of its rewards is on the edge of steel. Without the assistance of the system, Haiyun's situation may be worse than it is now. Shinkwid carefully sorted out and made a plan. Before the zombie virus is completely conquered, he must do every task well and have more survival weight. After nearly a week of discussion, on March 5th, Long Wei-wan issued an announcement. The country intends to open the renovation of home-style fresh air systems to the whole country. Those who are interested can apply to the fresh air window of the local government. The renovation of the fresh air system involves labor costs and the modification of residents' original homes. So the government adopts a model of residents paying for it after subsidies. After government subsidies, the renovation cost of a 100 square meter house is between 20,000 and 50,000 yuan, which includes the cost of the windmill for the fresh air system. If residents want to make further renovations, they can also purchase matching converters, which can convert wind energy into electricity or gas energy, further reducing the cost of living. From 2142 to 2147, the maintenance cost of my country's zombie base is 12.3 trillion yuan. The cost of fresh air venues is 6.7 trillion yuan. And the cost of public isolation suits and oxygen masks is 3.7 trillion yuan. After the national announcement, the fiscal expenditures for the past 5 years were also released. These were only expenditures related to the zombie virus, and did not include other expenditures. Although the state did not say it explicitly, the residents still saw what the state wanted to express. The state apologized for not being able to provide everything for free. Woo woo woo. Don't apologize. 20,000 to 50,000 for 100 square meters is already very cheap. The announcement says that residents can choose whether to install a fresh air system. Those who don't want to install it can continue to live in the resettlement site. Living in the resettlement site is free, and only water cards and public welfare canteens are charged. These water and canteen fees are cheaper than when I was in college. If you can't afford it, you can apply for special subsidies from the resettlement site. It says that only those who have aesthetic requirements for the house will have a higher budget, and ordinary ones can be 20,000 yuan. After reading the two announcements, the residents strongly felt the government's sincerity, which began in the first level war preparedness in 35 years. The virus is raging now. But as a Longu person, everyone is proud of their own government. Chapter 87. Mom, the diapers are almost used up. Do we have new diapers? On March 7th, in the Xinfeng resettlement site in Longza County, Changhu Province, Lu Weitong tested the temperature of her son's buttocks with her hand. Lu Weitong is 27 years old this year. She is from Datong Village, Longza County. After giving birth to her son Papeng last year, her husband Li Ming went out to work, leaving her and her mother-in-law at home. Although their family lives in the countryside, mother-in-law Zhang Xuefang is quick and sensible, and the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law get along very well at home. Half a month ago, the S4 virus broke out across the country. Get up. There's a virus. She was sleeping in bed that day, and Zhang Xuefang shook her awake. What virus? Lu Weitong didn't react. Zombie virus. Zhang Xuefang quickly closed the doors and windows, and then anxiously searched the cabinets. Where are the oxygen masks and isolation suits sent by the village committee? In the cabinet under the bed. The village committee sent 3 sets of oxygen masks and isolation suits the year before last. And after Pum Pum was born, she received another set of infant-specific ones. Lu Weitong was now fully awake, and hurriedly followed Zhang Xuefang to find isolation suits. As she searched, she asked, "What's the situation now?" "Just now, your second uncle called and said that a respiratory virus appeared in the northwest. Now it is all over the country, and you can be infected by breathing. This morning, a new type of zombie virus appeared in the country. Please wear isolation suits and oxygen masks. And don't go out." At this time, a hurried broadcast sounded in the village. Wow! At the same time, his son Pum Pum was awakened. "Don't cry. Don't cry. We won't cry." Lu Weitong picked up her son in a panic. She didn't know how she spent that morning. She only knew to close the window, change clothes, and pay attention to national news. Every step was in a hurry, especially changing clothes. Pum Pum is 7 months old this year. Although he is not as fragile as a baby, he is wrapped in a large isolation suit and has an oxygen mask on his face. He looks miserable. Pum Pum started crying when he put on the oxygen mask. "Should we take off the isolation suits?" Zhang Xuefang said distressedly. "No. The new virus is mainly transmitted through breathing." But she was worried that the child might get bumped and bleed, and the consequences would be disastrous. They changed their clothes and waited in the house. They didn't dare to go out during this period. Fortunately, there was a small toilet in the house, and there were biscuits and bread at home. Otherwise, they would not be able to survive. They stayed in the house for a day and a night. The next morning, the brigade broadcast, "Please all villagers pack their luggage and wear oxygen masks." At 9:30, the whole village will go to Lungza County Stadium for shelter. All villagers please pack your luggage and put on your oxygen mask. The brigade broadcast was played 7 times in a row before it stopped. Is there Wi-Fi at the resettlement site? What should we bring? Do we need to bring quilts and kettles? Can we cook at the resettlement site? Do we need to bring pots? After hearing the broadcast, the villagers immediately asked in the village group, and the group message instantly reached 99+. There is Wi-Fi. There are quilts and water heaters. Just bring some simple daily necessities. There is a canteen. Pack up quickly. Pack up and leave quickly. The village committee has already contacted the bus company, and after everyone packed up, they took the bus directly. Lu Weitong and Zhang Xuefang only brought a few sets of clothes, and the rest were the baby's milk bottles and diapers, because they were with a 7-month-old child. The resettlement staff helped them find a relatively quiet living area. Even so, after staying for half a month, they were still a little nervous because of the noise here. There's nothing left in the cabinet. I'll go to the small supermarket. The small supermarket is the only supermarket in the resettlement site. Zhang Xuefang went to the small supermarket after she finished speaking. Lu Weitong changed the child's diaper and threw it into the trash can under the bed. It's sold in the small supermarket. I bought 2 bags. 10 minutes later, Zhang Xuefang came back with 2 bags of diapers. That's fine. Lu Weitong changed the child's diaper. After a while, she felt a little stomachache. "Mom, you look after the child for a while. I'm going to the toilet." "Go." It was 50 meters from here to the nearest toilet. 3 minutes later, Lu Weitong arrived at the girls' toilet. Some people were washing and brushing their teeth outside the toilet, and some were squatting on the floor washing clothes. The 5-square-meter toilet seemed very crowded. She squeezed into the toilet with toilet paper in her hand. There were 7 people waiting for the toilet inside, and everyone was so crowded that they couldn't move. Lu Weitong waited anxiously for a while, and finally found an empty seat at the last minute. And then she felt relaxed. She looked out from the bottom of the toilet partition. Now there were more than a dozen people waiting for the toilet outside. There were more people every morning and before going to bed. This has become their daily routine during this period. Half an hour later, Lu Weitong returned to the living area and found a middle-aged woman with a red armband standing next to the bed. "Director Zhao?" Lu Weitong walked over in confusion. The woman's name was Zhao Xia, who was in charge of the living work in their area. "I just happened to be looking for you." Zhao Xia smiled and said to Lu Weitong, "Your fresh air application has been approved. Are you installing it now? If you are installing it, It can be installed in the next 2 days. So fast. 2 days ago, after Longwi issued the announcement, they submitted the fresh air application. After all, compared with the resettlement site, life in one's own yard is more comfortable. They thought it would take some time to get the news, but they didn't expect it to be so soon. Our county adopts a step-by-step installation. Your family has a 7-month-old child, so you belong to the first echelon, and we can install it at any time. Lu Witong was very excited. Okay, then I'll report it to you. Longza County is very fast. The next morning, Lu Witong handed the child to Zhang Xuefeng and went home with the construction team to look at the design plan. Their home is the most common quadrangle courtyard, and cooking is done by walking back and forth between the 4 rooms. There are 2 design options now. The first is to install a fresh air system in one of the rooms. We usually eat and sleep in the room, and wear oxygen masks when we come out. The second is to build a greenhouse and install a fresh air system in the whole yard. This is convenient for life, but the budget is relatively high. The construction team leader looked around and said, "What is the budget for the 2 options?" "The first one is about 20,000. And the second one is more than 40,000. Lu Wintong's home covers an area of 300 square meters, with a large yard. But the construction is easy, and the overall cost is relatively low." "Wait a minute." Lu Witong asked about the specific differences between the 2 plans and called her husband and Zhang Xuefeng. 10 minutes later, she put down the phone. "Choose the second one. The family now has some savings, and the second one is definitely more suitable, both in terms of practicality and later life." In the next week, Lu Witong and Zhang Xuefeng took turns going home to watch the construction. During this period, her husband Li Ming often called to inquire about the progress. Li Ming is now doing renovation work in Luohai. After the S4 virus broke out, all the employees of their company were arranged to the nearest resettlement point, which is as safe as here. In addition to home installations, hospitals, trains, high-speed railways, and other places across the country are also undergoing fresh air transformation, just as they were preparing for the fight. On March 27th, Lu Witong and Zhang Xuefeng returned home with their children. The fresh air system in the yard has been transformed. Everyone should do a virus test at the entrance first. If there is no problem, you can go directly into the yard. The construction team leader stood at the door and explained. Lu Wintong's house used to have a 2-meter-high gate, but now it has been removed and converted into a container-sized entrance and exit, which connects to the inner yard. Now, except for the container, the yard is sealed. Just go in directly. Zhang Xuefeng asked, standing at the entrance and exit. Yes. The construction team leader stood in the container, and Lu Witong and Zhang Xuefeng stood in together. After the 3 stood in place, the construction team leader pressed the closing button, and the door outside the container closed. They stood on the virus detection table in the container. This detection table tested the 4 people like the one in the resettlement site. At the same time, the ventilation system in the container was automatically turned on. 30 seconds later, the virus test for the 4 people was completed, all passed. At the same time, there was an 8-inch electronic screen on the wall of the container, and the screen displayed "Go home." Go out. Just press "Go home"? Yes. Go home. Go out. The 2 doors will not open at the same time. Lu Witong pressed the "Go home" option. 3 seconds later, the small door connecting to the yard opened. In the future, you can take off the oxygen mask and isolation suit when you get home. When you go out, there will be an isolation suit reminder at the entrance. Everyone must wear the right equipment when they go out, the construction team leader said as he took off the oxygen mask. This is a middle-aged man in his 50s, and his face is a little red because he has been wearing it for a day. Lu Wentong and Zhang Xuefeng hesitated. "Don't worry. It's okay," the construction team leader said. "I'll take it off first, and you can take it off later. The mutation time of the S4 virus is 20 to 70 minutes. Zhang Xuefeng took it off first. She planned to let Lu Wentong and her grandson take it off after everything was fine. "That's fine." The construction team leader smiled, said some precautions and left. When he left, he would go to the container first, and open the outer door after the inner door was closed, and the air between the 2 would never circulate. After the construction team leader left, Lu Wentong looked up and saw that a curved transparent greenhouse had been built on the yard. This greenhouse was very bright, and you could see the blue sky and white clouds. which would not affect the lighting of the yard. Lu Wenton looked for a while, and carried Peng Peng into the house first. Peng Peng wore the isolation suit and oxygen mask he wore when he left today. He may have gotten used to wearing them. He has been very well behaved recently. Lu Wenton went to clean up after putting the child away. 3 hours later, Zhang Xuefeng was fine. It should be okay to take it off. Lu Xuefeng had already changed into comfortable home clothes, and said to Lu Wenton. Lu Wenton took off the oxygen mask. The moment she took it off, she felt her head relaxed and her breathing smooth. This was a long-lost sense of relaxation. Lu Wenton took a deep breath. This fresh air was clearer than ordinary air. After she changed her clothes, she first informed Lu Ming that she was safe. 2 hours later, she took off the oxygen mask on Peng Peng's face. Hee. Peng Peng laughed without the restraint of the oxygen mask. Lu Wenton looked at his son's 2 dimples, and laughed too. Between March 5th and June 5th, the penetration rate of home fresh air systems in the country was 62%. And the penetration rate in airplanes, trains, hospitals, office buildings, etc. was 86%. In the next 3 months, the whole country was full of news about fresh air systems. Under the arrangement of the country, fresh air systems were installed very quickly across the country. At the same time, fresh air systems abroad were also launched simultaneously. In mid-July, the penetration rate of fresh air in households nationwide increased to 70%, and in public places to 90%. The lives of residents across the country have also undergone earth-shaking changes. In the streets and alleys across the country, everyone who goes out wears isolation suits and oxygen masks. Some isolation suit and mask manufacturers have produced isolation suits and oxygen masks in various colors for aesthetics, and residents can match them according to their preferences. This is an interesting DIY for residents under the new virus. But no matter what, after experiencing the virus for 12 years, everyone has to admit one thing. At this time, the world has entered a new zombie era. An era in a cocoon. Lonka Institute and Global Science and Technology Institute have studied that this virus only spreads among human groups and does not harm fish, animals and plants. Otherwise, the world will have to experience another food crisis. On July 12th, at the Northwest Aerospace Launch Center, Tan Mingzhang said with emotion, during this period, all parts of the world are busy with the modification of fresh air systems. In addition, Lonka Institute has developed an artificial oxygen generator suitable for home use. Residents can fill it at home after purchasing it. In any case, although this virus has severely damaged the vitality of the world, it has been barely controlled. Once you get there, keep in touch with the ground, and put your own safety first. After Tan Mingzhang finished speaking, he looked at Shen Kuo in front of him. At this time, Shen Kuo was wearing a white space suit, and his oxygen mask and aviation equipment were already on. Today was the day Shen Kuo was going to the lunar outpost, and he would go to the moon to see if he could refresh other tasks. Chapter 88. Tan Mingzhang is 67 years old this year. Although he dyes his hair regularly, there is still some gray on his temples. Shen Kuo listened patiently and gave him a hug. I will stay in the outpost. If there is any problem, contact the base as soon as possible. That's good to know. Tan Mingzhang was a little embarrassed to be hugged. The navigator of this space flight is Wang Xing. The two sides have cooperated before. 10 minutes later, Shen Kuo followed Wang Xing and others into the entrance of Changpeng 9. This is a new type of spacecraft developed globally. The launch principle is the same as before, but the volume is 1.5 times larger and can accommodate 30 people at the same time. When Shen Kuo entered the cabin, there were already 23 people sitting inside. One of them was delighted when he saw Shen Kuo. Coach Shen. Tang Yen? Shen Kuo had been an interviewer for half a day before, and Tang Yen was one of the interviewees that day. Coach Shen. I didn't expect to see you here. Tang Yen was so excited that he wanted to buckle his seat belt and greet him. It's okay. Sit down. Shen Kuo smiled. I didn't expect you to remember me. So surprised. Tang Yen was interviewing for a lunar engineer. After the interview that day, he thought he would not pass. But he did not expect to receive a training notice from the base. He has been doing some weightlessness training and lunar studies at the base for the past 6 months. Although it is hard, the results are remarkable. He received a notice to go to the lunar base a week ago, and he has been so excited that he has not slept well for 3 days. Coach Shen. Coach Shen. Shen Kuo had been to the training base several times before, and many engineers recognized him and came to greet him. "It's okay. Everyone sit down." Shinqua waved his hand and sat down in his seat, which was on the far right. After he sat down, he fastened his seat belt as instructed by the astronauts, and then looked carefully at the astronaut manual in front of him. "Okay." Although the other engineers were excited, they did not come forward to disturb him. Half an hour later, the command from the base command center was issued, and the spacecraft was officially launched. "It's flying. It feels different from flying on a plane." At the moment the spacecraft was launched, everyone felt their hearts suddenly fly to the sky. What a spectacular sight! As the spacecraft suddenly took off, everything outside the window became smaller, and everyone saw the launch center. The rugged mountains. The Northwest Base. Is the Northwest Base so big? Tang Yen sat by the window in front of Shinqua's left. In his impression, the Northwest Base was a small town-like base. But now, he couldn't see the end at a glance, and it looked as big as half a province. "Yeah." Shinqua looked towards the Northwest Base for a long while, then closed his eyes and went to sleep. It takes about 10 to 15 days from Haiyun to the moon. Everyone was just starting to feel fresh. As the spacecraft left the atmosphere, everyone focused on listening to books and learning. On July 27th, the spacecraft arrived at the lunar landing site. Coach Shin, the general manager of the lunar base, is Xiao Quan. He used to be a member of the Lungdu Engineering Research Group. After knowing that Shinqua was coming, he had calculated the time and waited in advance at the landing site. "Commander Zhao." Shinqua shook hands with the other party. Tang Yen and others went to the lunar dormitory, and he followed Xiao Quan to the Lunar Command Center. After 5 years of construction, the United Nations has now built an outpost base on the moon. The base covers a total area of 20,000 square meters, with professional dormitory areas, liaison areas, equipment areas, etc. Each area uses an artificial oxygen production system, which is more stringent than the one on the ground. This is the underground water storage point we found. There are a total of 26, 3 of which are large water storage points, and the total water volume should be 1.39 million cubic meters. After Shinqua arrived at the command room, he first reported to the ground base that he was safe. Xiao Quan opened the moon surface sand table. This is a virtual sand table model of the moon. At this time, 26 points are marked on the model. These are the underground water locations detected in the past 6 months. "How many people can these support?" Shinqua asked, looking at the red dots. "It should be no problem to maintain the basic survival of 200,000 people. The research team is now studying the moon's water cycle technology. If the moon's ecology can be transformed to be the same as Haiyun, this time and number of people may be longer. At present, the world is vigorously developing lunar infrastructure technology. In addition to system tasks, there is another most important reason. If Haiyun star cannot survive, they want to try lunar migration. If we successfully build a base, can we carry out global migration?" Shinqua thought for a while and asked. "No." Xiao Quan smiled bitterly. "The surface area of the moon is 38 million square kilometers. Due to factors such as terrain and atmospheric environment, it can accept a maximum of 50 million lunar immigrants. If it exceeds this number, it will be difficult to survive. Even if the migration is successful, the humans here will suffer from various atmospheric diseases, plant diseases and other diseases. And the problems encountered are no less than those on Haiyun star." 50 million. Shinqua was silent. There are 7 billion people in the world now. This number is a drop in the bucket compared to the global population. This is the most ideal state. It and Life One are both choices when there is no other choice. Xiao Quan took a deep breath. "Yes. Now Life One and the lunar base are being carried out at the same time. The most important thing at present is to build a lunar base and complete the system mission of 50,000 people." Tang Yen is an engineer at the lunar base. The so-called lunar engineer is to operate various intelligent engineering robots to carry out some transformation of the main body of the base, and then transform the interior into a new base suitable for human habitation. Now that humans have successfully built an outpost, coupled with the new wind transformation of Haiyunsing, our lunar infrastructure technology is more mature than the outpost period. Of course, this is mainly due to the atmosphere simulator. Otherwise, it would be difficult for us to have a safe environment for lunar infrastructure construction. After careful analysis, we chose the lunar base 50 kilometers south of the outpost. It is close to the outpost, which is convenient for transporting various mechanized equipment and exploration equipment. Most importantly, There are 2 water source detection points here, which will facilitate the survival and water collection of lunar residents after they are built. After everyone decided on the site, they started the infrastructure construction. This is a large-scale infrastructure construction project operated by humans, and various mechanized equipment are put into operation. Because it is a global construction project, some lunar infrastructure live broadcasts will be conducted frequently during this period. High-end residents looked at the various robots and mechanical vehicles on the moon, and felt like a science fiction movie shining into reality. After Xinque arrived on the moon, he circled the moon twice. But unfortunately, no mission was activated during this period. He and the research team had anticipated such a scenario. Since the work on Haiyun had already been handed over, Xinque thought about it and decided not to rush back to Haiyun, but to settle down on the moon for a short time. Xinque's moon dormitory is located in the dormitory building of the outpost station. It has a wide view and a huge floor-to-ceiling window on the east side. Looking from the floor-to-ceiling window, you can see the Haiyun planet and the bottomless starry sky. After Xinque settled on the moon, in addition to working on the moon every day, his greatest pleasure was to lie on a rocking chair and look at the Haiyun star. Life at the lunar outpost was boring. Like other staff members, he began to grow green plants. The moon used artificial soil and organic fertilizer. After many attempts, he finally grew a tender green golden flower grass. See clouds, starry sky, golden flowers. These are the 3 most common scenes he sees every day. He originally thought he would stay on the moon for 3 months. But he didn't expect to stay for a year. He had many opportunities to go back during this period, but most of them were delayed by trivial matters. In August of the 2nd year, the lunar base was finally built. The United Nations discussed and planned to call the lunar base the Moon City, which has been announced internationally. On August 30th, the day the lunar base was built, Tan Ningzhang specially called the space video. Tan Ningzhang has been wanting to visit the lunar base for the past 6 months. But he recently found out that he had high blood pressure, due to the air pressure problem between the spacecraft and the moon. He can only view the scenery of the lunar base through video. Xinque felt that this name was very suitable. But he still asked with a smile, why not call it Moon City? Moon City sounds the same as moon, and it doesn't have the artistic conception of moon. Although Moon City is a bit vulgar, all countries are unanimously satisfied. So everyone decided on it. Has the news of Moon City been released? Xinque asked. It has been released. Today, the whole world is celebrating. Everyone is very happy. This morning, after the completion of Moon City was broadcast live around the world, Moon City became popular instantly. Have we really built a base on the moon? It's done. We landed on the moon 50 years ago. And now we have completed the construction of the moon base. We have come a long way in 50 years. It's amazing. After the global new wind system was established, the residents have not been so excited for a long time. After watching the news about Moon City, everyone came out to celebrate in colorful isolation suits. Boss, do you have fireworks? I want 5 boxes. I want 5 boxes too. After the news of Moon City was released, some fireworks stores and ribbon companies were immediately overwhelmed with orders. Now there are all kinds of fireworks and drone performances all over the world. The world seems to have been plunged into a sea of celebration in an instant. This is a rare scene in the world this year. It sounds interesting. Xinque did not return to Haiyun, but after listening to Tan Ningzhang, he seemed to be able to feel the scene in China. Today, the world also passed the Moon Immigration Act. After building some more moon cities, we will carry out immigration according to the Immigration Act in the future. Tan Ningzhang continued talking for a while. What is the main content? Xinque asked curiously. Now the United Nations has made the worst-case plan. If the virus is upgraded to S5, the world will decide to migrate to the moon. 5% of the immigrants will be scientists, physicists, biologists and other scientific workers who can spread knowledge. 1% will be some outstanding managers. And the remaining 94% will be selected by lottery from the global group age 0 to 35. Anyone who meets the requirements can draw lots. Of course, 1% of managers will also be selected in this age group. What about those who don't meet the requirements? Xinque was stunned. Those who don't meet the requirements won't go. Do other residents agree? Xinque pursed his lips and said very straightforwardly, if it really comes to this, the lunar base will be everyone's hope for survival. We conducted an international vote just like the Basia conference 6 years ago. What was the result of the vote? The global approval rate is 92%. The most dangerous thing about the S5 virus is not that it spreads by contact, but that it can devour various plants, animals, marine life, and other life forms. After S5, all life forms in the world will disappear rapidly. Even if humans have oxygen masks and isolation suits, they cannot survive forever. This is destructive to the entire planet. Shinqui didn't know how he hung up the video. He only remembered asking before hanging up, will the zombie base project continue? Yes. The zombie base will persist until the last moment. After Tan Mingsheng finished speaking, he added, these are the worst case plans. The situation may not be that bad. Yeah. Shinqui began to recall the timeline of the zombie virus. 2150. S4 virus. 2157. S5 virus. Now the S4 virus is 5 years earlier than in Elan's history due to changes in the global ecological system. Today is August 20th. 2148. The 13th year of his third life restart. He doesn't know when the S5 virus will appear, but it's like a blade against the neck, which may advance or retreat. This feeling of being out of control is terrible. The next morning, after Shinqui wiped his face with a water-saving face towel, he received a call from the ground base. The United Nations has arranged for the moon landing soldiers, and everyone will set sail one after another starting this afternoon. So soon? Shinqui was a little surprised. There are many people on the moon this time, so we decided to use all the spacecrafts in the world to complete the system mission first. Tan Mingzhang said with a smile. Current mission, My Life Territory. Mission content, have 50,000 lunar residents. Note, permanent residents who have lived there for more than 6 consecutive months. My Life Territory. It has been 6 years since then. Because we already knew the mission content, we started to build some new spacecrafts while building the lunar base. There are currently 5,000 spacecrafts like Changpeng 9 in the world, plus some other spacecrafts. And it should take about 2 months to transport all of them. Yeah. Shinqui asked some details and didn't ask more. Half a month later, when the first batch of spacecraft landed, Shinqui was stunned. Is this Sun number 1? Sun No is a series of spacecrafts from Salati. Although Salati is a small country, it manufactured spacecrafts before the disaster. Sun number 1 is 23 years old. When Sun number 1 was first manufactured, Salati had a lot of presence in the international community. They were preparing to start the space project, but a disaster suddenly broke out. They had limited financial resources. So after the successful development of Sun number 1, they stayed at the air base in Salati. This was their first flight to the moon. Nice to meet you. There were 5 astronauts from Salati. They set out before the completion of the moon city. Since Dortmund's bound to the moon was overshadowed 6 years ago, they often competed for some global firsts in recent years. After getting the United Nations rocket launch license, they rushed here first. Nice to meet you. Shinqui greeted the 5 tall and strong men with a smile. After Salati's astronauts arrived, they went to Dortmund. Then Merkin sank. Everyone had a virus check before departure, and they also did a landing check as soon as they arrived on the moon. But it was not more comfortable than Haiyun Star due to weather and gravity. Although everyone was hard, no one complained. Everyone came from different countries before, but now they are all in the same place, Haiyun Star. On November 7th, all 50,000 astronauts and soldiers arrived. The lunar base issued them new certificates. In addition to their original nationality, they were also official residents of Moon City. As the number of people at the lunar base increased, Shinqui's life gradually became busy, day after day. On May 7th, 2149, the system was updated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, My Life Territory. Mission content, obtain 50,000 lunar residents. Note, native residents who have lived there for more than 6 consecutive months. Mission reward, Random Technology Card X1. S level. The Random Technology Card is the same as before. A palm-sized card. Shinqui has not taken a closer look yet. The system continues to update. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the time prop. Star language. Countdown, 30 days. Click to start in advance. After the system update, a palm-sized black card appeared in front of Shinqui. And on the card was a galaxy formed by starlight. The moment he saw star language, Shinqui's pupil shrank slightly, and he remembered this card. This is the channel card back to the Interstellar. Chapter 89. System updated? At 11 o'clock in Longgu time, Tan Ningzhang called Shenhua as soon as he returned to the base. It has been a year since the Global New Air Project. And during this year, the residents have adapted to the life in isolation suits. But long-term isolation life not only makes life inconvenient, but also impacts all walks of life such as global heavy industry, tourism, and catering. He just had a meeting at Longxinjiwan, and the meeting revolved around the virus economy. He heard Shenhua call the base as soon as he finished the meeting. And then, he didn't care about the meeting summary and hurriedly called Shenhua back. The update just now. Shenhua repeated the update content, without mentioning Sky language during the process. Sky language involves too much, and there are still many things he doesn't understand. He plans to sort them all out first. When will you come back? Tan Ningzhang's eyes lit up after hearing this. He urged Shenhua to return many times this year, but he was delayed by various work every time. Now that he has the random technology card, Shenhua should come back to discuss the next task. I just checked. There will be a joint spacecraft returning to Haiyan tomorrow. Shenhua smiled. The joint spacecraft is a spacecraft jointly built by governments around the world, and is also the main spacecraft of the lunar base. 10 minutes later, both parties hung up the phone, and Shenhua opened the system interface. Star language, countdown 29 days, 22 hours, 52 minutes and 32 seconds. Click to start in advance. The countdown time is constantly moving, which means that Shenhua must go back in 30 days. Otherwise he will be forced to return after the time is up. Compared with a mandatory return trip 13 years ago, there is an extra buffer period. As for when to return after returning, there is no detailed information on the card. Shenhua guessed that this time should be 24 hours like last time, or longer. No matter how long it takes, there is no need to panic like before. The next morning, Shenhua boarded the United 2. This is a professional cargo spacecraft, driven by 2 Longgu people and an Etania. They often met and held meetings together this year. After Shenhua greeted everyone, he went to rest in a professional space sleeping bag. On the evening of May 23rd, Shenhua arrived at the Northwest Space Center, and then took a helicopter back to Longxing Base without stopping. Then, Tan Ningzhang and the research team members were waiting for him on the tarmac. When they saw Shenhua, their first impression was that he was thinner than before. He looks thinner, but his body fat percentage is normal, and he is quite healthy. Shenhua pinched his arm through the isolation suit. On the moon, there are professional nutritious meals, and the diet is reasonable. But there is no oil. This year, not only him, but many base personnel have lost weight. But everyone is a well-proportioned lean, energetic and spirited. That'll do. After listening, Tan Ningzhang carefully looked at Shenhua, and was relieved after confirming that he was not pale and thin. It was now 10:30. Shenhua went back to the dormitory to rest after greeting Tan Ningzhang and others. He was still living in the same room as before. The floor and bed were clean. It was obvious that they had been cleaned carefully in the past 2 days. Shenhua went to rest directly after washing up. He came to the Longxing meeting room early the next morning. The system research group is now divided into the Longgu group and the global group. The Longgu group is the old team before. The global group has absorbed some global scientists. Shenhua only appears in the Longgu group. How is life on the moon? I heard from Zhao Quan and others that you have to wear professional moon suits when you go out. These suits are quite thick and heavy. How is the fresh air there? Can you adapt to it? After Shenhua came to the meeting room, others first asked about his life on the moon. The fresh air there is the same as here. I was not used to it for the first few days, but I got used to it later. The moon is a bit heavy, but everyone works in shifts and will change shifts at specific times. Shenhua smiled and talked about life on the moon. We are quite busy with work now. We have discussed with Commander Tan, and will go over to take a look after we are done with this period of work. Chang Qingyuan said with emotion. Aren't you not allowed to take a spaceship? Shenhua looked at Tan Ningzhang unexpectedly. Tan Ningzhang has severe hypertension. The physical examination at the Space Center showed that he is not suitable for taking a spaceship. The Lonka Institute developed a pressure-regulating device some time ago. During the flight of the spaceship, it seems that the internal pressure cabin can be changed according to the external air pressure. As long as you pay attention. Not to mention hypertension. Heart disease patients will be fine. Tan Ningzhang looked at Chen Qing with a smile. We all worked on it together, and it will be officially available in the second half of the year. Chen Qing's mouth curved up, showing that he was in a very good mood during this period. Great. Shinqui gave a thumbs up sincerely. Now the new task display is being updated. And the reward for the lunar base has been issued, which is a random technology card. After everyone chatted for a while, Shinqui talked about business. Is the reward randomly generated this time? Or can I choose the direction of generation? Qinqing asked. All random. Yes. There are 275 people attending the meeting today. Everyone is not surprised by the way to open the random technology card. After everyone asked about the details, Shinqui opened the system interface. Random technology card, after use. You can generate random technology rewards. Do you want to use it? S level. Yes. The moment Shinqui clicked, the space in front of him flashed slightly. And then a 10 by 8 silver white card was generated. This card can only be seen by him. What's going on? Everyone asked nervously. Spaceship Factory. Shinqui looked at the name on the card and said, Spaceship Factory? Yes. Shinqui clicked on the card details. Spaceship Factory. Basic spaceship manufacturing factory. When the materials are sufficient, it can produce a variety of basic spaceships. The structure of the spaceship factory is the same as that of the windmill energy plant. This is a large spaceship manufacturing factory that can produce different types of spaceships such as manned, cargo, and transportation. The largest spaceship can carry 5,000 people. Due to the basic model, these are short-distance spaceships, which can only fly from Hyun to the moon at most, and cannot carry out other long-distance flights. Can it carry 5,000 people? After Shinqui finished speaking, Tan Mingzheng, Qinqing and others stood up suddenly. Yes, the fastest speed can reach 3,000 kilometers per hour. Shinqui continued. In this case, it only takes 1 week for Hyun to reach the moon, or even shorter. Qinqing immediately wrote and drew on the paper. After they signed the Moon Immigration Act half a year ago, they began to plan other cities for the moon base. They planned to plan 10 large cities on the moon, which could accommodate up to 50 million people. Because there are too many people. Everyone encountered a practical problem when planning, if Hyun Star cannot survive. How to transport these people there? The largest manned spacecraft in the world now has 30 people. If all large spacecraft are used, it will take at least 1.7 million trips. It takes 1 month to transport back and forth. Even if 10,000 spacecrafts are running at the same time, it will take 170 months. Are we going to start immigration now? 170 months is too long. Some countries have proposed to start the lunar immigration plan immediately. The infrastructure of the lunar base is not yet complete, and we still have to consider issues such as food and water sources. The lunar base cannot support a large number of immigrants at present. After analysis, everyone focused on transportation. They cannot immigrate immediately, but just try to build spaceships. Therefore, the world has been discussing spaceship investment during this period. During the global discussion, we unexpectedly obtained the spaceship factory, which is exactly what the world needs most at present. What a surprise! Tan Ningzhang was very satisfied with the spaceship factory. In the following week, the world held 3 internal meetings on the spaceship factory. A week later, the location of the spaceship was officially selected in Longxing City. After 14 years of development, Longxing is now not only the technology center of Longgu, but also the technology center of the world. On May 28th, the day when the spaceship factory was put into use, Shen Kuoying clicked the spaceship factory card in the crowd. Those who came to watch today were leaders of various countries and scientists who came to observe. They didn't know Shen Kuo, but they could see that a white factory covering an area of 2,000 acres suddenly rose up on the open ground of Longxing. The factory had smooth lines, and all the walls, doors and windows were made of future-level technological materials. It took only 3 seconds for the factory to go from space distortion to landing. Just like the myth of Longgu, everyone looked at the factory that appeared out of thin air and felt the vastness of the universe. At the same time, they also had an intuitive feeling. Longgu really had a system. They thanked Longgu for his contribution to global survival over the years. You're going to the Northwest Base? On the morning of the 29th, the second day after the completion of the spaceship factory, Tan Mingzhang looked at Shen Kuo and asked, "Go over there for a walk." Shen Kuo nodded. In addition to the spaceship factory, he also mentioned the space language in a vague way. Of course, he didn't mention the interstellar space, but just said that he would fall into a coma again. Is it serious? Tan Mingzhang was very worried after hearing this. Just like 13 years ago, It was a passive coma caused by the system update. Xinque had accidentally fainted 13 years ago. After Tan Mingzhang confirmed that he was not in danger, he still asked worriedly, "How long will he be in this coma?" "I don't know. Maybe 3 days. Or even longer." The system does not have a time prompt, and he estimated these times based on the last coma. "Then you take Xiaohu with you." Tan Mingzhang was a little worried, and planned to send a few more soldiers to follow him, and come back before June 6th. Now star language. The countdown is 8 days, and 12 hours. His latest start time is 2400 hours on June 6th. Okay. Xinque just wanted to go out for a walk, so he didn't care about a few soldiers following him. That afternoon, Xinque and Xiaohu and others arrived at the Northwest Base. Thinner? The Northwest Base expanded another 20 square kilometers. Cheng Yuqing looked him up and down with some joy when he saw him and asked, "I exercise regularly and have lost some weight," Xinque explained to the research team. The two chatted for a while, and Xinque asked, "How is the vaccine development going now? We have compared 20,000 cell samples this year, but there is no progress for the time being." Cheng Yuqing has been staying at the Northwest Base this year. Now the zombie vaccine is stuck. Not only can they not find a radical vaccine, but they can't block respiratory transmission. Everyone has done their best. Xinque saw that Cheng Yuqing had lost a lot of weight this year, and reminded her to take care of her body. "I know." Cheng Yuqing smiled hard and said, "Do you want to see Xiao Su?" Although Xinque stayed at the lunar base this year, he would ask about Su Qiuxing's situation indirectly. Cheng Yuqing knew that they had a good relationship, and it was Su Qiuxing who reported the volcano prophecy. "How is Professor Su now?" Xinque asked. "He was injected with K93 before the mutation, and his body cells have some mild antibodies, but his external manifestations are the same as other patients. He is now in a separate isolation room, and Zhou Yang and others are taking good care of him." Cheng Yuqing couldn't continue speaking. Su Qiuxing was his most outstanding student, and now he has become skinny, which makes anyone feel uncomfortable. "Which isolation room is Professor Su in?" "I'll let Zhou Yang take you there." Cheng Yuqing called Zhou Yang directly. "Senior brother Su is quite thin now. Only 70 kilograms. But he is in good health. We often cut his hair and nails this year, and he is still as clean as before." Su Qiuxing loves cleanliness. He used to take care of the junior brothers and sisters in the base. After the infection, everyone rushed to take care of Su's isolation room. So Su Qiuxing is still in good condition among the zombies. Xinque listened carefully and said, "Thank you. He is our senior brother, and it is our duty to take care of him." As they walked and stopped, the two came to the isolation room of Su Qiuxing, because he was a research zombie patient. Each isolation room here had a password lock outside, and only authorized people could open it. Zhou Yang stood at the door, ready to enter the password. "No need." Xinque looked at the isolation room in front of him. "What do you mean no need? I just want to see Professor Su's living environment. No need to go in." Xinque didn't care about Su Qiuxing's appearance after the mutation, but he promised that the other party would not look at him or the photo, and he would keep his promise and not look. Seeing Xinque standing at the door in a daze, Zhou Yang hesitated and said, "Then why don't you stay here for a while?" "Well, go and get busy." "Okay. If you have something to do, ask someone to call me." Zhou Yang also has a research project, which may take until 10 o'clock in the evening. "Go." The Northwest in May has gradually warmed up. After Xinque walked around the isolation room, he found the side where the patients lived and sat down. Knocking on the wall behind him, "Professor Su, I'm here to see you. I promised you not to come to the base to see you before. This time I came to see Dean Cheng and the others, and I didn't see you, so it shouldn't be considered a violation of the promise. I lived in the lunar base for a year. It was all dusty, but the dormitory environment was okay. I could see the sea cloud star. I planted a golden flower in the dormitory. It took me 3 attempts to grow it." Xinque talked about the changes in the past year. He knew that Su Qiuxing couldn't understand what he said now, but it didn't matter. Just like the information exchange in the past, he just hoped that the other party could talk to him, even if he was the only one talking now. Xinque stayed in the Northwest base for 3 days. During these 3 days, apart from reminiscing with Cheng Yuqing and others, he stayed in front of the isolation room and chatted with Su Qiuxing. Some new staff members didn't know Xinque. After hearing that Xinque and Su Qiuxing had been friends for more than 10 years, they sighed. They were in contact with zombies every day, but they were still very emotional every time a new patient came in and relatives visited. Now the number of zombies in the base has risen to 40 million, which has disrupted everyone's life. They just hope that this virus will end quickly and everything can return to normal. On the evening of June 6th, Shinkuo returned to Longxing base. You fainted in a while? At 11:20, Tan Ningxiang looked at the time and asked, because he had predicted that he would fall into a coma early. Shinkuo did not return to the dormitory this time, but stayed in the base hospital. In addition to Tan Ningxiang, there were also some medical staff from the research group around him. Yes, Shinkuo could fall into a coma and return to the star system now, but half an hour earlier or later would not have much impact. He planned to wait until 12 o'clock to go back automatically. What can we do after you fall into a coma? Tan Ningxiang asked. Take care of my body. Shinkuo thought about it. And apart from this, he had nothing else to do. Okay. Even if Shinkuo didn't say it, they had to do it. During this chat, Shinkuo fainted. So punctual. Tan Ningxiang looked at the time. It was exactly 12 o'clock. At the same time, in the advanced sanatorium of the interstellar star coral, Shinkuo slowly opened his eyes. At this time, he was lying on an eggshell-shaped medical bed, with various tubes inserted in his hands. The ward was quite large, but the room environment and the scenery outside the window had changed. In addition, there was a bed-accompanying robot in the ward, and the robot had the logo of the previous sanatorium on its chest. Shinkuo observed for 2 seconds and quickly came up with 2 pieces of information. 1. He is still in the previous sanatorium. 2. His ward has been changed. This is the original interstellar world. After confirming that there is no personal danger now, Shinkuo opened the system interface. The countdown for his last time in the interstellar world was 24 hours. So he wanted to see how long it would be this time. He did not specifically say it before leaving, but asked indirectly about the work bottlenecks encountered by Chen Qing and others. If there is enough time, he plans to memorize all the information about the interstellar world. And maybe he can give some inspiration to the research team after returning. Shinkuo was thinking about all sorts of things, but he was stunned when he saw the system interface. Host name, Shinkuo. Gray. Current task, updating. Gray. Current item, sky language. Gray. Countdown? Gray. Now everything on the system interface is gray. Except for gray. Shinkuo found that he couldn't click. No option can be clicked. Chapter 90. Shinkuo was stunned for a moment and continued to click. The system interface seemed to be stuck and there was no change. Beep. 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 At this time, the medical bed detected that Shinkuo was awake and made a beeping sound. The warm light in the ward turned on automatically, and the accompanying robot came to Shinkuo's bed. After scanning Shinkuo, the scanning device scanned him and transmitted the data to the corresponding doctor's office. Awake? 10 minutes later, the door of the ward opened and a tall doctor with blue hair and blue eyes walked out. Shinkuo can't move now, but judging from his appearance, he should be from a planet in the east of Yinlan. Can you speak? The blue-haired doctor is named Sun Dongli. He took over Shinkuo's case last year. Shinkuo has been in a coma for 20 years. During this period, the attending doctors have changed 7 times. His ward has also been changed from a short-term ward to a long-term ward. This building is full of patients who have been in a coma for more than 10 years. Shinkuo wanted to say yes, but found that he hadn't spoken for more than 10 years, and now his throat couldn't open. This is a normal phenomenon of long-term coma. Can you think now? If you can, blink your eyes, Sun Dongli said after noticing his condition. Shinkuo blinked. He started to be hospitalized in 3572, and woke up once in 1977. This is the second time. Sun Dongli retrieved Shinkuo's hospitalization records. Shinkuo was hospitalized due to a gaming accident. He was judged to be unable to wake up when he was hospitalized, but he woke up once without any injury 14 years ago, and now he is waking up for the second time. This is a medical miracle without any signs. Sun Dongli immediately called other doctors. In the next 5 hours, they conducted a comprehensive examination of Shinkuo. Shinkuo had no injuries except long-term bed rest. Shinkuo's emergency contact was Wang Pingping and Yinlan University of Economics. After communicating with the sanatorium, they helped him contact Wang Pingping. Akuo, you're awake. Wang Pingping is now working on a planet 200 light-years away. After receiving the call, he immediately called the video. Shinqua made a muffled syllable in his throat, and then blinked. I heard from the doctor that your throat is still adapting. Don't rush to speak. Shinqua's throat is fine, but because he hasn't spoken for a long time, he needs 2 to 3 days to adapt. I have bought an express spaceship ticket, and will probably be at the hospital tomorrow morning. The sanatorium has a special Star Network visiting time. He has been paying attention to Shinqua's situation regularly over the years, and comes 2 to 3 times a year. No, it's not necessary. Shinqua finally uttered 2 complete syllables. It's necessary. Wang Pingping hung up the video call directly after talking about the schedule. Shinqua was somewhat helpless. After hanging up the phone, the sanatorium gave him 2 doses of strong nutrition injections and some professional throat-soothing medicines. After Shinqua adapted, he was able to pronounce more syllables. You finally woke up. I thought you would never wake up again. The next morning, Wang Pingping came to the hospital in a dusty state. He set off after receiving the call, always worried that Shinqua would fall into a coma again. Fortunately, Shinqua was still awake. You don't have to come. Shinqua can now speak some short sentences that are not fluent. You finally woke up. I must come as soon as possible. After Wang Pingping got off the boat, he bought a bunch of blue sea flowers that represent health. He put them in the vase next to him while saying. Shinqua looked at the mirror next to the bed. He started to be in a coma in the year 3572 of the interstellar calendar. He asked the doctor. Now it is 3591 and his physical age is 42 years old. The average age of the interstellar is over 200 years old. He is still in the youth of the interstellar, because he has been receiving scientific care for a long time. His body and complexion are still good. He looks like Haiyun in his 30s. He spent 3 lives in Haiyun, because he wasted 5 years in the second life. His Haiyun age is 5 years younger than now. How are you now? Shinqua asked about Wang Pingping's situation in recent years. I work in an advertising company now. I've been married for 7 years. According to the small talk, Wang Pingping is now a team leader in a virtual advertising company. He got married 7 years ago and has a 3-year-old daughter. His family and career life are very good. Sorry, I didn't see you getting married. Wang Pingping had been dreaming about his wedding during college, and Shinqua regretted not being able to see it in person. What are you apologizing for? To be honest, I am the one who is sorry for you. Wang Pingping pretended not to care. The smoother his life has been, the more sorry he feels for Shinqua. He has always felt guilty about what happened before. Shinqua wanted to say that you don't need to care, but they had already said these words over and over again last time. He knew that Wang Pingping looked careless, but he was very thoughtful. Some things were not something that the other party really didn't care about just because he said he didn't care. Has anything special happened in these years? Shinqua changed the subject. Nothing seems to be too special. Oh, right. Wang Pingping slapped his head when he said this. A real estate company has taken a fancy to your house and has been wanting to buy it. They contacted me some time ago. Which house? Shinqua has 2 houses in the interstellar. One on Elon planet and one on Rosen planet. Although Elon planet is the origin planet of the Elon Empire, due to its small interstellar area and underdeveloped interstellar routes, this planet has greater historical significance than economic significance. The largest planet in Elon is Rosen, a supergiant planet with 5 satellites around it. It is the most developed planet in Elon, the one above Rosen. They want to demolish it and build a theme mall. They called me some time ago, but you were still in a coma. I explained the situation and refused. Shinqua's house in Rosen covers an area of 3,000 square meters. It is an old-style manor left by his ancestors. When he was in school, many interstellar tycoons wanted to buy it. Shinqua did not have the mentality of not selling his ancestral foundation. In fact, his parents thought about selling it when they were alive. But they were not short of money for the time being, and they didn't know what to do with the money after selling it. So they kept it. Elon fully protects the private property of residents. Even if Shinqua is unconscious, the ownership of this house belongs to Shinqua, and no government or individual can enter at will. Shinqua knew that Wang Pingping was talking about Rosen's house, and said, let's talk about it later. He has just woken up, and there are still a lot of inheritances on the interstellar card, so he is not short of money for the time being. Okay. Wang Pingping also knew that Shinqua was not short of money, so he didn't continue after mentioning it. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the insurance company came. Mr. Shen, We are very happy that you can wake up. You are a miracle in interstellar medicine. Now our insurance company has 2 insurance plans. The game cabin where Shinqua got into the accident had been insured for a large sum of money, and all his expenses in the sanatorium were paid by the insurance company. Now that the insurance company heard that Shinqua had woken up, it gave 2 options. First, the insurance company continued the previous contract. That is, after Shinqua suffered sequelae related to the game accident, the insurance company continued to treat him according to regulations. Second, the insurance company paid a lump sum of 5 million interstellar yuan, and both parties terminated the contract. This is the formal process of the insurance company, and both sides have advantages and disadvantages. The first one, Shinqua answered without hesitation. Okay. After the 2 parties signed some supplementary contracts, the insurance company left. Will you continue to be in a coma? Wang Pingping was stunned when he heard Shinqua's choice. He remembered that Shinqua said he would continue to be in a coma after he woke up last time. I don't know. It's easier to choose the first one. The system interface is still gray, and Shinqua is a little unsure whether it will light up. In the next half-month, Shinqua carried out serious rehabilitation training. He was not paralyzed, but his limbs were not used to it due to a long coma. After professional training this time, he could already do some simple walking and running. While undergoing rehabilitation training, he carefully understood the changes in the interstellar space in the past 14 years, and then focused on the research of D192-3 virus and old technology. Are you still studying viruses? Wang Pingping looked at Shinqua's series of actions with some curiosity. Shinqua had studied a large number of viruses last time, and he thought that the other party was interested in viruses. Now it seems that it is not just an interest. Just study it casually, Shinqua said. Wang Pingping was puzzled. He didn't know why Shinqua was so keen on virus research when he thought he was an economics major. Elon used the 24-hour system of December. Shinqua woke up on July 3rd in the star Interstellar. Wang Pingping went back to work on July 12th due to work reasons. I'll come to see you after I'm done with this period, Wang Pingping said on the day he left. It's okay. Shinqua waved his hand. Wang Pingping now has a family to support. Even if he doesn't have a job, he won't let him stay in the sanatorium all the time. After Wang Pingping left, Shinqua studied eagerly and did some rehabilitation training, and kept observing the system interface. On August 5th, Shinqua saw that the system had not changed, and he was a little uneasy. At the same time, he also had a new destination, Elon Biological Institute. He didn't know when he would go back, but he wanted to find as much virus information as possible in the limited time. Chapter 91. Coral is 172 light-years away from Rosen. After Shinqua completed the discharge procedures, he boarded the nearest interstellar train. The main means of transportation in the interstellar world include space jumpers, interstellar trains, interstellar spaceships, interstellar battleships, and other types. The fastest of these is the space jumper, which has a maximum single distance of 325 light-years, and is generally only used by some interstellar governments and interstellar companies. Shinqua was riding a long-distance train named K-1938. After he got on the train, there were already various interstellar races such as giants, B-winged people, and Earth-cultivated people. Everyone was toasting and chatting. The train was full of virtual advertisements, one-waiters, transparent elevators, and other interstellar technologies. Shinqua bought a VIP ticket. He opened the roof and could see the brilliant starry sky and various interstellar landscapes. This was an interstellar era that was completely different from Hyun Star. On August 6th, Shinqua arrived at Rosen Planet. Rosen Planet is the main star of Elon, with a diameter of 1 million kilometers, equivalent to 30 Jupiters. After getting off the car, Shinqua went directly to his own manor. The manor is located in the southern suburbs of Flock City, and was left by his great-grandfather's generation. According to his parents, his ancestors were once wealthy, but later their investments failed, and only this manor was left. When his parents were alive, they paid a large amount of property insurance for this manor, and this manor also installed a protection system. After Shinqua arrived at the manor, he began to verify the protection. Fingerprint protection verification. Verification passed. Iris protection verification. Verification passed. This manor has not been used for a long time, and Shinqua finally entered after a series of verifications. Welcome home. After Shinqua came in, a somewhat old butler robot stood at the door to greet him. Check the security records of the past 19 years, Shinqua said as he walked back to the house. Yes, sir. The butler robot called up the security records of the past 19 years. In the past 19 years, there were 9 intrusions into this manor, 5 of which were caused by curious people forcing their way into the password. They ran away as soon as the alarm sounded. The remaining 4 were committed by professional gangs. But the security system of this manor was excellent. They notified the police and insurance company as soon as they tried to invade. Elon fully protects the private property of residents. Shinqua saw the police receipt record on it. These 9 groups of people have been arrested by the local police. Shinqua Manor covers an area of 3,000 square meters. If calculated according to the stacked area, the total area is more than 10,000 square meters. There are professional private gardens, swimming pools, audiovisual rooms, etc., all of which are old styles from 200 years ago. Now there is a housekeeper robot and 5 cleaning robots at home. These are all intelligent robots that can be automatically charged. Therefore, after he left for 19 years, the environment at home was still relatively clean. After washing up, Shinqua ordered a large package of daily necessities and food packages online. The delivery robot quickly delivered them, and the housekeeper robot began to cook. The meal was quickly prepared. In the interstellar environment, everything was convenient and fast. After Shinqua finished his meal, the communicator rang. I have contacted him for you. He is available from 9 to 10 tomorrow morning. Zhou Chad's voice came from the communicator. Thank you. Thank you so much. Zhou Chad was his research teacher. After he woke up, he informed him that he was safe and hoped to contact some scholars in the School of Biology through his department. Are you still studying the D192-3 virus? Zhou Chad had helped Shinqua collect information on D192-3, and he guessed Shinqua's intention as soon as he heard it. Yes, I want to do some research in this area. Shinqua did not hide it. I have a friend who is a professor there. I will ask for you. The friend Zhou Chad mentioned was named Tongku, a senior professor in the School of Biology. The other party was very interested in Shinqua's neurological coma. He sorted out the worksheet. And then, there was this phone call. Nothing. Zhou Chad asked about Shinqua's health and hung up the phone. Shinqua sorted out his recent arrangements. 1. Collect virus information. 2. Sort out the bottleneck information of Hyun. 3. Wait for system update. Shinqua circled waiting for system update. He has been back for more than a month. But there is no change in the system. He tried to be calm, but he was still a little worried. Elon Biology Institute is located in Tianshan city of Rosen Star. The next morning, Shinqua went to the Biology Institute after sorting out everything carefully. Hello. I heard about you from Professor Zhou. I'm glad you've recovered. Tongku is 195 years old this year. He is an old but well-maintained middle-aged man. Interstellar residents have a long lifespan. The 100 to 200 period is considered middle-aged. Thank you for your concern. Shinqua shook hands according to interstellar etiquette, and then went to the other party's office. This is a high-level reception office with various plant specimens. There is a whole floor-to-ceiling window on the outside side of the office, from which you can see the lush scenery below. Shinqua had heard Zhou Chad say that he had been in charge of many star country-level research projects. Judging from the location and layout of his office, his position in the Institute of Biology should be quite high. What would you like to drink? The assistant robot brought a beverage tray and asked. Berry juice. Shinqua took a look at it and said that berries were native to the Tupe Star country and were a sweet fruit like strawberries. A cup of berry juice and a cup of green leaf tea. Tongku said. The assistant robot put down 2 cups of drinks. I heard from Professor Zhou that you are currently researching the D192-3 virus. After the 2 sides exchanged pleasantries, Tongku got straight to the point. Yes. Shinqua organized his words. I want to know the reason for the emergence of this virus. Is there a radical serum? Or what is the direction of radical treatment? This is a devouring S-level virus. If there is still life on the planet, it may be possible to study it through some technical means. But this planet has been dead for 1.2 million years. According to the law of interstellar virus engulfment, if there was life on this planet, the virus was probably caused by some animal and plant evolution or environmental pollution. Tongku mainly studies animal and plant evolution and biological research. When he was young, he studied various level 5 viruses in the interstellar. Therefore, after hearing that Shinqua was interested in D192-3's virus, He agreed to meet with him. Xinque had expected this answer, and he was still unwilling to give up after hearing it. We already know the genetic data of this virus. Can't we crack it now? This is a dead star. If there is a direction to crack it, we can try to deduce it. But there are too few sample data now. Xinque stayed in Tongka's office for an hour. The final result, although they knew the biological data of D192-3, they could not find the direction to crack it. Sorry, I can't help you. At 10:20, Tongka took the initiative to extend his hand. Thank you. You have helped a lot. Xinque had prepared himself mentally, but he still felt depressed. When the two sides parted ways, he suddenly thought, this virus has undergone more than 5 evolutions. If some mitigating serum is found in the second or third evolution, can a radical vaccine be developed through the serum? Mitigating serum? Tongka was a little surprised. Yes. Xinque thought of moose serum. At that time, he followed the research team to the moose farm, and heard Cheng Yuqing and others talk about some moose data during the meeting. If some research directions can be found through these data, there may be some breakthroughs. If there is such serum, I can study it, Tongka said with interest. After Xinque returned home, he recalled the main data of the moose serum based on his memory. It has been 12 years since the moose serum incident, but the S3 vaccine and zombie inhibitor were both studied based on moose serum, so there are some rough data in his mind. Xinque recalled for 3 days, and finally sorted out an A4 page of data, compared with the entire serum. These data are very small, and he doesn't know if they are useful, but he tries not to miss any possibility. I will study these data and notify you immediately if there is any news, Tongka said after receiving the data. Thank you. Xinque hung up the phone and opened the system interface. Host name, Xinque. Gray current task, updating. Gray current prop, star language gray countdown? Gray. Now the system interface is still gray. Xinque tried to stay alert. In the next week, he contacted major biological institutes and some virus research institutions. But like Elon Biological Institute, no one had any breakthrough research. Elon Biology Institute is the largest biological research institute in Elon, and its interstellar status is comparable to that of other biological institutes in Star Country. Seeing this, Xinque can only place his hopes on Elon Biology Institute. On September 5th, the second month after Xinque returned to the Interstellar, he received a call from Wang Pingping. How are you doing recently? Wang Pingping has been in contact with Xinque frequently during this period. Perhaps it is his intuition, as a friend, that he feels that Xinque is busy and seems to be suppressing something. Not bad. At this time, in Flock's manner, Xinque turned off the video of the manufacturing of the space elevator. In addition to finding information about viruses, he also memorized some key manufacturing data for space elevators and long-distance spacecraft, trying to squeeze out all his energy and time to make some preparations that he didn't know if they would be useful. I will be on a business trip to Rosen with the company the day after tomorrow. Can we meet? But the schedule is tight this time, and I won't be done until after 4 o'clock. Xinque knew that Wang Pingping worked in virtual advertising, so he asked, have you accepted any advertising? There is a museum celebration. We will arrive at Rosen on the 7th and rush to the next event location at 10 p.m. Elon Museum? Yes. Elon Museum is the largest historical and technological museum in Elon. Xinque had visited the museum with the school many times during his school years. He calculated the time. I will go there the day after tomorrow and wait for you directly at the museum. Okay. Wang Pingping answered directly. At 10 a.m. on the 7th, Xinque arrived at the Elon Museum. He saw Wang Pingping directing some robots to arrange the venue from a distance. Wang Pingping was very calm and reliable when working. Xinque looked at the time. He arrived 6 hours earlier than the agreed time. He did not contact Wang Pingping, but bought a ticket and entered the museum. He realized that he was too nervous during this period and wanted to take the opportunity to relax. Today is the 200th anniversary of the establishment of the new Elon Museum. Many local residents and alien tourists came here to visit. Xinque rented a virtual scooter and followed everyone into the museum. Although it is called a museum, the area is as large as a town in Lungu. This scooter is the same as Haiyun's scooter. After the user gets on it, a virtual steering wheel will appear. Everyone can control the steering wheel or design it into automatic driving according to the map. Xinque is a local resident of Rosen. He has visited museums countless times since he was a child. He visited several popular exhibition halls according to his memory. At 1 p.m., he was suddenly stunned when passing by an exhibition hall of the origin of Elon. In 3583, the Elon Mineral Resources team discovered a steel plate with professional cutting technology in the center of the Antarctic. This steel plate is composed of multiple chemical factors such as iron, silicon, manganese, and phosphorus. According to professional testing, this steel plate is at least 1.2 million years old, and there are professional digital symbols on it, which is almost impossible. According to the test, the symbols on it are some computer languages, dating back 300,000 years. At this time, in the middle of the Origin exhibition hall, there is a 30 cm x 50 cm steel plate. The specifications of this steel plate are not large, but the edges are cut very smoothly. At this time, some computer code-like symbols are engraved on the steel plate. This symbol is like laser printing. In the lower right corner is a big K, which looks like the signature mark. Historians and AI experts speculate that these are some computer symbols. After deciphering, these symbols should be a string of messages. This steel plate was explained by an AI robot. When the AI got to this point, a string of messages appeared on the steel plate. The blue sea of stars is beautiful K. The blue sea of stars is a cosmic landscape produced by the collision of material dust and celestial bodies. According to records, between 250,000 and 35 years ago, there were a large number of blue seas of stars, cosmic storms, particle storms, and other cosmic landscapes in the Elon galaxy. This further proves the accuracy of the translation. This is a miracle in Elon's history, and a question mark in the formation of a planet. As the AI narrator explained, Shinqua focused his eyes on the message. The blue sea of stars is beautiful. Behind the message was a virtual blue sea of stars, which was indeed beautiful. But Shinqua was a little confused. According to the inference, life number 1 left the solar system 1.25 million years ago. If this steel plate was a product of Hyun star, it must have a history of at least 1.25 million years. However, the code on this steel plate is only 300,000 years old. These are two different periods. Who engraved these codes? Chapter 92. At 4:20, Wang Pingping hurried to a restaurant outside the museum. This is a specialty restaurant with silver orchid as the theme. It is not yet the peak time, but there are already many customers in the restaurant. Wang Pingping looked around and saw a figure on the east side of the first floor. He walked over quickly. Sorry, I'm a little late. He and Shinqua had an appointment at 4:10, and he was already 10 minutes late. It's okay. I just arrived too. Shinqua handed over the menu while speaking. His previous clothes were all bought when he was a student. The size was suitable, but the style of the clothes was a bit too young. Therefore, after returning this time, he bought some clothes that suited his current age, and the whole person looked very mature and stable. What do you want to eat? Wang Pingping asked, holding the electronic menu. I ordered 2 dishes I like. Take a look at what to order. Wang Pingping flipped the page and found that the 2 dishes Shinqua ordered were both their favorites when they were in school. He selected 2 more dishes and clicked confirm. He had just finished ordering when he found a small square box in front of him. What is this? Wang Pingping was a little surprised. A birth gift for Tuanchuan. Wang Pingping's daughter is named Tuanchuan. He has seen her photo. She is a delicate little girl. After knowing that she got married and had a daughter, he has been choosing a suitable gift for this period of time. Wang Pingping opened the box, and inside was a crystal clear purple necklace. This is too valuable. Wang Pingping closed the box immediately. This necklace is made of a natural mineral called Dio. It is not only beautiful in appearance, but also has a high value of preservation. This necklace is too valuable as a birth gift. This is my heart for Tuan Tuan. If you don't accept it, it's useless for me to keep it in my hands. Shinqua waved his hand. Thank you. After a shove between the 2 sides, Wang Pingping finally accepted the gift. Ding dong. At this time, the service robot pushed the dining cart and started serving food. This is a well-known restaurant. The dishes look and taste very good. What are your plans for the future? Wang Pingping asked after eating 2 bites. Although Shinqua graduated successfully, there was a 19-year window period. He was worried about his future life. I don't know. Shinqua paused and said that he had not thought about his future life during this period. You have a good academic background and learning ability, and you are not too old now. If you want to work, I can help you contact some suitable positions. Wang Pingping felt a little uncomfortable when talking about age. If it weren't for him, Shinqua wouldn't have had a 19-year gap. Ping Ping, Shinqua said to him. I had a magnificent dream during my coma. In the dream, I met many friends and had many things I wanted to do. So you don't have to blame yourself. On the contrary, I am very grateful to you for giving me this opportunity to enter the dream. What dream? Wang Pingping looked at the other party blankly. He felt that this was a comforting statement. But looking at Shinqua's eyes, it didn't seem like it. It's a very beautiful dream. We need to look forward, Shinqua said. At 5:50, the two walked out of the restaurant. Live a good life. Shinqua gave him a hug. Going back to the past was too complicated. He couldn't tell him everything. But he hoped that Wang Pingping would not be immersed in the self-blame of the past. As he said, they all needed to look forward. Thank you. Wang Pingping returned the hug. After this incident, he would try to look forward. At 7 p.m., Shinqua bought some frozen food and went home. Interstellar shopping is convenient. And offline shopping like this is rare. He just wanted to walk a little longer today to facilitate thinking. At 7:20, Shinqua just entered the house. And the communicator rang. The caller, Professor Tongku. Professor Tong. It has been a month since the last meeting. And Shinqua is looking forward to the results of the moose serum. We studied the moose data. But there are too few available parameters. So there is no result for the time being. Tongku's first words poured cold water on Shinqua. It's okay. Thank you. Although Shinqua had expected it, he still pursed his lips after hearing it. Sorry. I can't help you. I have another thing. Tongku continued on the phone. The D-192 galaxy is an ownerless galaxy first discovered by the Yinlan expedition team 87 years ago. In the interstellar era, galaxies like this one named by numbers are worthless galaxies. If there is no life on them, the first discoverer can register them privately or officially according to the interstellar process. The Yinlan expedition team belongs to the Yinlan Star Country. After they finished their investigation, they registered it under the name of the Yinlan Star Country. The D-192 galaxy is 57.2 billion light-years away from the Yinlan main star group. According to interstellar conventions, this is just a number in the Yinlan territory. Who knew that the interstellar land reclamation industry is now developed? The Yinlan government discovered a mineral planet in the L85 galaxy last month. L85 is 32 light-years away from D-192. Because a large amount of mineral waste will be generated during the mining process of the mineral planet. The Yinlan government analyzed the environment around L85 and planned to transform D-192 into a mineral processing planet. Mineral Processing Star is the official name. And it also has a popular name, Garbage Star. The government plans to transform D-192 into a garbage star? Shinqua's pupil shrank when he heard this. D-192 is a dead galaxy with 8 planets. The government has analyzed that D-192-2, D-192-3, and D-192-5 are all suitable for garbage disposal. If this place is transformed into a garbage star, a lot of government expenses can be saved. D-192 number 2, number 3, and number 5 correspond to Venus, Hyun star, and Jupiter respectively. When will the transformation start? Shinqua asked in a tense voice. The Institute of Biology will go there next week to collect some data. And we will start directly after the data collection is completed. Interstellar mineral development requires speed and efficiency. According to the process, the Institute of Biology and the Institute of Resources will store some planetary data samples before any planet is transformed. Tongku is responsible for the sample storage work this time. He has some vacancies in his hands. It just so happens that Shinqua is studying the D-192-3 virus during this period. He has seen Shinqua's resume in school, and his grades are very good. Therefore, even if the other party is not a biology major, he is willing to give a quota. This is a non-staff quota. We can take you there, but you have to pay for the round-trip transportation and other expenses yourself. Tongku continued after he finished speaking. This voyage is 57.2 billion light-years away, and a space jumper will be used. The total cost is 200,000 star yuan. If you go there by yourself, it will be more than 500,000 star yuan. I have time. Shinqua didn't care about the cost. He organized his words and said, I suspect that the D-192 galaxy is related to the origin of the Yinlan planet. Can we suspend the planet transformation? He couldn't imagine Hyun being transformed into a garbage planet. This needs to be decided by the government. Tongku felt that it was a bit far-fetched to connect D-192 with Yinlan. And it was a bold assumption. Shinqua wanted to say that the two were really connected, but found that he couldn't prove it. He finally asked, "When do we leave?" "Meet at the Institute of Biology on September 15th. I will be there on time." Shinqua hung up the phone and was at a loss for a moment. He turned on the optical computer and searched for news about L85 and D192 on August 7th. The Yinlan government discovered a large mineral resource planet in the L85 galaxy. The government plans to officially develop it this year. This news mainly writes about the resource planet of L85. And the news about D192 is just a passing mention. It only says that D192 is suitable for mineral processing. And whether it is actually used has not been officially announced. D192 was once the Sun, and D192-3 was the Hyun star. Both have been covered by the dust of the universe. But he has seen the glorious moments of both. And he really can't imagine that they will become garbage planets full of waste in 1.2 million years. Even if they die, they should stand tall like a monument, instead of becoming a nameless garbage planet. Shinqua sat in the living room for a night, and came to Yinlan government courtyard early the next morning. "You mean? D192-3 is the origin of Yinlan. And 1.25 million years ago, when D192-3 was extinct, a life spaceship was launched, and the spaceship flew to Yinlan star 50 billion light-years away, and finally landed, giving birth to life again?" The person who was in charge of receiving Shinqua was a government official, who had been frowning when Shinqua spoke. "That's right. According to the information, you graduated from Yinlan University of Economics, fell into a coma due to a gaming accident in 3572, and just woke up 2 months ago. Do you have any evidence to prove that D192-3 is related to the current Yinlan?" "No. For now, Mr. Shin. What you said is very interesting. I will register it seriously." After the government official finished speaking, he motioned Shinqua to leave. Obviously, Shinqua was regarded as a game addict. Even if he said that he went back to the past, no one would believe him because of the lack of substantial evidence. Chapter 93. In the following week, Shinqua tried every possible way to find the connection between D192 and Yinlan. But time was too long and everything disappeared in the dust of history. On September 15th, Shinqua arrived at the Institute of Biology on time. This is Chief Mo Chungwang, who is in charge of leading the team this time. After Shinqua arrived, Tonka pointed to a middle-aged man full of heroic spirit and introduced him. This investigation was jointly organized by the Institute of Biology, the Institute of Resources, and the Yinlan government. And Mo Chungwang was the general person in charge. "Hello. Thank you for your support for the L85 project." Mo Chungwang held out his hand to Shinqua. Now that the L85 project is short of funds, he welcomes paying personnel like Shinqua. "Hello." Shinqua shook hands appropriately. Half an hour later, everyone boarded an egg-shaped space jumper. This jumper looks the same as an ordinary spaceship, with professional game areas, rest areas, social areas, etc., and mainly uses the principle of black holes for jumping. We have cleared the route along the way. This route is relatively long and will take about a month to sail. Mo Chungwang opened a virtual route map. They need to pass through 13,000 star countries along the way. This time the route spans a large area. They have obtained a route pass for interstellar countries. In the interstellar era, it is very common to borrow routes from other star countries. "Do you have any questions?" Mo Chungwang asked after he finished speaking. "No more. Everyone present is a professional in the interstellar world. Not to mention 57.2 billion light-years. They have even traveled on ultra-long routes of 70 billion light-years. This work is just an interstellar journey in their boring lives." At 10 a.m., the space jumper officially set sail. Shinqua met the others for the first time. But thanks to his 19 years of experience as mayor, he quickly started chatting with everyone. He learned that there were 327 people on this trip, 50 of whom were paid personnel like him. Most of them were financially independent, and many wanted to experience the long-distance jumper. In the next month, Shinqua spent the rest of his time in the room reciting some scientific and technological materials except for simple social activities. He met Tonka twice and asked about the virus of D192-3 in person. "Sorry, the Institute can't research it now." Tonka's answer was the same as on the phone. Their virus samples were obtained from the remains of D192-3. Due to the long time and the few parameters of Mu's serum, they could not conduct further research. "Thank you. It's very troublesome for you." Shinqua knew that Tonka and his team were very grateful for their research for so long. At this point, the research at the Institute of Biology can only come to a temporary end. The jumper they took was the latest model of the A-type jumper, with a single jump distance of 300 light-years, and can reach 500 light-years with the support of a special channel. When the spacecraft was jumping continuously, the scenery outside the window flashed like a slideshow. On October 18th, the spacecraft officially entered the D192 galaxy. Is this a red giant? I have read the information. This planet was a mature planet before, and it aged rapidly after encountering a particle storm. What a pity. After the spacecraft entered the D192 galaxy, the first thing everyone saw was a deep red planet. This planet was very large, accounting for about 99.9% of the entire galaxy. Its outer circle was 8 tiny planets. The first 2 were too close to the red planet and looked like they were about to be swallowed up. We have arrived at the D192 galaxy. This red star is D192. Do you want to take a detour to visit it? Mo Chong asked, looking at the star in front of him. Yes. Interstellar technology is advanced, and humans can already create various artificial planets. But whether it is artificial satellites or artificial planets, they need to rely on stars to survive. Humans cannot create artificial stars for the time being, so some young natural stars are very popular. According to calculations, this is a star in its prime, which rapidly aged due to cosmic storms 1.2 million years ago. Just like a 17-year-old boy quickly turned into an old man stepping into a coffin. Its economic value and star value declined rapidly. In short, this galaxy has no value now. Let's start. After obtaining everyone's consent, Mo Chungwang turned on the spacecraft's orbiting function. The ship they flew towards the star in front of them was like rushing into a sea of fire. The spacecraft was made of special materials that could withstand a high temperature of 20 million degrees Celsius, while the core temperature of D192 was only 12 million degrees. So they didn't have to worry about the spacecraft being damaged. In addition, the windows of the spacecraft had a very good highlight protection function, and they could look directly at the fire outside. When the spacecraft rushed into the core of the planet, the people seemed to be wandering in the fire, which is also a new tourist project recently emerging in many star scenic spots. An hour later, everyone rushed out of the star. Now planets 1 to 6 of D192 have become red giants because of D192, and the surface temperature is above 700 degrees Celsius. Planets 7 and 8 are not as bad as the first 6 because of their distance, but the average temperature is also above 300 degrees Celsius. The Geological Survey team has previously investigated that planets 2, 3, and 5 are suitable for transformation into mineral processing planets. This time we are also doing some sampling work on these 3 planets. Everyone will try to finish it in 3 days, and then go directly to the L85 galaxy. If there is enough time, we can also go to Pank Star Country for a tour. Now L85 has started investment and construction. The environment and comfort there are more comfortable than here. Everyone wants to finish quickly and leave quickly. These 3 planets have become lava planets. We should be able to finish quickly. I heard that Pank's fruit tree wine is good. We can bring some back. At this time, the explorers were talking while changing into high-temperature clothing. They had just launched detection devices on these 3 planets. Everyone was familiar with everything. This was just a simple job. 10 minutes later, everyone arrived at planet number 2, which is the Venus in history. Tonka changed his clothes and got off the ship, and found that Shinque had already come down and was floating in a daze at a height of 20 meters away from the spaceship. The ground temperature here was too hot, and they needed to take a special aircraft to fly in the sky. What's wrong? Tong Dong floated over and asked. Looking at planet number 3, Shinque looked in the direction of Haiyun and said, he was close to the sun at this time, and Haiyun was far from the sun, so he could only see a faint black and red planet, which was completely different from the sea blue in his memory. This planet is a life planet. It encountered a phagocytic virus before. It's a pity. Tongka sighed and shook his head. In fact, even if there is no virus, this planet will die in 50,000 years due to the expansion of the star. There are too many planets in the universe. This is an unlucky life planet. Is this planet related to the origin of Yinlan star? Tongka asked, remembering Shinque's previous call. Yeah. Good idea. As before, Tongka did not believe that there was a connection between the two. In the next 2 hours, everyone collected some biological and mineral samples on Venus. But it was in vain. There were no traces of life on this planet, although there were some minerals produced by high temperatures. These minerals had no economic value. This planet was judged to be worthless 80 years ago. Everyone left Venus and came to Hyun Star. The expedition team of the 3rd Academy came here before. They found fossil slabs with viruses in Antarctica. It was also through the slabs that we judged that life had appeared on this planet, a biologist said after stepping on the land of Hyun. At this time, Hyun was covered by magma and black soil. Looking up, there was only the deep black of the land burned by fire and the red of the magma. These two colors merged together to form a picture that was precipitated through the history of the universe. It looked very depressing and without any color. Okay, let's get to work. Tonka clapped his hands. He knew that Shinqua was studying the D192-3 virus, so he reminded everyone to be more careful when looking for samples to see if there were other traces of life. During this period, Shinqua went to the historical Antarctic base, which had long since turned into magma, and there was no trace of Hyun's existence. Others were not doing well either. It was the same as Venus. With no important samples, they stayed in Hyun for a day, and came to Mars the next day. The temperature on Mars was slightly lower, and it was also worthless. Let's record the data of these 3 planets, and prepare to go back, Mo Chungwang said, after seeing that the data collection was almost complete. They were just doing some official procedures for L85 this time. Strictly speaking, if it weren't for the proximity to the L85 star system, it might not even qualify as a garbage star. On October 21st, the spacecraft set off for L85. Mo Chungwang thought that D192 was just an ordinary survey, but he encountered an accident on the way back. You want to buy D192-3? On the return spacecraft, Mo Chungwang looked at Shinqua in surprise. He shook hands with Shinqua before boarding the spacecraft. It was just a social etiquette handshake. Shinqua was too young and had no industry, so after he had a general understanding of the other party's situation, there was no other communication along the way. And now, the other party wants to buy a planet? Yes. Shinqua nodded. He had thought about buying Hyun when he left the government office before. He found a real estate company and estimated that his house in Rosen and Elon should be able to sell for about 10 billion. It is difficult to buy a private planet near the main galaxy with 10 billion star yuan. But Hyun is a dying planet. If the government is willing to sell it, it should be possible to buy it. I want to ask the planet administration. Mo Chungwang said so. But the administration had said before that it wanted to sell some planets to recover funds. There is no impact if there is one more mineral processing planet or one less. After thinking about it, he looked at Shinqua. Why do you want to buy it? Except for some wealthy people who are keen on collecting. Many people will not buy private planets, especially such worthless planets. I personally think that D192-3 may be the home planet of Elon. This planet is not suitable for mineral processing. Shinqua looked at Mo Chungwang after consideration. Where is the evidence? Mo Chungwang was stunned. He didn't expect this to be the reason. Not yet. Shinqua had thought about whether to tell about his return to the past. However, there was no evidence for this matter. More importantly, the interstellar situation was more complicated than Hyun's. He was worried that it would affect his personal safety after he told the truth. He couldn't get into trouble now, so he decided not to reveal it after careful consideration. This idea is very special. Obviously, Mo Chungwang didn't believe what Shinqua said. But after knowing that Shinqua had a 3,000 square meter manor in Rosen, he decided to report his intention to buy it to the Elon government. It was a bit unrealistic to exchange a 3,000 square meter manor for a planet. But the other party's manor was located on the most prosperous planet in Elon Star Country. Every inch of land here was worth more than this remote planet. Mr. Shin, this is a losing business, Mo Chungwang said after he finished speaking. In my opinion, D192-3 is totally worth it. Shinqua's financial resources are limited. Otherwise, he wants to buy the entire solar system. After staying in L85 for 2 days, everyone began to return to Rosen planet. After returning to Rosen, Shinqua kept waiting for Mo Chungwang's call, who knew that a week later, he actually waited for an unexpected news. Sorry, D192 has been spotted by others, and the government has decided to sign a contract with the other party. Mo Chungwang said apologetically. Are you preparing for planetary transformation? Shinqua stood up suddenly. It's not clear for the time being, but the other party is very interested in the mother planet theory you mentioned and wants to meet you, Mo Chungwang said. Chapter 94. Shinqua searched the interstellar planet market. In the eyes of the interstellar, D192 is a remote place with no investment value, and no one should compete with it under the current circumstances. Who is the other party? Shinqua asked as calmly as possible. It is not convenient for us to disclose the buyer's information. I only want planet number 3. And I can settle all the fees in a week. Shinqua tried hard to fight for it. The other party bought the entire galaxy. And Mo Chungwang paused here. The other party has a special identity. Even if he doesn't pay the fee, the government will pack D192 and send it over. In short, Shinqua has no qualifications to compete. I agree to meet. This was Shinqua's last sentence before he hung up the phone. Now things have exceeded his expectations. No matter what the situation is, he wants to meet with the buyer and test the other party's reasons. The next morning, a silver-black aircraft was parked at the gate of Shinqua's manor. Mr. Shin, a robot driver, was waiting next to the aircraft. During the communication yesterday, Shinqua originally planned to meet in places like the Institute of Biology and the Government Institute. But the other party was not convenient to come to Rosen Star. After they discussed, Shinqua decided to go to the other party's planet. The galaxy where the other party is located is called a 10 galaxy. 320,000 light-years away from here. There is no other valid information on the optical computer except the coordinates. This is a private galaxy, and the other party directly dispatched an aircraft to pick you up. Mr. Abu is waiting for you in the courtyard. At this time, the robot driver said, while helping Shinqua open the car door. Thank you. Shinqua got in the car at the other party's signal. He guessed that Mr. Abu should be the buyer of the D192 galaxy. After Shinqua got on, the aircraft slowly took off. And the moment it left Rosen Star, it directly activated the space jump function. Huh? Space jumps are only used on some professional spacecrafts. It was the first time that Shinqua saw a micro-aircraft equipped with these functions. We will arrive in an hour. The robot driver did not care about Shinqua's surprise. Okay. After Shinqua sat down, he looked around. Although this aircraft is low-key, the windows and seats reveal its exquisiteness, which also indirectly shows that the other party's identity is either rich or noble. An hour later, the aircraft arrived at the A10 galaxy. This is a small galaxy with a diameter of 1.7 light-years. There is a star, a planet, and 3 satellites on it. It looks empty at first glance. The green area of A10 is 97%, and it looks like a primitive planet. After the robot driver arrived above A10, he adjusted the aircraft to low-altitude mode. The silver-black aircraft shuttled through the green jungle and finally arrived in front of a courtyard at the foot of the mountain. Shinqua was stunned when he saw the courtyard. This is an ancient courtyard covering an area of 200,000 acres, full of dragon ancient charm. The entire courtyard is full of dragon ancient elements such as rockery, stone lions, pavilions, and towers. This is a building that should not appear in the interstellar. Mr. Abu is waiting for you inside. The driver of the machine signaled. Shinqua walked in alone. During his stay in Haiyun, he had visited various ancient buildings such as the Forbidden City, Jiangnan Town, and the Imperial Palace. He saw at a glance that this courtyard should be built according to the ancient architectural style of Longgu, against the backdrop of green mountains and green waters. It has an antique feeling. Shinqua did not see anyone else along the way. After walking 500 meters along the main road, he saw a bright living room. The living room is an antique building with a virtual universe sand table in the middle. A man is standing in front of the sand table with his back to him. Mr. Abu? Shinqua had a hunch that the other person was the Mr. Abu the driver was talking about. Sorry. I should have come to see you. But my right leg has just been sent for repairs, so I can't leave here for the time being. The other person turned around after hearing Shinqua's words. Shinqua was a little surprised when he saw the other person's appearance. The other person was a silver-white robot, with joints and external mechanical maintenance very well, but his right leg was missing a piece, and it was supported by a black temporary mechanical mecha. It seemed that it should be sent for repairs, as the other person said. Surprised? The other party seemed not surprised by Shinqua's expression. Yes. A little. Now there are intelligent robots in the interstellar space, most of which adopt human bionic appearance. This is the first time he has seen such an intelligent robot with primitive appearance. The robot waved his hand, and the sand table in front of him shrank. He looked at Shinqua and asked, "There are few human guests here, and there are not many drinks. Now we have tea and fruit wine. What would you like to drink? Tea. Thank you. As the two talked, two sofas rose behind them, with a white table in the middle of the sofas. A virtual screen appeared in front of the robot. He pressed it twice, and a tray rose up on the table. On the tray was a cup of tea in a white porcelain cup. This tastes a bit like Longjing, very delicious. Shinqu took 2 sips and tasted the tea variety directly. It's Longjing tea grown on planet A10. The robot smiled anthropomorphically and said straight to the point, Mr. Shin, I have read your information. You fell into a coma due to an accident in the game cabin in 3572 and woke up 4 months ago. During this period, you slept for 19 years. Mr. Shin, is there anything special during your sleep? What's special? Like going back to the past? Shinqua's other hand suddenly tightened. But he tried to remain calm. Mr. Abu, I don't quite understand what you mean. Before Shinqua came, he had guessed why the other party wanted to see him. These included the mother planet theory, his accidental coma, and other reasons. But he didn't expect that the other party would directly guess that he had gone back to the past, which completely disrupted his rhythm. Mr. Shin, if you really went back to the past, I think the reason should come from here. The robot swiped its right hand, and a virtual cassette appeared in front of the two people. This cassette had the same appearance as Shinqua's time travel cassette, but the edges and color were much newer, as if it had just been made. What is this? Shinqua looked straight at him. This cassette was born here. The robot pointed to the courtyard and said, at this time, a gust of wind blew by, and he asked, Mr. Shin, do you know Professor Yinchuan? Yes. Yinchuan is the greatest physicist in the universe, and it has been 200 years since last year. He has 200,000 super patents in his life. The current space jump technology and star traction technology were invented by him. His life experience has been compiled into Yinlan textbooks. Not only Shinqua, but every citizen of Yinlan knows Yinchuan. This is Professor Yinchuan's most satisfying masterpiece. In the next half hour, Shinqua learned 2 things. 1. The game cartridge was made by Yinchuan. 2. The game cartridge is a complete time travel device as he guessed. I am Professor Yinchuan's housekeeper robot. When Professor Yinchuan was alive, he was always looking for news about Haiyun Star. But there are too many galaxies in the universe, so he unfortunately didn't find it. I confirmed that D192-3 is Haiyun Star a week ago. And it was also at this time that I learned about your mother star theory. Yinchuan died 200 years ago, and the D192 galaxy was discovered 87 years ago. The two sides missed each other perfectly. Has Professor Yinchuan ever returned to the past? Shinqua asked in a daze. Yes, he has. Did he solve the crisis in the cartridge? No. Why? Professor Yinchuan tried, but failed. He was ill at the time, and couldn't stay in the time traveler for a long time. It wasn't the time he wanted. What time did he want? This has nothing to do with our conversation today. After the robot finished speaking, it continued, Professor Yinchuan had 2 wishes before he died. The first was to find Haiyun and protect this planet. I will take care of this. The second is to find the owner of the game cartridge. Mr. Shin, before talking about the second wish, I want to confirm some issues. Yes. After you activated the time traveler, what time did you return to? October 12th, 2135. What crisis did Haiyun encounter at that time? A month later, an S-level infectious virus will break out around the world. When was the virus outbreak? According to the original history, it was November 15th of that year. All 3 questions are answered correctly. Mr. Shin, can you not go back now? Yes. The time traveler is a product that transcends current technology. It consumes some special fuel during use. You are now out of fuel. Now you have 2 choices. First, you get 1% of Mr. Yinchuan's legacy. Although it is only 1%, it is an amazing fortune that can make you spend your life easily. Second, you get a supplementary fuel to restart the time traveler. The second one, Shinqua chose without hesitation. This is the last fuel in the interstellar. After you choose it, you will never be able to return to the present time. The robot reminded. The second one. If it was at the beginning of the journey, Shinqua would have chosen the first one without hesitation. But he still had a lot of things to do in Haiyun. He wanted to go back, and his blood was clamoring to go back. Okay. The robot pressed twice on the virtual screen. 5 minutes later, a small robot appeared holding a tray. On the tray was a transparent test tube with 2 milliliters of purple fuel. This is the fuel that Professor Yinchuan mixed before his death. It involves many precious minerals and quantum mechanics. It cannot be copied with current technology. You can use it by pouring it into the card slot of the cassette. The game cartridge is just the key that allows you to go back to the past. Even if it is damaged in reality, it will not affect your life safety, the robot explained. Xinque carefully put away the test tube. He had a question in his mind. How did this cartridge get lost? The cartridge in his hand is the most complete time travel device currently. According to the preciousness of the cartridge, he should not have obtained it. This cartridge has never been lost. It is just a 1 in 100 billion chance, the robot said. Xinque was even more confused. He put away the test tube and prepared to say goodbye and leave. The robot continued, Mr. Shen, you will get a 5,000 cubic meter disposable space after activation. Professor Yinchuan said that if someone chooses the second option and wants to bring interstellar items back to Haiyun, he can provide some financial help. You don't have to refuse. Professor Yinchuan said that this is a tiny possibility he gave to that time and space. He also hopes that Haiyun in history can escape the predetermined fate. Chapter 95. 10 minutes later, Xinque left the villa. Mr. Shen, the driver of the machine, had been waiting at the door. Excuse me. Xinque got on the aircraft as he did when he came. The aircraft slowly rose into the air. Outside was a green planet and a dark deep space. When he came, he just took a quick look. Now that he knew that the game cartridge was born here, he had a complicated feeling. While he was thinking, a dazzling blue light suddenly appeared outside. Xinque looked out the window. At this time, the aircraft had already flown over the planet. Now the surroundings were like a pantomime. First, a beam of blue light appeared, and then the blue light spread rapidly like ink dripping into a lake. The entire black starry sky was instantly dyed blue, like a blue ocean suspended in the air. These blue lights are produced by cosmic particles under the gravitational pull of stars. They burst 2 to 3 times a month. The scientific name is the Blue Star Sea. Professor Yinchuan spent a long time looking for this place. The machine driver explained. Xinque thought of the steel plate code in the museum. The translated text on it was a blue sea of stars. And the real blue sea of stars was more spectacular than the virtual image. On the aircraft, Xinque looked up Yinchuan's personal information. Yinchuan became famous at a young age, and his peak invention period was after middle age. Most of the information on the optical computer was also during this period. There was very little information containing personal images on it. He always gave the impression of being a genius and aloof to the outside world. Xinque searched for a long time and finally found a photo of the other party when he was young. In the photo, Yinchuan has sharp features and stands in front of the camera in a rebellious manner. He holds a sports ball in his hand, and there is a huge private manor behind him. Even through the light brain, Xinque can still feel the dazzling youthful spirit. If Yinchuan was sharp when he was young, he lost all his thorns after middle age. The temperaments of the two are completely different. The young Yinchuan is also the most handsome human Xinque has ever seen. Half an hour later, Xinque returned to Rosen Manor. The first thing he did when he returned was to take out the cassette. Then carefully open the test tube and drip the test tube fuel into the cassette slot. Drop. Host name, Xinque. Current task, none. Current props, star language. Countdown, 6 months. After the countdown ends, you will be forced to return. Special props, disposable space. 5,000 cubic meters. At the moment when the fuel was dripped in, the system was successfully updated. 6 months? Xinque frowned as he looked at the number on the countdown. Good news, the system has restarted. Bad news, he won't be able to return until 6 months later. Xinque calculated the time. He came here on July 3rd in interstellar time. Today is November 12th. He won't be able to return until May 12th. He was a little worried about Haiyun's situation. But things had come to this point. He could only wait another 6 months. Xinque adjusted his mentality and focused on the special props. Name, disposable space. Volume, 5,000 cubic meters. 5,000 cubic meters may not sound like much, but the volume of a container is 10 cubic meters, which is equivalent to 500 containers. A very large space. The next morning, Abu sent someone to deliver an unlimited interstellar black card. Thank you. Xinque accepted it after careful consideration. He needed a large amount of funds now, but did not want to rely on the other party all the time. So the next day after receiving the card, He sold the properties on Rosen and Inlan Star. These two properties have excellent geographical locations. After bargaining, they were sold for a total of 1.1 billion star yuan. Mr. Shen, you don't have to be so polite. Abu called after getting the news. I'm not being polite. If I don't have enough money, I will use this black card directly. Shen Kuo was ready to use the interstellar card when he received it. But he had to stick to principles. He didn't need to use the other party's inheritance when he had a large amount of property. Although this large amount might be a drop in the bucket in the other party's eyes. Contact me anytime if you need anything. Abu is an intelligent robot that learns based on human emotions. He appreciates Shen Kuo's approach. Fully automatic cell analyzer. Biochemical incubator. Gene editor. Space explorer. In the next month, Shen Kuo started to purchase interstellar products. These products include biological equipment, space products, and other aspects. While purchasing, he also fully calculated the volume of these goods, trying not to miss any effective space. His 1.1 billion star yuan was quickly spent. And then, he used the interstellar black card. As he said, he was not polite. As long as it was a product he needed, he would buy it directly. And the system's 5,000 cubic meters of space was gradually filled. On January 20th, 3592, after the Inlan expedition team's exploration, D192-3 was suspected to be the mother planet of Inlan. The Inlan government decided to establish the D192 Archaeology Department to formally study the connection between D192-3 and the main planet of Inlan. This research will be fully sponsored by the Yinchuan Foundation. Just as Shen Kuo was sorting out the system space. On the evening of January 20th, the Inlan government issued a notice. Is D192-3 the mother planet of Inlan? I don't know. What planet is this? When the Inlan government first announced it, the residents of Inlan were very surprised. After the surprise, they were a little confused. What planet is D192-3? I don't know. Chapter 96. Hello. I am the editor-in-chief of Inlan Technology. Please help me contact Chief Mo Chengwang. I have met him before. At 8:20. 20 minutes after the Inlan announcement was released, Li Qian dialed the optical computer phone in a single apartment on Inlan Star. Li Qian is the editor-in-chief of the front page of Inlan Technology. With the development of technology, optical computer news has replaced traditional paper media. Affected by the explosion of news, the competition in the interstellar media industry is very fierce. After nearly 100 years of operation, Inlan Technology has finally carved out a niche among hundreds of thousands of media and become one of Inlan's top 10 media. 20 minutes ago, he was about to watch a holographic movie when he suddenly received a call from a colleague. Look at the government announcement. There is big news. Li Qian immediately opened the Inlan announcement. 5 months ago, when L85 was just being developed, he went to L85 on behalf of Inlan Technology for an on-site interview. The interviewee at that time was Mo Chengwang. The first time he saw D192-3, he thought of the mineral processing star plan of L85 and D192. As a journalist, he immediately smelled something unusual. And then, there was this phone call. Wait a minute. At this time on Rosen Star, the assistant robot answered the phone and went to report to Mo Chengwang. Li Qian waited anxiously. Hello. 3 minutes later, a deep voice came from the communicator. Commander Mo Chengwang. I am Li Qian from Interstellar Technology. I have interviewed you in L85 before. Li Qian quickly introduced himself and continued, I am sorry to bother you. I just saw the Inlan announcement and wanted to know if D192-3 is Inlan's home planet. Sorry. The government is still studying it. And I don't know the details. In the government office of Rosen Star, Mo Chengwang rubbed his brows and said, D192-3 and Inlan are 57.2 billion light-years apart. May I ask what basis is this conjecture based on? Basis. Mo Chengwang instantly thought of Shen Kuo. Strictly speaking, it was Shen Kuo's words 2 months ago. I personally think that D192-3 is the home planet of Inlan. And this planet is not suitable for mineral processing. He thought it was a fantasy for young people. But later, the other party purchased D192-3. Yinchuan Foundation purchased D192 Galaxy. And the fund agent proposed the Mother Star theory. All of this exceeded everyone's expectations. This is Professor Yinchuan's manuscript. As early as 500 years ago, Professor Yinchuan speculated that Yinlan civilization was not a natural evolution, but came from another planet, which is now D192-3. After meeting with senior government officials, the fund agent Abu took out Professor Yinchuan's manuscript. The manuscript proposed that the Yinlan civilization came from a planetary civilization. This civilization broke out of its galaxy 1.2 million years ago and arrived at Yinlan after a long time. 1.2 million years? Too long. In interstellar history, the B-Wing clan was the first to break out of the galaxy, only 290,000 years ago. The senior management felt that this conjecture was too incredible, and then looked at Abu. Mr. Abu, do you have any evidence? Abu is an intelligent robot made by Yinchuan himself. Before his death, Yinchuan left a will, donating 50% of his estate to the government, and the remaining 50% to establish the Yinchuan Foundation, which is managed by Abu. Although Abu is a robot, his first command is to execute Yinchuan's will during his lifetime, and no one else can hack into his system. So the Yinlan government respects him very much. This is the galaxy model and civilization conjecture made by Professor Yinchuan during his lifetime. Abu opened the virtual screen. The sun and 8 planets appeared on the screen. Among the 8 planets, the third planet is the human planet Haiyan Star. A virus broke out on Haiyan Star. Before the human beings were completely extinct, they built a civilized spaceship. After a long journey, the spaceship finally landed on Yinlan Star and formed a new civilization. Haiyan Star has a similar revolution and rotation as Yinlan, which is also the origin of Yinlan's 4 seasons and 24 hours. Abu finally said, "It's incredible. If other people proposed the mother planet theory, they would definitely laugh it off. But now it is Yinchuan, the greatest inventor in Yinlan history, who has proposed that humans evolved from the B-Wing tribe. Even if he proposed that humans evolved from the B-Wing tribe, everyone would carefully verify it. How about it? We can verify it." After serious discussion, the government decided to announce the news. At 9 o'clock that night, in addition to the D192-3 mother planet theory, the government also announced another news. The government decided to set up a Yinlan archaeological team to re-excavate the historical relics of Yinlan. The government will seriously study the Yinchuan manuscript to find the relationship between the 2 planets. Professor Yinchuan proposed this? That's amazing. Professor Yinchuan has been dead for 200 years. The government released Yinchuan's manuscript, and everyone felt that this idea was bold, but also had a certain logic. Everyone read it carefully and found a handwritten note at the end of the manuscript. "I have been looking for this planet, but unfortunately I haven't found it. This is not a guess, but the glory that this planet once appeared. History should not be forgotten. This is not a guess, but a glory that once appeared on this planet. What does it mean?" I took a look. The professor used affirmative words in the manuscript. He seemed very sure that this planet existed. This manuscript is 500 years old. The residents read the manuscript 3 times. And then a question came up. How did Professor Yinchuan know this? I don't know. Could it be a time traveler? Everyone thought of the previous Buffett theory. But Yinchuan had passed away, and his manuscript did not mention the time traveler. After thinking about it, everyone finally attributed it to the idea of a genius. In the next 5 months, Yinlan set off a wave of archaeological history of Yinlan, and many people took spacecraft to visit Haiyan Star. The planet was still as desolate and depressed as before, but it might be because of the increase in the flow of people. And now there is a little more popularity in the desolation. Yinchuan is a great scientist, but his conjecture cannot always be correct. We should stop this ridiculous archaeological excavation. This is just a dying planet similar to Yinlan. According to interstellar history, this planet cannot break out of the solar system in 1.2 million years. As the archaeological craze continues to grow, many scientists believe that this is irrational and is just a fantasy left by a scientist. During this continuous archaeological excavation, on May 3rd, the Yinlan archaeological team detected the wreckage of an unidentified spacecraft 50,000 meters underground in the Yinlan Mountains. After serious discussion, the government decided to excavate. A week later, the archaeological team successfully dug out a damaged spacecraft. This spaceship has some basic technology, and after the historical sedimentation, only half the size of a table remains. Under the wreckage, some test tubes with human and animal DNA were found. In addition, there was half a paper book with similar, but more complex characters to Yinlan. After professional scientific and technological testing, This spaceship and the artifacts below are 1.25 million years old. They also found a broken spaceship box in the center of the wreckage. This box recorded the images of the spaceship when it rushed out and some docking for supplies. Although these images are blurry, after comparison, the planet when it rushed out was D192-3. It's really D192-3. The civilization on Elon star evolved from this spaceship? Our ancestors entered space earlier than what was recorded by StarCraft. At the moment when the planetary images were confirmed, StarCraft was shocked. Chapter 97. The government now has sufficient evidence to prove the D192-3 mother star theory, and there may be an official announcement in the next few days. On May 10th, Tonka came to the office with a stack of information, and Shinqua was observing a green plant by the window. Sorry, I can't help you. Tonka came to Shinqua and said. During this period, as the mother star theory became popular, Elon Biological Institute increased its research on the D192-3 virus. They were unable to crack the virus due to lack of biological data. But based on the information provided by Shinqua, they speculated that the virus might be caused by nuclear pollution mutation of marine organisms. As long as the mother of the virus is found, it is possible to find the key to the virus vaccine. Thank you. You have helped a lot. Shinqua got up quickly after hearing the noise. In addition to paying attention to D192 news, he spent the rest of his time purchasing supplies. He has purchased 5,000 cubic meters of supplies, which include biological materials, small aircraft, skeleton robots and other technological products, with a total value of 2 trillion yuan. Even in the interstellar space, these are a considerable fortune. There are still 48 hours left before the system countdown. An hour ago, he contacted the Coral Sanatorium and was ready to go back tomorrow. Unexpectedly, he received a call from Tom Ku, who wanted to give him some information on the virus. After receiving the call, he came here without stopping. And then, there was the current scene. Tonka handed the information in his hand to Shinqua, and looked at the green plants with some curiosity. Have you ever raised one? I haven't raised a green lotus, but I have raised a pot of golden flower grass. This is a beautiful interstellar green plant, Shinqua said while putting away the information. Golden flower grass? Tonka became interested. Few people regard golden flower grass as a green plant. This should be a specialty grass of the bee-winged star country, and its vitality is very tenacious. Indeed, Shinqua thought of the large green areas around Dragon Star. It was with these grasses that Dragon Star could gradually become strong and tenacious. The two chatted for a while, and Tonka said with a little complexity, I should have believed you at the beginning. He was talking about the mother star theory proposed by Shinqua, because he felt it was a fantasy at the time. So he didn't take it seriously at all. I was just talking casually. I didn't expect it to be true. Shinqua smiled shyly, and tried to cover up the matter. Yeah. Tonka actually had a lot of questions in his mind. He wanted to know how Shinqua knew the mother star theory, and why he was so interested in the virus back then. But he paused when he opened his mouth. Everyone has secrets, and he didn't need to break the casserole. What are your plans next? Tonka asked. I have contacted the Coral Sanatorium. I may be in a coma for a while. Tonka frowned. If you want treatment, I can help you contact scholars in neurology. Shinqua was in a coma for 19 years, and will continue to be in a coma now. He feels that this disease is too strange. Thank you. I like the state after the coma. Shinqua declined. Contact me when you need it. Tonka said nothing more. 10 minutes later, Shinqua left Elon Biological Institute with the information. In fact, when the zombie virus broke out, the Longu Biological Group had guessed that the virus would be related to marine life. But they tested hundreds of thousands of fish species, and did not find the mother of the virus. He purchased an underwater detector this time, which can carry people to the ocean below 30,000 nautical miles. After returning this time, it may be helpful for the next research. The next morning, Shinqua got on the spaceship to Coral after getting ready. It takes Rosen a day to get to Coral. Apart from organizing the space, he spent the rest of his time following the news about D192. The Elon spaceship box is exposed. D192-3 once rushed out of the galaxy 1.2 million years ago. D192-3. Elon's home planet. Ion star. Elon Institute of Technology said that if D192-3 is Elon's home planet, it can use planetary traction or star traction technology to restore the planet's vitality. Now 9 out of 10 online information are related to D192-3 and Hyun star. Shinhwa looked around and focused on the final star traction plan. The Sun is a mature planet, which expanded to its current red giant star due to cosmic storms 1.2 million years ago. Current technology cannot restore a red giant star to its prime, but some technical interventions can be used to stop the star from expanding, and even to revitalize the surrounding planets through distance traction. But all this requires huge financial support. Due to the distance, D192 is 100 times more complicated than ordinary star traction technology. In short, even if D192 is confirmed to be the mother star of Elon, it is difficult to develop and protect it. Shinhwa searched around and found that except for some science and technology institutes and Yinchuan fans initiatives, the government had not yet issued any announcements on planetary traction. On the afternoon of May 12th, Shinhwa arrived at the Coral Sanatorium and then followed the procedures to be hospitalized. At 10:20, he arrived at the ward. This ward had the same layout as the previous one, with an assistant robot inside, and the environment of the ward was very dry and tidy. Why are you hospitalized? I'm on Big Star now. Wait for a day. I'll go back right away. Shinhwa had just sat down when he received a call from Wang Pingping. Wang Pingping was working in a galaxy 300 light-years away. He sounded very anxious on the phone and was ready to book a ticket now. Pingping! Shinhwa interrupted the other party. I will fall into a coma in an hour. It's useless for you to come now. Shinhwa knew Wang Pingping's temper, so he notified the other party before he fell into a coma. System interface at this time. Host name, Shinhwa. Current prop, star language. Countdown, 1 hour and 12 minutes. Special props, disposable space. 5,000 cubic meters. Used, 5,000 cubic meters. After reading it, Shinhwa continued, I may never wake up after this coma. Don't worry. I am looking forward to this coma. I told you before that I will enter a magnificent dream after I fall into a coma. And I have been looking forward to this dream. Really? Wang Pingping heard the expectation in Shinhwa's tone. Really? Shinhwa said with certainty. 10 minutes later, the two hung up the phone. Shinhwa changed into a hospital gown and lay on the bed. There was warm light in the room and rustling wind outside. He hadn't felt so calm and expectant for a long time. In this moment, Shinhwa opened the star network. After investigating the wreckage and the box of the spacecraft, D192-3 was confirmed to be the mother planet of Elon. The Elon government officially renamed the D192 galaxy as the solar system. The 8 planets in the galaxy are Mercury, Venus, Hyunxing, Mars, Jupiter. From May 15th, the government will officially launch the solar traction plan. The government intends to control the expansion of the sun's red giant within 20 years, and at the same time restore the vitality of Hyun star through technical intervention. The solar system is a Elon cultural relic level galaxy, and Elon will launch a solar system protection plan. Shinhwa originally wanted to read some hot news, but now the homepage is full of topics such as D192 rectification and solar traction plan. He looked at the time and found that the government officially confirmed D192-3 as Elon's mother star half an hour ago. At the same time, there is a picture of the Lord of Elon taking over the media interview. It's a pity that I only know about this planet now, but I'm lucky to see the return of Elon's mother planet in my lifetime. The cost of the solar traction plan? After confirming that this planet is Elon's mother planet, the government has never considered the cost issue. In the picture, the Lord of Elon is wearing a neat military uniform, conducting an interstellar interview calmly and majestically. Woo woo woo. Now everything is confirmed. D192-3 is Elon's home planet. The ancestors are so awesome. Fortunately, I met them before D192 was destroyed. Otherwise, I would have cried my heart out. Now the word explosion appears after the topic of Elon D192. After everyone knows that D192-3 is Elon's home planet, the support rate for the solar traction plan has reached 97%. Because Elon and the past Hyun are separated by different time and space. But just like in Yinchuan's notes, history should not be forgotten. They are proud of their ancestors. And at the same time, they are lucky to have met their home planet. At 2400 hours, the system was officially updated. In Coral's ward, Shinhwa fell into a slow sleep as if the pause button had been pressed. At the same time, 1.25 million years ago, in a high-end ward at the Dragon Star base, Shinhwa slowly woke up. It was 2 a.m. in Jingyan time. After Shinqua woke up, he was confused for a moment, and then looked at the electronic calendar at the head of the bed. April 10th, 2150. He fell into a coma on June 7th, 2149, and has been asleep for 10 months. Chapter 98. The lights in the room were off, and only a small beam of moonlight came in. Shinqua lay on the bed for a while, then struggled to reach for the pager beside the bed. He had been lying in the base for 10 months. Like the symptoms of StarCraft, his body was somewhat weak, and it took some time to adapt before it could return to normal. Beep. A rapid alarm sounded in the ward. Shinqua was staying in a special ward, which had basic facilities and special medical nurses. At this time, the nurse was resting on the small bed next to him. When he heard it, he was startled. "What's wrong?" "Hello." Shinqua spoke with difficulty. "Nurse. Coach Shin is awake." The nurse turned on a warm light, confirmed that Shinqua was awake, and ran out. Awake? Finally awake. Half a minute later, Chun Qing, Chong Qing Yuan, and others hurried over. Among them, Qin Qing was wearing a coat and stood half a meter away from Shinqua. His right hand kept swiping in front of him. "Do you remember who I am?" "Dean Chen." Shinqua's voice was a little hoarse, but his eyes were clear, and there was no mental problem. Finally woke up. Qin Qing hugged Shinqua excitedly. Shinqua had been in a coma for 10 months. Because it was too long, they found many international experts to help him check. But Shinqua was in good health and just couldn't wake up. "Will Shin wake up?" Qin Qing looked at Tan Mingzhong. "Yes." Shinqua had reported to the research team before he fell into a coma. Although Tan Mingzhong was sure that Shinqua would wake up, he was very worried as time passed. During these 10 months, the research team gave Shinqua the highest level of care. These include the most reasonable diet, professional muscle relaxation, and the world's top physical examinations. Everyone was looking forward to Shinqua's reawakening. In this day-to-day wait, he finally woke up. Contact the medical team first and give Coach Shin a comprehensive examination, Qin Qing immediately ordered after hugging him. In the next hour, Shinqua had the most detailed physical examination. He was well taken care of during this period, and after a simple adaptation, he could walk on crutches. "Where is Commander Tan?" At 4 o'clock in the morning, Shinqua took a pair of crutches and asked. In the past hour, he only saw everyone in a hurry, and did not see Tan Mingzhong. After Shinqua asked, the scene became a little quiet. "Infected?" Shinqua had a bad feeling in his heart. "No." Qin Qing hurriedly explained. "Commander Tan went to the Northwest Launch Center and has been there for some time. He is in good health." "Why are you so serious?" Shinqua asked with as much smile as possible. Since he woke up, he felt that everyone seemed to be worried. "The virus has evolved," Qin Qing asked after a moment of silence. "What virus?" Shinqua was stunned. S5. The notable feature of the S5 virus is that it can be directly transmitted through skin contact. In addition, it can devour some living organisms. After the evolution of the S4 virus, everyone's outdoor equipment has always been oxygen masks and protective clothing. The oxygen mask is to isolate the S4 virus, and the protective clothing is to prevent S5. 3 months ago, a farmer in Fordna was working in the fields. He felt that his clothes were too hot and took off his protective clothing directly. Will it be unsafe? His wife and children were a little worried. It's okay. It was summer in Fordna at that time. He couldn't work at all in the heavy protective clothing. Moreover, the mainstream virus now was S4. He didn't think he would be infected, but the fact was so coincidental. Half an hour after taking off the protective clothing, he had a fever. It only took him half an hour from fever to complete mutation. Because the incident happened suddenly, his wife and son quickly controlled him and then reported it to the medical department of Fordna. After testing, the medical department confirmed that he was infected with the evolved virus, and cases of contact infection were reported around the world. 2 days later, the United Nations officially confirmed that the virus was the S5 virus, and the world entered the S5 era from S4. How come it's so fast? Shinqua thought that this virus would give everyone some buffer time, but he didn't expect that it only took 3 years from S4 to S5. Everyone has been wearing protective clothing for the past 2 years, and the infection is not serious. However, the animals and plants in the air are not so lucky. This virus spreads very quickly. After contact with the virus, animals and plants will wither and die in 1 to 3 hours. Some animals will become zombies before they die, but they will die completely before they spread. Just like encountering a destructive high-concentration sulfuric acid. Chen Qing opened a documentary. The documentary was about the scene 3 months ago, after the S4 virus evolved to S5. The animals and plants around the world were like encountering a poisonous circle in a game, and all died in less than half a month. Now only some anaerobic and hypoxic animals and plants are lingering. But these are not completely anaerobic. With time and contact with atmospheric air, these animals and plants will slowly die. Now, except for humans and animals and plants in the fresh air environment, there are less than 0.02% of animals and plants outside, Chen Qing said sadly. It took them 20 years to restore the nuclear contaminated environment to its previous level. And now a virus has ruined all their efforts. Although Haiyun is bound to the heart of the camp, the heart of the camp cannot isolate the virus. As long as there is a virus, no matter how many plants and animals are planted and fed, it is useless. Is there enough food? Shenque asked in a daze. Everyone has made food reserves before. These foods can only be stored in a fresh air environment and should last for 10 years. Good news, humans will not become extinct quickly. Bad news, except for some indoor planting. The world's food is only exported but not imported. As time goes on, humans will be completely extinct due to food crisis and virus crisis. The United Nations is now preparing to start moon immigration. There are atmospheric simulators there, and the environment is safer than here. The air environment of Haiyun star is the same as that of the moon. But as the ecosystem is destroyed, Haiyun will suffer more and more extreme disasters. In fact, in the past 3 months, extreme tsunamis and volcanic eruptions have occurred in many places around the world. The current environment is like a plane flying in the air, and the whole plane is shaking because of the sudden damage of the glass. The S5 virus is not scary, but the natural disaster caused by the collapse of the ecosystem is scary, which is devastating to Haiyun. After Chen Qing finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room became more serious. Beep. At this time, the phone in the office rang. Yes, everyone is here. After the assistant answered the phone, he handed it to Shenque. It's Commander Tan calling. Teacher. Shenque answered. Tan Mingzhang was his teacher in life, and he was getting more and more used to calling him teacher. I saw the medical report. It's good that he woke up. Tan Mingzhang was reserved. But when he suddenly knew that Shenque had woken up, he couldn't help but show his emotions. How do you feel now? Can you walk? Although Tan Mingzhang had read the medical report, he still wanted to ask in person. Now he can walk with crutches. If he does some rehabilitation in the next 2 days, there should be no problem. Shenque patiently talked about his physical condition. Okay. I'll arrange the work and arrive at the base tomorrow morning. Tan Mingzhang had just finished half of his work in the northwest. But he was worried about Shenque and planned to go back tomorrow and come back in the evening. Okay. Shenque quickly got down to work. The system has updated some props. What props? After Shenque woke up, Tan Mingzhang didn't think about the system at all. A lot. How much? 5,000 cubic meters. 10 minutes later, Shenque hung up the phone. How many props? 5,000 cubic meters. The office was full of research team members, and everyone knew the system when Shenque submitted it. It's just that the previous system rewards were calculated by the unit. But now it has been directly updated to 5,000 cubic meters. This is 500 containers. For a moment, everyone was a little dazed. The next morning, Shenque, leaning on a cane, came to the nearby mountain with Xiaohu. Now Xiaohu has grown from a small beard to a big beard. At this time, the two of them are wearing protective clothing and protective masks. If you look from a distance, they look like two climbers. This is a scenic mountain near Longxing. Shenque's current condition is not suitable for climbing, and the two of them took the cable car directly up. It was 10 o'clock in the morning, and the top of the mountain was empty without any human figure. Let's go over there. It's flatter. At this time, Xiaohu helped Shenque to a relatively flat place. Although they came in pairs, there were many professional soldiers nearby, and everyone would fully protect Shenque's safety. After Shenque learned about the S5 virus in the early morning, he was a little worried about the current environment, so he decided to take a look around at dawn. At this time, they stood on the top of a 1,200-meter mountain. In the past, it was full of golden flowers and walnut trees, but now the golden flowers had died, And the walnut trees are as black as if they had been burned by a fire. Looking up, not only this mountain, but all places in sight are black and gray. Shinqua stood for a while, and felt a little sweaty, due to the large-scale death of plants and animals. The global temperature has risen rapidly. The average temperature of Longqing is now above 52 degrees Celsius, and even many tires of cars in the base are smoking. This scene is just the beginning. As the ecology of Haiyun deteriorates further, the extreme weather in Haiyun will become more and more severe until it becomes the dead air in the system screen. At 10:50, Shinqua and Xiaohu returned to the base. Half an hour later, the roar of a helicopter was heard outside, and then the entrance of the base opened, and Tan Mingzhang came in dusty. "Wake up!" When Tan Mingzhang saw Shinqua, he gave him a hug and smiled unconsciously. "Yeah." Compared to 10 months ago, Tan Mingzhang's temples were a little grayer. This time the system updated 5,000 cubic meters of items, including interstellar books and some specialized technology products, with a conservative number of more than 200,000 items. After the two hugged, Shinqua went straight to the point. Chapter 99. How many? Although Tan Mingzhang had been prepared, he was still stunned when he heard the specific number. 293,600 pieces. These items were purchased by Shinqua himself, and he had detailed data records. "It seems that there are only 30 camp systems so far," Chong Qingyuan said in a daze. "Less than 30. Chen Qing corrected on the side. "These are all small props, with different sizes and functions. For example, the previous photobiology laboratory had 20 acres. Shinqua explained that the system items were collected by Yinchuan through special means. Although the number of items was small before, they were of great significance to Haiyun. The items he brought were mainly scientific and technological. In the next 3 hours, everyone reported the situation to the Lunggu government office. Then, Shinqua and others came to an open fresh air field with 10,000 cubic meters. It used to store some materials. Now the materials have been distributed all over the country, and the remaining space is enough. Most of the items this time are spaceships, biological equipment, experimental equipment, intelligent robots. Biological equipment and experimental equipment are relatively small and can be placed indoors. The spaceship should be placed outside. This spaceship has a separate air circulation system, so there is no need to worry about virus gas entering," Shinqua said after arriving at the fresh air site. "There is also a spaceship?" Tan Mingzhang was curious. "Yes. This is a special spaceship that can theoretically reach the Sun and the other 7 planets," Shinqua said seriously. "Everyone." Chen Qing breathed quickly. "Can it reach Mars or Jupiter?" "Yes." He bought a new type of spaceship. The theoretical range is 500 light-years, but it needs a lot of fuel. And now it can only be used within the solar system. "Good. Great." Before Chen Qing saw the spaceship, he felt that his heart had flown to other planets. He paced back and forth excitedly, and then thought of the reality. If only it had appeared 30 years earlier. If this spaceship had been built 30 or 50 years earlier, humans would have had enough time to study it. But now Haiyun could be destroyed at any time. He felt like a hero in a martial arts world who had obtained a martial arts secret book but could no longer practice. Seeing him discouraged, Tan Mingzhang glared at him. "Is it too late now?" "Not too late. Not too late." Chen Qing realized that he was too discouraged and quickly corrected himself. In fact, he had never been discouraged since the appearance of S1. He was just too anxious and worried that there was not enough time. "We have persisted for 15 years. We will definitely overcome this virus," Tan Mingzhang snorted. "Of course." Chen Qing appeased Tan Mingzhang's temper. Everyone joked for a while, and Shinqua opened the system interface. Host name, Shinqua. Current props, disposable space, 5,000 cubic meters. Used, 5,000 cubic meters. After testing, the current space items can be taken out immediately. Do you want to take them out? Note, space items cannot be put back after being taken out. Yes. Ding. At the moment Shinqua clicked, a virtual cubic space appeared in front of him. At this time, the space was filled with various items such as ultrasonic cytometers, plant gene editors, VR holograms, etc. Shinqua took out the items in different categories. Is this a geocentric detector? It can explore the underground environment of 30,000 miles at the deepest. And superconducting chips. Chen Qing and others have gone from being shocked at the beginning to being dazed. Everyone looked at these items one by one. just like humans 2,000 years ago, looking at modern technology, and deeply felt the gap in technology. There are two left. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Xinhua looked at the last two items and said, "This is a spaceship and a deep-sea probe. Because of their large size, they need to be opened outside. Let's go!" 3 seconds later, everyone came to the base playground. This place used to be full of large areas of Bermuda grass and alfalfa, but now it is as barren as other places. Xinhua adjusted his status and clicked to use it directly. In the blink of an eye, a deep-sea probe with a futuristic technology spaceship appeared on the playground. "Can we just open the door?" Qin Qing asked as he walked around the two. "Yes. There is an air circulation system inside. Even if the virus circulates in, the spacecraft will be cleaned again after it is started," Xinhua said as he opened the hatch of the spacecraft. At the moment of opening, countless boxes of different specifications fell out. "Everyone, these are also system props." Xinhua pretended to have just seen it. In fact, 5,000 cubic meters are calculated according to space. Therefore, when he came back, he used all the available space. Not only the spacecraft and the detector, but also many equipment were constantly packed with large boxes and small boxes. Half an hour later, everyone took out everything from the spacecraft and the detector. There were so many items that it looked like a small mountain. At this time, there were 2 small mountains on the playground and 10 big mountains in the house. For a moment, everyone felt like they had suddenly become rich. In the following week, the Government Institute established a prop research group and held 3 international conferences at the same time. Long Gu did not hide these items. As before, they only talked about system props and did not reveal Xinhua's information. What a pity. After reading it, senior officials from various countries and international research groups were shocked and sad. If there were no virus, this would be an extremely valuable asset. But now they feel like they are racing against the virus. Only by truly conquering the virus can we enjoy this wealth with peace of mind. We have already reached the solar radiation zone. Do we need to go deeper? On April 20th, while scientists from various countries were studying interstellar objects, an international physicist asked nervously on a spacecraft in the solar radiation zone. 10 days ago, after Xinhua sorted out the system props, the Government Institute formulated a solar system exploration plan. When formulating the plan, there were 2 opinions in the institute. One group believed that it was possible to explore now, and the other group believed that fuel should be saved and exploration should be carried out after the crisis was completely resolved. Interstellar spacecraft require special fuel materials, and there is no substitute in the solar system for the time being. The fuel on the spacecraft is only enough to orbit the solar system 10 times. The second opinion is to save fuel. Otherwise, even if they reach other planets now, it is easy to cause waste due to insufficient preparation. Both sides held their own views. During this discussion, an old astronomer said, "If humanity reaches the worst, I think everyone will want to see Haiyun's other neighbors before the planet dies. I support exploration now. Even if there is no exploration, we should go to other planets to have a look. It's not the worst yet," a physicist retorted. Now the residents have lost confidence, and everyone needs to regroup. It has been 4 months since S5. In these 4 months, there has been no riots around the world miraculously. What's worse, some residents will take the initiative to help the police and local governments maintain order, which was hard to imagine 15 years ago. Everything today is consistent with the total collapse of government and social order. But no, everything is in order, and residents are even working harder than before to maintain order. Some media interviewed residents. "I planted 700 acres of corn, and it was all gone overnight. Of course I am heartbroken, but life has to go on. Will I participate in the demonstration? No. Why should I go to the demonstration? Who to accuse? The government has done well enough. If the virus can hear, I will accuse the virus," a farmer who aged overnight said. "The S5 virus is terrible. I don't know what to do in the future, but I don't want to cause trouble to the government. Why? I can't afford fresh air equipment, so the government arranged for me to stay at the rescue base. Will I still steal? Not at all. I have been a government volunteer during this period," a thief who was imprisoned 3 times for theft said. "Thanks to the government's relief food, now there are no plants and animals outside. But we haven't starved to death," a resident of a poor small country said. The interviewees were of different nationalities and professions, but everyone was trying to live and not cause trouble to the planet. They never thought they were so noble. But in recent years, from the S1 vaccine to the new air base, they have seen with their own eyes how the world has come step by step. They are not scientists or biologists, so they can't help. As the beneficiaries of these years, they think that what they can do now is not to cause trouble to the planet. The residents try their best to live and not cause trouble. It's just that everyone is an eyewitness of the S5 virus. Everyone saw with their own eyes that all the animals and plants in the world died within half a month. Now when residents in some remote areas go out, they may still see the skeletons of animals at the door and on the road. This virus is like a sudden tsunami, and the world turned black in an instant. The residents know that they need to adjust their mentality, but they are becoming more and more pessimistic inside, and even feel that they have become a kind of living zombie. Now the residents have two voices in their hearts. One voice says, "Hold on a little longer." The other says, "Now we are just barely surviving. We can't survive." These two voices are like two little people pulling each other. In the new round of confidence survey, the confidence of global residents in conquering the virus has fallen to the lowest point. The coalition government wants to improve the confidence of residents, but it has no idea where to start. Therefore, after discussing with countries around the world, the Longu government decided to conduct a space live broadcast with the theme of spacecraft arriving at other planets. This live broadcast cannot change the virus, but as astronomers say, if humans reach the worst point, then before the planet is destroyed, everyone should want to see their neighbors. At this moment, the solar system is an interstellar stage, and the spaceship dancers are showing everyone the first scene. The Sun. Chapter 100. Mom, where did the spacecraft fly to? At 7 o'clock in the evening, in the newly renovated room of Longxing Garden, Du Jiaji was busy in the kitchen while chatting with the direction of the living room. Wang Min was making dumplings in the living room. She looked at the introduction on TV. The news said it was the chromosphere. The temperature around it should be 20,000 degrees. 27,000 degrees Celsius. So high. If it was placed on Hyun star, it would melt the Earth's crust. This temperature is not suitable for life planets. After the two chatted for a while, Du Jiaji brought out a plate of gray dates. These gray dates are delicious. Try them. Did you buy them before you came? All supermarkets are closed now. Guohua bought them before the virus evolved. After wiping his hands, Wang Min did not eat immediately, but shouted to the room, "Lulu, come out and eat jujubes." "Here he comes." A little boy about 5 years old ran out of the room. This was Du Jijia's son Lulu. Delicious. Lei Lei ate one very politely, and refused to eat more than the rest. "Why don't you eat any more?" Wang Min asked. "These are for Grandma Yaya and Aunt Xinshin. I'll just eat one. Grandma won't eat any more." "You eat more." "I won't eat any more either. I'll wait for Yaya to come." Wang Min has two daughters, Du Jiajiu and Du Xinshin. Both are grassroots civil servants at Longxing. They got married and had children in the past few years. Now their children are 5 years old. Seeing that Lei Lei said he would not eat anything, Wang Min touched his head and said, "So kind." Beep. At this time, the doorbell rang, followed by a female voice, "Mom, I'm back. The dumplings are almost ready. You go outside to get some fresh air first." "Okay." Lei Lei heard the movement at the door, ran over happily, and knocked on the door. "Yaya? We are getting some fresh air. We will go in later." A little girl's voice came from outside the door. Now that the fresh air system has been modified, you can only enter the main living area after confirming that there is no virus. 5 minutes later, Du Xinshin and her daughter Yaya came into the house, both holding a cake in their hands. Grandma made dumplings, and there are dates on the table. Lei Lei introduced Yaya happily, and then they each took a date and went to play puzzles in the house. "Come out for dinner later," Du Xinshin shouted, then put the cake on the table and rolled up his sleeves. "How many sides are left?" "I'll make them with you." "Only half a side is left." "No need." Wang Min didn't let her get involved. And seeing that both daughters had sat over, she said with some concern, "There are viruses everywhere outside now. And the two children are still young. You don't need to come. You only have one birthday a year. So my sister and I will definitely come. We took safety precautions before we went out. So it's okay." Du Xinshin interrupted her doubts and looked at the TV. "Where are we?" "We were talking about the chromosphere." Wang Min turned up the volume. The sun is divided into the core, radiation zone, troposphere, photosphere, chromosphere, and other parts. after she turned up the volume. The voice of the commentator came from inside Longdu time 1912. The spacecraft successfully entered the lower chromosphere area of the Sun. We can see from the TV screen that at this moment, the spacecraft is covered with white light outside. This is high-temperature white light formed by the high temperature. The temperature outside is 27,800 degrees Celsius. 2 days ago, the United Nations released news. The world will launch a space exploration spacecraft at 12 o'clock on April 20th. Longdu time. This launch will be an uninterrupted space live broadcast. And the live broadcast screen is intended to cover all processes from the Sun to the other 7 planets. Can the current technology reach other planets? Space live broadcast? Too advanced. After the news was released, the world was shocked. Hyun does not have mature space exploration technology. This is a space live broadcast under special circumstances. Seeing that residents focused on space technology, the United Nations quickly came out to explain. At the same time, it said that the world will seriously explore spacecraft technology while conquering the virus vaccine. Now technology is good enough. It's a big step every 10 years. And the world has changed a lot. There are still 2 days left. And I feel too anxious to wait. The whole nation is currently in a low period. After the news was released, the residents instantly ignited their enthusiasm. As predicted by astronomers, although the world does not have complete space exploration technology, this live broadcast is of great significance to human exploration of space, which to a certain extent alleviates residents' anxiety about the virus. At 12 o'clock on April 20th, the spacecraft was officially launched at the Northwest Base. There were 20 people accompanying this time, including world-renowned astronomers and physicists, a photographer from Nick, and a Longdu reporter. Wang Min watched the live broadcast on time at 12 o'clock noon. She saw a new-style spacecraft appear on TV. The spacecraft rushed out of the atmosphere, flew into deep space, and approached the Sun. This process is extremely shocking to ordinary people. How long will the spacecraft stay on the Sun? Du Xinxin asked curiously. The news said it would take 7 hours. After reaching the core, it would fly directly to Mercury, and then reach Neptune along the line. It's so dreamy. Du Xinxin didn't expect that he would experience such a historical moment. At 1922 Longdu time, the spacecraft is about to enter the solar troposphere, and the remaining distance is about 1,200 kilometers. At this time, the spacecraft turned around in the chromosphere area and continued to fly inside. This live broadcast is divided into the perspective of the interior of the spacecraft and the perspective of the microspace recorder. From the perspective of the spacecraft, the audience can see the outside scene through the internal center console. From the perspective of the miniature space recorder, the 3-meter-wide recorder is successfully suspended in the deep space 100 kilometers away from the Sun. The recorder will record the flight of the spacecraft through the signal connection device of the spacecraft, because the volume difference between the spacecraft and the Sun is too large. From the perspective of the space recorder, the spacecraft is like a moth flying towards the Sun, as if it will be annihilated at any time. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after the 5 people finished their meal, Du Jiajia took the lead and said, "Mom, there is still an empty room in our house. I discussed with Guohua and wanted to ask you to go over and take care of Lele." Before she finished speaking, Wang Min refused directly. "No. We want you to help take care of the child. Now the whole world is shut down. You and Guohua can take care of the child. No need for my help. My sister is worried about you. If you don't want to go to her place, you can go to my place. My house is big." Du Xinxin saw that Wang Min refused too straightforwardly, and said anxiously, "What is there to worry about? When I started a business with your father went to other provinces to purchase goods, and I stayed alone for half a year without any problem. You said it was in the past. Isn't my dad in trouble now?" Du Xinxin was impatient. After saying this, he realized that he was wrong. Wang Min and Du Jiamin have been married for 35 years. When they were young, they experienced nuclear pollution leakage, Lombe no man's land, and the migration of 30 million people. The two were like wanderers, and they didn't feel completely stable until Longxing was established. Who knew that they had been stable for only a few years? Du Jiamin was accidentally infected last month. Although Wang Min tried to comfort herself, her spirit had already collapsed. "Mom, I didn't mean anything else." Du Jiaju realized that she had said something wrong and quickly explained. "It's okay." Wang Min knew that her daughters loved her, but she didn't want to leave no matter what the two said. "I'll bring Lele here to accompany you." Lele often says at home that he misses grandma. Du Jiaoju changed another way of accompanying her. Don't do it. I want to be alone. Wang Min decisively refused. Now the phone and Longxin video are very convenient. I will call you if I have something. After much persuasion, Wang Min wanted to stay alone. And finally, the two girls left with some worry. Half a minute later, Wang Min stood on the balcony and watched the backs of the four people leaving. Now the room was quiet, but also a lot colder. At 21:27 Longdu time, the spacecraft successfully passed through the 7 million degree radiation zone and was about to enter the core area. We can see some obvious jumping purple light, which is the wavelength reflection caused by the high temperature. At this time, the spacecraft was still flying towards the center of the sun. Wang Min turned up the volume of the TV. She was not afraid of being alone, but she was afraid that Du Jianmin would still look like a zombie after death. Now it has been 15 years since the first batch of zombies. In these 15 years, the zombie base has injected hemoglobin for patients at regular times and locations. Zombie patients are easier to feed than some seriously ill patients. But this disease is too hard, especially for relatives who have one foot in the coffin. They have never seen the person they are waiting for resurrection until they die. There's nothing in the sun. I thought I could see a burning planet. The sun is a nuclear fusion sphere. How can there be a planet? The red on Mercury is all magma. The coldest there is 170 degrees. Mars is too cold. I thought we could migrate to Mars like Hyun. Neptune is very cold. There is no breath of life. In the following week, the audience followed the spacecraft to watch the 7 planets. They were full of curiosity about these planets before watching. But after watching, they found that these planets were either too hot or too cold. And they were bare and not beautiful at all. And they were not as colorful as Hyun. On April 28th, the spacecraft arrived on the moon. I watched the live broadcast. The spacecraft just came back from Neptune. It's quite cold on Neptune. After the spacecraft stopped, a group of young men and women in space suits ran over. The youngest was only 12 years old, and the oldest was 29 years old. Compared with professional astronauts, some of them were students, and some were members of long-distance running teams before coming to the moon. They all landed on the moon through the lottery of the Lunar Immigration Act. Dear audience friends, we are now at the lunar base, which is the last stop of our space live broadcast. At this time, Yang Ting changed into a professional space suit and got off the ship. She is a veteran reporter of Longgu. She had previously broadcast live the zombie base. This time, she was responsible for the live broadcast of the spacecraft. Teacher Yang, I like watching your news very much. Are we broadcasting live now? Can my family and friends see me? Everyone recognized Yang Ting and greeted her warmly. We are broadcasting live now, and all the viewers who watch the live broadcast can see it. As soon as Yang Ting finished speaking, a thin girl raised her hand. Teacher Yang, can I say hello to my parents? The girl's name is Wang Xian. She came here by lottery a month ago. At this time, she was wearing a loose space suit and an oxygen mask. It would be difficult to recognize her identity if she was not familiar with her. Okay, Yang Ting said after communicating with the photographer. After obtaining Yang Ting's consent, Wang Xian looked at the camera nervously. Mom, I live well here. There is no oxygen here, but the atmosphere is good and there is no extreme weather. We have been following the staff to learn how to grow indoor vegetables. Wang Xian was a sophomore at Yancheng No. 3 Middle School before she landed on the moon. 3 months ago, the United Nations launched a lunar immigration plan, and residents who met the requirements could sign up. The hard requirements for this immigration were 0 to 35 years old and good physical fitness. If you were in a learning state before immigration, you could follow the moon's teaching books after you arrived on the moon. I discussed it with your dad and planned to sign you up. The day after the United Nations announcement, her parents found her and said, I don't want to go. Wang Xian couldn't bear to leave her family. Mom and Dad don't want to leave you either. But the environment on the moon is better than on Hyun. And you can get a good education there. The air conditions on Hyun and the moon are similar now. But the moon has an atmospheric protection device. So there is no need to worry about climate disasters caused by environmental deterioration. It is safer here than on Hyun in the long run. Wang Xian signed up under the persuasion of her parents. Global registration number, 300 million. First batch of moon landing quota, 50,000. Wang Xian didn't think she would win the lottery. But she didn't expect that she really won. After winning the lottery, she followed the process to conduct background checks, physical examinations, interviews. When she got on the spacecraft to the moon, she suddenly realized that she was really on the moon. If the virus and environmental problems in Haiyun could not be solved, she might never go back. The food here is good, all organic vegetables, and canned meat. At this time, Wang Xian was talking to the camera, and she cried at the end, "Mom and Dad, I miss you. The moon landing is cool, but it is too far from Haiyun star. Grandma, remember to take medicine on time when I'm not around. I'm living well here. Dad, I miss you and Mom. There is a ground communicator on the moon, but there are strict restrictions on dialing. Therefore, many people took this opportunity to report their safety to their relatives on Haiyun, and the live broadcast on the moon instantly became a family video broadcast. When will you go back?" While everyone was broadcasting live, Xiao Quan walked to Shen Kui and asked. Xiao Quan was the person in charge of the lunar base, and the two had lived together for a year before. Shen Kui was also on the live broadcast spacecraft this time, but he was wearing a space mask and did not appear in the live broadcast camera. Tomorrow morning, Shen Kui calculated the time. Go directly to the sea when you go back? The biology team is not ready yet. It should be the 5th of next month. In addition to the spacecraft, he also brought back a deep-sea probe. This is a manned probe that can accommodate 30 people, with professional laboratories and testing rooms. Now the system is no longer updated. He plans to go to the sea with the biology team to see if he can activate the system, although the probability may be 0. Are you okay? Xiao Quan knew that Shen Kui had just woken up some time ago and was a little worried about his health. What's impossible? Shen Kui smiled. After he woke up, he underwent professional rehabilitation and is now able to run and jump in good health. After the two chatted for a while, he looked in the direction of Haiyun star. Now, with the large-scale death of plants and animals, the atmosphere of Haiyun has begun to thin. On the morning of April 29th, the spacecraft returned to the Northwest Launch Base. It's worth visiting the Sun and the 7 planets in my lifetime. We have studied S1 to S3 vaccines, fresh air systems, and lunar bases over the years. It seems to be quite impressive. Of course, it's amazing. It feels like I've fast-forwarded 100 years. After the space live broadcast ended, residents enthusiastically discussed the details of the live broadcast. The world hasn't been destroyed yet. I don't think everyone needs to be so depressed. I was very excited to watch the space live broadcast. Think carefully. This virus is just a small cold at the cosmic level. Haiyun is too small to the universe. It's not even a cold. It's exciting to watch. It's better to live than to die. Anyway, if I die now, I will definitely not die. I plan to hold on until the last moment. It would be romantic if I could die with Haiyun. After discussing, the residents found that although the current conditions are difficult, the world has been working hard to make progress in recent years. If everyone gives up at this juncture, then everything before will be in vain. Survive. Cosmic cold. Die romantic with Haiyun. In the next week, the internet is full of topics related to space live broadcast. The after effects of this live broadcast are stronger than the government predicted. The confidence of the residents is like seeds in the soil. Although they are repeatedly stepped on, they want to live and try their best to live. Hello. I am Li Meng, the person in charge of the Deep Sea Project. I am glad to meet you. Just as the residents regained their confidence, Shen Kui flew to Lengdu South China Sea. According to the plan, he will go to the sea with the exploration team and the biological team tonight. This seabed work may last for 6 months or even longer. Chapter 101. This work is divided into 3 groups: safety, detection, and biology. The safety group and detection group each have 5 people, and the biological group has 19 people. Shen Kui is the commander-in-chief of the entire operation. Team leader Li, thank you for your help. Li Meng is the leader of the safety group. Shen Kui shook hands with him after getting off the plane. It is a great honor to participate in this deep-sea exploration. Li Meng is a marine soldier. Because he was too excited. His face was still excited about participating in a major task. He had just finished speaking when the detection team came. Coach Shen. Team leader Li. The speaker is named Rowley, a diver from Neri. His dream since childhood is to represent Neri in the World Olympics. However, after the outbreak of the zombie virus, the World Olympics was forced to be cancelled, and his Olympic dream was shattered. The detection team mainly cooperates with the biological team to do some deep-sea biological sampling work. The hard requirements are good physical fitness and diving skills. He passed the layers of selection and became a member of the deep-sea working group. This is an honor comparable to that of an Olympic champion. Team leader Rowley. Luoli was the leader of the exploration team. After Shinqui shook hands with him, the biological team also came. The leader of the biological team was named Terrence, a world-renowned marine biologist. He joined the research team 5 years ago and has made great contributions to the global biological cause over the years. The deputy leader was Zhou Yang, an old acquaintance of Shinqui. There was heavy rain in the northwest, so we set off a little late. Zhou Yang apologized while pulling the suitcase. We just arrived too. Shinqui said that it was not a big deal. At 7 o'clock in the evening, everyone arrived at the South China Seaport, which was the largest trading port in Longgu. Now, except for the stranded ships, it was empty at first glance. Coach Shin, everything on the cargo ship is ready. The captain of A56 came running over as everyone arrived. This time, they will take the deep sea for diving. A 20-meter long and 7-meter high deep sea probe with a professional biological room, freezer, virus analysis room, etc. It can fly and dive, and is a dual-purpose spacecraft. The deep sea will consume a lot of fuel if it repeatedly goes into the sea, so they decided to stay on the seabed for a long time and surface when needed. A 56 is a supply ship for the deep sea. The deep sea is sailing at a relatively fast speed. A 56 does not need to keep parallel all the time. It just needs to be within the radar range of the deep sea. If there is danger, there is no need to force it to follow. The deep sea has complete safety equipment. Shinqui shook hands with the other party and said, "Got it." In addition to supplying, a 56 is also to provide the first response to the deep sea in case of an accident. At 7:30, everyone boarded the spacecraft after resting. The deep sea slowly dived into the seabed. At the same time, a 56 followed it in parallel. It was like two stray sea fish, temporarily not knowing the direction. Should we go directly into the deep sea area, or go around the shallow sea area first? The interior space of the deep sea is small, and everyone lives in capsule-type dormitories. After Zhou Yang and others put away their luggage, they came to the control room and asked, "First, use the detector to detect a circle. If there are no abnormal creatures, we will go directly into the deep sea area." Shinqui was sorting out the radar map and said after listening, "The biological team studied marine life 15 years ago, but the scope of human exploration of the ocean was too small. Everyone tried their best but failed to find the mother of the virus. Now the zombie virus is getting worse and worse. This is everyone's last chance. Is this the ocean model simulated by radar?" Zhou Yang came to Shinqui curiously. At this time, there was a virtual screen in front of the two of them. On the screen was a digitized spaceship model, which was emitting radar sound waves in all directions. "Yes," Shinqui nodded. This was a professional underwater exploration spaceship. They had recorded the known biological data before departure. The detector would screen according to this data. Normal organisms were green models, and organisms other than those recorded were red models. If there are creatures other than those recorded, the detector will sound an alarm. At this time, the detection team needs to wear professional diving suits to go into the water to extract samples. The detection range of the spacecraft is within a radius of 3 kilometers. As long as there are abnormal creatures, there will be no loopholes in theory. I don't know if I can find clues. The global environment is getting worse and worse. Zhou Yang looked at the model in front of him, feeling both expectant and anxious. The detection spacecraft sailed along the east side of the Pacific Ocean and officially entered the deep sea area 10 minutes later. "Are you ready to go into the deep sea?" It's been quite quiet along the way. At the moment the spaceship sank, all the staff gathered in front of the glass of the cabin, where they could see the scene outside the cabin just like a spaceship. It has been an hour since they went into the water, and they have not seen any marine life. Not even a single fish, except for floating algae. Just when everyone was curious about deep-sea creatures, they saw marine fish floating on the seabed. These marine fish include hairtail, yellow croaker, tuna, turbot. These are marine creatures near the South China Sea. They have gathered together due to the recent upwelling currents. There are many species, but without exception, they are all dead with their stomachs turned upside down. "They're all dead?" Zhou Yang sighed. This scene was actually expected by everyone. The S5 virus can infect all life, And marine life in the deep sea is not immune. 10 minutes later, the detector detected a mutated sea snake. The detection team went out to extract samples, and the biological team conducted tests. And there was no virus matrix in it. Should we record the data of the sea snake? Zhou Yang asked. Yes. The detector will detect organisms other than those recorded. If the organism mutates, it will be detected as a new species. In theory, this will not miss any organisms that may have virus matrix. Zhou Yang entered the sea snake data. If a sea snake with the same genes appeared later, it would be treated as a screen creature. In the next 10 months, everyone carried out tedious deep-sea work. They made 2 surface supplies during this period, but most of the time, they were in the sea. In these 10 months, everyone detected a total of 23,000 marine organisms, half of which were mutated new species. These species had long died due to the spread of the virus, and only some extremely anaerobic microorganisms were struggling to survive. In addition to the magnificent marine life, everyone also saw deep-sea caves from 100 million years ago, and shipwrecks from 200 years ago. The most shocking thing was a 300-meter-long black sea fish. This sea fish was found at the bottom of the sea 12,000 meters. It has ancient biological scales on it. It is a new species that has never been seen on Hyun Star. When everyone saw the sea fish, it had been dead for at least a year, due to the destruction of the seabed food chain. Its body was not destroyed, and it looked like a complete sea fish specimen. Too shocking. After seeing the fish, Terrence immediately put on his diving suit and swam out. He stayed next to the fish for 2 hours. This was a miracle in human marine history, but also a major regret. After extracting the fish samples, they continued to move forward. Now all the life in the ocean was dead. They felt that they were not exploring and researching, but visiting a large ocean cemetery. On June 8, 2151, the 13th month after the spacecraft went to the sea, everyone realized a serious problem. The spacecraft was running out of fuel. How long can the remaining fuel last? On the morning of June 9, Xinque asked the spacecraft robot. Based on the average consumption of the past 20 days, the remaining fuel can last for 150 to 165 hours. The robot answered meticulously. Xinque looked serious after hearing this. 165 hours. Less than 7 days. Are we going back? Compared to a year ago, Zhou Yang now has a scruffy beard. Because of staying at 10,000 meters underwater for a long time, everyone's vision has weakened to varying degrees. Of course, this is nothing compared to everyone's work. Xinque looked at the radar map. They were now in the Antarctic range. 20 miles further south was the Antarctic Circle. How is our detection going? Xinque asked. According to the plane calculation, we have already detected everything. But the underwater world is not flat. There should be some places that have not been detected. The underwater world is a spatial, 3-dimensional world. Although they carefully detected every corner, the space under the sea is fluid, and they are not sure whether they have detected everything. Go on, Xinque said after a silence. We have persisted for a year. No matter what the outcome is, the spacecraft will persist until the last shift. In the next 6 days, we explored the marine life in the Antarctic region as usual. As the exploration work became more and more in-depth this year, we have not encountered any abnormal creatures for a long time. The biological data on the seabed has been entered into the system, and there is no virus clue. On June 15th, the spacecraft sailed out of the sea level and docked in an open space in Antarctica. The sea level has risen again. Everyone took protective measures and walked out of the spacecraft. This year, as animals and plants died, the global oxygen content decreased and carbon dioxide increased, followed by extreme weather such as rising sea levels. The sea level in the Antarctic region has risen by 1 meter compared to last year, and many polar glaciers have melted rapidly. Standing on the open space in Antarctica, they saw a dazzling white. On the white glaciers floated some penguins and seal corpses, as well as marine garbage floating due to global ocean currents. Everyone has been in the sea for a year, and scenes like this have become commonplace. But every time they see it, they still feel very reluctant. There is strong wind weather on Longqing now, and it will be over in about 3 hours. At this time, Li Ming hung up the video call and walked out of the spaceship. There is still a little fuel on the spaceship. They discussed with the base and planned to use the last fuel to fly directly back to Longqing. Yeah. Xinque tried his best to maintain his emotions. My sister has drawn a quota for the moon. and she will take a ship to the moon base next week. At this time, a biologist sat on the ground and said, "The environment on the moon is better than here now. There is no extreme weather there." Others comforted. Well, the biologist also knew this truth, but his sister was only 12 years old, and he was very reluctant to let her go. Now there are still 3 hours before the spacecraft departs, and the remaining fuel is not enough to support the seabed exploration. In this way, everyone is wasting time on the ice and making the final wait. Shinhua stood near the spacecraft for a while, walking aimlessly along the ice. Monshan City had a 7-magnitude tsunami last night. The government decided to resettle the victims. I wonder if they can be resettled here. Zhou Yang was chatting behind Shinhua. There are too many extreme weather conditions now. This tsunami is not the starting point. There will be more and more such extreme weather conditions in the future. Yeah. Shinhua was in a very irritable mood. He looked up at the sun. The sun now looked like a fire plate hanging in the sky. He looked at the ice again. There were various animal carcasses on the ice. They couldn't smell it with their oxygen masks, but they could imagine the smell of these carcasses under high temperatures. Why can't I find it? Shinhua was still thinking about the zombie virus. This virus seemed to appear out of thin air. There was no reason why he couldn't find clues. He found an open space to sit down, holding the handheld detector of the spacecraft. The detector was now turned on, and there was no response from it. Zhou Yang knew that Shinhua didn't want to talk, so he just sat quietly beside him. In this bit by bit, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was time to gather. Let's go! Shinhua stood up and said, Okay. Zhou Yang stood up quickly. They didn't find the mother of the virus, but that didn't mean the work was over. There were still many things to deal with after they returned. The two walked towards the spaceship, but just after 2 steps, Shinhua heard a subtle sound. Ding-dee. The sound was looming, and he looked at the detector in his hand. The detector had intermittent red light, which meant that there were abnormal creatures nearby. But due to the distance, the creatures might be wandering back and forth at the edge of his 3 kilometers. What's wrong? Zhou Yang asked curiously when he saw him stop. Shinhua opened his mouth and decisively ordered, Go into the water. Now there are only abnormal creatures, not necessarily the mother of the virus. But just like the determination when he went into the water a year ago, whether he could find the virus or not, he didn't want to miss any possibility. 10 minutes later, everyone returned to the diving spacecraft. The spacecraft searched along the direction of the detector, and everyone soon found a shark corpse. Or in other words, a highly rotten corpse with only half a meter of rotten meat. I'll go get a sample. Rowley swam out of the diving chamber very skillfully. He swam to the body and found a hook hanging on the body with a number on it, KS-293. Rowley recorded the video in all directions, then carefully placed the body sample into a professional test tube and swam back. This seems to be the number of a fishing boat, Rowley said after taking off his oxygen mask. It should be a commercial fishing boat of the Baidali company. A detectorist who studied fishing boats checked the material of the hook. Baidali is a fishing company in Itania, often fishing in the Moya Bay of Itania. 26 years ago, after the nuclear pollution leak in Itania, Baidali's fishing industry was severely damaged and declared bankruptcy in less than half a year. I'll go check it out. Zhou Yang took the corpse sample into the sterile laboratory. After testing, it was found that this was the corpse of a 6-gill shark. 6-gill shark? Modern monsters in the deep sea. After evolution, most of the sharks today are 5-gill sharks. The 6-gill shark has maintained its original form and generally lives in the sea at a depth of 2,000 meters. It is rarely detected by the outside world and is a deep-sea creature close to the original. They have been wandering in the deep sea for a year and have only seen 26-gill sharks. The 6-gill shark data has been recorded in the spacecraft detector. Now the detector is abnormal. Obviously, this may be a mutant 6-gill shark. The experimental equipment of the submersible spacecraft is very advanced. While waiting patiently, Zhou Yang excitedly gestured to everyone. Found it. What did you find? Everyone was very nervous. The mother of the virus. The virus data on the 6-gill shark is very complete, close to the S1 data, and it is very likely to be the original virus. Are you sure? Everyone has been looking forward to finding the mother of the virus, but it still feels unreal when they suddenly hear it. It should be true. The possibility is 99%. Zhou Yang has begun to breathe rapidly. 6 hours later, everyone returned to Longxing with shark samples. Cheng Yuqing and others have received the notice. and as soon as the spacecraft arrived, they returned to the laboratory with shark samples. In the next 10 hours, the biology team studied carefully in the laboratory. The senior officials of various countries and the scientists who received the news were anxiously waiting outside. It was a very long and uneasy 10 hours. 10 hours later, Cheng Yiqing walked out of the laboratory excitedly. It's the virus matrix. All the data now show that 100% of the viruses on the six-gill shark are virus maternal. After 16 years of research, as long as they find the matrix, they have a 90% chance of developing a thorough vaccine serum. Finally found it. 16 years. Will this virus become history? When the news was first received, scientists and many senior executives on the scene cried. It has been a long 16 years. In these 16 years, too many humans, animals, and plants have died. They really need to end this virus. In the next 3 months, scientists around the world have devoted themselves to the research of virus vaccines. At the same time, the United Nations also investigated the truth between the six-gill shark and the KS-293 fishing boat. 26 years ago, KS-293 was fishing in the Moa Bay as usual. They also caught some large marine creatures while fishing. However, on the night of July 12th, they suddenly caught a huge shark. What is this? It looks like 5 meters. It doesn't look like a white shark. Everyone hooked the shark's dorsal fin with a hook. And after comparison, they determined that it was a six-gill shark. Why is there a six-gill shark? It should have risen with the nearby upwelling current. Six-gill sharks are deep-sea animals below 2,000 meters. They can only surface in some upwelling currents. Even if they do, it will only be for a short time. In short, the six-gill shark they caught is too precious for the world. At that time, the fishing laws in Moa Bay were not sound. After they caught the six-gill shark, they imagined selling it to some aquarium museums. A living six-gill shark is more valuable than a dead one. Everyone dreamed of getting rich overnight. But the next day, a nuclear leak occurred in Itania. The Moa Bay was polluted by nuclear chemicals, and the nearby seas were in turmoil. Many ports prohibited fishing boats from docking. KS-293 dragged the six-gill shark to wait in the nearby seas. They anesthetized the sharks every day, but the six-gill sharks were strong and escaped after a month. What bad luck! KS-293 felt that he had lost a lot of wealth. But at that time, the Patali company was busy with its own affairs, and they had no energy to continue catching. This is a photo taken by the crew of KS-293. It is confirmed to be the same six-gill shark by the shape of the fish back and the hook number. The scientists took out the investigation data and reported. Did this six-gill shark get infected with the virus after escaping? Other scientists asked. It shouldn't be infected immediately. At that time, Moa Bay was a heavily polluted area. The six-gill shark had a wound and was soaked in the local waters for a month. They speculated that the six-gill shark got infected with the wound after escaping. It could not heal itself, and it was invaded by bacteria from the deep-sea environment. Finally, day after day, the bacteria in the wound slowly mutated and eventually bred the S1 virus. This six-gill shark died of illness 16 years ago. The scientists continued. 16 years ago was the time when S1 appeared. They speculated that after the six-gill shark died of illness, its body was decomposed by other marine life, and the S1 virus in its body was also carried to other areas, eventually forming this zombie virus that spread around the world. The dorsal fin of the six-gill shark is more difficult to decompose. They speculated that after the six-gill shark died, this dorsal fin drifted to the Antarctic region with the ocean current, and was fortunately preserved because of the low temperature here, and was later discovered by the exploration ship by accident. Is it the previous nuclear pollution leak? 26 years ago. After hearing this, everyone did not expect that this virus would be related to the nuclear pollution leak 26 years ago. Perhaps it should have been expected. The environmental crisis and food crisis in recent years all originated from the nuclear pollution leak 26 years ago. What should we do with the remaining dorsal fin? Everyone asked, looking at the dorsal fin in the laboratory. This dorsal fin is only half a meter long and thick, and the hook on it has been removed. Put it away first. The coalition government finally decided. The virus came from the mutation of the bacteria of the six-gill shark. But the real source was not the six-gill shark. Even if there was no nuclear pollution leakage, the chemical expansion in the past few decades might have encountered other pollution leakage. Now is not the time to investigate the origin of the virus. They need to solve this virus. On October 5th, Cheng Yiqing and others walked out of the laboratory tired and excited. Success? They held a blue test tube in their hands. This is not a stage serum, but a vaccine serum that can completely cure the zombie virus and is not affected by the virus. Success? Will it be over? It's finally over. At this moment, in the sunlight, the test tube seemed to be shining. This was the best news in 16 years. Chapter 102. On October 5th, the United Institute of Biology developed a radical virus vaccine, which is soluble in air and can 100% purify viral air and soil. That night, the United Nations released news about the vaccine. Can I go out normally after vaccination? Previous zombie patients can also become normal people. After the news was released, the residents were dazed. Before everyone reacted, the United Nations released 2 more news starting from October 20th. The world will be vaccinated one after another, and those who have been successfully vaccinated can go out normally after 48 hours. The United Nations will spray virus vaccines in the world's continental oceans and other places. This vaccine can effectively inhibit the harm of viruses to animals and plants. The spraying work is expected to take 3 months. If the first news was still a little unbelievable, after seeing the next 2, the residents can finally be sure that the Institute of Biology has developed a radical vaccine, and the zombie virus that has lasted for 16 years is about to end. The country has developed a radical vaccine, and the previous zombie patients can all recover. As soon as the 3 news were announced, the county director of Tongan County Shinfeng Base excitedly found Zheng Chongui. Zheng Chongui is 85 years old this year. He has received national attention during the interview on the zombie base. He has become famous in the county in recent years. So he came to inform the news as soon as he received the news. Zheng Chongui was lying on the bed and resting. He was a little hard of hearing. What vaccine? Zombie vaccine. The country has developed a zombie vaccine. All the previous zombie patients will recover. Your son will also recover. The county director shouted loudly. Fei will recover? Zheng Chongui finally heard it clearly. Yes. You can recover after the vaccination. Zheng Chongui no longer knew what the county director said next. He only knew that after hearing the news, he cried out all the longing he had for the past 16 years. He is old now, and he has been hanging on by the longing in his heart for these years. He has waited for 16 years, and finally got it. Can my dad get better? Can I see my grandparents? All the zombie patients before can recover. They can really recover. While Zheng Chongui was crying loudly, the family members of the patients were all watching the news excitedly. Everyone felt the same as Zheng Chongui, which was a kind of excitement and happiness of finally receiving the fruit after all the hard work. On October 20th, the first batch of vaccines was officially launched, and the base patients and normal residents began to be vaccinated one after another. Normal residents use type 1 vaccines, and those who have been infected with the zombie virus need type 2 vaccines. Patients in the base are now being vaccinated. They will regain consciousness 24 to 72 hours after vaccination. But everyone needs some physical and dietary rehabilitation before they can go out after long-term injection of hemoglobin. On October 21st, Zhou Yang took a break from his busy schedule to call Shenhua, who had been dealing with the vaccination of patients. There are now 76 million patients in the base. And because there are so many people, this is a very large project. Shenhua was discussing the vaccine with Tan Mingang. He listened patiently for a while and pretended to be calm and asked, "How is Professor Su? I got the vaccine last night and haven't woken up yet. Is there anything wrong?" "No problem. My senior brother had been injected with K93 before the mutation. This time, thanks to his data records. Otherwise the virus vaccine would not have been developed so early. The Institute of Biology plans to study more about the medical treatment of zombie viruses in the future. Not all viruses are evil. For example, bacteriophages can be used as specific drugs for certain diseases, and Sendai viruses can be used as fusion aids for cell fusion. They found in their research that zombie viruses are extremely aggressive. While engulfing normal cells, they also engulf some disease viruses. There was a patient at the base who was a leukemia patient before the onset of the disease. He had been at the base for 10 years. Last week, it was found that his leukemia had been cured without medication. This provides Haiyan Medical with a new research direction. They can use this characteristic of the zombie virus to develop some special medicines. In the future, leukemia and cancer will be common diseases like colds and fevers. If we can research it, the average life expectancy of humans may increase by 30 or even 50 years. Zhou Yang is a biological worker. And he became more and more excited as he spoke. This is a blessing in disguise. Shen Kui smiled and responded. But in his heart, he was thinking about the other party's first sentence. No problem. Now it has been 4 years since Su Qiuxing was infected. He feels that his mood is the same as that of the patient's family. With a very strong expectation. Brother may wake up tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I will ask him to help you apply for a video call. Zhou Yang knew that Shen Kui and Su Qiuxing had a good relationship, and the base could allow the two to meet via video. No need. Shen Kui refused. He knew that the other party did not want to see him at this stage. 10 minutes later, the two hung up the phone. From the base, Tan Mingxiang was sorting out documents. When he saw Shen Kui hanging up the phone, he grinned and asked, since he learned about the vaccine, his mouth has never closed, and his whole state has become 20 years younger. Yes, Shen Kui smiled and said, now the residents are vaccinated. The zombie patients are slowly waking up, and everything is moving in a good direction. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the two came to a nearby high mountain, and Shen Kui opened the system interface. Heart of purification. After use, it can purify the negative environment within the territory. A one-time prop. Ocean Factory. Ocean Panoramic Sightseeing Factory. Heart of Purification. And Ocean Factory are both props from 13 years ago. They were not used immediately due to conditions. After the virus vaccine was developed this time, the world is still facing a serious problem. That is, after humans are vaccinated, the animals and plants around the world are still very bad. In this serious scene, Shen Kui proposed, we can first use Heart of Purification to purify the global environment, and then use the virus vaccine for thorough spraying. The vaccine they develop can be seen as a highly effective version of an insecticide, which can not only eliminate viruses, but also inhibit their spread, which is equivalent to a deep purification of the global environment. This is the most effective method now. I agree with the proposal of Director Shen. Shen Kui's proposal was unanimously agreed by the research team. Today is the day when Heart of Purification is used. At this time, the system interface is gray, indicating that the system has been completely shut down. But the previous props can still be used. Shen Kui read it carefully and clicked Heart of Purification. Heart of Purification. Disposable environmental prop. Do you want to use it? Yes. At the moment Shen Kui clicked, a breeze blew, and he and Tan Mingxiang felt unprecedentedly relaxed and happy. Have you been vaccinated? I received it last month. The official said that you can go out 48 hours after vaccination. I waited for 72 hours, and finally I don't have to wear an oxygen mask. But the air outside feels a bit stuffy. The oxygen content in the air is now 15%, and the carbon dioxide content is 0.53%. It is definitely different from before. Can it be restored? I don't know. In the next 2 months, the world will be filled with news of residents being vaccinated. Residents who have been vaccinated can go out normally. But the global environment is still in a state of disrepair. On January 7th, 2152, Shen Kui and Tan Mingxiang came to Jingyun Geopark. The vaccine was disinfected here on October 22nd. Now the soil and air environment are normal, and no zombie virus has been detected. A researcher reported rigorously. How are the water sources and deep soil? Shen Kui asked. Everything is normal. Although Shen Kui used the Heart of Purification, he was not sure that the zombie virus was completely eliminated. Everyone has been paying attention to the environment where the vaccine has been sprayed. Facts have proved that under the dual effects of the Heart of Purification and the vaccine spraying, the zombie virus is eliminated very thoroughly. Even if the virus is detected in some areas, it is mostly caused by the inadequate spraying of the vaccine. These viruses will not spread to other areas. As time goes on, the zombie virus will become history. The environment has stabilized now, and what remains is to do some greening and environmental protection work. The current global environment is worse than during the catastrophe. But everyone has preserved the genes of plants and animals before the virus evolved, and has previous experience in land reclamation. Everyone is ready to spend 20 years, or even longer to restore the planetary home. The two chatted for a while. Tan Mingxiang went to deal with some work matters, and Shen Kui returned to Jingyun base alone. After a brief rest, he turned on his phone. Su Qiuxing, awake. Awake. He received this message on October 21st. The night he hung up the phone with Zhou Yang. The other party sent him a message as soon as he woke up. Shinqua looked through the chat history. Shinqua, happy. Shinqua, how do you feel? Su Qiuxing, nothing. Just an empty stomach. Hungry. The two chatted about their physical condition. And Su Qiuxing said, I will cooperate with the base to do closed rehabilitation tomorrow. And I may not have time to look at my phone during this period. Su Qiuxing, like Shinqua guessed, would not meet immediately. Shinqua thought for a moment and asked, wait until you recover. Let's go see camels together. Before the accident, they had agreed to go to the camel scenic spot to see camels together. But the accident happened suddenly, and their agreement was delayed by 4 years. Su Qiuxing smiled. There are no wild or free-range camels now. Only some zoo camels. After he sent it, he continued, before seeing the camels, I have something to look forward to. When Shinqua saw the message, he felt his heart suddenly beat twice. Something in his heart was surging and ready to say something. But the other party suddenly said, Zhou Yang is here, saying that my eyes have not yet adapted, and I can't look at the phone for a long time. Let's talk next time. Shinqua, okay. In the past, the two would have ended the topic like this. But Shinqua felt that he should follow his heart. After he finished, he continued according to his own feelings, I want to see you. Heart. The other party kept typing. And finally put an emoticon, I am also heart. The chat history of the two has been frozen at the last heart. Emoticon package. Shinqua and Su Qiuxing are both reserved. And this is the limit for both of them. Shinqua didn't say it on the phone, because he felt that such things should be more formal. He was looking forward to the reunion more than he thought. The rehabilitation of recovered patients is more complicated than expected, because the timeline is too long. Many patients' relatives have passed away. The country has provided psychological counseling and life arrangements after rehabilitation for this situation. Other patients whose relatives are still alive can leave the base with the application of relatives and patients. This is a battle spanning 16 years, because it is full of historical significance. The country and the media held a rehabilitation ceremony for the first batch of recovered patients. On January 10th, the first batch of patients were discharged. How do you like my dress? Is it too bright? At 7 a.m. on January 10th, at the entrance of the Northwest base, Wang Min nervously tugged at the corner of her dress and asked, Du Jianmin was sent to the base last February due to infection. It hasn't been long, but the two haven't seen each other for a long time. She felt like they were dating each other. It's not bright. Red is so festive. My dad is discharged from the hospital, so we should have some festive atmosphere. The Northwest base is not a hospital, but with the expansion over the years, people prefer to call it the Northwest Hospital. What time will my dad come out? It's about 8 o'clock. Do you remember what your dad looks like? I came to the base 2 years ago. I remember my dad. He probably wouldn't recognize me. I haven't seen him for 16 years. I'm almost as old as my mom was when she got into trouble. I don't know if my grandparents will still recognize me. While Wang Min was tidying up her clothes at the entrance of the Northwest base, other family members were all looking at the gate nervously. Everyone was wearing clean and tidy clothes and holding flowers in their hands. But this couldn't change the nervousness in their hearts, which was a nervousness that had been forged over a long period of time. Do you think my dad can still recognize me? Su Shi asked nervously in the crowd. Su Shi is 22 years old this year. She was only 6 years old when her father had the accident. She has been living with her mother and the elders in the family for these years. The elders have passed away one after another in the past 10 years. Her mother also passed away last year. Now her only relative is her father. But because it has been so long, she has less and less impression of her father when he was normal. Uncle has seen your photo. He should be able to recognize you. The boyfriend put his arm around her shoulders and said that the two were elementary school classmates and have been together for many years. Su Shi nodded worriedly. As time approached, the atmosphere at the gate became quieter and quieter. There were media interviews on site. But in order not to destroy this special atmosphere, the reporters did not interrupt rashly. In this tense atmosphere, at 8 o'clock, the gate opened and the first batch of cars carrying rehabilitation patients came out. Su Shi quickly raised the sign in his hand, on which was a striking code and name, D19-12. Su Weidong. D192-12 is his father's number at the base. And Su Weidong is his father's name. You are Wenwen. How come you have grown so big? It's been 9 years. You must have grown up. Yujia? It's better for you to become a zombie. Let me raise the child alone. This is a photo of your precious fish. The dragonfish you raised died of old age. This is my son. He is 17 this year. Mom, I have been waiting for you to recover. I miss you. The patients have lost some weight due to not eating for a long time. But their mental state has returned to normal. And they look malnourished at most. As more and more patients came out of rehabilitation, everyone dispersed their previous tension. And the entrance of the base became a large family scene. Why haven't you come out yet? Sushi held up a sign and stared at the patients coming out of rehabilitation. She stared at one group after another. And she saw a familiar figure. Sushi opened her mouth and wanted to shout Dad, but found that she couldn't shout it out. The figure also noticed her and stepped forward uncertainly. Cece? Su Weidong was 32 when he was infected. And he is 48 this year. The body functions of zombie patients are temporarily suspended after infection. So he looks thin. But he looks like he is about 40. After he recovered, he saw Sushi's photo. And his memory was always when he was 6 years old. Now that they are face to face, he is as nervous as Sushi. Before Su Weidong came out, he had psychological counseling. He knew that his wife and both parents had passed away. He didn't want to talk about these sad things now. But he felt that he should find some topics to talk about. Finally, he asked carefully, "Do you want to eat strawberry cake?" When Sushi was a child, he loved strawberry cake the most. He used to secretly buy cake for his children without telling his wife. Dad. Sushi hugged Su Weidong directly. 16 years was too long. She thought she had forgotten her childhood. But now they met again. Su Weidong's strawberry cake, broad shoulders, the amusement park on Saturdays and Sundays. The memories of the past are as vivid as yesterday. Time is long. But true family affection will not deteriorate with time. She feels very lucky that she has a father again. In the following week, the internet was full of news about recovered patients returning to society. The memory of zombie patients is suspended after infection. And the memory of the first batch of patients was suspended for 16 years. After they came out, everyone tried their best to adapt to the environment and understand the new world. The United Nations also issued 3 announcements in response to this situation, calling on the world not to discriminate against zombie survivors. Zombie patients are quite pitiful. They did nothing and 16 years of their lives were gone. There is no discrimination. It's just like catching a cold or a fever. You're just sick. It's not the zombie patients that are hateful. It's the zombie virus. Now the dark virus era is over. We look forward to a new world. After experiencing this series of hard struggles, the residents are very tolerant of zombie patients. As the news said before, it's not the zombie patients that are hateful. It's the zombie virus. Now everything is in the past tense. And they need to look forward. Coach Shin. Go plant grass again. Nothing to do. I'll go see how the land is. On January 19th, at Longqing Base, Shin Kui came to the south side of the base playground with a shovel. He took the initiative to propose to resign as mayor. Since resigning, his work has become less busy. Now he likes to tinker with some flowers and plants when he has nothing to do. The land on the south side of the playground used to be a lawn. But after the S5 virus appeared, it became a black soil with no grass. Now the global environment is gradually improving. He and 2 soldiers reorganized this place last week and planned to plant some golden flowers. Now the seeds of golden flowers have been sown. He comes back here every day when he has nothing to do, looking forward to the seeds sprouting. He came to take a look as usual today. Who knew that after just looking around halfway, he found a pebble popping out of the land on the south side. He shoveled it twice with a shovel. This pebble should have been blown over by the heavy rain before. At this time, it was buried in the soil. This situation is definitely not conducive to the growth of forage. Shin Kui shoveled twice again and found that the shovel was too small. He shouted to the distance, "Xiaochen, bring me my medium-sized shovel." Okay. Xiaochen is Shin Kui's life assistant. After hearing this, he immediately ran to the nearby farm tool room. Shin Kui continued to observe the stone in front of him. After a while, footsteps were heard behind him, followed by a shovel. This stone should have been buried by heavy rain a few years ago, Shin Kui said as he shoveled seriously. 3 minutes later, a 30-centimeter long stone was shoveled out, and a big hole was exposed on the ground. I have to find some soil to fill it up later. Shin Kui compared it with his feet and was suddenly surprised. Is it sprouting? He squatted down again and found a layer of thin sprouts emerging from the place where the stone was shoveled. The footsteps behind him approached. followed by a large shadow. It has indeed sprouted. Just like the growth after the rain. It's very fast. Shinqua was excited to take a photo. And suddenly realized something was wrong. He looked up and found a thin and skinny figure standing in front of him. The figure was very thin. But there was a ruddy complexion on his face, which looked like it had been deliberately nurtured. Dean Chan said that the greenhouse strawberries at the Agricultural Institute were ripe, and he wanted to send a batch to the Northwest base. I felt it was too troublesome, so I came here by myself. Su Qiuxing looked into Shinqua's eyes, and said with a smile, "Where's Strawberry?" Shinqua stood up and asked with his mouth raised unconsciously. "I haven't gone yet. I feel there is something more important." "What is it?" "Very important." Shinqua felt his heart beating. He saw himself through Su Qiuxing's eyes. From the moment the other party appeared, he was smiling unconsciously. The breeze blew. The corners of his clothes moved slightly, and the golden flower grass sprouted. The more intense flowers sprouted early in the hearts of the two. They saw emotions in each other's eyes that didn't need to be expressed. Now the sun is shining. Everything is just right. And everything will be better.